On a planet in the universe, a handsome guy is sitting on the grass, staring into the distance with lifeless eyes. This person is our protagonist, Gogeta. Why is he called Gogeta? Because he looks exactly like Vegetto, but he is not Vegetto. He is just a low-level warrior who is exiled to this ordinary planet to fend for himself. Since he looks like Vegetto, then let's be a little crazy and combine the two names with Gogeta's name and call him Gogeta. Gogeta has been here for several days. At first, he found that he had a face full of invincibility, Vegetto's face, and was excited for a while. But later, after awakening the memory of the original body, he found that it was not Vegetto, but just a person who looked the same. Because the combat power was too low when he was born, he could not be detected and was directly exiled here. And because the original body had been on this desolate planet, there was no one to communicate, and the spaceship was broken, and he could not leave here. He was determined to die and committed suicide. That it happened that the protagonist came through. So he took over the magpie's nest and became him and changed his name to Gogeta. Alas, so many days have passed and the system has not been awakened. Didn't we say that each time traveler has a system? How come I don't have anything? How can I survive? This body is really useless. After so many days of training, my combat power has only increased by 1 point. That I feel that the future is bleak. Widget lay on the grass, looking at the sky, thinking about how to live in the future. Ding, the system is fully charged and turn on now. Widget jumped up directly. I said, as a time traveler, how can I not have a system? The system is detecting Ding. The target is in the Dragon Ball world. The system starts loading. The system is loaded, listening to the wonderful voice in his mind. Widget became more and more excited and danced with joy. After the system was loaded, Widget couldn't wait to ask system, what functions do you have? This system will issue tasks from time to time, and the host needs to complete them within the specified time. If the time is exceeded, the system will punish him. What kind of punishment is it? It won't be directly wiped out, right? Widget was a little scared. The system punishment will not kill the host, but there are many kinds of punishments, such as the host's seal strength becomes a dog for a year. The host is impotent for a year. The host is too shameless to jump in public, etc. Fuck. So excessive. This is gonna make me die on the spot. Widget jumped up and cursed. Please don't be afraid. The tasks issued by this system are simple and easy. Unless the host head is stuck in the door, he doesn't want to complete it and wants to. Accept the punishment. Of course, I think the host is not a fool and he can't even complete the task. At that time, I will consider changing a host. You are talking nonsense. With my current strength, it's hard to beat a dinosaur. How can I complete the task? Widget continued to output to the system. Ding, the host's strength is detected and the talent is too rubbish, so I'm sending the host a newcomer gift pack. Don't every system give newcomer gift packs? You are a system that doesn't want a green face. If I hadn't complained, would you not have given it to me? Widget continued to output. Open the newbie gift package for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining all the strength and potential of Vegetto in the Z period. Happiness came too. Suddenly, and Gogeta's mouth, which was still outputting, suddenly stopped, and then said with a flattering face, I'm sorry, Lam-Z, I blamed you wrongly. You're the best and strongest system in the world. No one can compare to you. You are a big man, and don't remember the mistakes of a villain. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his stomach. Forgive me, said it's a big gift package, but you still don't believe it. Humph, I will let you go because you have a good attitude to admit your mistakes this time. It's really embarrassing. With this invincible face, you are as cowardly as a dog. Humph, I really don't know why I chose you because of this face. Listening to the system's complaints, Gogeta looked innocent. There was nothing he could do. Although his original body had Vegetto's face, his talent was really lame. After training for so long, his combat effectiveness could not be improved, and no wonder he was exiled to this uninhabited planet. I'm afraid he thought he would not be able to fight if he went to other planets, which would be embarrassing for the Saiyans. Fortunately, now that he has traveled through time, the system has given him the strength of Vegetto in the Z period, and he can walk sideways before Beerus arrives on Earth. As for what time it is now, Gogeta is not sure. But what he knows is that he was sent here by the Saiyans, which means that he is at least about the same age as Kakarot, or even older than him. Gogeta is going to go to Earth in a few days to see what stage the plot has developed to. He will get familiar with his strength in the next few days. The sudden surge in strength makes Gogeta a little proud. Then Gogeta got up and prepared to catch a dinosaur as food for tonight. Before, because of the problem of strength, he could not beat the dinosaur and could only eat fish every meal. Now that he has strength, he must enjoy it. After a while, Widget came back with a dinosaur that was countless times bigger than himself. The dinosaur died in a very ugly way. Widget didn't control his strength well, and he beat the dinosaur into pieces with one move. He beat several dinosaurs in a row, and the result was the same. Widget tried to control his strength again, but he still broke half of the body, so he could only eat it. After processing the meat, Widget cut down a bunch of trees, skewered the meat, and hung it up. Everything was ready. It was dark. Widget lit the fire with a qigong wave, sat in front of the fire, and waited for the meat to cook. After a while, the meat was cooked and the breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of fragrance, which made Widget drool. Widget picked up the meat on the fire and ate it in big mouthfuls. After a while, a pile of bones piled up on the ground. Widget lay on the ground with a satisfied look on his face, looking at the meteors flying in the sky, and his thoughts flew away. Suddenly, Gogit thought of something, sat up immediately, and looked around for something, but couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Strange, is there no moon on this planet? Gogit thought that he had a tail, unlike the Saiyans on Earth, who had all pulled out their tails, so he tried to see if he could become a Super Saiyan 4, but he couldn't see the moon after searching for a long time. But it's okay, since there is no moon, then make one yourself. It's not like he can't. He inherited all the abilities of Vegetto. A mere artificial moon is not difficult for him. He did it right away. Gogit raised his hand to condense energy, and a dazzling ball of light appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and threw it into the sky, and the surroundings were instantly illuminated. No different from daytime. The artificial moon flew halfway and suddenly broke into a little starlight. Seeing this scene, Gogit was a little helpless. He couldn't control the sudden surge of power. It seemed that he had to get familiar with his current strength before going out to be happy. Chapter 2. The visitor. Days later, Goku was engaged in the act of felling trees in the forest, a sight that might astonish the uninitiated. While he wielded his axe, he simultaneously honed his control over Ki. The surrounding trees lay in ruins, leaving a bare expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yet, Goku's mastery over his strength grew ever more refined. Half a month passed, and two golden figures soared swiftly through the sky, invisible to the ordinary eye. They battled from the heavens to the earth and then into the sea. Suddenly, one of them leaped high, gathering immense energy in the air, while the other followed suit, accumulating a formidable force of his own. The Kamehameha wave ultimately erupted in brilliance. The blue and gold energy waves collided, producing a tremendous shockwave that caused nearby hills to crumble. The two colossal forces clashed in the air, locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. With a shared exclamation, they amplified their energy output, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The entire planet trembled, avian life fled from the jungle, and fish leaped from the water's surface, while unstable mountain peaks collapsed. When the smoke cleared, a vast crater marred the ground, a sight both breathtaking and suffocating. The two combatants hovered in the air, gasping for breath. After a moment, they drew closer, and to Goku's astonishment, they merged into a single being, radiating golden light. It dawned on Goku that a few days prior, he had conceived the notion that creating a clone for training might yield superior results, leading to the spectacle that had just unfolded. Observing the massive pit before him, Goku remarked, "I merely employed a fraction of Super Saiyan's power, and yet this devastation ensued." Indeed, even during the Z era, Vegetto's strength was astonishingly formidable. It couldn't be said that Goku was at fault. In the animated series, Vegeta effortlessly toyed with Gohan's puppet form, and in his Super Saiyan state, unleashed waves of destruction. Had it not been for the need to rescue those absorbed by the puppet, Vegeta could have dispatched Gohan with a single strike. Now, Goku had nearly mastered his own strength, though he had yet to wield Super Saiyan forms 2 and 3, which were immensely powerful. At this stage, he believed no one could compel him to unleash his full might. After tidying up, Goku took a refreshing bath and caught a dinosaur for dinner. Upon returning to the wooden cabin he had constructed from the felled trees, he prepared the dinosaur over the fire. Suddenly, he sensed a feeble aura approaching, one so weak it was almost imperceptible. Rising to investigate, Goku thought it peculiar that any creature would dare venture near his dwelling. After all, he had inhabited this area for some time, and the local fauna were not foolish enough to approach such a formidable presence. Ascending into the sky, he soon spotted the audacious intruder. To his surprise, it was a human, a rarity on this planet. where humanity had been eradicated long ago due to internal strife and the threat of dinosaurs. As he scrutinized the individual, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Golden hair, a vibrant red short-sleeved shirt, and denim jeans, a youthful and striking appearance. "Wait a minute, isn't that Bulma's sister, Ties?" he exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. At that moment, Ties, armed with a peculiar gun, stealthily approached Goku's cabin. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, what do you intend to do with that gun?" Startled, Ties whirled around, aiming her weapon at Goku. Hey, that thing won't work on me," Goku said, raising his hand in a gesture of peace. Just as he attempted to greet her, Ties fired her weapon. Goku effortlessly crushed the emitted laser with a single hand, shaking his head. "I told you, that won't affect me. If I meant you harm, do you think you'd still be standing here conversing with me?" Ties pondered this, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he had intended to kill her, she would have had no chance to defend herself. Lowering her weapon, she explained, "I was passing through this planet and, lacking supplies, landed here to restock. According to the data from GAC, humanity should have been extinct here, but I saw smoke in the distance and came to investigate." Goku fabricated a small lie. "Ah, I see. My spaceship malfunctioned, forcing me to land on this planet. Come with me to my residence. The dinosaurs here are quite formidable, and your gun will be of no use against them. It would be safer to follow me," Goku urged Ties. She complied, having evidently encountered the dinosaurs before. With battle powers ranging from hundreds to thousands, even Goku could only barely manage to defeat the weakest of them and would have to flee from stronger adversaries. Leading the way, Goku soon arrived at his cabin. Ties gazed in astonishment at the mountainous pile of dinosaur meat. "How are you so capable? You managed to take down such formidable creatures?" At that moment, she noticed Goku's striking good looks. The subtle curve of his lips and the aura he exuded were captivating, leaving her momentarily entranced. "Well, it's either that or I would have been devoured by the dinosaurs long ago," Goku replied, handing her a smaller piece of roasted meat. Noticing Ties' lack of response, he waved the meat in front of her eyes. "Hey, wake up." Blushing, she accepted the offering and began to eat. Goku, too, focused on his meal, devouring the roasted meat with gusto. "I am Goku, a Saiyan. What is your name?" he inquired, feigning ignorance despite knowing who she was. "I am Ties, just an ordinary human," she introduced herself. "Are you not afraid to wander the cosmos alone?" Goku asked. "I am a writer. I venture out to seek inspiration. Remaining in one place stifles creativity. Besides, I have weapons crafted by Bulma and connections with the Galactic Patrol. So I generally don't encounter danger while exploring the galaxy," she explained. Goku contemplated her words, realizing they held merit. This corner of the galaxy was so insignificant that Frieza would not even glance at it, highlighting its desolation. Ties retrieved a capsule and pressed it, tossing it aside. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a refrigerator appeared. She pulled out several bottles of beverages and tossed them to Goku, who caught them and opened one, savoring the sweet and refreshing juice. "Are you not concerned I might poison you?" she teased. "I can assure you that I would eliminate you before succumbing to any poison. Most toxins are ineffective against me," Goku chuckled, knowing full well that he could detect any poison the instant it entered his body and could expel it with his ki. Ties fell silent, opting to enjoy her meal. Once they were satiated, she produced another capsule, tossing it to the ground where a spaceship materialized. As she entered, she glanced back and cautioned, "I warn you, do not act recklessly. I possess secret weapons gifted by Bulma." One could not deny Ties' allure. She had the perfect physique, slender where appropriate, yet possessing curves in all the right places, embodying the ideal beauty. Most individuals would succumb to primal instincts, but Goku, a paragon of virtue, would never stoop to such behavior. Chapter 3. Ambiguity. The following day, Vegeta arose early, eager to attempt his transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. He ventured to the opposite side of the planet, apprehensive that his transformation into a colossal gorilla might unleash considerable destruction, potentially jeopardizing Taiz. Raising his hand, Vegeta conjured an artificial moon and cast it into the sky. To avoid tearing his garments, he stripped them off and gazed intently at the moon above. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced increasingly faster until, suddenly, brown fur sprouted all over his body, and he rapidly grew in size, transforming into a massive gorilla the size of a small mountain. After a lengthy period without any noticeable change, Vegeta settled on the ground, contemplating his coat of brown fur. Why hadn't he transformed into a golden gorilla? Was his posture incorrect? Did he lack sufficient power? Or had he failed to lose his rationality? Logically, He should have been able to attain Super Saiyan 4. Where had he gone awry? Determined, Woojite crushed the artificial moon and tried again. This time he transitioned into a Super Saiyan, then into a gorilla, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Undeterred, he made several more attempts, but to no avail. Sighing, he resolved to let fate decide. After all, his current strength was formidable enough, and he would leave the attainment of Super Saiyan 4 to chance. As days passed, Woojite and Taze grew increasingly familiar with one another, becoming good friends. During these days, Taze encountered dinosaurs on her excursions, but fortunately, Woojite was always there to eliminate the threat before they could draw near. A few days later, Taze's spaceship was fully charged and ready for further adventures. Woojite had not been idle either. He prepared to accompany Taze, stocking up on substantial quantities of meat. Taze had witnessed the immense appetite of Saiyans over the past few days, and she simply did not have enough food to satisfy Woojite's needs. Thus, he had to fend for himself, much to the distress of the local fauna, which had been in chaos as creatures scurried on land, soared through the sky, and swam in the waters due to Woojite's relentless foraging. With preparations complete, Woojite and Taze embarked on their journey. Days later, Woojite lay languidly on the sofa, observing Taze as she scribbled rapidly in her notebook. "Taze, how much longer until we reach the next planet? I am dreadfully bored," he lamented. The absence of his phone or computer for entertainment, coupled with his inability to train, had left him feeling stifled. Taze, preoccupied with her writing, had hardly offered him companionship. "It won't be quick. We still have a few days ahead," Taze replied impatiently. Woojite had been a constant source of annoyance. Aside from the first day, when he hadn't asked her anything, he had incessantly pestering her with questions about their arrival. "It's not going to be that fast. My ship isn't particularly swift. Each journey takes 7 to 8 days. I need to document my experiences from the last planet as material for my writing. In the past, I did this alone, and 7 to 8 days was just enough time to record my observations. But with you constantly bothering me, my progress has slowed considerably. If it weren't for your impressive skills, I wouldn't have brought you along." Suddenly, the ship was rocked by a violent tremor, causing both Woojite and Taze to tumble to the floor. Woojite clutched his head, exclaiming, "That hurt. What just happened?" Taze quickly sprang to her feet and rushed to the window, her eyes widening at the sight of an oncoming meteor storm. "Oh no, we have encountered a meteor storm. We might not make it out alive today." Taze dashed to the control room, desperately maneuvering the ship to avoid the meteors. The spacecraft twisted and turned through the cosmos, while Woojite was thrown about within, feeling quite disoriented. After a tense moment, the ship stabilized, and Woojite rose from the floor, inquiring, "Are we safe, Taze?" "We've successfully navigated through the storm," she replied just as the ship trembled again. They both looked up to see a meteor, significantly larger than the previous ones, hurtling toward them. "Oh no, we can't dodge that enormous meteor. What do we do?" Taze was on the verge of tears, fearing she might perish before realizing her dream of becoming a great novelist. Suddenly, an overwhelming force pulled Taze backward, causing her to stumble and fall. In that moment, Woojite stood resolutely before the colossal meteor, his demeanor completely unruffled. With his hands pressed together at his waist, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a brilliant blue energy surge forward, obliterating the meteor before it could even approach. Returning to the ship, Woojite was met with Taze, who leaped into his arms, clinging to his neck and bursting into tears. "I thought we were doomed," she cried. Woojite found himself at a loss, having lived 2 lives without ever having touched a girl's hand. He was momentarily taken aback by the situation. All the romantic advice he had absorbed in his past life seemed irrelevant now. Startled by her embrace, Woojite quickly responded, gently comforting her, "It's all right. It's all right." Taze's reaction was not entirely unexpected. Woojite was undeniably handsome, and throughout their recent adventures, he had displayed remarkable strength. It was difficult not to be drawn to such a compelling figure. Moreover, given Bulma's notorious infatuation with attractive men, it was likely that Taze had inherited some of that trait. In this life-threatening moment, Woojite had emerged like a hero, filling Taze's heart with admiration. Without question, it was love at first sight. Under Woojite's soothing words, Taze quickly regained her composure. Upon realizing she was in his embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly rose, stammering, "Thank you, Woojite," before swiftly retreating from the scene. Woojite, left momentarily bewildered, watched as she closed the door behind her, finally comprehending the situation and breaking into a grin. Following this incident, the relationship between Woojite and Taze took on a subtle complexity. Teetering on the brink of something more profound, Taze felt a conflict within. Having known Woojite for only a few days, Their bond had rapidly intensified. Yet, with her limited understanding of him, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. On an unknown planet, a creature with a crab-like head cackled maniacally. Behind him loomed an enormous tree, while his minions wreaked havoc, plundering and burning, forcing the populace to flee in terror. Help! Someone save us! Run! The atmosphere of dread was spreading across the planet. Chapter 4. The Spirit Tree. Vegetto, come quickly. That planet over there is so strange. It has an enormous tree, Taisi exclaimed from beside the window. Upon hearing this, Vegetto joined her at the window, gazing at the colossal tree on the distant planet. Stroking his chin in contemplation, it felt somewhat familiar. Ding! The system has issued a new mission. Mission details: defeat Dales and save the surviving humans. Mission rewards: Spirit Tree seeds and 10 magical beans. Failure to complete the mission will result in the host's powers being sealed for 1 day. After a prolonged silence, the system finally came online to announce its first task. A mission has arrived. The rewards include Spirit Tree seeds and 10 magical beans. Quite impressive, Vegetto mused. Clearly, that gigantic tree was the Spirit Tree. A planet where the Spirit Tree is planted would have its life force drained, showing no signs of life for centuries, and could even lead to its destruction. Let us go take a look, Vegetto urged Taisi. Isn't it dangerous? That tree doesn't seem like a benevolent entity. Taisi hesitated, her experience in the cosmos giving her a cautious outlook. The tree itself poses no threat to me, but those who plant it may belong to our Saiyan clan. We cannot allow such individuals to wreak havoc, Vegetto explained. Very well, I can gather material for my writing. Perhaps it will make my novel a hit, Taisi replied with a spark of enthusiasm. With that, Taisi piloted the spacecraft down to the planet. Once on the surface, she transformed the ship into a capsule and retrieved another capsule to turn it into an airplane. As they traveled, the desolate landscape of cracked earth and yellow sand indicated that the Spirit Tree's fruit was nearing maturity, and the planet was on the verge of being drained. In the distance, they spotted the Spirit Tree, surrounded by the sounds of explosions and smoke, suggesting a fierce battle between the natives of the planet and Dale's faction. However, the situation for the natives appeared dire. Why can't we destroy that tree? A group of individuals crowded around a large screen in a massive room, with the one at the forefront exclaiming in frustration, "Is our planet truly doomed? We must deploy more troops and eliminate that tree and those individuals. They're too powerful. Our weapons are ineffective against them," the group argued, leading to discord and chaos. Meanwhile, Vegetto and Taisi had approached the Spirit Tree, and Dales noticed them with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. How audacious to come here, knowing the dangers, he mused. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he recognized Vegetto descending from the airplane, particularly his freely swaying tail. A Saiyan? Weren't all Saiyans wiped out during the explosion of planet Vegetto? Why is one here? Dale's mind raced with thoughts. Vegetto observed Dales, reflecting. He bears a striking resemblance to Kakarot, with that same crab-like head, though the aura is quite different. Kakarot's eyes have a hint of innocence, whereas Dale's exudes malice and coldness. Perhaps if Kakarot hadn't suffered that head injury, he might have turned out like this. As Vegetto pondered, Dales approached with an air of menace. Taisi sensed a stark contrast between the two Saiyans. Vegetto radiated confidence and strength, while Dales emanated a threatening demeanor, as if declaring himself the king of the world. "Hey, you're a Saiyan too, right? Want to join me for a grand battle?" Dales gestured towards the Spirit Tree. "That tree can enhance your power exponentially. If you ally with me, I can share some of its benefits." At this moment, one of Dale's underlings interjected, "Wait a minute, boss. The fruit from that tree is already scarce. We can't afford to share it with him." The others echoed in agreement, "Yeah. Boss, let us just get rid of him." With that, they charged at Vegetto. However, he effortlessly dodged their attack. Undeterred, one underling attempted to strike again, only to be met with Vegetto's powerful counterpunch, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. "There's no need for your minions to test me. I could dispatch you all with one hand," Vegetto declared confidently. "You've got quite the mouth on you. Everyone, attack together," Dales commanded, rallying the remaining lackeys to charge. As they rushed forward, Vegetto merely shook his head, unleashing a series of energy blasts that swiftly eliminated them. Recognizing the threat Vegetto posed, Dales realized he was not to be trifled with. "If you join me and harness the Spirit Tree's power, we could dominate the universe," Dales persisted. Vegetto, disinterested, teleported directly in front of Dales and struck him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the Spirit Tree. "Since you adore the Spirit Tree so much, you can vanish alongside it," Vegetto declared, gathering energy for one final blast aimed at Dales. A tremendous explosion echoed as the spirit tree was obliterated, and Dales, along with his underlings, met their demise. Woodgite approached Tai-Si, shielding her from the shockwave and debris of the explosion. As the spirit tree disintegrated, its energy returned to the planet, prompting new vegetation to sprout, water to reappear in lakes and rivers, and countless animals to reclaim their homes, rejoicing in their restored happiness. At that moment, a fleet of aircraft descended from the sky, landing swiftly. A group of people disembarked and rushed towards Woodgite, the leader bowing respectfully. "Arigato," he said, followed by the others in unison. Woodgite responded nonchalantly, "It was nothing. No need for formality. For you, it may be a trivial task, but for us, it is an immense favor. Please allow us to invite you and your companions to dine at the palace." The mention of food piqued Woodgite's interest, as he had been a foodie in his past life, yearning to sample the culinary delights of his homeland. He had intended to savor every dish before he was transported to the Dragon Ball universe, where he now aimed to taste the delicacies of the cosmos. The group made their way to the palace, encountering no obstacles, and arrived at a grand hall where an enormous table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Woodgite's mouth watered at the sight, and he eagerly approached to indulge in the feast. His eating habits drew incredulous stares from Tai-Si, who covered her face in embarrassment, while others looked on in astonishment, hastily calling the kitchen for more food. Chapter 5. The message from Bulma. After spending several delightful days on that planet, Vegeta and Tarbell embarked on a new journey. Vegeta soon returned to the monotony of life aboard the spaceship. One day, Tarbell received a message from his sister Bulma, which conveyed that an alien had recently visited Earth. Although the intruder was defeated, he left behind a warning that his comrades would arrive on Earth in a year's time, bringing potential disaster. Bulma inquired if Tarbell knew of any formidable warriors who could assist in this impending crisis. The message included a detailed description of the alien's characteristics. Upon receiving the message, Tarbell immediately sought out Vegeta for clarification, as the alien's traits bore a striking resemblance to those of Vegeta himself. Indeed, the description of a humanoid with a tail, black hair, and a boisterous demeanor strongly suggested a Saiyan identity. After listening to Tarbell's account, Vegeta responded, realizing the plot had progressed to the point of Raditz' arrival on Earth. From this juncture, power levels began to escalate rapidly. By the time they reached Namek, Goku's power surged from 90,000 to an astonishing 150 million within a mere day, a feat so extraordinary it could only be attributed to the heavens' favoritism towards the protagonist. Had King Vegeta engaged in a few push-ups during his battles, Kakarot would have surely perished long ago. In just 4 months, King Vegeta attained the strength that Goku had taken 39 years to develop. His innate talent was nothing short of terrifying. There was no cause for concern, as those two foes were far less formidable than the previously encountered Daikokutten. Upon hearing this, Tarbell felt a wave of relief wash over him. Daikokutten's power level was at least 20,000, while Vegeta's upon arriving on Earth was merely 18,000, and Nappa's was even lower than 10,000. If further reassurance was needed, a trip back to Earth could always be arranged. With Vegeta's assurance, Tarbell's worries dissipated. He had witnessed Vegeta's flying prowess firsthand, confident that the Earth's crisis would be effortlessly resolved. However, they decided against informing others just yet, as the threat of danger could more readily awaken their latent potential. Half a month later, Vegeta and Tarbell arrived at a yellow planet, Planet Yardrat. Indeed, it was Yardrat, where Vegeta sought to learn the instant transmission technique. During the Moro arc, Vegeta had trained here for a time, enabling him to confront Moro, though he ultimately faced defeat. Nonetheless, the strength of the Yardrat race was undeniable. As their spaceship landed on the outskirts of a city, a group of Yardratians emerged, displaying varied hues of green, pink, and blue, armed and watchful. One of them spoke. "Saiyans, are you here to attack us?" The reputation of the Saiyan race in the universe was far from favorable, and they were often regarded as enemies. No, I am not here to invade. Besides, the Saiyan race has been eradicated by Frieza. We pose no threat to your planet," Vegeta clarified. "I have come here to learn." Upon hearing this, the Yardratians lowered their weapons, realizing his intentions were peaceful. The Yardratians were renowned for their hospitality, often welcoming visitors seeking knowledge. One small green Yardrat said, "Then let me take you to meet the Elder." He led them to a dwelling. Knocking on the door, "Elder Pibra, we have visitors seeking to learn." A voice responded from within, "Come in." Upon entering, they found a massive blue Yardrat seated on the floor. "These two are here to learn," the small green one introduced. "This is Mr. Vegeta, and this is Ms. Tarble. This is Elder Pibra. All outsiders come to learn from him. The small yard rat then departed. You possess immense power within you, young man, yet your control over it is still rather crude, Elder Pibra observed keenly. I have come specifically to learn from you. Vegeta replied earnestly. Thus began Vegeta's sojourn on planet Yardrat. As time passed, 6 months flew by. I never anticipated your talent would flourish so rapidly. In just half a year, you have mastered instant transmission to a level that surpasses even mine, Elder Pibra remarked. Indeed, within this short span, Vegeta had honed the technique to extraordinary heights, mastering other skills as well. It could only be said that the system had bestowed upon Vegeta remarkable talent. Throughout these months, Vegeta diligently pursued his studies, while Tarble eagerly absorbed the tales of cosmic legends and mighty warriors from Elder Pibra. Elder Pibra, noticing Tarble's thirst for knowledge, shared every insight he possessed. Inspired by Vegeta, Tarble penned a novel titled Legends of the Cosmos, narrating the journey of a young girl who befriends a powerful entity during her travels through the universe, embarking on adventures that strengthen them both, ultimately culminating in their becoming legends across the cosmos. At last, Vegeta and Tarble prepared to depart. Vegeta had learned all he could, with further mastery awaiting through battle. Farewell, Elder Pibra. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Watching their spaceship fade into the distance, Elder Pibra reflected on Vegeta's unfathomable potential, knowing that the universe would surely remember his legacy. Meanwhile, on Snakeway, a small planet awaited Goku, who had just arrived at King Kai's planet after a 6-month journey. King Kai had informed him that there were still 158 days until Vegeta and Nappa's arrival on Earth. Goku must adapt to the tenfold gravity and learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques within that time frame. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth were receiving instruction from the Supreme Kai and Kibito in the sacred world of the Kais. Gohan and Piccolo were training in the wilderness. One must say, Piccolo had become quite the caretaker for the Sun family, now guiding Gohan, and later in the movies, escorting Pan to school, even learning to use a cell phone. All without pay, truly a remarkable turn of events. Now, there remained less than 6 months until the Saiyans would arrive on Earth. After a prolonged journey, Vegeta and Tarble finally reached Earth. Hooray, we've finally arrived, Vegeta exclaimed, gazing out at the planet with excitement. He felt as though the tiresome journey had nearly driven him to madness, and upon returning to Earth, he was determined to persuade Bulma to construct a new spaceship. Tarble's vessel had been designed solely with her needs in mind, proving too cramped for Vegeta's comfort. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was currently improving the battle power scouter left behind by Raditz. Upon disassembling the device, she discovered it contained a listening device, sending chills down her spine. She hurriedly attempted to contact Krillin and the others, yet they were all engaged in training at the sacred world and were unreachable. Chapter 6. Arrival on Earth. Ties gazed excitedly at the Earth, which was now within her reach. It had been a long time since she had returned home. For years, she had been traversing the cosmos and had missed her family dearly. The spacecraft swiftly approached Earth, entering the atmosphere and traveling all the way to West City. We've arrived. This is my home, Ties exclaimed, pointing to the enormous circular structure before her. It has changed at all after all this time, she remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The spacecraft landed gracefully on the grassy expanse of the yard, and Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs emerged to assess the situation. Oh my, it's Ties returning, Mrs. Briefs exclaimed joyfully, clasping Dr. Briefs' hand. It's good to have you back, Dr. Briefs added, equally pleased. As parents, their concern for their daughter was natural. Ties had been away for many years. Although they occasionally communicated, it was only upon seeing their daughter safe that their worries eased. Upon disembarking, Ties was greeted by her beaming parents, and her emotions surged. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed forward to embrace them. Dad, Mom, I'm back. It's wonderful to have you back, they replied, enveloping her in warmth. Observing this heartwarming scene, Woodjite chose to remain aboard the spacecraft for a moment longer, allowing them some time together. Mrs. Briefs fussed over her daughter, while Dr. Briefs silently watched the tender reunion. After a while, Woodjite descended from the spacecraft. Upon seeing him, Mrs. Briefs exclaimed with surprise, Oh my, Ties has brought home a handsome young man. Is this your boyfriend, Ties? Indeed, I am Ties' boyfriend. My name is Woodjite, he replied. Ties and Woodjite had solidified their relationship while studying on Adrat Star. At that moment, Bulma sensed the commotion and came to investigate. Upon entering the living room, she was taken aback. Sister, you're back. And you've brought a super handsome boyfriend. Bulma pointed at Vegette. Where did you find him? I want one too. Although Bulma was already in a relationship with Yamcha, her admiration for attractive men was no secret. Vegette had encountered ties during his travels when he stumbled upon her while she was at a supply station. Their adventure began when he found her spaceship had malfunctioned, and they decided to journey together. What a remarkable twist of fate. It must be destiny that you two found each other, Mrs. Brief said cheerfully, genuinely pleased for her daughter's happiness and trusting her judgment. After a pleasant exchange, Mrs. Briefs excused herself, having learned that Vegette had a hearty appetite. She planned to instruct the kitchen to prepare extra food to avoid shortages. Ties and Bulma rose to follow their mother, clearly needing to share some private words. Ties turned back to Vegette, saying, "Feel free to explore, just remember to return by dinner." Dr. Briefs lingered a while longer, engaging Vegette in conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Vegette inquired, "Doctor, my spaceship has been damaged. Could you assist me in designing a new one? My current knowledge does not suffice to create a vessel capable of space travel." Dr. Briefs responded, "Ties brought back my old spaceship. If we can salvage it, perhaps we can succeed." Vegette had prepared for this moment, recalling how Dr. Briefs had previously utilized technology from Goku's spaceship to construct a new craft, which Goku later used to travel to Namek. "If there are resources to study, I will need to investigate further before I can give you a definitive answer," Dr. Briefs said, intrigued by the extraterrestrial technology but unable to guarantee success. Sensing optimism in the doctor's words, Vegette felt reassured. Dr. Briefs departed, presumably to retrieve the spacecraft components from Ties, clearly captivated by the allure of alien technology. Vegette, too, felt compelled to visit the lookout to see the Earth's warriors. He harbored a curiosity about the enigmatic Bobo, rumored to be a hidden powerhouse, as it was said that Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct was taught by him. Moreover, during the Majin Buu saga, Bobo exhibited little power, yet managed to withstand a punch from the Super Saiyan Trunks, suggesting he harbored untapped strength. With a swift motion, Vegette pressed his fingers to his forehead and vanished. In the distance, Dr. Brief's pet cat widened its eyes, scampering over to where Vegette had stood, but found nothing amiss. At the lookout, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were engrossed in training, while the Supreme Kai and Bobo observed. Suddenly, Vegette materialized before them, and the group tensed, especially at the sight of his tail. "A Saiyan? I thought they were not due to arrive on Earth for another year," Krillin shouted in alarm. "Wait, upon closer inspection, this Saiyan feels different. I can't sense any energy from him. If he hadn't appeared before us, we might not have noticed him at all." Indicating he has mastered energy concealment, Tien noted. According to intelligence, the two Saiyans were not skilled in energy control and relied heavily on their scouters. Hence, this new Saiyan could not be the one Raditz had mentioned. After a moment of calm analysis, they reached a conclusion. "Indeed, I am not affiliated with Raditz and his companions. I arrived on Earth with Ties, who is Bulma's sister. 6 months ago, Bulma informed Ties of the situation on Earth, prompting my journey here," Vegette explained succinctly. "I've heard Bulma mention her sister, but I wasn't aware she had a boyfriend," Yamcha said, skepticism lacing his tone. "If you doubt me, feel free to call Bulma for confirmation," Vegette suggested, aware of the gravity of Earth's safety, which compelled them to be cautious. Yamcha excused himself to fetch his phone and contact Bulma. As he made the call, Vegette took the opportunity to scrutinize the enigmatic Bobo, as described by the online community. Chapter 7. A gathering at the Divine Temple within the perception of Gogeta. Buu's energy was not stronger than that of Piccolo, being comparable to the others. The deity amongst them was the weakest. Buu, adorned in an attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, with dark skin and a slightly plump physique, followed expressionlessly beside the deity. Gogeta could not shake the feeling that Buu did not embody the guise of a hidden powerhouse. Yet he found himself unable to probe Buu further. Thus, he turned his attention to Krillin and the others. The group was engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing at Gogeta, seemingly deliberating on his presence. "Do you think we can trust that guy?" one of them mused. "His demeanor doesn't suggest deceit. And he even encouraged us to call Bulma, which likely indicates sincerity." "I concur," another added. "He appears remarkably formidable. I can't sense his energy at all. How did he even reach the Divine Temple unnoticed? If he had intended to eliminate us, escape would have been impossible." At that moment, Yamcha returned with a phone. He promptly dialed Bulma. "Beep, beep, beep. Yamcha, I've called you so many times before, and you didn't answer. What is up with that? Have you grown a spine?" Bulma scolded as soon as she picked up the call. Yamcha stammered, at a loss for words, while Krillin seized the phone and interjected, Bulma, this isn't the time for grievances. Yamcha was training hard for Earth's sake. Right. Yamcha chimed in supportively. Am I really that unreasonable? The reason I called so many times was that I had something vital to discuss. A few days ago, I opened Raditz Scouter and discovered a listening device concealed within it, likely used to monitor Saiyans. There's a chance that information regarding the Dragon Balls has been compromised. What? The group gasped in shock. The Dragon Balls were the most significant treasures on Earth, known only to a select few beyond the two Saiyans. Of course, it's also possible that nothing has been leaked. The other party couldn't possibly monitor Raditz constantly. According to Raditz, the two other Saiyans are even more powerful, making them prime targets for surveillance. Listening to Bulma's analysis, the group felt a wave of concern. After all, those who could monitor Saiyans were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Enough of that. What do you need us for? Bulma inquired. Well, we have a Saiyan here who claims to have come to Earth with your sister, Ties. We wanted to confirm this with you, given the implications of having a Saiyan around. Are you referring to Gogeta? He actually made it to you? He my brother-in-law, and just arrived on Earth today. No need to worry. I trust my sister's judgment. Upon hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. The aura Gogeta exuded was indeed somewhat intimidating. Have you finished your inquiries? Gogeta approached and asked. Apologies, Gogeta, but the fate of Earth is at stake. So we must exercise caution, Krillin said, a hint of regret in his tone. I understand. Given the current circumstances, your prudence is justified, Gogeta replied, undisturbed. The two who are coming to Earth are likely Vegeta and his subordinate. The remaining Saiyans are just them, me, and Kakarot. Gogeta continued. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans, with remarkable talent. His battle power was already at 3,000 at birth and is now approaching 20,000. How will you protect the Earth? Gogeta asked, regarding the group. The strongest among you barely approaches 2,000 in battle power, no matter how much you train. Your strength will not increase significantly. What you lack most is time. Gogeta's words cast a pall over the group. His intention was to persuade the deity and Bu to escort them to the hyperbolic time chamber. Gogeta wished to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 within its confines. Previously, his inability to control his power had hindered him, but after 6 months of training on Yardrat, he felt ready to achieve that transformation. Is that Vegeta truly that powerful? How can we possibly stand a chance? Krillin and Kairatsu paled at the thought, while Yamcha and Tien shared their solemn expressions. Thus, I emphasize that what you lack is time. Is there any way to delay their arrival or accelerate time? I've heard you possess the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Gogeta was essentially speaking for Bu's benefit. Indeed, Bu responded, the Divine Temple has a room known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. 1 year spent inside equates to just 1 day outside. However, the environment is quite harsh. Goku only managed to endure a month in there during his childhood, and an individual can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime. Exceeding that time will cause the entrance to vanish, and only 2 individuals can enter at once. Bu explained the chamber's functions and precautions to the group. The Divine Temple holds such a place? Why didn't you inform us earlier, Bu? Because the environment is exceedingly harsh, and I had no idea time would become so pressing, Bu replied. Let us get ready. We'll pair up and enter for training. If it becomes unbearable, we can switch out, Tien organized. I'll seek out the other fighter. He also possesses considerable strength and can be informed about the hyperbolic time chamber, Gogeta stated, planning to find Piccolo and Gohan, as Gohan's potential should not be squandered. Without hesitation, Gogeta utilized instant transmission, arriving at the location of Gohan and Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo was mercilessly pummeling Gohan, who bore the marks of a brutal sparring session. Ah, so you are Piccolo? Gogeta greeted with a wave. You, a Saiyan? Piccolo's face shifted dramatically as he reacted instantly. Stay calm. Hear me out, Gogeta urged, explaining the hyperbolic time chamber to Piccolo. He continued, I'm taking Gohan to Bulma's. I will guide him in his training. As fellow Saiyans, I can help him grow stronger more effectively. Without waiting for Piccolo to respond, Gogeta swiftly seized Gohan and, employing instant transmission, returned to West City. At Bulma's residence, Gogeta's sudden appearance startled the trio of mother and daughters. Upon recognizing him, Ties lightly tapped Gogeta's arm, playfully admonishing, Don't just appear out of nowhere, it's quite alarming. Gogeta chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, I'll be more mindful next time, before setting Gohan down. Bulma then rushed forward, exclaiming, Where did you find Gohan? Do you have any idea how frantic Chi-Chi has been? Chapter 8. New mission. Bulma picked up her phone and called Chi-Chi, informing her that Gohan was at her house and urging her to come quickly. Gohan was with Piccolo, and Bulma had brought him back while looking for Piccolo. Gohan possessed immense potential, and she wanted to train him. Vegeta expressed his thoughts. However, Bulma knew that Chi-Chi would not agree. She understood Chi-Chi well, knowing that her desire was for Gohan to become a great scholar. Do not worry, I have a plan. Vegeta said confidently. He believed he could persuade Chi-Chi. The system had issued a new task to cultivate Gohan and mold him into a competent warrior. The reward for this task was a mysterious form, while the consequence of failure was the loss of all Super Saiyan transformations. This task appeared to be quite challenging, particularly since convincing Chi-Chi would be no small feat, as Gohan's dream was to become an esteemed scholar. But why was Vegeta so self-assured? It was because the system had unlocked a new feature, time travel, which allowed for the transportation of individuals across time. If they could bring Gohan and Chi-Chi to the future or to the Cell timeline. Vegeta believed that Chi-Chi would not only cease to hinder Gohan's training but would also supervise him. In the future timeline, humanity was nearly eradicated by androids. It was akin to hell on Earth. Gohan was still young, and his sheltered upbringing had shielded him from the harsh realities of the world. In the original story, Chi-Chi had raised Gohan alone, limiting his interactions with others and confining his studies to home, leaving him without peers. In today's society, such a child could easily become a problem, yet Gohan had not, which spoke volumes about Chi-Chi's parenting and Gohan's own exceptional nature. If Gohan continued to train, the enemies in the future would surely lament their fate. Madam, dinner is ready, a servant announced, interrupting his thoughts. Let us eat, Vegeta said to Gohan. You've been surviving in the wild for so long. I am sure you have missed delicious food. Gohan, still somewhat bewildered by his sudden arrival at Bulma's house, felt the allure of the cuisine and set aside his thoughts, eager to enjoy a sumptuous meal. At the dining table, Gohan and Vegeta feasted heartily, leaving everyone else astonished. Except for Tais, who remained unfazed, having grown immune after spending so much time with Vegeta. After satisfying their appetites, Gohan and Vegeta slumped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Ah, we are so full." Vegeta then spoke again. Gohan. HM? Gohan replied, "Have you considered serious training? My dream is to become a great scholar." Being a scholar does not preclude martial training. The two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Studying martial arts also involves cultivating the mind, and learning is an integral part of that. These concepts were still too complex for young Gohan to grasp at the moment. Vegeta noticed Gohan's confusion and continued. You are still young. As you experience more of life, you will come to understand. Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding. Just then, Chi-Chi arrived at Bulma's house. Upon entering, she spotted Gohan lying on the sofa and rushed to his side, embracing him tightly, inspecting him closely. My Gohan, are you all right? Goku is gone. You cannot suffer any harm. Chi-Chi wept uncontrollably as she held Gohan. Ox King comforted Chi-Chi from behind. It's all right. Gohan is fine. It was that Piccolo who took him away for so long. If Vegeta had not brought Gohan back, we might not have seen him for ages. I will not allow anyone to take Gohan away again. Chi-Chi's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke. However, Vegeta interjected, I brought Gohan back to train him. His potential is immense, and I believe he can become a mighty warrior. What? No. I will not allow Gohan to engage in such dangerous activities. His future is to become a great scholar. Let Goku handle the fighting. Chi-Chi exclaimed passionately upon hearing Vegeta's intentions to train Gohan. Vegeta, feeling helpless, said, Chi-Chi, you must understand that the enemies we face will only grow stronger. Goku has already fallen. Do you want to witness Gohan perish before your eyes? The only way to prevent tragedy is to make Gohan stronger than anyone else. Chi-Chi was too distraught to listen. All she wanted was to take Gohan home. She lifted him in her arms and turned to leave. Vegeta recognized that persuading Chi-Chi would take time, so he allowed her to go without resistance. He decided to let her calm down for a few days and planned to visit the temple to guide Krillin and the others. The following morning, after breakfast, Vegeta arrived at the temple. Ah, everyone is here, he greeted Krillin and the others. Good morning, Vegeta, Krillin replied. Piccolo remained silent, wearing a sour expression, evidently displeased about Vegeta bringing Gohan away. Are we ready to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta inquired. Piccolo stated he would go in first, followed by Tien and Kaihatsu. Then Vegeta and Yamcha. Just you alone? I will go in with you, Vegeta said, swiftly tapping Piccolo's shoulder. So fast? Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. Whatever, he huffed. Then let us proceed. Mr. Popo, please guide us, Vegeta requested. The group followed Mr. Popo to the door of a room, where he pointed, saying, "Behind this door lies the hyperbolic time chamber." Vegeta and Piccolo entered, and once the door closed, Piccolo realized he could no longer sense Krillin and the others' energy. They stepped outside and were greeted by a vast expanse of white with no visible end. Vegeta walked towards the area with 4 times the normal gravity and felt nothing. Piccolo followed and stumbled, falling over. The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world, and the air is only a quarter of its density, making it ideal for your training, Vegeta explained. Meanwhile, outside, Krillin and the others awaited. How long do you think Piccolo and Vegeta will stay inside? Yamcha suddenly asked. Mr. Popo said Goku only stayed for a month when he was young. Piccolo can certainly last longer. I guess he could manage 3 months, Tien replied. I cannot see through Vegeta. However, he feels unfathomable to me, Krillin added. Indeed, Vegeta gives me the impression of an abyss, the more I sense. The more terrifying he seems, Krillin concurred. At that moment, Yamcha remarked, if Vegeta is so formidable, why don't we rely on him when the Saiyans arrive? We have only just met. We cannot expect him to help us. If we could depend on Vegeta, why would he want us to train? He might leave someday. And Earth will still need our protection, Krillin explained to Yamcha. Tien interjected, relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. If we must depend on others every time a crisis arises, then what is the point of our training? We might as well go home and do nothing. Yamcha was left speechless by this retort, scratching his head awkwardly as he forced a smile. Chapter 9, Super Saiyan 4 within the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta engages in a fierce battle against Piccolo. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, another Vegeta exists. Having spent half a year training on planet Yardrat, Vegeta has mastered the control of his energy to perfection and acquired numerous skills. He divides a clone to train Piccolo while his original self prepares to attempt transformation into Super Saiyan 4 once again. Vegeta propels himself towards the distant exit of the time chamber, flying further and further until the exit becomes invisible, yet he remains unconcerned about losing his way. As long as Piccolo and the clone are present, he can teleport back to the exit, or, if necessary, shatter the fabric of space itself to escape. Raising his hand, a synthetic moon materializes instantaneously, casting a blinding light upon the earth. Subsequently, a colossal figure emerges. Vegeta transforms into a golden great ape, exuding a terrifying aura that shatters the surrounding space. Outside the temple, a golden radiance suddenly envelopes the area, followed by the catastrophic shattering of space, unleashing a dreadful power that causes the entire planet to tremble. What is happening? A group waiting outside stumbles, questioning the sudden chaos. The citizens of the city flee in panic. Run for your lives. The apocalypse is upon us. The earth is doomed. Inside the time chamber, Piccolo finds himself overwhelmed by this oppressive energy, rendered immobile. Is this terrifying power Vegeta? He struggles to articulate. At that moment, Vegeta's clone shields Piccolo from the shockwave, explaining, the original is attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? What is that? At this stage, Piccolo cannot comprehend. You may not understand now, but you will in due time, the clone replies with a mysterious smile. Soon after, the overwhelming aura dissipates. The clone, stroking his chin, muses, failed again? In the next instant, a crimson figure appears behind him. I did it. The clone turns to witness the original Vegeta standing there. Adorned with a black mane, crimson eyes, and a torso covered in red fur, his tail swaying freely, radiating a primal essence. Piccolo rises, bewildered. What is this? A transformation? And what was that terrifying aura? This is Super Saiyan 4. The earlier commotion was a result of my transformation, Vegeta elucidates. Outside, Krillin and the others feel the tremors cease. Krillin stands, questioning, what just happened? Could it be the Saiyans have arrived? Impossible, they are still 6 months away, Krillin counters. Could it be caused by Vegeta? We have yet to witness his true strength, Tien calmly speculates. The source of the earlier tremor emanated from the sacred temple. Only Vegeta possesses such power. Let us ask him when he comes out, Tien suggests. That's all we can do, Krillin replies. As the citizens of Earth sense the tremors have subsided, a hush falls over them. Oh, it was just an earthquake. I thought the end of the world had come. Indeed, in the time chamber, over 3 months have passed. During this time, under Vegeta's tutelage, Piccolo has made remarkable progress, his combat power exceeding 10,000, surpassing Goku. We must leave, Piccolo. You have reached your peak strength, and further improvement will be difficult for now. Upon exiting the time chamber, Piccolo's immense aura is immediately perceived by Krillin and the others. Such potent energy. You were only in there for a few hours, and you've changed so drastically? The training in the time chamber is indeed effective. They exclaim, noting the stark contrast between Vegetta's intact attire and Piccolo's tattered garments. Who wishes to enter first? Krillin suggests. Let Tien and Kaiatsu go first. We still have plenty of time. Tien and Kaiatsu step inside. By the way, that terrifying aura earlier, was it your doing, Vegeta? Krillin inquires. Still unsettled by the memory. Piccolo interjects, that was Vegeta attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Krillin echoes in confusion. It is a transformation unique to the Saiyans, Vegeta clarifies. You will witness it in due course. I must take my leave, after spending 3 months in there. My palate has grown quite bland. With that, he teleports back to West City. Upon arrival, Vegeta seeks out Bulma, requesting her to prepare some sustenance. At the dining table, he confides in Bulma. In a few days, I intend to take Gohan and Chi-Chi to a parallel universe, to show them a world akin to hell. He proceeds to outline the desolate future he envisions. Is there truly a parallel universe? Bulma questions, her skepticism evident, especially since even the scholarly Dr. Briefs could not confirm its existence. You will find out when we go. In that world, the Briefs are deceased, leaving only Bulma to struggle through. Gohan ultimately meets his demise as well. The loss of Gohan's arm will serve as a catalyst for Chi-Chi to realize the importance of strength. Prepare yourself. In that world, humanity is on the brink of extinction. Gather some supplies. They will surely be of use. And perhaps inquire if Bulma wishes to join us, Vegeta continues while eating. In the coming days, I will return to the sacred temple to guide the remaining fighters, enhancing their abilities. Otherwise, they may meet a fate similar to the storyline, which would be quite troublesome. Days later, at the sacred temple, Krillin, Tien, and others, having trained under Vegetta's guidance, have significantly enhanced their strengths, surpassing their original narrative limits. In the original storyline, when the Saiyans arrive on Earth, Krillin's power level is 1770, Yamcha's is 1480, Kaiatsu's is 810, Tien's is 1830, and Piccolo's is 3500. After Vegetta's rigorous training, Krillin's power level rises to 4650, Yamcha's to 3830, Kaiatsu's to 2270, Tien's to 5050, and Piccolo skyrockets to 10,000. This is precise. They are now equipped to confront Nappa and Vegeta. Your current strength should suffice against Vegeta and Nappa. However, remain cautious as Vegetta's power exceeds yours. Engage him as best as you can, but leave the confrontation to Goku, Vegeta admonishes before departing, emphasizing the need for caution, as Vegeta could potentially eliminate several of them before Goku arrives. Now, focus on your training and work on your teamwork. It can prove invaluable when the power gap is minimal, particularly with techniques like Solar Flare and Kamehameha, which can catch the enemy off guard. Vegeta imparts this final piece of advice. Chapter 10. Journey to the future. The following day, Vegeta and Tais arrived early, packed their belongings, and prepared for departure. Bulma was also ready, and the three boarded the aircraft, setting course for Chi-Chi's home in the Baozi Mountains. At Chi-Chi's residence, she was busy preparing breakfast for Gohan, who was studying in his room. Suddenly, the sound of the airplane filled the air, followed by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Chi-Chi was greeted by Bulma. Bulma? What brings you here so early? Chi-Chi inquired. I have a matter to discuss. Vegeta emerged from behind Bulma, prompting a slight frown from Chi-Chi, though she allowed them inside. If you're here to persuade me, spare your breath. I will not allow Gohan to train with you, Chi-Chi stated firmly. I wish to introduce you to someone. After meeting this person, if you still hold on to your original thoughts, I shall not disturb you further, Vegeta replied. All right. Let us go, Chi-Chi conceded, eager to resolve this matter swiftly. She had been burdened with anxiety, fearing that Vegeta might simply take Gohan away, much like Piccolo had done. Let us wait until you finish breakfast, and then Gohan will join us, Chi-Chi suggested. With that, Vegeta took a seat, awaiting the completion of their meal. Chi-Chi called Gohan to the dining area, and upon his arrival, he paused, noticing the guests. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Vegeta, he greeted, perplexed by Tais, whom he did not recognize. This is my sister Tais, Vegeta's girlfriend, Bulma introduced. Aunt Tais, Gohan politely acknowledged. At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray laden with steaming buns. Such a small appetite, yet you can consume so much? Truly a Saiyan, Tais remarked, astonished by Gohan's capacity. Would you care to join us? Chi-Chi offered. No. We have already eaten on our way here, Bulma declined. After Gohan and Chi-Chi finished their meal, they prepared to depart. System, activate the time-space portal, Vegeta instructed inwardly. A vibrant portal materialized before them, and Vegeta observed the enigmatic aura emanating from it. Crossing through this passage will lead us there, he assured the group. When did you acquire such a technique? Tais inquired. I learned it on planet Yardrat. Vegeta fabricated an excuse, having spent considerable time studying there. Let us proceed, Vegeta urged. Stepping into the portal, followed by the others. The passage was suffused with brilliant colors, and soon they reached the exit. Upon emerging, they were met with a landscape strewn with ruins. Vegeta sighed, what a tragic sight this world presents. What place is this? Tais asked. This is the future. Approximately a decade or so ahead of our time, Vegeta replied, struggling to recall the exact timeline. I understand you have many questions. But you shall find answers once we meet the individual I spoke of, he assured them, adopting a teleportation stance while holding Tais' hand. Simply touch either me or Tais. Bulma grasped Chi-Chi with one hand and Tais with the other, while Gohan held on to Chi-Chi. In an instant, they vanished. In a desolate area, future Gohan was engaged in a training session with Trunks. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as mere afterimages to the untrained eye. After a brief respite, future Gohan remarked, Trunks, your power level has reached the threshold for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Let us attempt it today. All right, brother Gohan, Trunks replied. Excitement evident in his voice. If he could transform, he would be able to fight the androids without being a burden. The essence of becoming a Super Saiyan lies in channeling one's rage, transforming it into raw power, and unleashing the potential within. Rage. Trunks recalled the horrific acts of the androids, their malicious laughter echoing in his mind. He thought of the time when Gohan had been injured while rescuing him, and his heart surged with fury. Oh! Trunks roared, his aura flaring brilliantly, shifting from white to gold. Imagine if I were to perish before your eyes. Unleash that fury and power, Gohan encouraged. Envisioning Gohan's demise amid the taunts of the androids, Trunks unleashed a thunderous bellow. Ha! Before them. Trunks' hair and eyebrows transformed into a golden hue, his green eyes radiating a chilling intensity, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. He had successfully become a Super Saiyan. Maintain your composure. Suppress your inner exhilaration while sustaining the Super Saiyan state. Remember this sensation, Gohan instructed. Trunks furrowed his brow, striving to control the power within him. But after a brief moment, he reverted to his normal state, panting heavily. That was commendable. You managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. With practice, you will master the transformation, Gohan encouraged. After a short break, the duo prepared to return to the underground chamber. Suddenly, they were confronted by the arrival of several individuals, Vegetto's group. Gohan instinctively assumed a combat stance, but upon recognizing the visitors, his eyes brimmed with tears. Chi-Chi, upon seeing Gohan, immediately recognized him as her son, Gohan. The fluttering sleeves of his garment were unmistakable. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced future Gohan, caressing the empty sleeve. My Gohan, how have you changed? Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Bulma, Tais, and young Gohan realized that the one-armed figure before them was indeed Gohan. Future Gohan was equally moved, tears cascading down his cheeks as he beheld the mother from his memories. Unable to contain his emotions, he too broke down, for at just over 20 years of age, he bore the immense weight of protecting the Earth, a burden that threatened to overwhelm him. Trunks observed his youthful mother, reflecting on how vibrant and lovely Bulma appeared in her youth, a stark contrast to her current state, marked by wrinkles and the toll of worry from the android crisis. Yet, he hesitated to reveal himself, fearing that recognition might shatter Bulma and lead to his own disappearance. Vegeta, sensing Trunks' anxiety, gently informed Bulma. The young man with blue hair is your son. Bulma stood frozen, incredulous. My son? She repeated, unprepared for such a revelation. As Trunks watched Bulma engage in hushed conversation with another, he could see her shock. She approached them, exclaiming, Are you my younger self? Trunks remained somewhat bewildered, questioning how this group had arrived. I never anticipated my son would be so dashing. Truly my son. Bulma marveled, her focus fixed on the unexpected. Chapter 11. The new Namekian wish. Once Chi-Chi and future Gohan regained their composure, Gogeta suggested, let us converse at your residence. Aware of the looming threat posed by the androids, future Gohan led the group to their underground dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, Trunks called out, Mom, I'm back. A voice from within responded, You've returned so early today. Aren't you going to train with Gohan a bit longer? Before the sentence could be completed, the occupants noticed Trunks' companions, his younger self, his sister, Chi-Chi, and little Gohan. Future Bulma momentarily stood in shock, but quickly deduced, it must be my younger self from the past. Truly, she was a clever Bulma. It seemed she was already conceptualizing the time machine. Or perhaps she had blueprints, but lacked the necessary materials, Gogeta mused. No, strictly speaking, this is merely a parallel universe, Gogeta clarified. Parallel universe? Future Bulma comprehended Gogeta's implication in an instant. She had harbored the hope of returning to the past to alter the future, yet it appeared that possibility had vanished. Please. Everyone, have a seat, Future Bulma urged, producing an array of chairs for the group. Tights observed her weary sister and felt an indescribable pang of sorrow, compounded by the harsh conditions on Earth upon their arrival. Present-day Bulma surely endured tremendous hardships. Bulma gazed at her future self, her heart heavy with empathy. What has caused such a transformation? What has happened to Gohan's hand? Chi-Chi inquired directly. Little Gohan, observing the scars on his older self and the severed arm, recalled Gogeta's previous assertion, strength is paramount. His aspirations should not revolve around becoming a scholar. At least, his future self could not afford such dreams. You must have reached the point of Saiyan invasion on Earth, correct? Future Bulma asked. In about 6 months, Bulma replied. After the Saiyan invasion, the Earth's guardian perished, and the Dragon Balls vanished. We ventured to Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls, where we encountered the tyrant Frieza. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated him. A year later, Frieza returned and was slain by Goku. 3 years hence, androids emerged, imperceptible to our ki, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Goku succumbed to a heart virus, and Earth's warriors fell one by one, leaving only Gohan and Trunks. With Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls of Earth became useless, and locating New Namek proved elusive. Thus, they could not be revived. Future Bulma recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi understood Gogeta's intent in bringing her here. Witnessing future Gohan's condition pained her. She realized that her attempts to steer Gohan towards academia instead of allowing him to train alongside Goku had likely rendered him insufficiently strong, resulting in his injuries. Fortunately, there remained a chance for redemption. Tights, feeling anguish for her sister, softly inquired of Gogeta, "Is there any way we can assist them?" "Of course. Do you think I brought you here solely to change Chi-Chi?" Gogeta replied confidently. The group from the future directed their gaze towards Gogeta. Their historical timeline had never included him, hence they were unfamiliar with this individual. "We merely need to find New Namek. Do not forget, we have previously traveled to Yardrat, and I excel at instant transmission, far surpassing Kakarot," Gogeta boasted. He had trained Spopovich to be more formidable than Elder Pibara. Mastering instant transmission was child's play for him. Is that truly so? Future Gohan expressed excitement as he recalled his father, Goku, as an invincible figure. Had it not been for that wretched heart condition, the androids would never have wreaked havoc on Earth. "Indeed, I shall take you there now," Gogeta declared, rising to clasp future Gohan's shoulder. Placing a finger to his forehead in concentration. "Found it. A key signature akin to Piccolo's. It must be New Namek. Let us depart." With a swift motion, Gogeta and future Gohan vanished. On a distant planet, a group of Namekians toiled in their fields when suddenly, Gogeta and future Gohan appeared before them, startling those tending the crops. "Who are you?" one Namekian queried, his demeanor cautious. "I am the son of Goku, Gohan," he introduced himself, gesturing to his own figure. At that moment, someone from the group dashed forward, exclaiming, "Gohan? Is that really you?" The newcomer was Dend, now matured after several years. "Gohan, what happened to your hand?" Dend inquired, pointing. "You are Dend? Perfect. Please take us to the Grand Elder," Gohan requested, foregoing further explanations. Without hesitation, Dend led them to the Grand Elder's residence. "Grand Elder, Gohan has arrived," Dend announced upon their arrival. Gohan, the son of Goku, the Grand Elder recognized him immediately. "Has something significant transpired on Earth?" Gohan nodded and recounted the situation in brief. "I see, so you wish to borrow the Dragon Balls," the Grand Elder remarked. "Dend, inform the tribes to bring the Dragon Balls here," he commanded. Dend promptly exited to relay the message. "Can the Dragon of Namek resurrect Goku, who succumbed to a heart ailment?" Gogeta inquired of the Grand Elder. "As long as the soul endures, resurrection is possible," the Grand Elder replied. Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek proved superior to those of Earth. While Earth's dragon stated that natural death precluded resurrection, Namek's could indeed revive. The disparity was evident. Before long, Dind returned with the Dragon Balls. After placing them down, he took his leave. "Thank you, Dind." Gohan expressed his gratitude. Dind chattered excitedly, and as darkness fell, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light. Soon, the Namekian dragon, Purunga, emerged. "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any desire can be granted. You may request 3 wishes. Please revive my father, Goku," Gohan declared, articulating his first wish. Dind relayed the wish to the dragon, who paused in contemplation before stating, "Goku does not wish to be revived. Please make another wish." Gohan was taken aback. At that moment, Goku connected with King Kai and spoke to Gohan. "Gohan, I've been dead for many years now, and I no longer wish to return. Your potential is immense. I believe you can defeat the androids and safeguard Earth." But Gohan attempted to protest, yet Gogeta interjected, "Kakarot, do you not yearn to challenge stronger foes, to witness broader horizons? Will you content yourself to linger in the afterlife indefinitely?" Goku appeared somewhat swayed, yet remained indecisive. Observing this, Gogeta pressed on. "If you think Super Saiyan 3 is the pinnacle, let me enlighten you. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. There are countless who surpass you." Gogeta delivered this potent message with unwavering conviction. Chapter 12. Resurrection of the Masses. Son Wukong now stands unrivaled in the entire underworld, wielding the unparalleled power of Super Saiyan 3. While Ribbit can barely contend with Wukong, Vegeta, burdened by his grievous sins in life, has been cast into hell by King Yen. Consequently, Wukong is unable to spar with him. Upon hearing Vegeta mention the existence of someone stronger, Wukong is instantly inspired. He yearns for resurrection, eager to witness more formidable warriors. "Very well, you have persuaded me," he declares. Gohan, filled with excitement, exclaims, "Hooray!" As Dandy babbles away. The dragon's eyes gleam red, forming an OK gesture, proclaiming, "Your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish." On King Kai's planet, Wukong's halo vanishes. This isn't Wukong's first resurrection, and he feels little extraordinary about it. He places his finger on his forehead and bids farewell to King Kai, saying, "Goodbye, King Kai. I apologize for disturbing you all these years." Then, he disappears. King Kai gazes at the spot where Wukong once stood, lamenting, "That rascal Wukong has returned to life again." His enemies are in for a rough time. Having spent many years observing Wukong, he is acutely aware of his strength, recognizing that, aside from that esteemed individual, none can rival him. Meanwhile, on Namek, Wukong instantaneously teleports to Gohan's side. Seeing Gohan before him stirs Wukong's heart. "Hey Gohan, Dad." Gohan embraces Wukong tightly, tears streaming down his face. In Wukong's presence, he allows himself to express the grievances he has endured over the years. "You've had a tough time these years." Wukong reassures gently, patting Gohan's back. "The dragon is still here. Hurry, make your wish." "Right." Gohan releases Wukong and turns to Dandy, saying, "Please, dragon, resurrect those who were killed by the androids, excluding the evildoers." Dandy repeats the previous incantation, chattering to the dragon, who informs them, "Only souls that remain in the underworld can be revived. Those who have reincarnated cannot be brought back, and this wish will consume 2 wishes." The dragon responds, "Very well, as long as it can be realized." Gohan affirms, and the dragon's eyes turn red once more, fulfilling the wish. In heaven, Piccolo and Krillin are revived, while in hell, Vegetto's soul dissipates. On Earth, Vegeta rises amidst the ruins. Many others are resurrected, yet their numbers pale in comparison to those slain by the androids, as most have reincarnated. "Farewell," the dragon proclaims, shimmering with golden light, as the 7 Dragon Balls soar into the sky, scattering like shooting stars. Once more, the sun graces the sky with its light. After the wishes are granted, Vegeta turns to Wukong, saying, "Kakarot, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Vegeta." "Vegeta, I can sense your strength," Wukong replies, brimming with excitement, eager to engage in a spar. Vegeta, discerning his thoughts, interrupts, "First, you go to heaven and bring back Piccolo and the others. I will take Gohan back to Earth. After we deal with the androids, I shall gladly spar with you." Wukong, elated, sets off to find Piccolo. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gohan remain, with Gohan expressing heartfelt gratitude to the Elder. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder. Do not mention it. Son Wukong is a benefactor of the Namekians. Now that you face difficulties, we should extend a helping hand." The Elder replies with a smile. "We must return, Elder, Dandy." Gohan laments, feeling reluctant to part from his childhood companions so soon. "Do come to play often." Dandy waves goodbye, though he too feels a pang of sadness. Understanding Gohan has pressing matters to attend to, Vegetto places a hand on Gohan's shoulder, promising, "Once I resolve my matters, I will bring Krillin along to visit you." Then, Vegetto utilizes instantaneous movement to return to Earth. In the future, Bulma eagerly approaches the two, asking, "How did it go? Were you successful?" Trunks looks on with anticipation at Gohan. Gohan smiles, proclaiming, "Dad has been revived, and those killed by the androids are back as well." Hooray! Trunks shouts joyfully. In future, Bulma beams with happiness. Dad is currently in heaven bringing Uncle Krillin back. Uncle Vegeta, due to his grave sins, has descended into hell and should be revived at the place of his demise. As Gohan finishes speaking, Wukong reappears with everyone in tow. The small basement is packed with people. 2 Chi-Chis, 2 Gohans, 2 Bulmas, a throng of Saiyans and Earthlings, along with Vegetto and others, leaving them no choice but to venture outside. Future Chi-Chi, upon seeing future Gohan, feels a surge of empathy, while Vegeta recognizes Trunks. The atmosphere is overwhelmingly touching. The immediate priority is to address the androids. Otherwise, those recently revived may find themselves once more in peril. Vegetto speaks up. "Allow me to eliminate them." A mere pile of scrap metal. Vegeta, ever proud, takes on the task without hesitation. Though deceased, he senses he has reached the second level of Super Saiyan and finds 2 androids to be trivial obstacles. Future Bulma retrieves a radio from the basement, catching news that, for reasons unknown, those previously slain by the androids have returned to life, while the androids are wreaking havoc in a certain area. Upon hearing this, Vegeta promptly stands to head towards that location. Is it wise for Vegeta to go alone? Future Bulma expresses concern, recalling how he had been killed by the androids once before. There is no cause for alarm. Vegeta's power now far surpasses those 2 androids, Wukong assures her. Sensing that Vegeta has ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan, Bulma watches Vegeta depart, pondering, is that person to be my future husband? Struggling to comprehend how her future self could be enamored with Vegeta, who is shorter and appears rather arrogant, she approaches future Bulma and quietly inquires, "Future me, how did you come to like that Vegeta?" Future Bulma stifles a laugh at the question, replying, "Because." Bulma's expression shifts to one of shock. Meanwhile, Vegetto approaches Chi-Chi, stating, "Now, can you allow Gohan to train?" Chi-Chi? Both Chi-Chis nod in agreement. Future Chi-Chi adds that they now understand the importance of strength and will no longer hinder Gohan's training. At this moment, Wukong turns to Vegetto, saying, "Now, may I witness your power, Vegetto?" Vegetto shakes his head, replying, "Wait until tomorrow. Bring the 2 Gohans and Trunks to the time chamber in the Supreme Kai's palace. Their foundations are too weak, and it will take some time to teach them. There, you may witness my strength." Chapter 13, Gogeta vs. Son Wukong. Early the next morning, Gogeta and Wukong, accompanied by 2 Gohans and Trunks, arrived at the sacred temple. "Ah, Supreme Kai, you have returned." Wukong greeted warmly. "Indeed. It is splendid to see you again, Lord Supreme Kai," Bubbles chimed in with a cheerful tone. Having endured years of solitude since the demise of Piccolo, who perished alongside the Supreme Kai, Bubbles was overjoyed by the resurrection of his companion. "We have come to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan and Trunks' fundamentals are woefully inadequate, and they must start anew." Wukong explained the purpose of their visit. "Not a problem, I shall guide you there." The hyperbolic time chamber is located at the lowest level of the temple, Bubbles promptly replied, leading the group downwards. Upon reaching the entrance, Wukong suddenly halted. "Wait a moment. I will fetch Vegeta. He will surely wish to join us." With that, he vanished using instant transmission. This time, 6 individuals were to enter. And Gogeta recalled a peculiar quirk of the hyperbolic time chamber. During the Cell Saga, only 2 could enter at a time, yet during the Majin Buu Saga, Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, and Majin Buu had all entered together without consequence. This was indeed curious. Therefore, Gogeta resolved to bring everyone inside together, confident that even if the exit vanished, they could break through space with their combined power. Before long, Wukong returned with Vegeta. The latter wore his usual proud expression and scoffed, "That detestable cockroach. Why did you not mention this splendid place sooner? Had we trained there during the android crisis, we wouldn't have lost so many lives to those 2 scrap heaps." Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, offering an explanation. "I was incapacitated by heart disease at that time. I couldn't inform you, and I was unaware of the android's emergence. I had only entered for a brief period as a child and subsequently forgot." Vegeta huffed disdainfully, but said nothing further. "Let us proceed. Everyone, enter," Gogeta proclaimed. Everyone Wukong inquired, surprised, as he was aware of the chamber's regulations that permitted only 2 individuals at a time. Otherwise, the exit would disappear. Bubbles interjected with an explanation. Fear not. I have a solution. Trust me, Gogeta asserted confidently. Then let us enter, Wukong conceded, seeing Gogeta's unwavering assurance. The others followed suit, leaving only Gogeta and Bubbles behind. Should we take an extended time to emerge, kindly notify Bulma to gather the Dragon Balls and check on our status, Gogeta instructed. Do not worry. The likelihood of such a scenario is slim, but it is prudent to have a contingency plan. Thank you, Bubbles, Gogeta added. Very well, Bubbles agreed. Gogeta then turned and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, the group marveled at the pristine, snowy expanse that stretched infinitely before them, marked only by a solitary structure. Young Gohan ventured outside, quickly succumbing to the overwhelming gravity that forced him to one knee. The gravity here was tenfold that of the outside world. The air density only a quarter, and the temperature fluctuated between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. Most remarkably, a year spent inside equated to merely a day outside. However, each individual was permitted to stay for only 2 days, and traditionally, only 2 could enter at once. Yet, with Gogeta's assurance of a way to circumvent this rule, they all stepped inside. After a brief respite and a meal, Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. Gogeta, may I witness your power now? A look of thrill illuminated Wukong's face. The others turned their gaze towards the two, eager to observe the clash of their formidable strengths. Very well. I hope you do not find it disheartening, Gogeta replied. The group positioned themselves to watch as Wukong and Gogeta faced each other. Wukong, eschewing his Super Saiyan form, dashed towards Gogeta, launching a right-hand strike that Gogeta effortlessly blocked. Wukong followed with a swift kick, which Gogeta also parried with ease. Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet Gogeta skillfully evaded each one. Impressive. The onlookers gasped, though Vegeta remained stoic. In a sudden turn, Gogeta retaliated with a punch to Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, flipping through the air before landing gracefully. Remarkable, Gogeta, Wukong exclaimed, his energy surging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging once more at Gogeta. In a flash, Wukong appeared behind Gogeta, preparing to strike, but Gogeta pivoted, evading the attack and countering with a punch. Wukong crossed his arms to block, but the force of the blow sent him skidding across the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. Wukong then unleashed a Kamehameha wave, only for Gogeta to swat it aside effortlessly. Wukong followed up with a barrage of Kamehameha waves, creating a cloud of smoke around Gogeta's position. Wukong, cautious, knew that Gogeta would not be easily vanquished. Suddenly sensing a shift, Wukong turned to find Gogeta hovering above him, gathering a massive energy sphere. Gogeta launched the energy sphere towards Wukong, who had no time to evade and braced himself for the impact. He spread his arms to absorb the energy, but its immense strength pressed him to the ground. Gogeta followed up with a Kamehameha wave, igniting the enormous energy sphere in a spectacular explosion, the shockwave sending the spectators reeling. What a terrifying power! Is Uncle Wukong unharmed? Future Gohan and Trunks exclaimed, struggling to maintain their footing. Young Gohan, now hiding behind Vegeta, was left utterly awestruck. Kakarot will not be defeated so easily. They have yet to unleash their full potential. This is merely a warm-up, Vegeta remarked, his fists clenched. Is this really just a warm-up? Future Gohan and Trunks gasped, their mouths agape. The power displayed was already staggering. Had they possessed such strength, the androids would have been dispatched long ago. As the smoke dissipated, Wukong emerged battered and torn, his clothing in tatters, yet his energy remained undiminished in the perception of his companions. Wukong tore away the remnants of his orange martial arts GI and declared, Gogeta, your strength is truly remarkable. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, you possess such might. However, I refuse to concede. Now, I shall unleash my full power. Chapter 14. Teaching a few individuals. It took me over a decade after my demise to attain this power, surpassing the Super Saiyan form. And I have once again transcended its transformation, which I have named Super Saiyan 3. Upon uttering this, Goku let out a resounding cry. As his voice echoed, a golden aura enveloped him, and lightning crackled around, the terrifying energy forcing onlookers to retreat in trepidation. How frightening, Future Gohan murmured, gazing at Goku suspended in the air. Vegeta's eyes glinted with resentment. Had he possessed a corporeal form after death, he too might have reached such heights. The transformation persisted, the ominous aura expanding, the radiance intensifying, compelling the spectators to step back once more. Suddenly, Goku emitted a blinding light, prompting the onlookers to shut their eyes. After a tempestuous gust, they reopened their eyes to behold Goku, his waist-length hair flowing, his gaze icy and devoid of eyebrows, amplifying his menacing presence. How infuriating. Has Kakarot truly reached this level? Vegetto's heart brimmed with frustration, his fists clenched tightly. The remaining three stood aghast, unaccustomed to such overwhelming energy. Goku's formidable aura nearly shattered the surrounding space. At last, Vegetto, Goku declared, dissipating his aura and assuming a combat stance. Vegetto mirrored his posture. In an instant, both vanished from sight, reappearing on the ground, simultaneously unleashing their fists. Upon impact, a colossal crater formed beneath them. They then ascended into the air, entangled in a fierce struggle, each collision generating waves of energy. As the battle raged on, Vegetto began to intensify his power, gradually gaining the upper hand against Goku. Seizing the opportunity, Vegetto delivered a powerful blow, sending Goku hurtling away. Kamehameha! They both shouted in unison, channeling their energy into the iconic technique. The colossal forces collided, erupting in a terrifying shockwave. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan to withstand the blast, while young Gohan was sent flying, only to be swiftly caught by Vegeta. The other two also transformed into Super Saiyans to resist the onslaught. Around the two combatants, fragments of space shattered, with the fissures growing larger as they approached the energy's epicenter. The scene reached a stalemate. Sensing the dire situation, Vegetto detonated his energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent the onlookers sprawling. Goku crossed his arms to shield himself from the force. In contrast, Vegetto remained unfazed, gazing toward the explosion, his hair billowing in the wind. As the smoke cleared, only the two stood suspended in the air. The ground beneath them transformed into a vast pit due to the immense energy. Reflecting on the destruction, Vegetto pondered the implications. This space could not endure the magnitude of their powers, and if they continued to fight, it might collapse. Enough, Kakarot. You have witnessed my power, Vegetto proclaimed. Goku, though aware that further combat was unwise, felt an insatiable urge to witness Vegetto's full potential. Vegetto, please, allow me to see your true strength. I know you have yet to unleash your complete power. You haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. I refuse to believe you cannot achieve that. Vegetto's base form already surpassed Super Saiyan 3, and his transformation would be even more formidable. You've left me no choice. Let me demonstrate, Vegetto responded, turning to the others who had been blown away. You all come here. I shall instruct you as well. The distant spectators swiftly approached Vegetto, eager to learn. He commenced his teaching. You all understand what a Super Saiyan is, correct? They nodded, though young Gohan appeared utterly bewildered. A Super Saiyan is a transformation achieved when a Saiyan's combat power reaches a certain threshold, triggered by intense anger. With that, Vegetto instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is the state I refer to. The transformation amplifies one's power by 50 times, a state that future Gohan and Trunks have currently attained. Even in a non-combat scenario, energy depletes, and it consumes stamina significantly in battle. Next, he explained the second stage of Super Saiyan. Vegetto let out a roar, his muscles bulging slightly. This is a further enhancement. At this stage, defeating those two androids poses no challenge. This form exhibits marked improvements in speed and power. Yet energy consumption accelerates, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. He then described an erroneous transformation, his muscles swelling further, his stature becoming more imposing. While power increases, speed diminishes. If you cannot strike your enemy, even the mightiest strength proves futile. With that, Vegetto reverted to his leaner form. Now, this is the most suitable combat form for a Super Saiyan, which I term Super Saiyan Full Power. It perfectly harnesses the Super Saiyan's capabilities, overcoming all its shortcomings. The distinction between Full Power Super Saiyan and a regular Super Saiyan is negligible. Next, we have Super Saiyan 2, which amplifies power 100-fold. Vegetto emanated electricity, his hair stiffening upwards. Unlike the flowing nature of Super Saiyan 1, his gaze sharper than before. If I am not mistaken, Vegeta should have reached this realm. Indeed, my years in the afterlife have allowed me to attain this level, though I lack the physical form to train properly, Vegeta replied. Next is Goku's earlier Super Saiyan 3. Vegetto bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Despite its immense power, this form exerts considerable strain on the body, leading to energy leakage, rendering it impractical for extended combat. The combat power is 400 times that of the base state, Vegetto elucidated, acknowledging the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, Goku affirmed Vegetto's observations. Lastly, Vegetto introduced the transformation derived from the Saiyan tail's power, known as Super Saiyan 4. Veins bulged on his forehead, a terrifying force emanating from him as red fur sprouted. His tail turning crimson, long black hair cascading down, and his eyes exuding a primal ferocity. Apologies, I have only recently mastered this form and cannot proficiently control the energy. The energy radiating from Super Saiyan 4 instilled dread in the onlookers. This is the extent of my power, Kakarot, Vegetto stated. Marvelous. I had no idea such transformations existed. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. There are many more transformations for Saiyans, though I have yet to master them all. Vegetto reverted to his base form, addressing the group. The sight of Super Saiyan 4 left them astounded. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is still far beyond your grasp. Focus on mastering Super Saiyan 2 first. Vegetto advised future Gohan and Trunks. He then turned to Goku and Vegeta. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 requires the tail. It is the fusion of Super Saiyan and Grade 8 powers. Chapter 15. The State of the Earth. It turns out that transforming into Super Saiyan 4 requires a tail. However, both Vegeta and I have lost our tails. What could this mean? Goku pondered, filled with confusion. Once the power of a humanoid form surpasses that of the Grade 8 form, the tail no longer grows back, explained Gogeta. Thus, only little Gohan can still grow a tail. Goku felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon witnessing the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he yearned to experience it himself. If the tail cannot grow naturally, we can use external means. After all, the Dragon Balls still exist on Earth. Gogeta's words rekindled Goku's enthusiasm. Indeed, the Dragon Balls remain on Earth. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, too, felt a stirring of ambition. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 before Kakarot, he could surpass him. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fist in excitement. Subsequently, the group commenced their training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, two Bulmas were engaged in a discussion. Incredible! To conceive such an ingenious machine, and even have the blueprints ready, truly impressive. Bulma beamed with pride. Before her lay a stack of blueprints. Indeed, the schematics for a time machine. Although the designs existed, they were still incomplete, with several issues requiring resolution. I need your assistance. The future Bulma addressed her younger self, knowing that her talented younger counterpart could aid in the construction of the time machine. With Bulma's help, the time machine might manifest even earlier than in the original timeline, although there was no longer a necessity to travel back in time. The future Bulma was determined to create it. As it represented years of her dedication, she could not abandon it. The two embarked on their grand endeavor to develop the time machine. On another front, Tais was fervently gathering information about the androids. Witnessing the grim reality of this world, she felt an urgent desire to chronicle the tale in a novel. Thus, Tais took to the skies, searching for survivors and conveying the news that the androids had been defeated. However, the people were skeptical, for the cunning androids had previously used similar tactics to lure out and cruelly slaughter hidden humans. Undeterred, Tais continued her travels, spreading the message of the androids' demise. Eventually, in a certain region, remnants of the androids, reduced to debris by Vegeta, were discovered, leading the populace to finally believe the news. This revelation spread rapidly, and soon, survivors across Earth emerged from their shelters, cheering in jubilation, their voices resonating to the heavens. The rising sun seemed to celebrate this hard-won peace. At Bulma's residence, the recently revived Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Master Roshi were deliberating their future strategies. They had previously visited the Grand Kai's planet, where the martial arts atmosphere had left a profound impression. At that time, they had perished without much thought, but now revived, and with Earth beset by calamities. They wished to educate the inhabitants in martial arts, aspiring to transform Earth into a world reminiscent of the Grand Kai's. Having endured the tyrannical rule of King Piccolo, the Saiyan invasion, Frisia's resurgence, and the current havoc wreaked by the androids, Earth had faced innumerable disasters. It was imperative for the people to develop self-defense capabilities, not necessarily to eradicate invaders, as foes grew ever more formidable. Aliens were increasingly monstrous. Initially, Krillin and Tien could barely keep pace, but gradually fell behind, ultimately watching as Goku continued to grow stronger. Yamcha, having come to terms with reality, began to resign himself. Perhaps Bulma recognized this in Yamcha, prompting their separation. Her partner need not be the strongest, but must retain their fighting spirit and dreams. At that moment, Vegeta emerged before Bulma. Unlike Yamcha, who despaired upon Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta intensified his training, despite his frequent grumbling. His attitude towards Bulma was one of dominance. Initially, when Bulma encountered Yamcha, he exuded confidence and charisma, which captivated her. However, at some point, Yamcha changed, becoming timid and weak even in her presence, leading to their amicable separation, which ultimately favored Vegeta. Conversely, Tien remained steadfast, diligently training even during the Majin Buu saga. Whenever Earth faced peril, he would rise to the occasion, earning the title of one of the planet's finest martial artists. Although Krillin had also come to terms with reality, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he continued to train, quietly contributing his efforts. During the Tournament of Power, all the warriors from Earth participated, except for Yamcha, perhaps indicative of the shattered spirit of martial arts within him. These were matters for another time. The immediate concern was to rebuild their home and then rediscover martial arts. As for how to develop martial arts further, they had yet to devise a coherent plan. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, 3 months had elapsed. Goku was training the two Gohans. Little Gohan needed to establish a solid foundation, so his power had not increased significantly, yet he possessed a combat strength just over 10,000. Goku imparted techniques, energy control, and various key attacks. Despite this, little Gohan's power saw a tremendous increase, multiplying several times compared to before. The future Gohan also joined in the learning, having never truly studied martial arts, instead discovering everything through trial and error. If future Gohan could solidify his foundation, then the two androids would stand no chance against him. During the Cell Saga, Gohan had transformed from being unable to become a Super Saiyan to achieving Super Saiyan 2 in less than a year. This rapid progression was partly due to his innate talent and partly due to the groundwork laid by Goku, who had traversed numerous challenges. By guiding Gohan, Goku enabled him to avoid those pitfalls and advance rapidly. The experience of having someone forge a path ahead is a distinctly different concept. Now, future Gohan had achieved full power in Super Saiyan 1, just a step away from transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta was training Trunks, placing great expectations on his son to surpass Kakarot's offspring. However, Trunks idolized future Gohan, which caused him considerable frustration, compelling him to intensify his training. Presently, Trunks was just shy of reaching full power in Super Saiyan 1. As Vegeta trained Trunks, he too was honing his abilities. Having already mastered Super Saiyan 2 and made considerable progress, Gogeta was familiarizing himself with Super Saiyan 4. Thanks to Vegeta's innate talent, Gogeta's training progressed swiftly, and he had mastered half of the transformation, with only the remaining portion left to achieve full power in Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 16, Majin Buu. A day later. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Gogeta and his companions experienced significant enhancements in their powers. Firstly, Gohan's battle strength soared to 30,000, displaying a solid foundation. No longer timid and hesitant to engage in combat. However, Gohan's inner transformation remained elusive, perhaps due to Chi-Chi's upbringing or his inherently gentle nature. Gohan's excessive kindness proved to be a hindrance in battle, a trait that would only be altered after he faced adversity. Notably, Gohan's tail regrew during his training. In contrast, future Gohan did not grapple with such issues, having honed his resolve through years of battling against the androids. His power reached the late stages of Super Saiyan 2, nearly attaining its pinnacle. In comparison, Trunks lagged slightly, having only begun to grasp the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, a remarkable feat nonetheless, as few could rival Gohan's potential. Only Broly could stand alongside him. Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3 just before their exit, managing to keep pace with Goku, who had attained full power in Super Saiyan 3, overcoming its notorious energy drain. One must commend Goku's genius. He always finds a way. Gogeta, having perfected Super Saiyan 4, achieved its full potency, akin to the state attained when Goku absorbed the Saiyan energy of Gohan and Goten in the anime. Upon their return, Bubbles had prepared a sumptuous feast, which the group relished before heading back to West City. The city still lay in ruins, yet reconstruction had commenced, and it was believed that prosperity would soon return. Bulma continued her research on the time machine, while Tais had yet to return from her outings, leaving only Master Roshi and a few others present. After Gogeta and the others reconvened, they deliberated their future plans. Master Roshi initiated the discussion, proposing that they cultivate martial arts on Earth, ensuring that its inhabitants became aware of and practiced these skills. This would provide hope in future confrontations. Rather than relying solely on Gohan and Trunks, while the rest languished in despair. But how shall we develop it? Future Gohan posed the pivotal question. With the aid of the king and the World Martial Arts Tournament, many of us have secured first place, including Goku's victory over King Piccolo, which saved the world. We can leverage Bulma's Capsule Corporation to build our reputation, establish martial arts schools, and recruit individuals of good character and talent to impart martial arts knowledge. Krillin elaborated on the general strategy. Teaching, however, should be entrusted to Master Roshi and his peers. Saiyans excel in combat, but would likely cause chaos if tasked with educating novices. At that moment, Gogeta approached Chi-Chi, suggesting, when we return, you could have Goku open a martial arts school. There are still people who recognize him from that era. It would allow him to train while earning a living. And I believe he would be amenable to it. Encouraging Gohan to learn would enhance his earning potential as well. Chi-Chi considered this, nodding in agreement. Days passed, and news of the android's defeat spread globally, ushering in a phase of reconstruction. It was anticipated that within a month or two, conditions would return to pre-android levels. Though the population remained sparse, a situation that could only be remedied with time. Tais also returned, having familiarized herself with the history of this world, and was now organizing her findings in preparation for her future writings. Upon her return, Gogeta immediately gravitated toward her. Having not seen his girlfriend for a year, and relished the opportunity to spend every moment together. Tais, too, set aside her tasks to accompany Gogeta. These days, Gogeta enjoyed a blissful life, spending his days and nights with Tais. One day, by the swimming pool, Gogeta reclined on Tais' lap, eagerly awaiting her to feed him fruit. Suddenly, he sensed an immense and malevolent energy manifesting somewhere on Earth, prompting the others to rise in alarm. What an evil aura! It is utterly terrifying. A new enemy? They murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The androids were nothing compared to this. They are not of the same caliber, Piccolo elucidated. Let us investigate the source, Gogeta declared, rising to his feet. Despite the formidable presence, which surpassed even Super Saiyan 3 Goku, he felt confident in his ability to confront it with ease. The group soared toward the source of the ominous energy. Meanwhile, at a different location on Earth, a spatial vortex suddenly materialized, through which emerged a figure with pink skin and a tentacle-like appendage sprouting from its head, reaching down to its waist. Clad in a garment reminiscent of Goku's attire. Upon arrival, he surveyed the desolate landscape, riddled with craters and devastation. Could this world have also been ravaged by my actions? No. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many humans still alive, he pondered. In Majin Buu's perception, numerous humans still inhabited the Earth, and the energy of its warriors remained intact. Goku and Vegeta's energy levels were comparable to his own, though Gohan's strength paled in comparison to that of his counterpart from Buu's world. Yet, Buu did not intend to seek them out. Instead, he resolved to locate the egg that sealed Majin Buu in this world, intending to absorb it for greater power. He began to move with astounding speed, prompting several to release their own energy in pursuit. They trailed him to a mountain range, where Buu's energy coalesced. Before Buu lay an egg, the embodiment of the seal that confined Majin Buu in this realm. Buu extended his hand, channeling energy into the egg. At that moment, Gogeta and his companions arrived, with Gogeta immediately recognizing Majin Buu. Initially mistaking him for an evil energy wave, he soon realized that this was indeed Majin Buu. And the egg beside him appeared to be the Buu of this world, indicating that he originated from another realm. Upon noticing Gogeta and the others, Buu ceased his energy infusion and turned to face them, grinning. You all arrived rather quickly, he remarked, his gaze sweeping over the group. When his eyes landed on Gogeta, they widened in alarm. This individual exuded an unsettling aura. In Buu's world, Goku and Vegeta had never fused into Vegetto. Instead, Goku was absorbed before Vegeta could arrive, leading to his unfortunate fate as well. Thus, Buu did not recognize Gogeta, who bore a striking resemblance to Vegetto, yet sensed an undeniable threat emanating from him. Chapter 17. The Might of Majin Buu. Upon their first encounter, Majin Buu greeted the inhabitants of this world as if they were old friends. Had it not been for the terrifying and formidable aura of malevolence surrounding him, one might have mistaken him for a long-lost companion. Who are you? Vegeta could not contain his curiosity. This world? Piccolo astutely seized upon that keyword. Could it be that he, like Gogeta, hails from another realm? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the Piccolo of this world was quite perceptive. Correct, I am from another universe, Buu replied, clapping his hands. He then pointed at Gogeta, saying, this fellow here, I do not recognize. He must be the Gogeta that Krillin spoke of, another who has traversed from a different world. A flicker of apprehension crossed Buu's eyes as he regarded Gogeta. Having absorbed Goku and others from that world, Buu's power had significantly increased, along with his awareness. He sensed the immense energy concealed within Gogeta, yet he remained confident in his ability to overcome him, as he had never endured the wrath of Vegeta and, having absorbed so many, his self-assurance soared. Majin Buu, this individual is Majin Buu, Gogeta informed the group. Ah, so you are acquainted with me, Buu replied, somewhat surprised. His caution towards Gogeta deepening. Majin Buu? Goku scratched his head, pondering. I feel like I've heard that name before. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. I remember. Lord Ko mentioned it. He spoke of a demon wreaking havoc in the universe many years ago, known as Majin Buu, who later inexplicably vanished. That egg beside you contains the seal for Majin Buu. Its master feared Buu's power and thus confined him, hiding it on Earth, Gogeta elaborated. I previously mentioned that Super Saiyan 3 is not invincible. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 cannot contend with this Buu, Gogeta stated to Goku. Goku acknowledged the disparity between them with a nod. Indeed, I am invincible now, Buu declared confidently, patting his chest. In my world, Gohan surpassed Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I am curious what transpired in your realm to render Gohan so weak, Buu remarked, pointing at Gohan. Regardless of strength, it matters not. I am invincible. What have you done to our counterparts in your world? Goku sensed a foreboding atmosphere. They are all here, Buu said, patting his belly. You absorbed them all? Gogeta inquired. Clever. After absorbing them, I discovered some possessed the ability to traverse time and space. Thus, I utilized the Dragon Balls to open a portal through time and space. Arriving here in search of stronger opponents, Buu explained his journey. Then allow me to be your opponent. Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering confidence, pointing at Buu. Buu extended his hand, shaking his finger dismissively. Not a chance. You are merely a perennial second-rate. Even Goku remains silent, so do not attempt to flaunt your prowess. Buu's words ignited a fire within Vegeta. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that obliterated an entire mountain. Hey Vegeta, can't you be a bit more considerate? Goku called from midair. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, remaining silent as he pressed his assault on Buu. He teleported in front of Buu and threw a punch aimed at his face, but Buu merely tilted his head slightly to evade it. Vegeta continued his relentless barrage. Yet Buu effortlessly dodged each strike. Vegeta executed a kick, only to have Buu block it with ease. Buu retaliated with a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing his eyes to widen as he coughed up bile. Buu followed up with another punch, sending Vegeta crashing into several mountains and into a lake. Humph, such a level of skill, and you dare to strike? Buu scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. From the depths of the lake, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, sending waves of water flying as he emerged. He charged at Buu, delivering a punch, to which Buu responded in kind. The collision unleashed a force that shook the surrounding mountains. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows in midair, their movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. And the atmosphere crackled with intense energy. However, Vegeta was clearly outmatched. Soon he found himself on the defensive, receiving a heavy blow to his gut from Buu. Despite enduring the strike, Vegeta attempted to counterattack, but his efforts were in vain as Buu's punches rained down upon him like a storm, leaving him to absorb the punishment. With a powerful kick to Vegeta's midsection, Buu sent him reeling. As Vegeta clutched his abdomen, Buu seized his hair with one hand while preparing a powerful energy wave with the other, declaring, pathetic. The brilliance of the energy wave illuminated the surroundings as Vegeta was sent flying. Buu then conjured a colossal energy sphere, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Unable to remain idle, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Buu, with future Gohan also transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to join the fray. They collaborated to force Buu to abandon his energy sphere to counter their dual assault. Goku and future Gohan flanked Buu, but he deftly evaded their attacks, stating, even combined, your efforts are futile. The gap in strength cannot be bridged by numbers. Just as Vegeta emerged from the rubble, he witnessed Goku being hurled back by Buu, colliding with him and sending them crashing into a nearby mountain. Future Gohan also found himself easily knocked aside by Buu, who unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that decimated the terrain. Dad! Future Gohan and Trunks cried out in alarm, while Krillin and the others looked on with concern. They felt utterly helpless against the magnitude of this battle. Gogeta, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Buu from above. Buu soon noticed, glancing up to see Goku and Vegeta, their attire tattered and their condition dire. Instant transmission. Buu remarked nonchalantly. Moments earlier, Goku had used instant transmission to evade Buu's assault, narrowly escaping serious injury from Buu's energy barrage. In Goku's memory, there existed a technique known as fusion, capable of merging two individuals into one. He pondered whether this version of himself would possess the same ability as well. Buu regarded Goku, commenting, "You are all too weak for me to feel any excitement. Perhaps if you and Vegeta were to merge, that warrior could stand as my opponent." Chapter 18. Vegetto, you speak of the Metamoran's fusion technique. I am well versed in that. Goku, of course, is familiar with this technique, having learned it from a Metamoran while in the heavenly realm. That individual claimed it to be exceedingly powerful, yet at that time, no one could match Goku's prowess in executing it. Soga, Vegeta, let us employ this technique. It is certain to vanquish Majin Buu. Goku exclaimed with palpable excitement as he turned to Vegeta. What technique is that? Vegeta retorted, his curiosity piqued. Goku descended to the ground and demonstrated the fusion movements to Vegeta, explaining, "We must maintain our energy levels at parity, and then like this and that, and we will successfully fuse." What nonsense! You expect me to perform such a humiliating act? Not a chance. Vegeta's face flushed with indignation as he bellowed at Goku. Come on, Vegeta, where is the shame in it? I feel nothing of the sort, Goku gently urged. Vegeta turned away, arms crossed, with a derisive snort, declaring, I shall not fuse with you, no matter what. But the power of fusion is truly formidable. Don't you wish to witness the might of Vegetto? Perhaps the strength from our fusion could defeat him. Goku continued to persuade, noticing a flicker of interest in Vegeta's demeanor. Vegeta paused, recalling the terrifying might of Vegetto he had encountered in the hyperbolic time chamber. The Majin Buu before them seemed trivial by comparison. Is the power of fusion truly that immense? Vegeta inquired, still skeptical. I assure you, it is far beyond your imagination, Goku vowed earnestly. Let it be known. This shall be the only time, Vegeta reiterated emphatically. With that, the ritual commenced. Goku and Vegeta aligned themselves, raising their hands to their chests, angling to one side. Stepping sideways in a crab-like manner, their hands tracing a semicircle in the air. Fusion. Wait. As they neared completion, Vegetto interjected, You have misaligned your fingers. Let us start anew. Damn it. This is all your fault, Kakarot. We must repeat that shameful motion. Vegeta fumed. Is it solely my fault? Goku grumbled in dissatisfaction. Thus, they began again. Fusion. At the moment their fingers touched, a radiant light enveloped them, compelling those nearby to shut their eyes. Only Vegetto perceived the transformation clearly, as their bodies gradually merged into a singular new entity. Once the brilliance subsided, the others reopened their eyes to behold the sight of the fusion. Vegetto scrutinized the newly formed Vegetto before him. In the anime, Vegetto has made 3 appearances. The first was in the movie, where he battled against Janemba. At that time, Vegetto was decisive and terse, effortlessly dispatching foes without displaying any change in expression. The second appearance was in Dragon Ball GT, where he faced the formidable Omega Shenron. In this instance, Vegetto's demeanor was markedly different. He exhibited a playful spirit, delighting in teasing Omega Shenron, earning him the nickname Prince of Mischief among fans. The third appearance occurred in the film Dragon Ball Super, Broly, where, although the situation bore some resemblance to the previous encounter, there were notable differences. This fusion occurred post the Tournament of Power, with Goku exhibiting a carefree demeanor and Vegeta, having recently experienced the joys of fatherhood, embodying a protective yet tender spirit. After being thoroughly bested by Broly's furious form, the resulting Vegetto, much like before, was taciturn but bore a gentler expression, showcasing a more fluid and elegant fighting style. How to articulate this feeling? It is quite exhilarating. Vegetto clenched his fists, sensing the immense energy coursing within him. With a confident and charming smile, Vegetto ascended into the sky, aligning himself parallel to Buu. Buu also smiled slightly, remarking, You are even stronger than I anticipated, yet still inferior to me. Hearing this, Vegetto smirked and replied, How would you know unless you try? With that, Vegetto radiated a golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Vegetto. Chapter 19. Gogeta vs. Vegetto with a thunderous roar. Gogeta unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Vegetto wasted no time and engaged in battle, eager to swiftly defeat Majin Buu and then enjoy a decisive duel with Gogeta. In a flash, Gogeta dashed toward Buu, landing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Buu's head. Buu crossed his arms to block the blow, and the two immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle, their speed so extraordinary that only Vegetto could perceive their movements clearly. While future Gohan struggled to keep pace, the others could only gaze in astonishment. In awe, Krillin exclaimed, "Incredible! I never imagined that after their fusion, Goku and Vegeta would become this formidable." Trunks chimed in, "They should be able to handle Majin Buu effortlessly." However, Vegetto countered, "Gogeta's strength is comparable to that of Majin Buu. Though Gogeta is indeed more powerful, Buu possesses an extraordinary physiology that allows him to regenerate even from utter destruction. Moreover, he wields magic, making it difficult to predict the outcome unless Gogeta unleashes an even greater force to eradicate Buu completely. But if he kills Majin Buu, all those absorbed by him will perish as well." Vegetto articulated Gogeta's concern. The others were taken aback by Vegetto's revelation. "What should we do now?" "I'll test the force separation technique I learned on Yardrat," Vegetto declared eagerly. With that, he vanished and reappeared behind Buu, who was preoccupied with his intense battle against Gogeta. Vegetto delivered a devastating punch to Buu's kidneys, causing Buu to widen his eyes in shock. Gogeta halted his assault, curious to see Vegetto's strategy. As Buu turned his head, he was met with another punch that caved in his face. Vegetto followed up with a blow to Buu's abdomen, then clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Buu. Radiant golden light erupted from Buu, and several figures were expelled: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and a fat Buu. Suddenly, Majin Buu let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted in anguish. The others rushed forward to catch those who had been freed from Buu's absorption. Vegetto wasted no time, channeling energy into a powerful blast that reduced Buu to ash, delivering a final strike to ensure his demise. Thus, the once mighty Majin Buu, momentarily boasting in another realm, met his untimely end, having crossed paths with Vegetto, an unfortunate fate indeed. Vegetto then turned to Gogeta and proclaimed, "Did you not wish to witness my true power? Come forth." Unperturbed, Gogeta prepared for the clash, having just fought Buu to a standstill, only to see him swiftly dispatched by Vegetto. Thus, Gogeta resolved to unleash his full might. Gogeta arched his body, roaring with fury as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Vegetto also transformed into Super Saiyan, realizing that Gogeta's base form would not suffice. Previously, Gogeta had gained the upper hand due to a surprise attack coupled with the force separation technique. Gogeta initiated the encounter with an energy wave, to which Vegetto countered with one of his own. The two energy waves collided, resulting in a massive explosion, and immediately, they engaged in combat amidst the ensuing smoke, their fists and feet clashing with thunderous sounds, sending shockwaves that fractured the surrounding landscape. Before long, Gogeta was sent flying by Vegetto's might. Utilizing instant transmission, Vegetto appeared behind Gogeta, who had anticipated this move. Gogeta swiftly turned and launched an energy blast, but Vegetto deflected it with his left hand, while simultaneously charging an energy wave with his right, striking Gogeta directly. Although Gogeta reacted quickly, he was gradually pushed back. Vegetto detonated the energy wave, engulfing Gogeta in a terrifying explosion. However, in that instant, Gogeta reappeared behind Vegetto using instant transmission and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Vegetto's face. Vegetto caught Gogeta's leg with his hand. "What?" Gogeta exclaimed, attempting to retract his leg, but Vegetto held on tightly, spinning around before hurling Gogeta to the ground. The impact shattered the earth, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Vegetto then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the ground, employing the classic Princess technique, resulting in a series of explosions that obscured the scene with thick smoke. Vegetto raised both hands above his head, gathering a massive energy orb, which he hurled downward. The ensuing explosion radiated with terrifying energy, sending nearby spectators flying into the air, crashing against distant rock formations. Ouch! In another realm, Goku held his head, bewildered. Memories flooded back. Hadn't he been absorbed by Majin Buu? How could there possibly be someone capable of defeating the very entity that had consumed them? As Goku pondered, Krillin interrupted his thoughts. "Goku, you're awake." Krillin rushed to assist Goku to his feet. The recent explosion had hurled everyone away, and since Krillin was comparatively weaker, he had been thrown off, leading to Goku's awakening. Trunks supported his father, while the injured Gohan carried the alternate Piccolo, who in turn held future Gohan. Young Gohan, having kept his distance, remained unscathed. "Isn't anyone going to help me?" Fat Buu lamented. "Krillin, are you dead?" Goku questioned in confusion. Here's the deal." Krillin began to explain in a flurry. So, it turns out Majin Buu sought his own demise by wandering into another parallel world and encountered someone formidable, leading to his defeat. So, I'm in another world now? The one who defeated Majin Buu must be that individual over there, Goku said, gesturing toward Vegetto in the sky. Indeed, Krillin confirmed. As the smoke cleared, revealing Gogeta, he crossed his arms to shield himself from the majority of the onslaught. The final devastating energy blast had inflicted significant damage, leaving Gogeta battered yet exhilarated. Gogeta, you truly are powerful. To inflict this much damage in your Super Saiyan form, allow me to witness your full strength. Gogeta proclaimed loudly. I knew it. Vegetto sighed, adjusting his forehead. Merging with Goku hadn't altered his nature, he still relished the challenge of formidable power. Chapter 20. The oppressive aura of Super Saiyan 4 regardless of the universe. Sun Wukong's essence as a martial arts enthusiast remains unchanged. Although the Wukong of the Z era pursued strength, he exuded the aura of a grandmaster. During the Cell saga, he urged Gohan to swiftly eliminate Cell, cautioning against forcing him into a corner, which might lead to desperate actions. In the name of Earth's safety, Wukong relinquished the chance for resurrection, providing Cell with a Senzu bean primarily to showcase Gohan's power, essentially, to maintain control. In the Majin Buu saga, he focused on nurturing the next generation, passing down the responsibility of protecting Earth through the ages. However, in the Super era, Wukong underwent a transformation, excessively chasing formidable power, which heralded the Tournament of Power. In the Moro arc, when Moro pleaded for mercy, Wukong astonishingly granted him the only Senzu bean. This was utterly absurd. Could he truly manage this? Instead of complicating matters, he could have simply offered a fraction of his energy, akin to a benevolent king. If not for the residual divine energy from the great King Kai within OOB, Earth would have faced dire consequences. As you wish, Vegetto intoned, fixing his gaze on Gogeta. His fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. A terrifying force erupted from within, enveloping him in golden radiance as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 4. The oppressive aura of Super Saiyan 4 was undeniable, with cascading long hair, muscular form, and a free-swaying tail. His ambitious stance left the distant Wukong in awe. Super Saiyan 4. Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration, his body brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo's face turned pale. He had not accompanied Vegeta and the others into the hyperbolic time chamber and had never witnessed this wild manifestation of Super Saiyan. I'm coming, Vegetto warned Gogeta. In an instant, Vegetto vanished. Nanny. Gogeta's pupils constricted. He could not perceive Vegeta's movement before being sent flying by a kick. As he steadied himself mid-air, Gogeta frantically searched for Vegeta's presence. Before he could locate him, he was struck again and sent crashing to the ground. Ultimate Kamehameha. Vegetto unleashed his ultimate technique, striking Gogeta. In the ruins, Gogeta attempted to block with both hands, but it was futile. Fortunately, Vegetto retracted most of his energy at the last moment, disassembling Gogeta instead of obliterating him. Wukong and Vegeta lay amidst the crater, severely injured. Vegetto gently descended, raised his hand, and cast a healing spell. Though I am uncertain if the Yard Rats possess such abilities, I shall assume they do, as they can teleport and perform techniques like force separation. Wukong and Vegeta were instantly restored. Indeed impressive, Vegetto. Wukong marveled. I too shall achieve this transformation eventually, Vegeta retorted with his characteristic pride. At that moment, others arrived from afar, and after a brief exchange, they turned to the first Wukong, inquiring about their world's circumstances. The first Wukong succinctly recounted the developments of their timeline, beginning with Frisia's invasion of Earth, which caused a divergence, due to the absence of Trunks traveling back in time. This timeline suffered the ravages of androids, while the first timeline followed the original narrative until the Buu saga, where an unexpected turn occurred. Vegeta was absorbed by Majin Buu, and that man never appeared. All warriors were consumed. Had Majin Buu not sought destruction, the first timeline would have been dominated by him. We should return to West City. They must be anxiously awaiting us. We can converse further upon our return, Vegetto suggested before flying off. Wukong then led the group back to West City via instant transmission. In the ruins, Vegetto discovered the egg of Majin Buu. Without Babidi-S enchantments, Majin Buu had not absorbed any energy. Otherwise, he would have emerged long ago following the battle between Vegetto and Gogeta. What should I do with this? Vegetto pondered. As Majin Buu only possessed a power level akin to Super Saiyan 3, of little use to him. Perhaps I could bring him back to my timeline. Buu's healing magic would be invaluable there, and it could also protect the Tei's family. Quite the plan, Vegetto mused to himself. He then searched for the fat Buu. finding him beneath a pile of rubble. Vegetto decided against retaining the fat Bu, as he shared a deep bond with Mr. Satan. And he already had his own Bu. No need to interfere in matters of the heart. Carrying the fat Bu, Vegetto returned to the egg, opting not to release Majin Bu just yet. He intended to let Bulma study him first, then return him to the original timeline for Dr. Briefs to examine, maximizing value before eventual release. Thus, Vegetto brought both Bus back to West City. Meanwhile, those who had been absorbed regained consciousness, gathering around the dining table, ravenously devouring food. Leaving the servers bewildered, were they reincarnated from famished spirits? Ah, everyone is here, Vegetto exclaimed as he took a seat, feeling a bit peckish after the battle. Crack, crack. Crack before long, plates piled high in front of Vegetto. Phew, that was a satisfying meal. Upon finishing, the first Wukong eagerly approached, followed closely by the first Vegeta, Gohan, and the two little ones, all eager to witness Super Saiyan 4. Vegetto, what is that form of yours? A new transformation for Saiyans? The first Wukong inquired directly. Previously, the first Wukong had learned from Wukong that only Vegetto possessed this transformation, and they were unaware of the specifics. The first Vegeta had eavesdropped, and the two little ones were also curious to see the wild transformation described by the first Wukong, so they all came along. All right, allow me to show you. Vegetto replied cheerfully, pleased after his meal. They all moved to an open area outside. You are already familiar with the transformations leading up to Super Saiyan. I shall not elaborate on those. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by harnessing the power of the tail. With that, Vegetto flicked his tail. Super Saiyan 4. The inhabitants of the first timeline, including Piccolo, were taken aback, while others remained composed, having witnessed it before. Bulma and Teize exchanged incredulous glances, as they lacked combat experience and the ability to sense energy, perceiving it merely as a change in hair color. However, future Bulma held a different perspective. The more powerful, the better. Having endured countless hardships, her vision was naturally more expansive. Vegetto clenched his fists, radiating golden light as his form swelled, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Bulma, who had initially appeared disinterested, suddenly widened her eyes, and Teize looked equally astonished. The appearance, aura, and that devilish smile of Super Saiyan 4 were something to behold. Vegetto approached Teize. What do you think? Your husband looks quite dashing, doesn't he? Handsome. Chapter 21. The Supreme Kai with a hint of pride. Taisi declared that this was her person. Why not take a moment to relish that pride? Bulma curiously poked at the fur on Vegetto's arm, exclaiming in astonishment. It's real. She had initially assumed it was akin to a sweater, only to discover it was genuine hair. The two little ones, brimming with curiosity, hopped around Vegeta, with little Goten even grabbing hold of Vegetto's tail. Yet, Vegeta showed no signs of the typical Saiyan weakness when their tail is captured. How could this be? The two Kai were puzzled, as a Saiyan typically becomes powerless when their tail is caught, which was contrary to Vegetto's current demeanor. Vegeta, noticing their confusion, explained. I have undergone training regarding my tail, and after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, its secondary effects have vanished. Now that I have shown you what was necessary, let's discuss your plans. Returning to his normal form, Vegeta captured the two mischievous little ones and inquired of the individuals from Dimension 1. We plan to wish upon the Dragon Balls to return to our own timeline, and then Goku will travel to Namek to use their Dragon Balls to restore Earth. Dimension 1 Piccolo had it all figured out. After Piccolo's resurrection, the Dragon Balls had also been revived, and Goku's group had gathered them, intending to wish for Tails to transform into Super Saiyan 4. They could let the others use them first and, if need be, travel to Namek, where the Dragon Balls would be available in just over 3 months, much quicker than on Earth. Subsequently, future Bulma produced the Dragon Balls for Dimension 1 Goku and his companions, suggesting, let us take this guy along too. Vegeta approached, carrying the plump Majin Bu, and handed him over to Dimension 1 Goku. You handle it. This fellow is Majin Bu. The individuals from Dimension 1 immediately became alert. Do not worry. This Bu possesses a temperament akin to the Grand Supreme Kai. He embodies the benevolent side of Majin Bu, while the malevolent aspect has been eradicated, Vegeta reassured them. Dimension 1 Piccolo then elaborated on Bu's relationship with Mr. Satan, believing that this Bu could be safely taken back. However, Dimension 1 Vegeta was still reluctant to let this Majin Bu survive, insisting on eliminating him. It was only through Goku's persuasion that he reluctantly acquiesced. Come forth, dragon. As the sky darkened, the dragon made its long-awaited appearance. Those who summon me, state your wishes. I can grant any desire. Please allow us to return to our original timeline. The individuals from Dimension 1 requested of the dragon. This wish is quite simple. The dragon replied, its eyes glowing red as a temporal vortex materialized in the nearby space. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon vanished. And the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, preparing to scatter. Vegeta seized the moment to intercept the 7 Dragon Balls. Once they landed, he handed the petrified Dragon Balls to future Bulma, saying, put them away. After a year, you won't have to search for them anymore. Farewell, everyone. The Dimension 1 group prepared to depart, as they had many matters to resolve back home. Goodbye, goodbye. The Dimension 1 group stepped into the temporal vortex, returning to their own world. On the other side, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, chaos ensued. Something is amiss, Supreme Kai. Majin Buu has vanished. Nanny. East Supreme Kai Xian exclaimed in shock, grabbing Jebbet's hand anxiously. What happened? Why can't we find Majin Buu? I'm not certain. When I arrived on Earth, it was a wasteland, and the egg-sealing Majin Buu was nowhere to be found. Jebbet recounted what he had witnessed on Earth. Damn it. How could this happen? East Supreme Kai Xian was filled with dread, assuming that Majin Buu had broken free from his seal. We must go to Earth immediately. Understood. On Earth, Vegeta lounged comfortably in a beach chair, observing Goku and Vegeta sparring, occasionally offering pointers while surrounded by an array of fruits, relishing the good life. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed something, rising to halt their sparring. Someone is approaching. Pause for a moment. Huh? Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances. Vegeta had sensed Jebbet's arrival when he came to check on Majin Buu's condition, but he chose to ignore it, knowing that East Supreme Kai Xian would come to investigate the egg's disappearance. They're here. East Supreme Kai Xian and Jebbet flew in from a distance, drawn by the energy emitted during Goku and Vegeta's sparring. Goku, ever friendly, approached to greet them. Hey there. Hello. East Supreme Kai Xian replied politely, then began inquiring about the egg-sealing Majin Buu. Initially, he suspected Majin Buu had broken free, but then he reasoned that if Majin Buu had emerged, Earth would have been obliterated long ago. In his perception, Goku and Vegeta were the strongest beings on Earth. However, they were still inferior to Majin Buu and could not have defeated him, prompting him to question further. I see. You were looking for the egg that Vegeta brought back that day. But what do you need it for? Are you planning to study it? Goku asked curiously. What? You mean it was taken by you? East Supreme Kai Xian and Jebbet felt a wave of relief upon realizing that the egg had been found and taken by Earth's inhabitants. Where is it now? We wish to take it back. East Supreme Kai Xian insisted urgently, eager to reclaim it. You needn't trouble yourselves. I will handle it. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, refusing East Supreme Kai's request. You scoundrel. Jebbet began to protest, but East Supreme Kai Xian silenced him with a glance. Please provide a reason. A reason? Majin Buu is at best at the level of Super Saiyan 3, and his immortality is merely a nuisance. Goku should be capable of eliminating Majin Buu with full power now. Do you need a reason? Perhaps it's simply that he is easy to manage and obedient, suitable for guarding the premises. While this statement from Vegeta was devoid of flaws, East Supreme Kai Xian held a different perspective, haunted by the terror Majin Buu had once instilled in him. Impossible. How could anyone possibly defeat Majin Buu? Jebbet shouted in anger. How can it be impossible? Indeed, with your meager powers, how could you ever hope to overcome Majin Buu? The power of the gods is truly insignificant, Vegeta declared, delivering a statement that left East Supreme Kai Xian and Jebbet in shock. Chapter 22. The Request of the Kaishin Kaishin? I believe I have heard him mentioned while training under Lord Kaishin. Goku strained to recall details about the Kaishin. Indeed, the Kaishin reign at the pinnacle of celestial deities, comprising 2 divine entities, the Kaishin, who governs life and creation, and the god of destruction, who oversees annihilation and devastation. However, this individual seemed utterly clueless about the responsibilities of the Kaishin, fixated solely on the menace of Majin Buu. Vegeta shook his head at this point. It is not entirely his fault. The Grand Kaishin was absorbed by Buu without leaving any words of wisdom, while the other Kaishins either met a similar fate or were slain, leaving this inexperienced novice to take over. How could the Kaishin be as feeble as you claim? Someone like the cosmic tyrant Frieza could be dealt with by the Kaishin with but a single finger, Jebbet retorted loudly, visibly disgruntled by Vegeta's remarks. Frieza is but a trivial character, who cannot easily extinguish him. Vegeta scoffed. Goku seized upon a critical point, the god of destruction? Just how formidable is he, Vegeta? I cannot contend with him at my current level, Vegeta shrugged. One must be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue or mastering Ultra Instinct to challenge such an opponent. Goku's interest peaked. The very fact that Vegeta acknowledged an opponent's strength was intriguing. However, Vegeta hastily interrupted him. He is not someone you should concern yourselves with at this stage, and I have merely heard of his reputation. Do not inquire further. Hey, don't ignore me. Jebbet exclaimed in exasperation, irritated by the disrespect shown towards the Kaioshin in his presence. In summation, Majin Buu will not allow you to leave, Vegeta concluded before departing. Seeking to enjoy time with Tais, East Kaioshin wished to say something, but Goku halted him. All right, it's just a Majin Buu. Vegeta has dealt with one before. Though formidable, he is not invincible. Another Buu? And he was eliminated? Both were taken aback by this revelation. Goku relayed the events that had transpired, and through his account, the Kaioshin and Jebbet finally accepted the truth, albeit still wearing incredulous expressions. Forgive my intrusion. I bid you farewell. With their worries alleviated, East Kaioshin and Jebbet departed, feeling a significant weight lifted from their chests. Days of tranquility passed for Vegeta and his companions. With Bulma's assistance, the future Bulma successfully constructed a time machine. We're off. Farewell. Goodbye. Farewell. With that, they stepped into the time tunnel, returning to their original timeline. At this moment, the Kaioshin and Jebbet instantaneously arrived on Earth. Mr. Goku, Kaioshin, Goku greeted warmly. We have come with a request for your assistance, Mr. Goku. East Kaioshin had been preoccupied with eliminating Babidi. Yet he had discovered that Babidi had enslaved the Demon King Dabura, leaving him with no choice but to seek help on Earth. East Kaioshin outlined the situation, explaining that if Dabura was not dealt with, he would inevitably come to Earth. Not a problem, Goku readily agreed, eager to confront a powerful adversary. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks. Will you accompany me? Vegeta was the first to respond. I shall not. I am focused on my training. I will become a Super Saiyan 4 before you, Kakarot. Uninterested in the matter, Vegeta departed. Gohan and Trunks, however, decided to join. They could not allow such a villain to set foot on Earth, especially since the crisis with the androids had only recently passed, and peace had been restored. Please grasp my shoulders. We shall depart immediately. Goku, along with the two, held on to Jebbet's shoulders as he utilized instant transmission to arrive at an unknown planet. Impressive. I did not expect you to master instant transmission, Goku praised, clapping Jebbet on the shoulder. It took me considerable effort to learn this technique. Of course, as a servant of the Kaioshin, I cannot be deemed useless. I possess formidable skills. East Kaioshin interjected, pointing. That over there is Babidi's spaceship. He has enchanted numerous wicked beings and is intent on resurrecting Majin Buu. Like his father, he harbors an evil heart and has already wreaked havoc on many planets. He must be eliminated to prevent further chaos in the universe. At this, Trunks could no longer remain passive. We cannot allow such a fiend to reach Earth. Transforming into Super Saiyan in an instant, he declared, let me handle this. We cannot permit this evil to wreak destruction on our world. Concentrating immense energy into a ki blast, he launched it at Babidi's spacecraft. Boom. The terrifying force shattered Babidi's ship in an instant. Who dares? A devilish figure emerged from the smoke, shielding a short, yellow-skinned individual. The others aboard the ship perished under Trunks' strike. Again, it's you, Kaioshin, and you've brought reinforcements. This time, I will ensure your demise. Babidi seethed, glaring at the Kaioshin, his fury palpable. East Kaioshin smiled, as if to say, Babidi, it's been a while, has T it? Dabura, eliminate them all, quickly. Babidi shouted. Furious, at Dabura. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dabura replied, rushing towards Trunks with a swift punch aimed at him. Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Trunks, crossing his arms to block the attack. Trunks, leave this foe to me. Trunks nodded in agreement, shifting his focus towards Babidi, intent on eradicating this potential threat. Babidi, sensing Trunks' gaze, panicked and attempted to flee, but he could not escape Trunks' pursuit. In an instant, Trunks caught up to him, cleaving him in two with a single stroke, obliterating him into cosmic dust with a ki blast. With Babidi's demise, Dabura regained his senses. Seizing the moment, Goku delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing into the distant rocks. Kaioken. A wave of Kamehameha energy sent Dabura to reunite with Babidi, ensuring they had company on their journey to the afterlife. Chapter 23. A world on the brink of despair. Woohoo finally returned. As Vegeta stepped out of the time-space portal, he dropped the egg onto the ground, stretched his back, and let out a howl, only to be met with a punch to the head from Tai Si, who stood with her hands on her hips. Stop the screaming. You startled me. Vegito crouched down, clutching his head and apologizing at lightning speed. All right, let us hurry back. Taisi gently caressed Vegito's head. He ceased his antics and, utilizing instant transmission, brought everyone back to West City. Dad, Mom, we're back. Uncle, Auntie. Taisi and Bulma joyfully ushered Mrs. Brief into the house, eagerly recounting tales of their recent adventures. Meanwhile, Vegito introduced the egg, which sealed the sinister Majin Buu to Dr. Brief. Doctor, I would like to ask you to study this egg. It contains an evil being purportedly created by a malevolent sorcerer from the cosmos. Its structure is unique, and it can regenerate even from utter destruction. Vegito elaborated on Majin Buu's formidable abilities. Oh ho ho, how intriguing. Dr. Brief was instantly captivated, greeting Chi-Chi and Gohan before taking the egg into his laboratory. At the dining table, Vegito and Gohan continued to eat heartily, while Chi-Chi sat nearby, her expression a blend of complexity. Ultimately, she spoke up. I agree with Gohan practicing martial arts. She wished to prevent the tragic events of the future from repeating themselves in this world. The sight of Gohan's severed arm and the scars on his face weighed heavily on her heart. Do not be so sorrowful. Gohan's potential is unparalleled. As long as he does not neglect his martial arts, no one in this world will be his equal. Of course, Vegito silently excluded himself from that statement. Moreover, who says that practicing martial arts precludes one from being a scholar? Is it not possible to pursue both? Vegito's words illuminated Chi-Chi's thoughts. She realized that her hesitance stemmed from a fear of Gohan becoming a battle-crazy warrior like Goku, which is why she encouraged him to study. Knowledge could lead to wisdom. Are you full now, Gohan? I am full. Gohan reclined in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. Good. Then let us go to the Capsule Corporation and pack your things. I will find you a suitable teacher. Huh? Isn't Uncle Vegito going to teach me? Little Gohan asked in confusion. You are still young. You need to build a solid foundation and are not yet suited for adult training methods. Come now. Gohan hugged Chi-Chi and, along with Vegito, returned to the Capsule Corporation. Chi-Chi quickly gathered their belongings, and everything was in readiness. Vegito then utilized instant transmission to arrive at Master Roshi's location. Haha, it's Chi-Chi and Gohan. Master Roshi, basking leisurely in the sun on the beach, greeted them joyfully. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at Vegito. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegito, a Saiyan like Goku. I have come to seek your assistance in training Gohan. Is that so? Master Roshi mused. Little Gohan is already stronger than I am. I have little left to teach him. As expected, Master Roshi declined. Since training Tien and Kaiatsu, he had not taken on any new disciples. Gohan is a remarkable child. His only flaw is his overly kind nature. If he were an ordinary child, there would be no issue. However, he is Goku's son, and Gohan lacks confidence in his own strength, which is rather troublesome. I implore you to instill in him the true spirit of martial arts. After hearing this, Master Roshi agreed to take Gohan under his wing. The reason Vegito entrusted Gohan to Master Roshi was quite simple. Master Roshi possessed genuine wisdom and virtue. He could nurture Gohan into a martial artist even greater than Goku. You might question what a lecherous old man like Master Roshi could possibly teach. However, he was a disciple of the great martial artist, mastered the Turtle School, and had trained the universe's strongest fighter, Goku, as well as the Earth's mightiest human, Krillin. Krillin's marriage to Android 18 was not merely a stroke of luck. It was his exemplary character and upright demeanor that attracted her, proving that Krillin was indeed exceptional. Furthermore, Master Roshi guided his rival, Tien, towards righteousness. When the malevolent King Piccolo wreaked havoc, he faced him alone, confronting his innermost fears, a demonstration of immense courage. If Master Roshi were not a lecher, he would not be who he is. He would have transcended to a higher realm and become merely the Turtle Sage. With Master Roshi accepting Gohan, Vegito felt assured about his mission. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Vegito. Little Gohan waved as Vegito departed with a swift flash of instant transmission. Ding, mission activated. Save the despairing time-space. Mission details: after Cell kills Trunks, travel back in time using the time machine to restore peace to Earth. However, with Babitti's arrival, the planet is once again plunged into crisis. This time, no one can save Earth. Mission reward: divine energy. After a prolonged silence, the system came online once more. Vegito initially thought Gohan had completed his task. This mission. How should one describe it? A world steeped in despair. Not a single fighter remained. It was indeed a dire situation. Only Bulma was left, devoid of any hope. Perhaps when Trunks perished, Bulma lost all desire to continue living. It was truly heartbreaking. Upon returning to West City, Wujite asked Taisi if she would accompany him. But she declined, stating that her novel was not yet finished and would not follow him on his adventures. Thus, Wujite set off alone. On a certain Earth within the multiverse, help? Is there anyone who can save me? I do not wish to die. In this timeline, devoid of Trunks' existence, Babidi successfully released Majin Buu. The Kais and Jebbit perished, along with the god of destruction, and the angel was entered standby mode. In a certain location, a time-space portal appeared, and Wujite emerged from within. What a calamity! Earth and its inhabitants still exist. Let me see how many remain. Wujite searched meticulously and discovered that nearly all of Earth's populace had perished. Babidi and Majin Buu were rampaging through a large city, causing widespread destruction. Ah! Found her. This world's Bulma was still alive but had resigned herself to death. She lay in the same basement as before, yet this time she made no attempts to act. Instead, she awaited her demise in silence. There was nothing left for her to cherish in this world. Everything she knew had been obliterated. She neither wished nor had the strength to save this despairing world. Chapter 24. Hope, have you resigned yourself to death, Bulma? A voice roused Bulma from her near ascension to paradise. Goku? Are you here to take me to heaven? In her haze, she thought she glimpsed Goku's silhouette. Weakly, she lay on the bed, yet the light in her eyes grew ever brighter. Goku had come to escort her to the afterlife. I regret to inform you, I am not Son Goku. The light in Bulma's eyes dimmed rapidly, returning to the vacant gaze of a mere shell of a person. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegetto, husband to Bulma from another world. Bulma remained unchanged, devoid of any semblance of hope. I can assist you in vanquishing the two miscreants wreaking havoc on Earth. A flicker of brightness returned to Bulma's eyes, yet she remained silent. I can help you revive Trunks. Is that true? Bulma sprang up, grasping Vegetto's arm tightly. Certainly, but first, let me eliminate those bothersome foes. Would you care to join me? I want to go. Bulma refused to let hope slip away. She clung to it as a drowning person clings to a lifeline. Vegetto raised his hand, casting a healing spell, and Bulma visibly regained her vitality. He then utilized instant transmission, arriving at the location of Babidi and Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu was rampaging, while Babidi cackled wickedly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Babidi's laughter ceased, his heart pierced. He struggled to call out to Majin Buu, only to be obliterated in an instant. Vegetto was the architect of this destruction. Now standing atop the ruins, Vegetto had yet to lower his hand. Upon witnessing Babidi's demise, Majin Buu erupted in glee, exclaiming, "Hooray! That annoying pest is finally dead. Do not celebrate too soon. Shortly, I shall send you to join him," Vegetto replied coldly. With all his might, he delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's face, leaving a long trail in the ground. I will kill you, you wretch. Majin Buu's head tilted at an odd angle from the blow, but upon recovering, his rage surged. Smoke billowed from the holes in his head and arms as he raised a hand high, gathering energy for an attack. Big Bang Attack. Vegetto executed his ultimate technique, appearing before Majin Buu in an instant. In the face of Buu's terror, Vegetto annihilated him completely, leaving not a trace behind. All done. Vegetto relaxed his stance and teleported to Bulma's side, placing a hand on her shoulder. I found you. Let us go. Their figures vanished amidst the ruins of the city, which lay desolate, shrouded in smoke. On a verdant planet, the Namekians were tending to their fields when Vegetto's sudden appearance startled them. Who are you? A Namekian eyed Vegetto and Bulma warily, suspecting them to be invaders. After Vegetto explained their purpose, they were escorted to the elder's humble abode. Long time no see, Bulma. The elder before her was the same who had taken refuge in Bulma's home during the destruction of Namek. Elder. Upon seeing a familiar face, Bulma felt as though she had traveled back in time. She recalled her youth, vibrant and full of life. Those cherished days had been shattered by the ruthless androids, leading to over a decade of struggle. After finally defeating the androids, Trunks was tragically slain, leaving Bulma feeling as though the sky had fallen. Yet, witnessing Earth gradually restore its peace, she forced herself to persevere. But peace was fleeting, new enemies emerged, and no one stood to defend them. Despair consumed Bulma, and she longed for death. How tragic. Elder, we have come to request the use of the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed with newfound fervor. Hope surged within her. Of course. The elder replied without a moment's hesitation. Dandy, go notify the villages to gather the Dragon Balls. An adult Dandy swiftly departed. Before long, Dandy returned with 7 Namekians, each carrying a Dragon Ball. Let us begin, commanded the elder. Barabara. Barabara. Dandy recited an incantation, summoning the dragon. Those who have called me may make 3 wishes." The Namekian dragon Purunga addressed them. "Please revive my son Trunks," Bulma wished, with Dandy translating. This wish was effortlessly granted. And Purunga gestured with an OK sign, his eyes narrowing as Trunks was revived on Earth. "State your second wish." Bulma hesitated, uncertain if the warriors of Earth would wish to return after so many years. "Bulma, it is I, Goku," echoed a voice from beyond. Goku's hand rested upon King Kai's back as he communicated with Bulma from the afterlife. "Goku." Bulma gazed skyward. It had been years since she had heard his voice. "We shall not be revived. After all, we have been gone for so long, and Vegeta has shed his sins and been reincarnated." Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma fell silent. Indeed, so many years had passed. Even if they were revived, how would she face them in her aged state? Having Trunks was sufficient. She had managed to endure all these years without them. Coming to terms with this, Bulma felt no more regret, her smile returning. "I understand now, Goku. Earth is in your hands." "Bulma," Goku said one last time before severing the connection. "Then let us revive those who fell at the hands of Babidi, Dabura, and Majin Buu," Vegetto suggested. Dandy looked to the elder, who nodded in agreement. Dandy then made the wish to the dragon, and with a flash, it was granted. "Thank you for these 2 wishes, Elder." Bulma expressed her gratitude. "Do not mention it," the elder replied with satisfaction. Subsequently, Vegetto transported Bulma back to Earth. Upon arrival, Trunks stood in shock, looking at himself. Wasn't I killed by a monster? Just as he pondered this, Vegetto and Bulma materialized before him. "Trunks." Bulma embraced her son, tears brimming in her eyes. This once indomitable woman, who had shouldered half the world's burdens, could not contain her emotions in this moment. "Mother." Trunks held her tightly. Unable to fathom how devastated Bulma would have been after his death, such a heart-wrenching farewell. After a moment, Bulma composed herself. "Thank you, Vegetto," she said, gazing at the man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku and claimed to be her brother-in-law, with genuine gratitude. Chapter 25. To Trunks, "Thank you very much, Mr. Vegetto." Trunks expressed, realizing that without Vegetto, his resurrection would have been impossible. "Haha, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, simply treat me to a grand feast." Vegetto jested with a smile. "Let's head back. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you," Bulma said, grasping Trunks' hand. As the sun set, the silhouettes of the 3 elongated in the fading light. Upon returning to the basement, Bulma commenced cooking while Vegetto and Trunks engaged in conversation at the dining table. "Mr. Vegetto must be incredibly strong to have defeated that monster." Trunks recalled the green-skinned creature that had taken his life. That monster possessed several distinct auras, even Gohan's. Trunks believed that it was Cell who had wrought such destruction upon the Earth. "You are referring to Cell, that fiend, after killing you. Utilized your time machine to travel to the past. The one wreaking havoc on Earth now is a different individual, far more formidable than Cell. Cell's perfect form only reached Super Saiyan 2, and he achieved that revival through Saiyan cells at the brink of death. When he ended your life, he was still in his base form. Trunks, you are still too weak. However, if he lingers here longer, he may fall under Babidi's control or be vanquished by Majin Buu." Speaking of Cell, Vegetto reminisced about Cell's storyline. That fellow was quite something, among all the bosses. It was Cell who learned instant transmission simply by observing Kid Buu. Had Cell survived, he could have grown exponentially stronger. In this timeline, Trunks had just perished when Majin Buu was unleashed, and shortly thereafter, Vegetto arrived. Thus, Trunks' body remained on Earth, his soul yet to ascend to the afterlife. Super Saiyan 2? Is that a form of Super Saiyan? Trunks inquired, confused, as he was only familiar with the Super Saiyan transformation. "You may consider it an advanced transformation of the Super Saiyan. I will remain here for a time to guide you," Vegetto replied, preparing to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more. Their tasks had been completed, and rewards secured. He intended to familiarize himself with the divine aura within, seeking to attain the Super Saiyan red and blue forms. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Vegetto," Trunks said. Bulma, overhearing their conversation, was delighted at the prospect of Vegetto mentoring Trunks. As the stronger he became, the less likely he would face demise. After a hearty meal, Vegetto escorted Trunks to the sacred world of the Kais. However, upon their arrival, the temple lay in ruins, its interior decimated. With no alternative, they resolved to train outside. Days passed in this manner. One day, as usual, Vegetto created a clone to instruct Trunks while his original form studied the divine aura. After several days of research, Vegetto had begun to wield the divine energy, akin to Goku's experience during his battle with Beerus when he reverted to his normal state and transformed into his Super Saiyan. His body had acclimatized to the divine aura, and the next step was to achieve the Super Saiyan red and blue forms. While the two were engrossed in their training, a time machine suddenly materialized near the basement. In an instant, Vegetto opened his eyes, and both Trunks and Vegetto as clones ceased their sparring. Sensing an aura identical to Trunks's. This aura? It's exactly like mine? Trunks exclaimed, surprised yet quickly deducing that an alternate version of himself had arrived via the time machine. However, he pondered the purpose of this counterpart's visit. With curiosity piqued, Trunks approached to investigate, and Vegetto accompanied him, having surmised the origins of this Trunks. Before long, they returned to the basement, where Bulma was joyfully conversing with another Trunks and Mai. Seeing the two return, Bulma cheerfully greeted them. Trunks, Vegetto, you're back. At that moment, Bulma was especially elated. Not only had her son returned, but now another version had arrived, accompanied by his girlfriend. It seemed that soon she would become a grandmother. Meanwhile, the future Trunks, henceforth referred to as Future Trunks, who was older than the present Trunks, stared wide-eyed at Vegetto. Vegetto? Future Trunks was incredulous. He recognized the unmistakable face that radiated invincibility and could hardly believe his eyes. How was it possible to see the legendary Vegetto here? Did this timeline's Goku and father survive? It seemed implausible. Moreover, he had adjusted his time machine to arrive before Babidi and Dubra reached Earth. Yet he had just heard his mother mention that someone had already defeated Majin Buu and Babidi. What had gone awry? He needed to think more critically. Vegetto, meanwhile, had concluded that Future Trunks was indeed the version who had returned after the Zamasu saga. However, he too was puzzled as to why they had not forged a new timeline upon their return. Internally, Vegetto consulted the system, for he was not adept at traversing time. Each journey had relied on the system's power to open temporal rifts. Ding! Responding to the host. The energy residual from the host's arrival in this timeline had not dissipated, attracting the time machine currently in transit. Ah, so that's it, Vegetto mused, nodding inwardly. It's Vegetto, not Vegetto, Trunks corrected Future Trunks. Bulma chimed in, Trunks, Mr. Vegetto also hails from a parallel timeline. He is your uncle by marriage. Not Vegetto. Future Trunks still found it hard to believe. As Vegetto and Vegetto bore the same visage and exuded identical charisma, an aura not easily replicated. I cannot explain why I resemble Vegetto. It is indeed a perplexing matter. Vegetto admitted, somewhat troubled. Encountering someone unfamiliar with Vegetto was manageable, but explaining it to someone who had seen Vegetto was a different challenge altogether. You know Vegetto? Future Trunks was astounded. Vegetto was not someone one encountered casually. Indeed, he is the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Vegetto fabricated a minor fib, but they would not know any better regardless of how he phrased it. Lord Beerus has stated that traversing timelines is a grave offense, Future Trunks warned Vegetto, cautioning him about the dire consequences of time travel. Do not worry, Trunks, I will not create a new timeline. Rest assured, Vegetto reassured him. As a traveler of time, bolstered by the system, what trouble could I encounter? If any issues arise, I shall consult the system for resolution. Chapter 26. The origin of parallel universes. When discussing parallel universes, one cannot overlook the concept as portrayed in the Dragon Ball universe. Let us unravel the notion of parallel realities within this fantastical realm. Firstly, what gives rise to parallel universes? It is the interference of elements alien to a particular timeline that alters its natural progression, thus birthing divergent realities. Only by traversing counterclockwise through time can new parallel universes be created. Moving clockwise bears no such consequence. The Supreme Kai, for instance, harnesses the power of the time ring to journey forward. It is strictly forbidden from moving backward, indicating that clockwise movement does not spawn parallel realms. In Dragon Ball Super, during the Zamasu arc, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 reveals a box containing 6 time rings, suggesting the existence of 6 parallel universes. Through dialogue with Zamasu, we learn that Universe 12 once birthed an advanced civilization capable of constructing time machines, thus creating a parallel universe, referred to as Universe B, with Universe A as the primary timeline. As these two universes diverged within Universe 12, the development of Universe 7 remained unaffected, leading to identical storylines in both realities. In Universe A, Trunks is unable to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory, or perhaps finds nothing but ruins, thereby failing to uncover the hidden facility beneath the surface. As a result, Cell develops safely in Universe A. Consequently, Trunks travels back in time, creating Universe C, delivers a special medicine, and Taking advantage of the fact that androids 17 and 18 have yet to activate, locates the laboratory and the blueprints for the two androids, successfully crafting a remote control to eliminate them. Since Universe C lacks cell, Trunks is not preoccupied with the embryo hidden in the underground lab. At most, he matches the power of androids 17 and 18, defeating them without the need to train alongside Vegeta, thus lacking the strength necessary for further growth. Upon returning to Universe A, Trunks uses the remote control to vanquish the androids. He may also venture into the underground lab in search of the embryo. However, due to the destruction wrought by androids 17 and 18, the lower levels of the lab are affected, resulting in Cell's birth being severely compromised. This leads Trunks to mistakenly believe that the embryo may have perished under the assault of the androids, thus lowering his guard, ultimately falling victim to an ambush by Cell, who then travels back in time, giving rise to Universe D. The prior developments in Universe B mirror those of Universe A until the time machine is used to traverse back, at which point changes quietly unfold. Trunks from Universe B reaches Universe D, thereby creating Universe E, and the subsequent events in Universe D align with the original narrative, establishing it as the canonical timeline. Trunks from Universe B returns to his universe, defeats the androids, eliminates Cell, and overcomes Babidi and Dubra, only to be confronted by Black Goku, who is ultimately vanquished by the Omni King. In Universe C, aided by the presence of Trunks from Universe A and the absence of Cell, the android saga concludes safely. As for the subsequent Majin Buu saga, it is highly probable that it too will pass without incident. Goku in Universe C, having survived due to the special medicine, likely reaches Super Saiyan 3 level after 7 years of training, or at the very least attains Super Saiyan 2 status, easily dispatching Dubra. Since Goku survives, Vegeta will not persistently challenge him, ensuring that Majin Buu remains dormant. In Universe D, the primary timeline, after reaching the Super Period, the candidate Supreme Kai of Universe 10 learns from the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 about the existence of a human, Goku, who possesses strength surpassing that of the gods. This incites disdain and malevolent thoughts within him, ultimately leading to his destruction by Beerus, creating Universe F, stemming from Trunks of Universe B's inability to defeat Black Goku, who seeks assistance in Universe D. In Universe E, absent Trunks' intervention, Goku succumbs to heart disease, leading to rampant androids and Cell's covert maturation into his perfect form. With his fate uncertain, whether he succumbs to Babidi's control or is slain by Majin Buu remains unclear. Universe F, while developing similarly to Universe D, lacks Trunks' plea for aid. Zamasu successfully usurps Goku's body and wreaks havoc alongside his counterpart from Universe B. Here, Goku, having had the Super Dragon Balls destroyed by Zamasu, can only strive to grow stronger while inhabiting Zamasu's form. In Universe G, Trunks from Universe B, following the erasure of his timeline by the Omni King, employs a time machine to return to the period before Babidi and Dubra's emergence. With both Trunks from Universes B and G present, they stand a good chance of ensuring their survival. Thus, all parallel universes encountered within the Dragon Ball narrative have been delineated, a total of 7, with 1 obliterated by the Omni King, leaving 6 that correspond to the 6 time rings. These 6 universes exist under the Omni King's jurisdiction, forming a complete divine hierarchy, collectively referred to as the entirety of the cosmos. Works of fanfiction and GT are relegated to fragments of time, incomplete universes. With the discussion of parallel universes concluded, we return to the unfolding story. Trunks has settled in this new realm, and the number of individuals training with Gogeta has increased from 1 to 2. The task remains unchanged. Whether herding 1 sheep or 2, the effort is the same. Trunks' prowess pales in comparison to that of his counterpart, who possesses at least a Super Saiyan 3 level of strength, while Trunks has yet to attain even Super Saiyan 2. The disparity is striking, leading Gogeta to reflect in exasperation. Trunks' transformation has reached a remarkable level, achieving the power of Super Saiyan 2, nearly reaching its pinnacle. To further enhance his abilities, he must explore Super Saiyan 3 or Divine Energy. Coincidentally, Gogeta is also studying, and thus they embark on this journey of discovery together. Having spent time in the hyperbolic time chamber training under Vegeta, Trunks has become quite adept with Divine Energy. Every day under my father's relentless training. How could I not become familiar with it? Trunks quips. Time passes, and half a month later, Gogeta masters Divine Energy and learns the transformation into Super Saiyan Red, while Super Saiyan Blue remains elusive, requiring further familiarity and control over Divine Energy. Trunks, too, begins to glimpse the possibility of completing his transformation soon. Meanwhile, Trunks has only just reached the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Having just learned to transform, he finds himself at the mercy of Trunks' training. The latter, now capable of wielding divine energy, uses Trunks as a test subject for his new techniques. Observing his alternate self's immense power, Trunks is spurred on, training fervently, showing signs of evolving towards Vegetto's level. Time rewinds to over half a month ago on Earth. Chapter 27. The Elder Kaioshin and Kibito were astonishingly revived by the Namekian dragon. How could this be? Both the Elder Kaioshin and Kibito wore expressions of disbelief. Where are Babidi and Dabura? The two searched frantically until they discovered the shell that sealed Majin Buu. The Elder Kaioshin's face turned pale with terror. He stumbled backward, hastily retreating with Kibito to the Kaioshin realm. When the Elder Kaioshin and Kibito attempted to intervene during Babidi's resurrection of Majin Buu, their efforts proved futile as they were swiftly overpowered by Dabura, leading to their swift demise. Upon the resurrection of Majin Buu, Dabura taunted him, only to be consumed as a mere snack. That demon has truly emerged. The dread of Majin Buu was deeply etched in the minds of the Kaioshins, and the mere thought of his seemingly innocuous face sent shivers down their spines. It was terrifying. The Elder Kaioshin collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, unsure of what to do. My Lord Kaioshin, you must rally yourself. You alone can protect this universe, Kibito urged, quickly helping him to his feet and offering encouragement. After a considerable time, the Elder Kaioshin finally found the strength to rise. Kibito was right. He could not falter. Thus, the two returned to Earth to gather information. From the mouths of the revived individuals, they confirmed that Majin Buu had indeed returned and had slain many on Earth. However, despite their careful and cautious search, they could not find Babidi or Majin Buu. They also did not encounter Goku and Vegeta, as Majin Buu had not yet reached the area of the underground. The Elder Kaioshin and Kibito had been following the remnants left by Majin Buu, hence their lack of encounters. They then set out into the cosmos in search of Babidi and Majin Buu's whereabouts. Yet, after more than half a month of searching through the universe, they found no trace of either Babidi or Majin Buu. All of Babidi's strongholds remained elusive. Reluctantly, they returned to Earth to search once more. This time, they meticulously scoured the planet and, as a result, encountered Goku and his companions. Ah, my Lord Kaioshin, Din exclaimed, warmly greeting the Elder Kaioshin, who had been on his mind for quite some time. Goku emerged from his meditation, while Trunks and Goku's doppelganger paused their training. You know me? The Elder Kaioshin was taken aback. There was someone here who recognized him? Well, it's a bit complicated, Din attempted to explain succinctly, yet it was still shocking. The god of destruction, angels, Zeno, Zamasu, Black Goku, and time travel, what were all these? He had never heard of such things. The Elder Kaioshin remained blissfully ignorant. Lacking the guidance of the former Kaioshin, he had no time to ponder how this individual knew him. The pressing matter was to ascertain the whereabouts of Majin Buu. The Elder Kaioshin briefly described Majin Buu and Babidi to Goku and his companions. Have you encountered these two? Babidi and Majin Buu? Goku replied nonchalantly. I've already taken care of them. He stood up, descending from the small hill where he had meditated, and approached Din. No matter the timeline. You're always chasing after Babidi and Majin Buu, neglecting your responsibilities as the Kaioshin. Goku then suggested, let us head to the Kaioshin realm. What do we need to go there for? The Elder Kaioshin inquired, puzzled. To help you understand this world, Goku said. His eyes suddenly filled with a terrifying aura that receded just as quickly. The Elder Kaioshin and Kibito felt cold sweat trickle down their backs, intimidated by Goku's formidable power. Let us go? Kibito obediently led everyone to the Kaioshin realm. Where's the Kaioshin sword? Goku asked, looking towards the Elder Kaioshin. Follow me, it's over there. The Elder Kaioshin pointed in a direction. The five arrived at a stone pillar where the Kaioshin's sword was embedded. Goku swiftly grasped the sword and, with a slight effort, pulled it free, leaving Kibito in awe. Then, in front of Kibito's astonished gaze, Goku broke the Kaioshin's sword in two. Ah, the Kaioshin's sword is broken. Kibito was utterly flabbergasted. From the spot where the sword had shattered, a figure emerged, none other than the Elder Kaioshin. Ah, finally someone has released me. The Elder Kaioshin was overjoyed, having been sealed away for so long. Who are you, old man? The Elder Kaioshin asked, turning to the Elder Kaioshin. I am the Kaioshin from, 15 generations ago, the Elder Kaioshin replied after counting on his fingers. Old, our ancestor, the Elder Kaioshin exclaimed, rendered speechless by surprise. Long ago, a nefarious being, fearing my power, sealed me within the Kaioshin's sword, the elder Kaioshin recounted, nodding as if to convince himself of the truth. I am finally free. The elder Kaioshin stretched and moved his body, expressing his joy. Goku rolled his eyes, unreservedly exposing the truth. Lord Beerus sealed you away because he feared you might perish. The elder Kaioshin, who had been stretching, nearly gasped in disbelief. What? How do you know? Is it not because of your ignorance, chasing after Majin Buu while being unaware of the god of destruction, angels, and Xeno? If I hadn't wished for your revival using the Namekian dragon, you would have long been gone, Goku asserted, shaking his head and pointing at the elder Kaioshin. I released you to ensure you would educate him properly and prevent further chaos. What? The elder Kaioshin jumped in anger, delivering a punch to the elder Kaioshin's head. You fool. What is Majin Buu that warrants such a frantic chase? Do you even understand the responsibilities that come with being a Kaioshin? Oh well. The elder Kaioshin shifted awkwardly, avoiding the elder Kaioshin's gaze. Huff, huff, huff. The elder Kaioshin was so exasperated that he struggled to breathe, prompting the elder Kaioshin and Kibito to support him in regaining his composure. After a moment, the elder Kaioshin finally steadied himself. I truly appreciate your help. I will ensure this junior receives proper guidance. He expressed gratitude to Goku before pointing an accusatory finger at the elder Kaioshin, proclaiming loudly, from today onward, you shall learn under my tutelage, and I will impart the knowledge you lack. About that. At that moment, Din interjected, Elder Kaioshin, can you contact Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus? Chapter 28. Beerus and Whis in a brief exchange. Dieter recounted the situation concerning Zamasu. The old Kaioshin, recognizing the gravity of the issue, responded, no problem. I shall contact Whis. From somewhere, the old Kaioshin produced a mirror-like device and called out, Whis, Whis, are you there? As Whis's image materialized within the mirror, he appeared somewhat surprised, covering his mouth in astonishment. Ah, old Kaioshin, you have broken your seal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the old Kaioshin continued, I have summoned you for a reason. He proceeded to elaborate on the matter concerning Zamasu once more. Ah, so if this Zamasu appears, we should call upon Lord Beerus. Correct? Whis inquired. At this juncture, Beerus, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, leaned closer, asserting, Indeed, if that Zamasu fellow manifests in our universe, I shall take action. It had been a while since Beerus had engaged in battle, and the prospect of confronting Zamasu piqued his interest. At that moment, Gogeta interjected, approaching Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, would you kindly visit Earth when you have the opportunity? Who are you? Beerus inquired impatiently upon seeing Gogeta. I am Gogeta, and Earth is home to a plethora of delightful delicacies. Gogeta attempted to entice Beerus with the promise of fine cuisine, confident that it would lure him. His motive was straightforward. He sought Whis's guidance in his training. Is that so? If you deceive me, I shall ensure your destruction, Beerus warned skeptically. Of course, Lord Beerus. Should the food not be delectable, you may obliterate both me and Earth, Gogeta confidently replied, patting his chest. Such a jest. With Earth's culinary offerings, I cannot imagine how one could fail to captivate Lord Beerus, who has likely never tasted anything as exquisite as instant noodles. Do you have a request of me? Beerus narrowed his eyes, feigning insight. Ah, you've seen through me, Lord Beerus, Gogeta admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I wish to request Mr. Whis's guidance in my training. Gogeta was candid about his aspirations. If the food on Earth fails to impress, I would not permit Whis to assist you. Beerus, having lived for eons, had savored a myriad of cuisines, and remained doubtful that Earth could offer anything remarkable. Gogeta understood that to gain Whis's tutelage, he must first satisfy Beerus's palate. Then I shall await your arrival on Earth, Lord Beerus. With that, Gogeta felt a surge of joy, confident that with Whis's guidance, he would surely advance further. Very well, old Kaioshin, we shall take our leave now. Please continue to educate your protege at your leisure. Gogeta exchanged a knowing glance with the Kaioshin, then departed with Dieter and Trunks, preferring to return and prepare an abundance of food. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis set out for Earth, eager to gather more detailed information about Zamasu from Dieter. As they traversed the cosmos, Beerus rested his hand on Whis's shoulder, seated cross-legged in the air, his other hand supporting his head. Whis, do you believe the words of that Gogeta fellow? Is it true that Earth possesses exceptional cuisine? I recall visiting once. That creature known as a dinosaur was exceedingly rude, and I dealt with him accordingly. Whis lifted his staff to examine information regarding Earth. Ah, Lord Beerus, this planet called Earth has developed a thriving human civilization. Moreover, it was a Saiyan named Goku who defeated Frieza. Nanny. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. While he had never regarded Frieza as formidable, he had assumed no one in the universe could best him. It was said that Goku transformed into a being known as Super Saiyan and triumphed over Frieza. As Whis' staff displayed an image of Goku from their previous encounter on Namek. Is it that Goku is now the strongest in the universe? No, Goku has perished, succumbing to a heart disease. The emergence of androids has proven even more formidable, resulting in the near annihilation of humanity on Earth. The staff revealed images of androids 17 and 18, followed by scenes of Cell and Majin Buu. Observing the imagery behind Whis, Beerus lamented. Earth truly is a land beset by calamity. This is largely due to you, Lord Beerus. Had you not slumbered for such extended periods, neglecting your duties as a god of destruction, many civilizations within our universe would not have fallen prey to malevolent forces, leaving us perpetually languishing in the depths. Whis' words incited Beerus's ire, prompting him to bellow, Enough, Whis. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I did not intend to imply your laziness. Whis chuckled, only to further provoke Beerus. Humph. Beerus turned his head away, refusing to engage. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to Whis' sharp tongue, yet it still irked him. Whis understood that Beerus would soon rid himself of his frustration. Before long, Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth. Gogeta had just returned, assisting Bulma in preparing food when Beerus and Whis arrived. At Bulma's home, a large gathering encircled the table, laden with an abundance of dishes. This is delicious. That is delectable. Whis and Beerus entered like beggars into a feast, marveling at the culinary delights. Gogeta, indulging in the food, exclaimed, Lord Beerus, I told you so. Beerus could only respond as he hastened to devour more. Gogeta quickly observed, How cunning of you, Lord Beerus. Thus, Gogeta increased his pace as well, turning the dining table into a battleground for the two. Whis swiftly secured his final delicacy, wary of being caught in the fray. Eventually, both Beerus and Gogeta reached their limits, lying on the ground, sated. Well done, lad. You almost bested me, Beerus remarked. Truly remarkable, Lord Beerus, Gogeta replied, struggling to speak as he felt unable to consume another bite. Merely the sight of food made him queasy. Beside Beerus and Gogeta, Dieter and Whis sat under a sunshade, where Dite detailed the specifics concerning Zamasu. Ah, I see, Whis noted, recognizing the troubling notion that a human, endowed with power surpassing that of a god, had arisen. At that moment, Beerus declared, Should we not proceed to Universe 10 and obliterate this Zamasu fellow? Lord Beerus, that is the matter of Universe 10. It is their responsibility to address, Whis countered. Indeed, you are right, Beerus pondered, recalling the god of destruction from Universe 10. If he were to learn of Beerus meddling with his universe's apprentice Kaishin, trouble would surely ensue. Chapter 29. Beerus vs. Vegetto that evening. Beerus and Whis enjoyed yet another sumptuous feast before returning to the realm of destruction. Whis planned to return the following day to escort Vegetto and his companions to the Supreme Kai's world for training. At the break of dawn the next day, Vegetto and his companions gathered their belongings and followed Whis to the realm of destruction. Upon their arrival, before Whis could utter a word, Vegetto boldly declared, I wish to challenge Lord Beerus. I seek to witness the power of a god of destruction. Oh? Beerus, who was sipping his morning tea, glanced at Vegetto with disdain. You are far too weak. I find myself lacking interest. Prepared for this dismissal, Vegetto responded, I have prepared some delicacies for Lord Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus reluctantly acquiesced, saying, Very well, let me show you the power of a god of destruction. Rising from his seat, Beerus soared into the air, and Vegetto stood poised opposite him. Show me what you can do, Beerus beckoned, gesturing for Vegetto to attack. Vegetto charged up, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, and launched himself at Beerus, unleashing a furious barrage of punches and kicks. As he dodged, Beerus remarked, You may appear ferocious, but your strength leaves much to be desired. Vegetto, undeterred, accelerated his assault. In an instant, Beerus vanished, reappearing behind Vegetto and delivering a swift chop that sent him flying. Vegetto regained his footing, only to be met with a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. If this is all you can muster, then we may as well conclude this, Beerus said coolly from above. How could I possibly be this weak? Vegetto retorted confidently from within the smoke. Then, with a thunderous roar, Vegetto shouted, Yah! A brilliant light shot up into the sky, sending debris flying as Whis activated a protective barrier to shield the two behind him. At that moment, Vegetto transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and surged towards Beerus with unprecedented speed, delivering a mighty punch that Beerus met with a smile. Now this feels like a challenge. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging a flurry of blows. Despite Vegetto's relentless offense, Beerus effortlessly parried each strike, exploiting Vegetto's openings to land devastating blows to his face and abdomen, causing him to cough up bile. Through gritted teeth, Vegetto retaliated with a powerful punch to Beerus's face, causing veins to bulge on Beerus's forehead. Whis observed the unfolding battle, commenting, "Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus is becoming a tad irritated." Indeed, Beerus seized Vegetto's attacking hand. Warning, do not let your triumphs cloud your judgment, young one. With another fierce punch to Vegetto's abdomen. Blood spilled from Vegetto's mouth as Beerus executed a swift kick that sent him crashing into the forest, leaving a long trail in his wake amidst swirling smoke. Furious, Vegetto erupted, shattering the stones around him before charging once more at Beerus, and thus commenced a new round of fierce combat. The two battled their way to the lakeside, where they paused to unleash energy blasts, creating a chaotic spectacle of purple and gold energy waves that ravaged the surroundings. Beerus effortlessly deflected an incoming energy wave, charging at Vegetto, who retaliated with a series of golden energy blasts. Beerus maneuvered through the onslaught with grace, reaching Vegetto in an instant to deliver a powerful punch. Vegetto crossed his arms to absorb the impact and immediately countered, but Beerus teleported above him, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Before Beerus could strike, Vegetto vanished and executed a kick from the right. Beerus sidestepped, but Vegetto followed with another punch, which Beerus caught with one hand while grasping Vegetto's other hand with the other. With Vegetto's arms restrained, Beerus thrust his knee forcefully into Vegetto's chest, causing him to double over in pain. Gathering energy with one hand, Vegetto looked up just in time to brace himself with both hands against the impending strike, pushing upward with all his might. In a flash, Beerus appeared before Vegetto, unleashing a long-held energy blast that exploded violently against Vegetto's chest. As the smoke cleared, Vegetto fell to the ground, battered and bloodied, yet still standing. Truly impressive, Lord Beerus, he acknowledged, sensing that Beerus had merely been toying with him. Vegetto felt his strength could rival that of Super Saiyan Blue from Dragon Ball Super, yet he was still at Beerus's mercy. With a fierce shout, Vegetto summoned all his power, achieving Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity, akin to Goku absorbing the energy of Gohan and others in GT, Super Explosive Wave. Vegetto unleashed his ultimate move, hurling it at Beerus. Beerus extended a hand, casting out a sphere of destructive energy that rapidly expanded, colliding with Vegetto's attack. No. Vegetto strained to overpower the destructive force, but Beerus matched his intensity, pushing Vegetto's attack back. Vegetto attempted to grasp the destructive energy with both hands, but upon contact, it quickly ensnared him, enveloping him entirely. Ah! Vegetto cried out in agony as Beerus approached the swirling energy. Have you reached your limit? Hearing Beerus's words, Vegetto clenched his fists, replying, Not yet. With a gasp of astonishment, Beerus watched as Vegetto absorbed the destructive energy, transforming it into his own. In that moment, Vegetto reached an unprecedented level of power, akin to Goku's transformation after absorbing the energy from his allies in GT, yet with a substantial enhancement in strength and speed, allowing him to dominate even the one-star dragon. Has he evolved further? Beerus mused, surprised that Vegetto could absorb his energy and evolve in the process. You possess some skill, young one, he admitted, excitement creeping into his voice, as he had not encountered a worthy adversary in quite some time. Shall we continue? Of course, came the reply, as a new round of battle commenced. Remarkable, remarked Daz and Trunks, watching the spectacle unfold. What kind of transformation is that? It can absorb energy? Trunks, inexperienced yet exhilarated, realized the potential strength of a Saiyan. However, Daz remarked, while Mr. Vegetto is indeed formidable, he still pales in comparison to Lord Beerus. When compared to Vegetto, he is vastly superior. Though aware that Vegetto was not the same as Vegetto, Daz couldn't help but draw a comparison between the two. Chapter 30. The Defeat of Vegetto. Oh, is there someone more formidable than Vegetto? Upon hearing Date's words, Whis found himself puzzled. No, that is the fused warrior formed by Mr. Goku and his father using the Patera earrings of the Kaioshin, possessing overwhelming power. However, due to the sheer magnitude of their strength, the fusion was short-lived and soon dissipated. Date elucidated the origins of Vegetto. I see. A super warrior created through the divine Patera fusion of the Kaioshin. With his doubts resolved, Whis fell silent and resumed observing the battle between Beerus and Vegetto. In the skies, Beerus and Vegetto clashed fiercely, Each collision unleashed terrifying energy, devastating everything in their vicinity. Not bad, kid. Your strength has improved significantly since before, but it is still insufficient. Beerus intensified his power, and Vegetto struggled to withstand it, elevating his energy to the maximum in a desperate attempt to hold on. Yet he still suffered blows, enduring a one-sided onslaught. Before long, Vegetto was sent flying once again. There was no choice. As the iterations progressed, Beerus too was undergoing upgrades, and the end seemed perpetually out of reach. During the Battle of Gods, when Super Saiyan God Goku fought Beerus, Whis noted that Beerus had utilized 70% of his power. Goodness, Whis, you big-eyed fellow, 70% is correct, but the total is 100%. Later, with the emergence of Super Saiyan Blue, Goku and Vegeta together could contend with Beerus. After the Zamasu arc, Vegeta at full power in Super Saiyan Blue was easily knocked back to his normal state by Beerus's few moves, and Beerus upgraded once more. Post the Tournament of Power, a deep blue Vegeta found himself once again at the mercy of Beerus, who effortlessly pummeled him with just his legs. Even now, Beerus's strength remained an enigma. Having grown weary of the match, Beerus decided this time to incapacitate Vegetto. Raising his hand above his head, an immense energy sphere materialized in Beerus's grasp, growing larger with each infusion of his energy. Subsequently, with a mighty fling, Beerus sent the energy sphere hurtling towards Vegetto. Is Lord Beerus not concerned that Mr. Vegetto might absorb his energy once more? Date inquired, perplexed. Mr. Vegetto has already reached his limit after absorbing Lord Beerus's destructive energy. He can no longer take it anymore. Whis, being a master, immediately discerned the issue at hand. As Vegetto took hold of the energy sphere, this time, Beerus unleashed an even more formidable force, which could potentially inflict severe damage on Vegetto. Upon contact with the energy sphere, Vegetto was forcefully driven into the ground, and the sphere exploded, engulfing him in a torrent of terrifying energy. In that fleeting moment, it seemed that Whis and Beerus sensed something unusual. As the smoke cleared, Vegetto surprisingly remained standing, albeit barely. He soon lost consciousness. Indeed, at the last moment, Vegetto had utilized the divine aura. Originally, Vegetto could not wield divine energy in his Super Saiyan 4 form, but after absorbing Beerus's destructive energy, his understanding of divine energy deepened. Coupled with the system's rewards granting him unmatched talent, he managed to employ it at the very last second. Yet, Vegetto had overestimated himself. His body could not endure the strain. Had it not been for the resilience of his Super Saiyan 4 form, he might have perished. Most of the damage he sustained resulted from the forced use of divine energy. Fortunately, the explosion's energy was mostly mitigated. Super Saiyan Blue merely represents the use of divine energy in Super Saiyan form, whereas Vegetto was utilizing it in Super Saiyan 4 form. It was a miracle he did not succumb on the spot. Whis swiftly approached Vegetto to administer treatment. Once healed, Vegetto rose to his feet. Phew, I thought I was done for this time. In that critical moment, Vegetto sensed something was amiss. He felt he might be finished. What an exhilarating spectacle. The duel between Vegetto and Lord Beerus was truly remarkable. I did not anticipate that Mr. Vegetto had mastered divine energy. Whis praised Vegetto highly. That power you exhibited at the last moment was intriguing. If you could fully harness it, you might barely stand as my opponent. Beerus maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, then extended his hand. Vegetto looked on, somewhat confused. How vexing. You promised to bring me delicacies. Beerus could hardly contain his desire to thrash Vegetto once more. Ahaha. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I shall fetch it for you right away. Vegetto recalled the words spoken before the battle and called out to Date. Trunks, bring that out. Date retrieved a capsule from his chest and, after pressing a button, tossed it aside. With a loud bang, a massive storage room appeared, filled with instant food. Vegetto opened the door and emerged with a box of instant noodles, distributing a serving to everyone, and then proceeded to explain the consumption method to Beerus and Whis. In Beerus's dining hall, the 5 of them sat at the table, eagerly awaiting the noodles' completion. As for the warehouse brought by Date, Beerus rummaged through it thoroughly before returning it to Date. At the appointed time, Beerus could hardly wait to lift the lid, and a delightful aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Leaning in closer, Beerus inhaled deeply. Wow, it smells divine. Beerus took a fork and savored the first bite. This is simply exquisite. Beerus's eyes sparkled as he devoured the noodles voraciously, 1 bowl, 2 bowls, until he had polished off 6 bowls before pausing. Having satisfied his hunger, what to do next? Naturally, it was time to sleep. Beerus returned to his little bed and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Whis began instructing Vegetto and the others. From Mr. Vegetto's battle with Lord Beerus, I have gleaned a clear understanding of Mr. Vegetto's overall strength. Mr. Vegetto possesses a solid foundation, and his movements during combat were remarkably efficient and devoid of excess. After 6 months of training on the Yardrat planet, Vegetto has reached the pinnacle of his abilities, barring learning the realm of the gods. Further enhancement will be arduous and will rely solely on the accumulation of time for comprehension. However, this process demands considerable time, even with Vegetto's unparalleled talent. Master Roshi achieved his high realm solely through the passage of time, brushing against the threshold of Ultra Instinct in the absence of guidance. Although it was in its rudimentary stage, it was still exceptionally formidable. Should Master Roshi be able to wield divine power, he would likely master Ultra Instinct. Only Master Roshi might rival Vegetto's current realm. In a contest of equal power, Vegetto may not prevail against him, though it would not be an easy victory for Roshi either. As for the two Trunks, there exists a vast disparity in both power and realm. Both Trunks lack systematic training and extraordinary aptitude, leaving them to learn gradually. Whis continued, stating that Mr. Vegetto's ability to reach such a realm without guidance is truly commendable. The attainment of higher realms is the most challenging endeavor, whereas the enhancement of strength is comparatively more accessible. Chapter 31. Training in the Destruction Realm. Whis's words caused the two Trunks to tremble. This was unlike their previous training, which had solely focused on enhancing their strength. Here, under Whis's guidance, strength was not the paramount concern. Rather, it was the level of mastery that held the utmost importance. Gogeta had long since grasped this concept and was not surprised. However, Whis's remarks made him realize that his own mastery still fell short. Very well. Let us commence our training, Whis declared, leading the trio to an open area. With a flourish of his hand, he conjured a staff and waved it towards the ground, causing 2 iron blocks to materialize before Goku and Trunks. Each block bore 2 holes, allowing them to grasp it with both hands for ease of lifting. Now, dear Trunks, please engage in strength and endurance training. Lift these and walk a lap around the Destruction Realm. If you lag behind, you may inadvertently trigger a dimension shift. Whis pointed towards the path that gradually receded from view, startling the two into immediate action. Why is this so heavy? They exclaimed, struggling to lift the iron blocks as they trudged forward. This weight is custom-tailored for you two, Whis chuckled mischievously. As he observed their diminishing figures, Whis turned his attention to Gogeta. Gogeta, at your current level, you should be ready to learn that technique, he said, explaining the concept of separating body and consciousness, allowing each part of the body to act autonomously without the need for conscious thought, thus enabling swifter and stronger actions. Eagerly, Whis initiated Gogeta into the art of Ultra Instinct. If you can truly master this technique, you will unlock divine power and enter the true realm of the gods. Now, let us allow Gogeta to experience it. Whis beckoned him to attack. Gogeta lunged forward, launching an assault at Whis, who evaded with the grace of a butterfly dancing amidst a sea of flowers, leaving Gogeta's punches landing nowhere near him. After a brief exchange, Whis halted Gogeta's advance. How did that feel, Gogeta? Truly astonishing, Gogeta exclaimed, feeling as if Whis were a cloud, his fists blowing past without making contact. Yet I remain utterly baffled. Fear not. This technique is inherently challenging. Even Lord Beerus struggled for years to utilize it, and he has yet to master its full potential, Whis encouraged, urging Gogeta to maintain a relaxed mindset. Thus, the trio continued their training in the Destruction Realm. Half a month later, in the Destruction Realm, Gogeta and the two Trunks were sparring. Gogeta was diligently attempting to employ Ultra Instinct while the Trunks unleashed their full power upon him. As Gogeta dodged, Whis offered guidance. Gogeta, calm your mind and let your body act on its own. Gogeta, still furrowing his brow, struggled to comprehend the seemingly magical ability of Ultra Instinct. After some time, Whis called for a pause. This is still too difficult, Whis, Gogeta lamented. Do not lose heart, Gogeta. I believe with your innate talent. It will not be long before you grasp it. You simply have yet to discover the key. After half a month of training, Whis recognized Gogeta's extraordinary potential, one of the most promising individuals he had encountered in many years, surpassing even Lord Beerus. Enough pondering, let us eat something. Whis's voice pulled Gogeta back to reality. Upon hearing the word food, Gogeta cast all his concerns aside, his mind now solely focused on culinary delights. A month later, Whis's voice resonated from afar. Gogeta, your movements are becoming increasingly refined. The two Trunks, busy mowing grass, looked up to see Gogeta attacking Whis. Although he still failed to land a blow, It was evident that Gogeta's movements had become markedly more fluid. All thanks to your teachings, Whis. Gogeta paused to express his gratitude. Humph, this lad still has a long way to go, Beerus remarked from a distance. His haughty demeanor slightly softened by a hint of approval in the upward curve of his lips. From that point onward, Gogeta's understanding of Ultra Instinct advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than 6 months, he successfully crossed the threshold into the realm of Ultra Instinct Sign. While he could not yet freely control his attacks and could only passively evade, his grasp of the technique was already impressive. In under 6 months to comprehend Ultra Instinct is remarkable. I had predicted it would take at least a year, Whis mused. Lord Beerus took. Before he could finish, Beerus bellowed, Silence, Whis. Realizing Beerus's irritation, Whis ceased speaking, aware that continuing could provoke a violent response. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. We are prepared to return to Earth, Gogeta announced. Having spent nearly 6 months in the Destruction Realm, their provisions had nearly run out. It was time for a well-deserved break. We shall accompany you, Whis added, as Beerus yearned for Earth's delicacies after more than half a year without them. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to Earth. After their intensive training, Gogeta had successfully mastered Ultra Instinct Sign, while the two Trunks achieved Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan 2, respectively. Following a delightful feast on Earth, Whis and Beerus returned to the Destruction Realm. Gogeta, longing for his own timeline, felt a sense of nostalgia for ties after such an extended absence. Initially, he had planned to teach Trunks for a brief period before returning, but the arrival of the Great Trunks and the unexpected acquaintance with Beerus and Whis made him reluctant to forfeit such an invaluable training opportunity. In the 6 months that had passed, Vegeta and Nappa had already reached Earth. Gogeta pondered the situation, curious about the current state of affairs. Gohan's combat prowess had surpassed Vegeta's, and with Master Roshi's training, he hoped they would manage to navigate the challenges ahead. Yet, he wondered if Frieza would still be able to eavesdrop on the Dragon Ball's whereabouts through Vegeta's power level detector. Thankfully, Piccolo had survived and did not divulge the information regarding Namek. As Gogeta contemplated, he realized he had yet to meet his counterpart in this universe, Son Goku. Knowing Goku's personality, he feared that if Goku discovered his existence, he would relentlessly seek him out for guidance. The mere thought of it gave Gogeta a headache. Perhaps I shall simply use a clone to deflect him. I cannot allow him to disrupt my time with my beloved. Chapter 32, Return. Guiding Vegeta upon returning to his own timeline, Gogeta instantly teleported to Tais, embracing her. Startled, Tais was taken aback, but upon recognizing Gogeta, her frustration flared. They had agreed on a swift return, yet he had been gone for half a year. She swiftly twisted his waist, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gogeta pleaded for mercy. Why is it that women always resort to this tactic? Humph, do you now recognize my prowess? Tais observed Gogeta's plea for mercy with a triumphant expression. Of course, my wife is the strongest. Gogeta immediately began to massage Tais' shoulders and legs. If she were dissatisfied, he would have to sleep on the sofa that night. At least you know your place. Tais shot him a knowing glance. Gogeta held Tais close, eager to learn about the events that had transpired on Earth during his absence. Through her recounting, he learned that upon Vegeta and Nappa's arrival on Earth, they were confronted by Piccolo and others, leading to a fierce battle. Eventually, Goku arrived to engage Vegeta in a one-on-one confrontation, resulting in both sustaining injuries. Vegeta transformed into a great ape using an artificial moon, but was ultimately defeated by a united effort from the others, spared but sent back. During the conflict, Vegeta inadvertently revealed information about the Dragon Balls, which Frieza overheard, prompting him to head to Earth. In response, Goku and the others prepared thoroughly upon the North Kai's notification. Yet Frieza proved too formidable, leading to their demise. Ultimately, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, vanquishing Frieza before seeking assistance on Namek. On Namek, Goku encountered Frieza's father, King Cold, resulting in a fierce confrontation that culminated in the destruction of Namek and King Cold's death. In line with the original tale, Goku journeyed to Yardrat to train. The Namekians used the Dragon Balls to locate a new habitable planet. With Goku absent from Earth, Gogeta exhaled a sigh of relief. In the aftermath, Gohan continued his training under Master Roshi, while Piccolo and Tien returned to their respective training grounds. Yamcha and Bulma parted ways, indulging in a life of revelry. While Vegeta ascended to a position of prominence, Gogeta and Tais spent the entire day in each other's company, even sharing a chair at mealtime. Nearly bathing together, though Gogeta prudently refrained, aware of the potential complications. The following morning, Gogeta awoke early and made his way to the dining hall, where he was surprised to find Vegeta already having breakfast. Oh, Vegeta is up this early? Upon hearing his name, Vegeta looked up, his pupils narrowing upon seeing Gogeta, the Saiyan. Astonished, he noted Gogeta's tail. Impossible. Could there be another pure-blooded Saiyan besides him and Kakarot? Who are you? Vegeta inquired, his expression unfriendly as he fixed a steely gaze on Gogeta, poised to strike at any moment. There's no need to be so tense, Vegeta, Gogeta remarked, taking a seat at the table and instructing the chef to prepare his breakfast. Vegeta's gaze never wavered from Gogeta, unable to discern the depth of his power. Despite sensing Kakarot's strength when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gogeta's presence felt ethereal. He seemed to vanish upon closing his eyes, yet was undeniably present when opened. I am Gogeta, and I. Gogeta briefly introduced himself, sharing his origins. I see, just like Kakarot, Vegeta summarized succinctly after listening to Gogeta's explanation. Huh. Hearing Vegeta's remark, Gogeta's fist clenched in indignation. Although it was true that he and Kakarot had been exiled to a remote planet due to their inferior potential, being bluntly reminded of it irked him. Thus, Gogeta resolved to teach Vegeta a lesson. Damn it, if you can't articulate, just keep quiet. Finishing his breakfast swiftly, Gogeta turned to Vegeta. Do you want to know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, dreaming of achieving this transformation, answered without hesitation. Of course. Do you know how? Indeed, it's merely a matter of becoming a Super Saiyan. With a smirk, Gogeta transformed, enveloped in a golden aura, resembling a colossal light bulb from a distance. How infuriating! Vegeta clenched his fists in rage upon witnessing Gogeta's transformation. How do I become a Super Saiyan? Is this your attitude when seeking help? Gogeta crossed his arms, observing Vegeta as he felt the pressure of the moment. The proud Saiyan prince had never needed to plead for assistance before. After a tense standoff, Vegeta finally relented. Please, teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Now that's more like it. One must adopt a humble attitude when asking for help, Gogeta approved, then leaped out the window. Follow me. Gogeta led Vegeta to a desolate area, explaining that during the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, uncontrolled power could wreak havoc on the surroundings, which he wished to avoid. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a calm heart and a steady mind, and then, through anger, the S cells within your body will rapidly increase, allowing you to successfully transform. Having lived on Earth for several months, you should have met the requirements. You may attempt the transformation now. Gogeta's detailed instructions were lost on Vegeta, who fixated solely on the notion of anger. S cells, calm heart, steady mind, dismissed those. With a roar, Vegeta unleashed all his power, yet his form remained unchanged. Observing this, Gogeta realized Vegeta had not comprehended the instructions and provoked him further. Vegeta, if you cannot become a Super Saiyan, you shall be forever beneath Kakarot's heel. Who knows? Even Gohan might surpass you, leaving you unable to even catch a glimpse of their backs. These words ignited a flame of fury within Vegeta. How could he remain subservient to Kakarot? Agonizing over his inability to transform, he questioned himself repeatedly, until finally, rage surged to its peak. A golden light enveloped him as he bellowed. Ha! At last, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, believing himself invincible. With power surging within him, he felt capable of defeating both Kakarot and Gogeta. A confident smile graced his face, a smile that, as history foretold, would inevitably lead to a beating. Chapter 33. The Wedding. What is this energy? A Super Saiyan. Warriors across the earth felt the overwhelming power of Vegeta. This fellow has transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Piccolo, filled with resentment, thought back to when Vegeta was at his level not long ago. But the Saiyant's unreasonable rate of enhancement left others in the dust. Vegeta had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Gogeta. Gogeta shook his head. This guy was blinded by power, recklessly attacking without understanding his opponent's capabilities. No wonder he was so ruthlessly beaten by Android 18, easily dodging Vegeta's assault. Gogeta began to mock him. What is this? The Prince of the Saiyans possesses such feeble skills? And you think you can surpass Kakarot? Dream on. Vegeta was instantly infuriated. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. He swung a fist at Gogeta's face, only to have it effortlessly caught. Gogeta continued to taunt. Did you skip breakfast? Is this all the strength you have? Too slow, far too slow. Unable to bear the continuous mockery, Vegeta gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his hands. Disregarding the consequences on Earth, his sole aim was to obliterate this irritating foe before him. Die. Huh. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Gogeta, finally smiling at the thought that no one could withstand his attack. However, that smile was short-lived. Gogeta calmly opened his palm, effortlessly containing Vegeta's formidable energy wave. This little energy? You think you can kill me with this? Vegeta, now furious, charged at Gogeta once more, but in an instant, he was sent flying backward. Faster than he had approached. He crashed through a series of stone pillars before becoming embedded in the rock, falling unconscious. Seeing Vegeta in such a state brought Gogeta a sense of satisfaction. He extinguished the energy in his hand, approached Vegeta to admire his pitiful condition, and then left. Time passed, and as night fell, Vegeta finally regained consciousness, his body racked with pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he flew back to Bulma's home. Meanwhile, Bulma had been searching frantically for Vegeta. Upon seeing him battered and bruised, she rushed over to support him. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Vegeta recalled the kick from Gogeta that had incapacitated him, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. Bulma hurriedly dragged him away for treatment. At that moment, Gogeta was peacefully asleep, nestled with his wife, enjoying a deep slumber. Alas, poor Vegeta. However, this incident proved fortuitous, as it accelerated the progression of Vegeta and Bulma's relationship, soon leading to a definitive bond. Afterward, Gogeta enjoyed a period of tranquility on Earth, occasionally offering guidance to Vegeta. Until the return of Son Goku. Long before Vegeta's invasion of Earth, Goku had learned of Gogeta's existence through Gohan and the others. At that time, Gogeta was training in another dimension with Whis. Meanwhile, Goku was preoccupied with the aftermath of Frieza's actions, traveling to Namek to use the Dragon Balls, clashing with Frieza's father, King Cold, and ultimately destroying Namek. After wandering to Yardrat, he trained there for a year before returning. Notably, Goku learned from Gohan that he would die from a heart disease in the future. With Piccolo's guidance, he wished for a healthy body on Namek, thus resolving his heart condition. Upon returning home, Goku couldn't remain idle for long and sought out Vegeta for a sparring session at Bulma's house. To his surprise, he discovered that Vegeta was slightly stronger than himself, leading him to notice Gogeta. The outcome was predictable. Goku ended up in a similar state as Vegeta, bedridden for several days. It could be said that Goku had it coming. While Gogeta was sharing a tender moment with Tais, Goku barged in, resulting in Gogeta giving him a sound thrashing, after which Goku behaved himself. Upon Goku's return, Bulma and Tais announced that their wedding would be held in a week, inviting a host of friends and family to attend. Initially, Vegeta had no intention of participating in a wedding, deeming it too troublesome compared to trainings. But Gogeta insisted he join in. Thus, Gogeta and Vegeta, both reliant on their partners, successfully became part of the Brief family. A week later, at Bulma's home in West City, Goku's family, along with Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Launch, Chaozu, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Oolong, Puar, and Yajirobe, gathered for the occasion, alongside many other guests. The wedding venue was filled with attendees, and as the ceremony commenced, the host, the very same from the Tenkaichi Budokai, welcomed everyone warmly. After a lengthy introduction, he invited the bride to make her entrance. The doors opened, and little Gohan escorted Bulma and Tais, both adorned in exquisite white wedding dresses, enhancing their beauty. Next, it was time for the grooms to appear. Vegeta and Gogeta, clad in dapper suits, walked down the aisle. Gogeta exuded calm confidence, while Vegeta appeared somewhat awkward and uneasy. They each approached their brides. The ceremony continued with a question-and-answer segment, where the host asked the couples if they were willing to love one another for eternity. Vegeta turned crimson under the spotlight, while Goku and the others nearly doubled over in laughter. Finally, they exchanged rings, and the grooms kissed their brides. Gogeta and Tais exchanged their rings with ease, stating that kissing was nothing new to them. Upon hearing that they were to kiss in front of so many witnesses, Vegeta's face flushed a deep red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Ultimately, it was Bulma who took the initiative to kiss Vegeta, thus completing that part of the ceremony. With the wedding rites concluded, the host encouraged everyone to enjoy the festivities. Various performances followed, and the host approached Goku's table. Mr. Goku, it's great to see you all here. The host was somewhat excited, having missed Goku and his friends at previous tournaments, as their absence made the events feel somewhat dull. Hey, Goku waved in greeting. The host found a chair beside them and joined in their conversation. Before long, only 3 tables remained at the banquet, as Gogeta and his group had outdone themselves in consumption, showcasing the difference that rigorous training made. After the wedding, everyone returned to their respective homes. Vegeta carried a tipsy Bulma back to their room, and what transpired next is best left to the imagination. At long last, Gogeta and Tais had achieved their happy ending. The moon shone so round in the night sky, and the stars twinkled so brightly. Chapter 34. The androids. The following day, Vegeta awakened to the sight of crimson stains upon the sheets, reflecting on the profound transition from virginity to experience across 2 lifetimes. In the ensuing days, Vegeta lived in blissful contentment until, 6 months later, Tais was with child. He devoted all his time to caring for her, only sparing moments for his training. As Tais' belly grew, Vegeta became increasingly anxious about his potential as a father, grappling with uncertainty. Fortunately, Tais was there to offer guidance, instilling in him the confidence that he could indeed be a good father. 3 months into Tais' pregnancy, Bulma too announced her expectancy of Trunks, bringing double joy. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were overjoyed, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles. However, Vegeta remained fixated on training, an utter fool. 10 months later, Tais gave birth to a girl, whom Vegeta named AC, subsequently transforming into a devoted father. Whenever Trunks caused AC to cry, Vegeta would retaliate against Vegeta, justifying it as a means to enhance his resilience. Vegeta found himself in a predicament, unable to retaliate or flee. Time flew by. 3 years later, AC was over a year old, walking and talking. Vegeta's heart melted as he listened to little AC sweetly call him daddy. Whatever AC desired, Vegeta provided, even insisting that Beerus serve as her pet cat, as decreed by him. Following AC's birth, Vegeta experienced profound realizations, mastering the perfect freeform technique and successfully achieving silver-haired mastery, significantly enhancing his prowess. His strength surpassed that of his contemporaries, reaching full Super Saiyan power. Meanwhile, Goten, under the tutelage of Master Roshi, successfully graduated and learned the transformation into a Super Saiyan, fulfilling Vegeta's mission. Others also demonstrated notable progress. One day, a sudden realization swept over the group as they detected a significant disappearance of energy in the southern region. The warriors of Earth promptly set out to investigate. Initially, Vegeta had no intention to join, deeming the androids unworthy of concern. However, Bulma and Tais expressed a desire to see what the androids looked like, prompting Vegeta to accompany them out of concern for Tais' safety. Upon their arrival, Goku and Vegeta were the first to behold the ravaged city. Soon after, the rest of the group arrived, and they began a thorough search, yet found no sign of the androids. At that moment, Bulma arrived by aircraft, recognizing the grim expressions on their faces, realizing they had failed to capture the androids. Tais, slightly disappointed, turned to Vegeta and asked playfully, "Do you have any ideas?" Holding his daughter, Vegeta replied, "Bulma, didn't you say you knew the general location of Dr. Gero's lab? We can lie in wait there." Without delay, they set off. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and Android 19 strolled leisurely, oblivious to the impending threat. Upon reaching the lab's entrance, they were met by Goku and the others, who had been waiting. Dr. Gero, bewildered by the unexpected arrival, commanded Android 19 to stall for time while he activated Androids 17 and 18. Gohan stepped forward to confront Android 19, while Goku and Vegeta held back, eager to gauge the android's strength. Gohan, without hesitation, transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a barrage upon Android 19. Seizing the moment, Android 19 grasped Gohan's arm, beginning to absorb his energy. However, Gohan, having trained under Master Roshi and witnessed the horrors of a dystopian future, remained undeterred and merciless against evil. In that moment, he mirrored Goku's youthful resolve against the Red Ribbon Army. With sheer force, Gohan tore free from Android 19's grasp, who, sensing danger, attempted to flee but was swiftly dispatched by Gohan's Ki Blast. Dr. Gero successfully activated Androids 17 and 18 as the lab's door creaked open. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally, unaware of the strength Goku and Vegeta had attained, as his minions fell to Vegeta's might before they could even approach. "Prepare to meet your doom." "Haha, Doctor." Gero's laughter was abruptly silenced as Android 17 pierced his chest with a hand. In disbelief, Dr. Gero turned to protest, but before he could utter a word, 17 swiftly decapitated him. "Annoying old man, who would listen to you?" Android 17 dusted off his hands, turning to find Goku in the crowd. "Son Goku," Android 18 exclaimed, recognizing him. You know me?" Goku asked, perplexed. Gohan interjected, "Dad, they are the androids created by Dr. Gero, intending to exact revenge on you for defeating the Red Ribbon Army. Didn't I tell you?" Gohan felt exasperated. His father's obliviousness was truly concerning. prompting his mother's insistence on his diligence and studies to avoid such ignorance. Indeed, we were created for the purpose of avenging you, Android 17 confirmed. A loud crash drew their attention as the lid containing Android 16 fell to the ground. Android 18, attempting to call Android 17 over, accidentally activated 16, whose imposing figure emerged. Emotionless, he scanned the crowd, only reacting upon spotting Goku and Vegeta. 16. Were you also created to eliminate Goku? Android 18 inquired. Indeed, 16 replied, devoid of expression. Goku is right here. Let us eradicate him. 17 urged, pointing at Goku. However, my perception indicates that Goku's energy far surpasses the combined might of the three of us, as does Vegetto's, 16 stated matter-of-factly. Yet, 17, unwilling to accept the truth, recalled Dr. Gero's files that proclaimed him the strongest being in existence. Humph, you scrap metal have some insight, Vegeta remarked, amused by 16's observation. Doubtful of his inferiority, 17 charged at Vegeta, humph, overestimating yourself. Vegeta, unimpressed, transformed into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly knocked 17 down, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. At that moment, perhaps Vegeta pondered, so this is how it feels to be on the receiving end of Vegeta's blows. I was but a fool back then. Vegeta replied, indeed. You have grasped it perfectly. Chapter 35, The Return to Future Time and Space. Upon witnessing number 17 being swiftly dispatched by Vegeta, number 18 was poised to charge forward, only to be restrained by number 16. The disparity between your abilities is insurmountable. Even if you were to engage, it would be futile. Number 16 stated, are we to simply surrender and allow them to slay us? Number 18 retorted. Yet, number 16 replied, given Goku's character, he would not kill us. How can that be? Number 18 remained skeptical, for they were engineered with the sole purpose of eliminating Goku. Surely he would not spare them. You are correct. I shall not eliminate you. However, should you commit any malevolent acts, rest assured I will eradicate you. Goku had even spared Frieza. Were it not for Frieza's own demise-seeking actions, he would not have met his end. The same principle applied to these androids. As long as they did not engage in heinous deeds, Goku would not interfere with them. Subsequently, Goku and his companions departed, leaving Bulma and Ties to converse with the three androids. You must have nowhere to go now. Would you care to stay at my home? I can arrange employment for you, Bulma inquired. Number 18 hesitated, while number 16 remained silent. I am the world's richest individual. Arranging employment is a trivial matter, Bulma declared, striking a chord with number 18, who promptly accepted the offer without hesitation. Bulma escorted the trio back to the aircraft, where Goku and Vegeta were joyfully playing with their daughter. Upon seeing Bulma and Ties return with the androids, they expressed mild surprise, but said nothing further. As Bulma activated the aircraft and took to the skies, Goku suddenly recalled that Cell still resided in the laboratory's basement. He opened the aircraft's door and unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the entire lab along with its surroundings. If Cell managed to survive that, it would be a testament to his extraordinary fate. Upon their return to West City, Goku and Vegeta sought out Gogeta. Over the years, they had regularly engaged Gogeta in sparring matches, albeit with consistently dismal outcomes for them, yet they relished the experience. After sending the two away, Bulma and Ties enjoyed a lively conversation with numbers 17 and 18, while number 16 quietly observed. Little Ace seemed particularly fond of number 16, playfully climbing and exploring him. Upon seeing Gogeta return, she gleefully ran up to him, exclaiming, Daddy hug. Gogeta scooped her up, planting a kiss on her cheek, and asked, Do you miss Daddy? Yes, she replied, nestling against his chest and planting a kiss on him. How much do you miss me? Very, very much, she exclaimed, adorably gesturing to emphasize her affection. Gogeta sat beside Ties, enjoying their conversation while playfully engaging with his daughter. Thus, the three androids found a home with Bulma, concluding the saga of the androids. As Ace gradually matured, Ties' creative spirit for crafting science fiction narratives was rekindled. It had been many years since she last penned a story. Consequently, she requested Gogeta to take her to the timeline he had visited previously, the one with two trunks. Without a moment's hesitation, Gogeta acquiesced, for he cherished his wife dearly. Thus, Gogeta accompanied Ties and Ace to the future timeline. In this timeline, Bulma had aged significantly. Upon reuniting with her sister, she was filled with joy. To see family once more in her lifetime was a true blessing. Little Ace enchanted Bulma, who was captivated by her niece's endearing calls. Big Trunks and Mai had welcomed a son named Jacobis, who was slightly older than Ace but belonged to a younger generation. The two children quickly bonded in play. Coincidentally, Beerus and Whis also arrived on Earth. Over the years, they had frequently visited to indulge in feasting and merriment. Were it not for Bulma's affluent household, they might have been overwhelmed by their antics. Ah, Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis, what a delightful surprise. Gogeta greeted warmly. You rascal, you've finally shown your face again. Beerus exclaimed. Long time no see, Mr. Gogeta, Whis chimed in, with Big Trunks and Trunks trailing behind, both expressing their excitement at seeing Gogeta. Both of you have grown stronger, Gogeta remarked, sensing the immense power radiating from them. Big Trunks had reached the Super Saiyan Blue level, while Trunks had attained the Super Saiyan Red level. Indeed, we have been diligently training these past years, they replied enthusiastically. Why not have Gogeta-san spar with the two of you? Whis suggested. I too have that intention. Let me witness the extent of your progress over these years. Gogeta responded before soaring into the sky, with the two Trunks following closely. Please be gentle, Gogeta-san. They both exclaimed in unison as they assumed combat stances and commenced their duel. Big Trunks and Trunks launched their attacks simultaneously, flanking Gogeta with fervent strikes. Effortlessly, Gogeta evaded their blows. His mastery of Ultra Instinct was gradually integrating into his daily life, yet complete assimilation remained a distant goal. To Gogeta, they were rife with vulnerabilities. He seized their heads and collided them together. Ouch! They both yelped, clutching their foreheads. Gogeta wasted no time, delivering a swift kick that sent Big Trunks flying, then pivoting to execute a kick that sent Trunks hurtling away, causing him to crash into Big Trunks. As Big Trunks regained his footing, he was met with Trunks barreling towards him. In a panic, he reached out to catch Trunks but was unprepared for the sheer force, sliding back a considerable distance before dissipating the momentum. Unleash your true power. This level is insufficient, Gogeta urged them. Taking his words to heart, both transformed into Super Saiyans. How dare you underestimate us? They declared, their pride ignited. Seeing their transformation into mere Super Saiyans left Gogeta feeling slighted. He charged forward. Midway, he suddenly vanished, reappearing behind them to unleash a series of Wolf Fang fist strikes on Big Trunks. Trunks rushed to assist, but Gogeta deftly dodged and retaliated with a punch to Trunks' chest, followed by another barrage of Wolf Fang fists that rendered both Trunks in agony. Big Trunks attempted to charge an energy wave for a sneak attack from behind, but such trivial tactics were no match for Gogeta's keen awareness. With a slight turn, he evaded the attack and countered with an energy wave aimed at Big Trunks. The latter swiftly dodged, unaware that Gogeta had already anticipated him and unleashed yet another energy wave. Big Trunks, unable to escape in time, crossed his arms to brace for the impact. Trunks initiated a royal strategy, unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward Gogeta. The resulting explosions enveloped Gogeta in smoke, and both Trunks prepared their ultimate moves, forming intricate gestures in the void. Ha! They shouted as their energy waves surged into the smoke, generating even more chaos. When the smoke settled, Gogeta emerged unscathed, his attire entirely free of dust. Not bad. That last attack had some merit, he remarked, brushing away non-existent dust from his clothing. Chapter 36. Broly Date and Trunks gazed at the unscathed Gogeta, aware that without unleashing their full potential, they would scarcely graze the hem of Gogeta's attire. Thus, they transformed once more. A brilliant flash of red and blue illuminated the arena as Super Blue Date and Super Red Trunks made their entrance. Allow me to showcase a fraction of my abilities, Gogeta declared, transforming into Super Blue, and the three engaged in fierce combat. The rapid succession of punches resonated through the air, igniting a fervor in the two children watching. Wow, Dad is incredible, exclaimed a starry-eyed Ace, witnessing Gogeta's prowess for the first time, while Jacobis was equally enthralled. You two have indeed grown stronger, Gogeta praised amidst the clash, of course. We have diligently trained under Mr. Whis, not relaxing for a moment. Upon hearing Gogeta's commendation, smiles blossomed on their faces. After all, who wouldn't desire the approval of their elders? All right, let's call it a day. Continuing further would lead to chaos, Gogeta announced as he teleported away from the battlefield, returning to his normal state. The two also reverted back, landing gracefully as Whis chuckled. You both have put in tremendous effort, Mr. Gogeta. Their innate talent is remarkable, allowing them to grow this strong. Beerus interjected, these two lads are quite impressive. At this level, they could potentially serve as candidates for a god of destruction in other universes. However, I believe Trunks' temperament would be better suited for a Supreme Kai, don't you think? Lord Beerus? Moreover, should they ascend to the role of Supreme Kai, their strength would ensure your safety, Lord Beerus. Gogeta's words left Beerus wide-eyed. That does seem plausible. Whis concurred wholeheartedly. Date had previously expressed his disinterest in becoming a Supreme Kai. After vanquishing Zamasu, the Supreme Kai-Shin offered Date a candidacy, which he firmly declined. Trunks remained uncertain, as their personalities were quite similar, likely leading to a shared perspective. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus, but we have no such aspirations at this time. Indeed. Both declined. Nonetheless, we shall protect the Supreme Kai with diligence, Date assured, thumping his chest. Is Mr. Gogeta here to challenge Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. No. My wife wished to come, and I lack the confidence to defeat Lord Beerus. Once I am certain, I shall challenge him, Gogeta replied. His current strength was insufficient to rival Beerus, who stood among the most formidable of the gods of destruction. Perhaps only when Gogeta could effortlessly wield Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan 4 form or elevate his mastery of Ultra Instinct to a higher tier could he contemplate such a challenge. You'll need to train for 1,000,000 years to stand a chance against me. Beerus scoffed dismissively, yet his inner thoughts remained a mystery. Enough of this talk. Let us indulge in some exquisite cuisine, Bulma announced, having prepared a feast with the chef, and everyone made their way to the dining hall. At the table, Tais and Whis were engrossed in delightful conversation, with Whis sharing fascinating tales that sparked Tais' creativity, leading her to shower him with compliments. Bulma doted on her niece, cradling her and feeding her, inciting jealousy in Jacobis, who felt his status threatened. Ace mischievously made a face at Jacobis, prompting him to nearly lose his composure. Ultimately, Gogeta swooped in and carried Ace away, averting a potential conflict. While discussing candidates for the God of Destruction, Gogeta recalled Broly, a being who could match Super Blue in his base form. After satisfying his hunger, Gogeta approached Beerus, reclining on a lounge chair, and inquired, Lord Beerus, I know of an extraordinary individual who could be a candidate for the God of Destruction. Might you be interested? Intrigued by Gogeta's mention of an exceptional individual, Beerus responded, Is he as formidable as you? Currently, he is not as strong as I am, but his potential is vast, and his physique is incredibly robust. Gogeta elaborated on Broly's might, piquing Beerus' interest. Then let us go see him. I wish to witness this individual's strength firsthand. For the sake of his universe. Beerus felt it imperative to be aware of its powerful beings. Whis led Beerus, Gogeta, Tais, and the two Trunks to planet Vampa in search of Broly. Before long, they arrived at Vampa, landing on its surface. As Beerus surveyed the environment, he remarked, This place is dreadful. Are you certain this powerful individual resides on such a planet? Indeed, it is such environments that forge the strongest warriors. Meanwhile, on Paragus End, he was elated to witness figures descending from the cosmos, rushing toward their landing site. As he approached, he halted, only to be confronted by a colossal beast charging at him. Broly, he shouted in alarm. From a distance, a towering figure burst forth. It was Broly. With a single kick, Broly dispatched the monster, sending the massive creature crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Beerus pointed at Broly and asked, Is this the individual you deem so powerful? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Gogeta affirmed confidently, acknowledging Broly's undeniable strength, which perhaps only Gohan could rival, Gogeta himself, of course, being an exception, having surpassed all limits by merging with Vegeta. Can you assist us in departing this planet? Paragus implored as he approached Beerus eagerly. Are you also a Saiyan? Beerus inquired, casting an impatient glance at the elderly man before him. Paragus felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating whether these individuals were adversaries of the Saiyans come to exact vengeance. However, recalling Broly's formidable power, he regained his composure, thinking that even if they were foes, he could remain on the planet without fear. Indeed, I am a Saiyan, and this is my son, Broly, Paragus replied calmly. Beerus gestured toward Gogeta, saying, This fellow claims your son is quite formidable. If Broly truly possesses such strength, I can facilitate your departure. Paragus hesitated at this. For if Broly were to unleash his fury in battle, he could become uncontrollable, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Should that happen, disaster would surely follow. He doubted that the group before him could reign in Broly. Chapter 37. Broly's Rampage. Once Broly enters battle, he gradually succumbs to a ferocious rage. If not halted in time, the consequences could be dire. Paragus articulates his concerns regarding Broly, hoping to dissuade those present from any reckless notions. However, Gogeta reassures him, declaring, Fear not, this individual is the mightiest being in our universe, Lord Beerus the Destroyer. With him here, there is no cause for alarm. Moreover, Trunks is the son of Vegeta. Upon hearing Gogeta's words, a surge of hatred fills Paragus' heart, compounded by his desire to leave this place. He consents to allow Broly to engage in combat with them, instructing Broly, "Do not hold back. Unleash your full strength against them, for they are the offspring of Vegeta." Turning to Goten, Gogeta states, "Trunks, you shall fight Broly." Goten, taken aback by Gogeta's decision, had anticipated that Gogeta himself would intervene. After training under Lord Beerus for so long, this is your opportunity to showcase Broly's power. Reluctantly, Goten steps forward. Broly charges violently at Goten, the ground shattering beneath the force of his terrifying might. Trunks crosses his arms in an attempt to block Broly's punch, but is utterly unprepared for the sheer ferocity of Broly's strength, as the ground beneath him fractures, and he is sent crashing into the earth. Instantly, Goten transforms into Super Saiyan, bursting forth from the ground to retaliate with a kick aimed at Broly's torso. Lacking combat experience, Broly endures the blow, responding with a punch directed at Goten, igniting a fierce melee between the two. As the battle progresses, Broly begins to adapt, gaining the upper hand, with each strike proving increasingly difficult for Goten to counter. Seizing an opportunity, Broly captures Goten by the head and slams him into the ground, subsequently dragging him against a nearby rock before hurling him towards a distant pillar. Goten is left embedded within it, his eyes vacant, questioning his existence after enduring such a brutal onslaught from Broly. Without affording Goten a moment's respite, Broly advances, delivering a powerful punch that Goten narrowly evades, causing the pillar behind him to shatter into fragments. Goten retaliates with a kick to Broly's chest, but the latter remains unmoved, seizing Goten's leg and lifting him high before slamming him down once more. Goten's eyes widen in shock as blood spills from his mouth, suffering under Broly's relentless barrage. Just as Broly prepares to lift Goten again, Goten suddenly transforms into Super Saiyan God, delivering a fierce kick to Broly's chest, propelling him backward into a pile of stones. Meanwhile, Trunks inquires of Gogeta, "Mr. Gogeta, why does Broly become so enraged upon learning we are the sons of Vegeta?" Gogeta succinctly explains the backstory. "I see," Trunks responds, shocked to learn that his grandfather would resort to such measures, fearing the strength of others and the potential loss of Vegeta's legacy, which led to Broly's exile to such a desolate place. Were he in Broly's position, he too would be deeply affected. At that moment, Broly's power surges once more, his pupils transforming to a golden hue, signifying his unique transformation, the legendary form. This form's power rivals that of Super Saiyan Blue. Broly and Goten clash again, with Broly once again gaining the upper hand, as Goten in his Super Red form struggles to withstand Broly's onslaught. Each collision sends Goten hurtling away, and he realizes that if this continues, he will exhaust his energy and ultimately succumb to Broly. In a bid for survival, Goten utilizes Broly's momentum to distance himself and gather energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, radiating a brilliant azure light that envelopes the arena. As Broly continues his assault, Goten counters, and their fists collide with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of energy that shatters the surroundings and creates a massive crater in the ground. After a brief stalemate, Goten retreats, recognizing he cannot match Broly's raw power and resorts to ranged attacks. He unleashes a barrage of ki blasts, which Broly withstands as he charges toward Goten. Goten, agile and evasive, continues to fire blasts. Frustrated at his inability to catch Goten, Broly roars, gathering immense energy in his hand, forming a vibrant green energy sphere while encasing himself in an energy shield to deflect Goten's ki blasts. Goten, witnessing Broly's energy gathering, spreads his arms wide and begins to charge his own energy. With a resounding clash, both unleash their attacks simultaneously. Goten's final flash collides with Broly's energy sphere, resulting in a powerful standoff where neither can gain the upper hand. As they both intensify their energy output, a cataclysmic explosion ensues, illuminating half the planet. Goten, panting heavily from the exertion, realizes Broly remains unscathed. Acknowledging the disparity in their strength, Goten concedes, "I surrender, Broly. You are indeed formidable." At this juncture, Gogeta initiates a scheme, discreetly manifesting a clone that eludes the watchful eyes of Beerus and Whis. He transforms into King Vegeta and approaches Paragus, exclaiming, "Indeed. We should have annihilated you two from the outset. I never anticipated that your son would grow so powerful." Paragus, upon seeing King Vegeta, is elated, urgently instructing Broly, "Broly, this is our enemy. Swiftly eliminate him." As Broly turns, he witnesses King Vegeta dispatching Paragus with a single blow. Broly's eyes widen as an overwhelming surge of rage floods his mind. Gripping his head in agony, he bellows, "Ah!" Vivid green energy erupts from his being, forming a towering column that envelopes him. As he ascends, the energy suddenly condenses into a sphere encasing him. With a deafening roar, countless green energy blasts erupt from the sphere, indiscriminately wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Whis deftly conjures a protective barrier with his staff, shielding those nearby. After an explosive display, Broly fixes his gaze on the orchestrator of his torment, Gogeta's clone masquerading as King Vegeta. Concentrating energy in his hands, Broly charges at King Vegeta, and in a moment of shocking revelation, obliterates the one responsible for his father's demise. He then pivots toward the nearest Gogeta, who grins mischievously, declaring, "Now it's my turn to engage." Gogeta takes to the skies, and Broly pursues him, reaching a critical juncture. As Gogeta turns to face the charging Broly, the battle commences. "What a monstrous creature!" Goten exclaims in awe, astonished that in his base form, Broly could rival him, and now, in his Super Saiyan transformation, his power is nothing short of terrifying. Trunks shares a similar sentiment, realizing that even an alternate version of himself cannot withstand Broly's might, leaving him to ponder how he could possibly prevail. Chapter 38. Broly defeated. Vegetto, transformed into Super Blue, swiftly blocked Broly's punch with one hand and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's torso. At this moment, Broly had succumbed to rage, completely losing his sanity. He could not evade the attack and took the blow head-on. With a furious roar, he retaliated, swinging his fist directly at Vegetto's handsome face. Vegetto deftly deflected Broly's punch with his left hand while charging energy in his right, landing a devastating blow to Broly's chest. The impact caused Broly to gasp in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Vegetto followed up with a fierce kick to Broly's face, sending him flying. As the two warriors erupted with energy, Vegetto transformed into a radiant blue light, soaring toward Broly, who, in turn, transformed into a vibrant green light, charging at Vegetto. Their blue and green forms collided in the sky like two meteors streaking across the inky blackness of space. The two continued their fierce battle, descending from the heavens to the earth, and then into the depths below. The molten lava posed no hindrance to them. Instead, it erupted from the ground with each of their powerful clashes. Within the lava, Broly endured another punch from Vegetto, staggering backward. Gathering energy in his hands, Broly aimed at Vegetto, but Vegetto, quick as lightning, seized the energy in Broly's grasp and crushed it. In Broly's astonished gaze, Vegetto unleashed an uppercut that propelled Broly out of the lava. As Broly soared into the air, Vegetto teleported directly before him, channeling a powerful energy wave into Broly, which detonated upon impact, sending Broly crashing into a distant mountain. With a resounding roar, Broly's energy surged once more, the green aura shattering the mountain behind him. His hair transformed from golden to a deep, grassy green. Broly raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of green energy that rapidly expanded before hurtling toward Vegetto. Vegetto caught it effortlessly with one hand and crushed it, reducing the energy sphere to a cascade of green fragments that gradually dissipated. Before Vegetto could react, Broly was upon him, delivering a punch to his face, followed by another that struck Vegetto's abdomen with terrifying force, causing the mountain behind them to crumble. Grasping Vegetto's hair, Broly lifted him and prepared to unleash a devastating energy wave. In a swift maneuver, Vegetto kneed Broly in the chest, securing Broly's arms and propelling him downward, tossing him forcefully to the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted, obscuring Broly's fate. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed his energy, dispersing the smoke. He raised his hand, adeptly employing the prince's fighting technique, launching a barrage of green energy blasts toward Vegetto. While Vegetto nimbly dodged in midair, he closed in on Broly. Vegetto circled behind Broly, and as Broly turned, Vegetto's fist connected with Broly's face, forcing him to stagger back. Broly retaliated with an energy wave, but Vegetto leaped gracefully, evading the attack, spinning midair before delivering a powerful kick to Broly. Despite Broly's attempt to block, he could not withstand the force, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him. As Broly lowered his arms, Vegetto unleashed a flurry of energy blasts that rained down upon Broly, catching him off guard. In agony, Broly gathered energy to form a green shield before him, struggling to withstand Vegetto's relentless assault. Recognizing that Broly had reached his limit, Vegetto ceased his attack and concentrated on the Kamehameha wave. The powerful blast struck Broly, resulting in a violent explosion. Vegetto landed on the ground, waiting for the smoke to clear. Once the smoke dissipated, Broly had reverted to his normal state, unconscious. Vegetto lifted him and returned to the onlooker's side, placing Broly down before Whis and Beerus. "How was that, Lord Beerus?" Vegetto inquired. "Impressive, but he lacks combat experience and relies too heavily on brute strength," Beerus assessed, with Whis nodding in agreement. "After all, he hasn't fought anyone in decades. He is quite formidable. Even Trunks couldn't defeat Broly. With a bit of training, he could become an exceptional warrior." Vegetto added, "However, I sense that Broly's nature might not be suited for a destroyer. His heart is exceptionally pure and kind. Ultimately, it depends on his own desires." "Humph. I haven't agreed to make him a candidate for destroyer," Beerus retorted, slightly irked. "I am the destroyer here. It's all right. If he cannot become a destroyer, he can pursue other paths or even remain on Earth. Bulma can support him regardless," Vegetto replied nonchalantly. He merely wished to understand Broly's abilities, making it easier for him to locate Broly later. Now that he had recognized Broly's energy signature, he could teleport without relying on Whis' power. "I'll consider it," Beerus decided. Vegetto approached Paragus, casting a healing spell that fully revived him. He had not killed Paragus, merely utilized him to provoke Broly. Paragus opened his eyes. "Am I still alive?" He gazed at his hands in disbelief. Vegetto then turned to Broly, casting another healing spell, reviving him as well. Broly stood up, ready to attack Vegetto, but upon seeing his father unharmed, he felt immense relief. Paragus, witnessing Broly, also felt joy. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, the hatred within him had lessened, and he longed to live peacefully with his son. The father and son embraced tightly. Paragus felt tears dampening his shoulder, stirring something within him. Over the years, he had not shown enough concern for Broly, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and neglecting Broly's feelings. Yet, he realized it was not too late to make amends. "Broly, I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured over the years," Paragus spoke. Feeling Broly's grip tighten around him, he gently patted Broly's head, saying, "All right now, you're too grown to be crying." Daiko observed this touching reunion and felt a pang of nostalgia for his father, Vegeta. "All right, let us go. I'll take you both away from here." Vegetto interrupted the heartfelt scene. However, Broly remained wary, his gaze filled with suspicion. Vegetto explained to Broly that he only sought to witness Broly's strength, having utilized his father Paragus for that purpose. He then recounted the fate of Vegeta's lineage, and upon hearing that Vegeta's line had perished, Paragus was overjoyed. As for Trunks, he did not resemble Vegeta, so he did not count. Seeing his father forgiving Vegetto, Broly's animosity dissipated, and ultimately, the two followed Vegetto back to Earth. Chapter 39. Return and daily life. Upon returning to Earth, Broly and his father no longer bore the appearance of desolation. After a simple grooming, they appeared rejuvenated. Goku and Vegeta were already relishing their meal when Daz noticed the two arriving and beckoned them to join. Broly gazed at the unfamiliar dishes before him, momentarily entranced. Paragus had already begun to eat heartily, savoring the moment, as it had been far too long since he had enjoyed a proper meal. Observing his father's enthusiasm, Broly started to eat as well. He picked up a piece of roasted meat, took a bite, and was overwhelmed by an exquisite taste unlike anything he had experienced before. He began to eat voraciously, but soon choked. Daz quickly poured a cup of water and handed it to Broly, who drank gratefully and then inquired, "What is this?" "This is water," Daz replied sympathetically, realizing Broly had never even tasted water before, which deepened his resentment towards his long-lost grandfather. Daz then presented Broly with a bottle of juice, saying, "This is even better, give it a try." Broly took a sip and earnestly thanked Daz, exclaiming, "I really like it, Trunks." In moments of peace, Broly was nothing but a polite young man. After the meal, everyone sat on the ground, engaging in conversation. Daz, curious about Broly's strength, asked, "Broly, how did you train to become so powerful? And what is that transformation of yours, a Super Saiyan?" Broly replied, "I fight monsters on my planet every day. As for the transformation, I do not know." Paragus interjected, explaining, Broly is a mutant Saiyan. When he was young, he occasionally entered a berserk state. Initially, I thought it was due to his tail, so I severed it, but the berserk episodes continued. Broly's power grew daily, and soon I was no match for him. It was during that time that Broly injured my eyes. I had to fit him with a control device that would release pulses of electricity to restrain him during his outbursts. "I am sorry, Broly," Paragus said, apologizing for the years of control and for harming his son's childhood companion. Broly gently touched the cloth around his waist and reassured his father, "It's all right, father." In his heart, Broly harbored no resentment, for his father would always be paramount to him. Enough of these somber topics. Let us discuss something more enjoyable. Bulma interjected. Sensing the atmosphere had become heavy. Subsequently, Tai shared amusing tales from the universe, which Broly listened to intently. The two young ones played nearby, filling the air with a joyful ambience. Meanwhile, Beerus turned to Whis and asked, Whis, what are your thoughts on the matter? It is not easy to find such an exceptional candidate for a god of destruction. Beerus had yet to form a decision and remained silent. Goku, overhearing, chimed in. Lord Beerus, if Broly were to become the god of destruction candidate, wouldn't it be quite the honor for you to showcase him in other universes? Imagining the scene and envisioning the other gods of destruction and dismay brought a broad grin to Beerus's face, his laughter echoing. Recognizing Beerus's amusement, Goku knew the matter was settled. Thus, Broly was appointed as the candidate for god of destruction, with Paragus accompanying him to the realm of the gods. After some time had passed since the Broly incident, Goku returned home with his wife and daughter, as Tais had gathered sufficient material to begin her novel. Upon returning to his own timeline, Goku went to planet Vampa to bring Broly and Paragus to Earth, ensuring Goku and Vegeta would not pester him daily, compelling Broly to confront them. Although Broly was still relatively young and not yet overwhelmingly powerful, he could handle Goku and Vegeta. Initially, upon meeting Vegeta, Paragus sought revenge. But upon hearing Vegeta's disdain for King Vegeta, Paragus decided to abandon his vendetta. Broly and Paragus settled on Earth. The Majin Buu brought back from the first timeline was also released by Goku, but Dr. Briefs declared it too advanced to study, only detecting two energies within, one good and one evil. Upon his emergence, Buu demanded food, wreaking havoc when denied. After receiving a reprimand from Goku, Buu settled down. Tais found Buu's rotund form endearing, often preventing Goku from disciplining him. Thus, Buu would cling to Tais' leg, knowing Goku would not dare strike him while she was near. Little Ace also adored Buu, reveling in his soft exterior, often leaning against him, much to their comfort. Buu, possessing a childlike demeanor, quickly befriended Ace, and they engaged in playful antics. On one occasion, Buu even hit Trunks, provoking Vegeta's wrath, but Buu easily overpowered him, with Ace cheering from the sidelines. Ultimately, it was Bulma who had to intervene to save Vegeta from further humiliation. Buu eventually regurgitated Trunks, revealing that Trunks was playing hide-and-seek with Ace as it. Trunks hid inside Buu, who concealed himself, and after a long time without being found, Vegeta assumed Buu had taken Trunks and attacked him, only to face a formidable opponent. Alas, poor Vegeta. Following this incident, Vegeta intensified his training, vowing to reclaim his honor. Goku, hearing of Vegeta's defeat, eagerly sought to challenge Buu, but Buu, adhering to Tais' guidance, refrained from engaging unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Buu reluctant to fight, Goku resorted to tempting him with cake, which Buu could not resist. The inevitable outcome ensued, with Goku receiving a thorough thrashing and subsequently seeking solace from Vegeta. From then on, both Goku and Vegeta diligently trained, striving to surpass Super Saiyan 3, preparing to confront Buu to avenge their previous humiliation, but were ultimately thwarted by Goku. Gohan, meanwhile, balanced his studies with training. Guided by Goku and Master Roshi, he began to cultivate his martial arts skills, finding that reading was his most effective form of training. Gohan devoted increasing amounts of time to his studies, no longer confined to mere academic knowledge, but also delving into the texts left by Earth's martial arts masters. Goku, however, worried that Gohan was squandering his time and expressed his concerns, but Gohan remained unfazed. Thanks to Lin Yujun for the generous support. This marks the author's first gift. And as a token of appreciation, an additional chapter will be added. Chapter 40, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in the era of the Buu saga. At this juncture, Gohan has reached the age of 16. Initially, he had no intention of attending school, believing he could simply study at home. However, Vegeta expressed to Chi-Chi that Gohan ought not to remain cooped up at home, but rather venture out to make some friends and experience the vibrant world around him. In a private conversation, he hinted that Gohan might even bring home a girlfriend, prompting Chi-Chi to decisively send Gohan to the nearest city for his education. Thus, Gohan commenced his high school journey. With no threat of Cell looming over them, Mr. Satan had not ascended to the status of a world-saving hero. Instead, he enjoyed a modest fame, and despite his title as world champion, he had become a wealthy figure in his own right. As in the original storyline, Gohan and Videl became classmates. However, unlike before, Gohan was not influenced by the Ginyu Force's bizarre aesthetics. Under the guidance of Master Roshi and Vegeta, he chose not to conceal his identity. Whenever evil arose, Gohan would be there to confront it. Consequently, Gohan's relationship with Videl blossomed rapidly, developing naturally. Unlike Goku, who often appeared oblivious, Gohan was quite astute and occasionally indulged in romantic literature, possessing a fair understanding of such matters. Soon, the two met each other's parents, solidifying their plans to complete high school and university before tying the knot. On a weekend, Videl flew to Gohan's home to see him. Gohan was engrossed in a novel by ties, and upon noticing Videl, he joyfully approached her, taking her hand and settling onto the sofa. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Videl playfully tapped Gohan's arm and announced, "After many years, the World Martial Arts Tournament is being held again, scheduled for 1 month from now. Your father was the champion of the previous tournament, and my father was the champion before that. This time, we cannot let the title slip away to anyone else. Therefore, I have decided to participate. Will you join me?" Upon hearing Videl's intentions regarding the tournament, Gohan replied, "I shall not participate. I will be your cheerleader instead." For Gohan, entering the tournament would merely be a display of superiority, lacking any real challenge. Indeed, Videl concurred. Given your immense strength, it would be meaningless for you to compete. Acknowledging this, Videl did not press Gohan to enter. "In that case, I would appreciate your guidance in my training over the next month," she requested. Without hesitation, Gohan agreed. The two applied for a month-long leave from school to focus on their training. Meanwhile, at Vegeta's residence, 3 children were playfully tussling. You sat on the ground, enjoying pudding while observing the trio. Due to Vegeta's influence, Trunks had matured a few months earlier than originally, while Goten remained unchanged. At that moment, Bra had established herself as the leader among the children, and all 3 could transform into Super Saiyans. With Bra being the strongest and Trunks and Goten closely matched in power, the trio spent their days outdoors, often causing mischief and breaking items belonging to others, resulting in complaints from their neighbors. Upon hearing that Videl intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, they clamored to attend, eager to support her. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, having reached Super Saiyan 3, were stronger than depicted in the anime. Broly was diligently training, now able to harness his full power without losing control. Though he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, Goku had attempted to teach him, but had not succeeded. As Broly exhibited signs of losing control whenever he attempted to transform, likely due to insufficient training, Vegeta's power had surpassed all limits, merging Super Saiyan 4 with the Divine Aura, achieving a breakthrough in Super Saiyan 4. He could also utilize Ultra Instinct in Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4 forms. Although the full potential of Super Saiyan 4 had yet to be realized, Vegeta felt ready to challenge Beerus. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. Gohan, accompanied by his wife and the 3 children, strolled down the street, each enjoying an ice cream. As they walked, Goten accidentally bumped into someone, causing his ice cream to fall to the ground. Frustrated, he glared at the individual who had obstructed his path, his fists clenched as if ready to confront him. However, the person was called away by a thin individual without even turning back. Gohan quickly intervened, and Videl kindly bought Goten a new ice cream. However, Gohan found it peculiar that the individual had not noticed Goten's collision, sensing a hint of malevolence emanating from him. "What's wrong, Gohan?" Videl asked, noticing his contemplative demeanor. "That person felt somewhat strange," Gohan replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I can't quite describe it. Don't worry. With you around, even if he is a villain, he poses no threat." Videl smiled sweetly at Gohan. "You have a point," Gohan responded with a smile of his own. After a while, the group continued their stroll until they heard an announcement that registration for the adult division was about to begin. Videl went to queue up while Gohan and the 3 children entered the audience area. Shortly thereafter, Videl appeared in the contestant area, breezing through the preliminary rounds with ease. Before long, the tournament commenced, starting with the youth division. Without Goten and Trunks participating, the matches felt rather dull, culminating in an unknown contender claiming first place and a prize of 10 million. Next up was the adult division. The announcer excitedly introduced the competitors, calling forth contestant Panda and another unnamed fighter. Panda swiftly executed a decisive move, overwhelming his opponent, who, despite a valiant effort, was unable to compete effectively and ultimately conceded defeat, allowing Panda to advance. The announcer's enthusiastic commentary ignited cheers from the audience. Next, contestants Shin and another fighter took the stage. The match commenced with the unknown fighter attacking Shin, who stood motionless. With a swift movement, Shin dispatched his opponent with a single strike, eliciting a roar of applause from the crowd. Observing Shin's impressive display, Gohan found it intriguing. This individual was not an ordinary competitor. Suddenly, he recalled the man Goten had bumped into, suspecting that he might be connected to this fighter. Next, it was Vidal's turn to face off against Spobovich. Contestant Vidal is the daughter of our previous champion, Mr. Satan, and just like her father, she is exceptionally formidable. Chapter 41. The astonishing Kaishin Go, Vidal, cheered her classmates from the audience, waving at her. You can do it, Vidal. Gohan and the three little ones also rallied behind her as the match commenced. With the announcer's voice fading, Vidal charged at Spobovich, delivering a soaring kick that struck his face. Upon landing, she followed with an elbow strike that landed heavily on his abdomen, executing a series of wolf fang fist techniques that left Spobovich utterly defenseless. Vidal unleashed another flying kick, sending Spobovich tumbling away. Her ferocious onslaught had him down on the ground. Yet, Spobovich rose again, revealing an indomitable fighting spirit. He attacked Vidal, but she effortlessly countered his strikes, inflicting pain upon him as he could only roar in frustration. Another kick sent Spobovich flying again, but he stood up once more, leaving Vidal astonished. How could this man endure so much punishment? He resembled a relentless fighting machine, seemingly impervious to pain, prompting Vidal to persist with her assault. Seizing one of Spopovich's arms, Vidal executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground, yet he quickly regained his feet. Their fierce battle resumed, and it was evident that Spopovich had been knocked down countless times by Vidal, yet he continued to rise. Gohan noticed something amiss with Spopovich. The veins on his body were bulging, and the symbol on his forehead seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Suddenly, the announcer's voice interrupted Gohan's thoughts. He looked up just in time to see Vidal deliver a kick that decapitated Spopovich. The host and audience gasped, believing Vidal had committed murder, resulting in her disqualification. However, Spopovich astonishingly reattached his head, revealing his fierce resilience. The two resumed their battle once more. Yet, it was clear that Vidal's stamina was waning. She struggled to maintain her earlier ferocity, and her defenses began to falter, sustaining injuries in the process. In a swift moment, Spopovich landed a heavy blow to her abdomen, and then another kick sent her crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Frustrated, Vidal finally stood again, slowly gathering energy in her hands, a ki blast forming before her. Ah! She hurled the ki blast at Spopovich. He raised his hand in response. Could it be? Vidal found it hard to believe that this technique, which she had only managed to master after a month of training with Gohan, could be replicated by him. In the next instant, Spopovich unleashed a purple ki blast that collided with Vidal's, engulfing her attack and striking her directly. She fell once more as Spopovich rushed forward, continuing his assault. Each strike landed squarely on Vidal's face, causing blood to flow from her nose and mouth. This despicable fiend dares to strike Vidal. Ace, unable to bear the sight any longer, dashed onto the arena and delivered a fierce kick that sent Spopovich crashing into the wall. Gohan had intended to intervene, but was outpaced by Ace. He hovered in the air, suddenly noticing Yaman, the slender figure, suspended in midair, grasping a long flask. He directed it toward Spopovich, declaring, "That's the one." In an instant, they charged toward Ace, intent on absorbing her energy. Everything transpired in a flash, leaving the Kaioshin unable to react in time. Gohan witnessed their advance and prepared to act, but in her fury, Ace transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly subduing both foes and seizing their energy-absorbing devices. The announcer stood in shock, unable to comprehend how a little girl could kick Spopovich away, only for Yaman to emerge from the shadows, attempting to capture her. Even more absurdly, the girl transformed, her hair turning golden, and with a few swift moves, incapacitated both assailants, claiming their possessions. Gohan approached Vidal, producing a Senza bean that he had obtained from Korin, intended for emergencies. To his relief, Vidal consumed it and instantly revived. He then turned to Spopovich and Yaman, seeking to understand their intentions when the Kaioshin approached him, stating, "No need to inquire further. I already know their objective." Gohan pondered, realizing his suspicions were correct. These two were indeed linked to a greater threat. The Kaioshin continued, "I had intended to use them to trace the mastermind's lair, but now I must devise an alternative plan." Suddenly, Spopovich and Yaman's body swelled rapidly before exploding, a tactic commonly employed by Babidi. Those dispatched who are discovered are eliminated. Gohan and the others had disrupted the Kaioshin's plans, compelling them to assist him. Gohan, Vidal, and the three little ones sought clarification from the Kaioshin regarding the unfolding events. Majin Buu? They exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Majin Buu. The Kaioshin, recalling the sinister smile of the creature, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Trunks and Goten animatedly reenacted their friend Buu's antics, while Ace pulled out her phone, showing the Kaioshin a photo of them with Buu, nearly causing him to lose his composure. How was this possible? The Kaioshin was certain that the egg-sealing Buu had been taken by Babidi, yet this version of Buu was inexplicable. Gohan explained, Mr. Buu was brought back from another timeline by Mr. Vegeta and entrusted to Dr. Brief for research. A few years ago, Mr. Vegeta released him, claiming he needed a playmate for Ace. Ace nodded in agreement. The Kaioshin began to question the sanity of the situation. Releasing Buu merely to provide companionship for a child? It felt more like a cruel jest than a sensible decision. Trunks and Goten, initially intrigued by the notion of a Majin, became deflated upon realizing it was Buu, who looked anything but menacing. The two boys slumped, their enthusiasm evaporating. The Kaioshin implored Gohan to take him to meet Vegeta, seeking his assistance. However, Gohan countered, stating that if it was merely Mr. Buu, he could handle it himself. But if it was the Buu he had encountered in his youth, that would be an entirely different challenge. The Kaioshin was once again left astounded. The day's events shattered his understanding of reality. Buu as a mere playmate, and anyone could easily overpower him. Chapter 42. The might of Gohan. Gohan's current power level is only beneath that of Gogeta and comparable to Broly. The two of them should be on par with Gotenks against Buu, while Goku and Vegeta have attained a level of strength that rivals the enigmatic Gohan, all of whom can easily overpower Buu. Initially, Goku mistook Gohan's constant reading as a sign of decline, believing he had neglected his training. Unbeknownst to him, each time Gohan experienced a new epiphany, he would seek out his father, Piccolo, for sparring to validate his insights. Piccolo, too, grew stronger through these sporadic bouts with Gohan. After Gohan comprehended the mysterious form, Piccolo suggested he engage Goku in a match, though he refrained from pressuring Gohan to unleash his full potential. Thus, Gohan faced off against Goku, and the outcome was predictable. Goku suffered a crushing defeat. At that moment, Goku realized Gohan's words held truth. Reading could indeed enhance one's strength. Consequently, Goku attempted to peruse the books Gohan had studied. However, given Goku's nature, it was a wonder he could comprehend any of it. The text spoke of concepts such as the Tao and the unity of man and nature, leaving Goku bewildered. He promptly abandoned the endeavor. In the anime, Goku's superiority over Vegeta can be attributed in large part to his training on the Grand Kai's planet, a realm populated by legendary martial artists from various planets. Although they may not match Goku in raw power, their profound understanding and insights far exceed his, making it impossible for Goku not to grow stronger in such an environment. In contrast, Vegeta, in his isolated training, fixated solely on defeating Kakarot, neglecting the pursuit of enlightenment. To him, enlightenment was trivial, vanquishing Kakarot was paramount. It was only during the Tournament of Power that Vegeta realized he could not remain in Kakarot's shadow. Subsequently, he attained a deeper understanding of the blue form and the Ultra Ego, finally qualifying to contend with Kakarot. Returning to the main topic, when the Supreme Kai proposed enlisting Gogeta's assistance, Gohan volunteered for the task. However, the Supreme Kai soon faced a dilemma: how to locate Babidi. His initial plan involved tracking Spopovich and Yamu, but with their demise, the trail had gone cold. Gohan then thought of the Elder Kai, who undoubtedly knew where these extraterrestrial beings were hiding. Thus, Gohan journeyed to the Elder Kai's temple and, on his way, procured 3 senzu beans from Korin. Before long, Gohan returned, having discovered that Babidi was concealed in a remote area of the east. Gohan and the Supreme Kai swiftly set out, soon arriving at their destination. In the distance, a white door marked Babidi's spaceship, which he had buried underground, leaving only an entrance exposed. Just then, the white door swung open, revealing Babidi, flanked by Dabura and a horde of lesser minions. Babidi had been aware of his exposure since Spopovich and Yamu's deaths. However, with Dabura at his side, he was confident that even the Supreme Kai could not escape. Thus, when he noticed intruders approaching, he boldly emerged, ready to eliminate any disruptors. The Supreme Kai, upon seeing Dabura, was once again stunned. Babidi had managed to control the Demon King, a formidable force with a mastery of various dark magics, capable of commanding those with malevolent intentions. Those marked with an M on their foreheads were his slaves. Surely, we need only to eliminate these two, Gohan declared, pointing at Babidi and Dabura. However, before the Supreme Kai could elaborate, Dabura struck, dashing towards Jebet with lethal intent, ready to obliterate him with a ki blast. This Demon King was cunning, targeting the support first. Yet, Gohan was prepared. He leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending Dabura hurtling backward. While Babidi and his minions scrambled for safety, Dabura crashed into the ground, revealing a hidden section of the buried spaceship. Gohan, I'll handle this one. You take care of Babidi, the Supreme Kai instructed. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. With Gohan exhibiting such prowess, the Supreme Kai felt invigorated, believing they could capture Babidi and his minions in one fell swoop. Dabura, enraged, erupted from beneath the rubble and launched another assault against Gohan. He swung his arm, unleashing a razor-sharp energy that sliced through the air. Gohan deftly evaded the attack. The stones behind him cleaved in two. Dabura, now resembling a colossal bat with his tattered cape, attacked again. Gohan sidestepped the two slashes and closed the distance, delivering a rapid punch. Dabura retaliated but was outpaced. Gohan's fist connected with Dabura's face, while Dabura's strike fell short. Gohan seized Dabura's arm, throwing him aside and following up with a ki blast. Dabura twisted to evade, only to be met with another kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. In an instant, Gohan appeared above him, fingers interlocked, delivering a tremendous blow that sent Dabura crashing to the earth, further damaging Babidi's already beleaguered spaceship. Gohan unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes upon the ground, creating a spectacle of devastation. The Supreme Kai watched in astonishment as the Demon King was mercilessly overwhelmed by Gohan's might, as if caught in a surreal dream. After a moment of shock, the Supreme Kai regained his composure, realizing he must now confront Babidi. This was the ideal opportunity. He turned his gaze toward the cowering Babidi, who was equally astonished, witnessing his most powerful warrior being utterly dominated without a chance to retaliate. In a panic, Babidi attempted to flee, using his minions as a shield to escape. Dabura, having escaped Gohan's barrage, found himself battered and bloodied, his garments in tatters, half of his cape missing. He brandished an enormous sword, attacking Gohan. Gohan effortlessly caught the blade between his fingers, rendering Dabura powerless to withdraw it. After delivering another punch, Dabura doubled over, spewing purple blood. Gohan raised his hand, aiming at Dabura's face, and in the Demon King's terrified gaze, he was obliterated. Meanwhile, Babidi was desperately fleeing, his minions dispatched by the trio of young fighters, now encircled by 5 opponents. Babidi, you cannot escape, the Supreme Kai declared ominously, his voice dripping with malice. He was finally poised to confront the long-standing menace of his existence. With no avenue for escape and devoid of any minions to control, Babidi ultimately met his demise at the hands of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 43, the conclusion at last. It is over. The Supreme Kai, Shin, lowered his arms, murmuring to himself, having finally vanquished his long-standing nemesis, Babidi. Excellent news, Supreme Kai. We have finally eradicated Babidi, exclaimed Jebbet, rushing to Shin's side, excitement radiating from him. The two were almost ready to dance in celebration. Shin approached Gohan with solemn gratitude, saying, I am immensely thankful for your assistance, Gohan. Without you, we would have been unable to contend with Dabura. I fear that both Jebbet and I would have perished at his hands. There's no need for thanks, even without you. Supreme Kai, I would have ensured that these villains were eliminated, allowing no one to wreak havoc on Earth, Gohan replied, his fist clenched, his gaze fierce. He was determined to prevent the tragedies of the future from unfolding here. Now, only the egg containing the seal for Majin Buu remained. Supreme Kai Shin turned his attention to the spaceship partially visible on the ground. The 7 of them split into 6 groups to search within the ship. Gohan held on to Videl as they navigated the interior, while the others acted independently. Babidi's vessel was astonishingly large, with numerous levels. Videl was still in awe of Gohan's strength. She had initially thought it remarkable that he could withstand bullets and rocket attacks, but after he taught her a technique, his power had ascended in her eyes to an extraordinary level, though still within the realm of acceptance. However, the display of strength Gohan exhibited this time surpassed her understanding, leaving her dizzy as he led her along. Gohan, who exactly are you? Videl tugged at his sleeve, voicing her curiosity. Well, let us discuss it in detail when we return home. It's quite a lengthy tale. Are you willing to listen? Gohan grasped Videl's hand, inviting her. Of course. I wish to learn about your past, Videl responded, clasping his hand in return. The atmosphere was sweetly tender. Hey, I found it, Goten called from below. Majin Buu is right here, and it's glowing. Everyone hurried to Goten's location, where he excitedly pointed at the radiant egg. How marvelous, exclaimed Trunks, stepping forward to touch the eggshell. It's a bit hard, unlike Buu's texture, he remarked with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, The Supreme Kai assessed Buu's energy levels, noting that the gauge was entirely full. It turned out that just before Babidi perished, he had cast a spell at the cost of his life, infusing all the energy of those he had slain into the egg. Majin Buu's resurrection energy was instantly replenished. The Supreme Kai was filled with dread as he rushed to Gohan's side. Gohan, are you certain you can defeat Majin Buu? Although he was aware that Majin Buu now existed on Earth, and Gohan had declared he could overcome him, the terrifying image Buu had left on the Supreme Kai's mind made him uncertain of Gohan's chances. Have no fear, Supreme Kai. There is no problem, Gohan reassured him, urging him to be at ease. Suddenly, the egg split in two, and pink gas erupted from within. After a moment, the gas dissipated, leaving the shell to fall to the ground. The Supreme Kai initially thought Majin Buu had not revived, but just as he was about to celebrate, he witnessed the pink gas above slowly contracting, gradually taking on a rotund form. As the Supreme Kai gazed upon Buu's seemingly harmless face, he found himself speechless, his body trembling slightly. Gohan, observing the Supreme Kai's reaction, sighed, thinking to himself that a dignified Supreme Kai should not be so embarrassed. It truly is Buu. The three children, well acquainted with Majin Buu, rushed forward to cling to him. Who are you? Buu asked, awakening to find three children attached to him. After a moment's thought, he replied, I don't know you. We're good friends. They chorused. Good friends? Can I eat you? At that moment, Buu was as innocent as a blank slate, utterly unaware of what friendship entailed. The Supreme Kai inwardly panicked, thinking this was not good, when suddenly he was left dumbfounded. Trunks pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to Buu, saying, This is something to eat. We are good friends. He gestured for Goten to join in the explanation. Yes, good friends. Goten chimed in, placing his arm around Trunks' shoulder to assist in clarifying. Buu took the chocolate, unwrapping it with his teeth and tossing it into his mouth, only to spit it out, exclaiming, This tastes bad. Fool, you have to unwrap it. Trunks pulled out another piece, unwrapping it before handing it to Buu. Buu sniffed it before placing it in his mouth. Delicious, he said, his eyes squinting in delight. The Supreme Kai's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Was this truly the Majin Buu he remembered? This cannot be right. Is there more? Buu asked Trunks. Trunks and Goten rummaged through their pockets for a while before producing a single chocolate candy, saying, This is the last one. The others are at home. Goten nodded. Let us go home. We have plenty of delicious food. Videl chimed in. Finally, we can play a game with 5 people. Yay. The three cheered in unison, pulling Buu along as they prepared to head home. Are you coming, Gohan and Videl, along with those 2 quirky uncles? Goten turned to ask. No. We have some matters to attend to, so we won't join you, Gohan replied. Turning to the Supreme Kai, he asked, Will you come? I would like to take a look, the Supreme Kai said, still feeling apprehensive, ultimately deciding to follow them. Then let us depart. Buu accompanied the 3 children and the Supreme Kai back to West City. Gohan and Videl returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where they found that amidst all the chaos, the formidable competitors had either left or perished, ultimately leading Mr. Satan to claim victory. Mr. Satan was in the midst of an interview when he spotted Gohan and Videl. He abandoned the interview and rushed over, worry etched on his face. Where have you 2 been? I've been searching everywhere for you. That Spopovich guy had the audacity to injure Videl gravely. I hope I don't run into him. Humph. Seeing Videl unharmed brought relief to Mr. Satan, who then turned to Gohan, saying, You must ensure Videl's safety. If she tells me you've bullied her, I will not let you off lightly. Gohan solemnly replied, I will certainly protect Videl. Please rest assured. Hearing Gohan's serious tone eased Mr. Satan's concerns. He waved his hand, signaling them to leave. You 2 continue your date. I have more interviews to attend. Without waiting for their response, he returned to the interview, exchanging glances. Videl and Gohan also departed, heading back to Korin Tower, where Gohan was eager to share his story with Videl. Chapter 44. Releasing the old Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito followed the 3 young ones to West City. Gogeta was engaged in a friendly spar with Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Gogeta faced the 3 without any apparent strain. In his normal form, he stood with arms crossed, effortlessly evading their attacks. How infuriating. Vegeta, that hot-headed warrior, launched relentless assaults yet never managed to land a hit on Gogeta. Goku, in admiration, exclaimed, Gogeta, you are still as formidable as ever. Ever since meeting Gogeta, Goku had been diligently training, and while he had indeed grown stronger over time, he still found himself easily defeated by Gogeta, just as before. Broly remained silent, fixated on Gogeta, keen to decipher his movements. Upon the return of his daughter, Gogeta ceased his sparring, approached her, and embraced her warmly, planting a kiss on her cheek. "How was the World Martial Arts Tournament, my dear?" Ace pointed at the Supreme Kai and replied, "It was exciting. There was so much commotion and fun. But a villain injured my sister Biddy, and I taught him a lesson." She continued, "Then we encountered this strange uncle, and together we defeated the bad guy." Gogeta had already noticed Supreme Kai Shin and sighed, uncertain of how to address him. Perhaps it was best to leave that to his ancestors for proper guidance. At that moment, another Buu, let us call him Mr. Buu, emerged, holding a plate of pudding, munching as he walked. Suddenly, he spotted another Buu and, mistaking him for someone intent on harming his friends, demanded angrily, "Who are you?" Trunks and Goten pulled Mr. Buu aside to explain the situation. After hearing their explanation, Mr. Buu reverted to his cheerful self, offering his pudding to the other Buu. "This is delicious." The other Buu tossed one into his mouth, exclaiming in surprise, "It really is. Let us go have some snacks." Trunks suggested to the two Buus and Goten, "I want to join too." Ace jumped down from Gogeta's embrace to follow along. Gogeta approached Mr. Buu, advising him not to misuse his powers, or he would face severe consequences from him. Mr. Buu, clearly intimidated by Gogeta, took a step back. The Supreme Kai observed this scene, now convinced of Gohan's words. Indeed, Gogeta was formidable enough to instill fear even in Buu. "All right, father, please don't frighten Mr. Buu." Ace tugged at Gogeta's pants, urging him to step away. It seemed that every time Buu encountered Gogeta, fear overtook him, which suggested that Gogeta must be quite intimidating. The three young ones and the two Buus headed to the dining hall, leaving the Supreme Kai and Kibito behind. The two Supreme Kai stood uneasily, realizing that the individual before them was someone even Buu feared. If Gogeta were to grow displeased, they would be left without recourse. "Don't be so tense. I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac," Gogeta reassured them. Then, Gogeta engaged in conversation with Goku and the Supreme Kai, mentioning that he had encountered another Supreme Kai in different timelines, who was similarly preoccupied with the likes of Babidi and Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai remarked, "Majin Buu is indeed terrifying." Goku concurred, "Absolutely, that fellow is quite powerful. I still don't have confidence in defeating him. Buu also possesses the potential to grow stronger." In the original story, during the Tournament of Power, Buu was capable of overpowering Goku in his base form. Goku acknowledged that Buu had indeed improved significantly. And with the complete form of Buu present, the situation was even more daunting. Vegeta, however, shook his head, asserting, "Your perspectives are too limited. There are many who could rival or surpass me, not to mention the 12 angels, whom he cannot defeat. As for the gods of destruction, Gogeta should manage. And defeating the weakest among them is not beyond reach. However, against someone like Beerus, it would require Gogeta to elevate his Ultra Instinct to the next level to prevail. Are there individuals even stronger than Gogeta? I always believed he was the strongest in the universe." Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he learned of more formidable beings. Vegeta, though silent, clenched his fists, his emotions tumultuous. "You, as a Supreme Kai, lack knowledge of the gods of destruction, and you are oblivious to the responsibilities of your position. It is imperative that your ancestors educate you properly," Gogeta pointedly stated. The Supreme Kai looked bewildered. What was a god of destruction? What were his responsibilities? He was utterly ignorant. And what of his ancestors? In the realm of Supreme Kais, it was only he and Kibito. Where could any ancestors come from? Seeing the Supreme Kai's confusion, Gogeta added, "That sword embedded in the Supreme Kai realm seals your ancestor within it. Breaking the sword will release him. Who among you will undertake this task?" Goku expressed interest in the endeavor, and Vegeta and Broly decided to join him. The four were led by Kibito to the Supreme Kai realm, where Goku drew the Supreme Kai sword, freeing the old Supreme Kai. Upon seeing his ancestor, the old Supreme Kai inquired about the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai and the nature of the gods of destruction. Infuriated, he nearly ascended to the heavens, angrily chastising this ignorant descendant. However, upon uncovering the truth, his anger subsided. He realized it was not entirely the descendant's fault and felt relieved that he had perished in ignorance, which could have led to catastrophic repercussions. Unfortunate descendant. The old Supreme Kai's gaze fell upon Broly, and he resolved to assist Broly in unlocking his potential, recognizing the immense power lying dormant within him. As a means to repay Goku for liberating him, Goku intervened, cautioning that if Broly's power surged too rapidly, it might lead to uncontrollable rage beyond their ability to restrain. He also inquired if he and Vegeta could develop their potentials. The old Supreme Kai bluntly replied that their potentials were insufficient. infuriating Vegeta to the point of wanting to retaliate. What do you mean our potentials are insufficient? I'll show this old man my strength. Thankfully, Goku intervened. Otherwise, the old Supreme Kai would have been in dire straits. With the situation seemingly settled, Goku, Broly, and Vegeta returned to Earth while the old Supreme Kai took the Supreme Kai for a lesson. Poor Supreme Kai, even as a deity, still had to attend classes. Back on Earth, the trio continued their training. However, Goku remarked, this method of training is too slow for progress. Vegeta. Shall we ask Gogeta if he has any effective methods to grow stronger? Piccolo mentioned that Gogeta trained in the hyperbolic time chamber to master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Upon hearing Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he scolded Goku, "Damn it, Kakarot. Why did you wait until now to mention this?" Goku sheepishly responded, "I only recalled it when Gogeta mentioned stronger fighters. My apologies." Ignoring Goku, Vegeta hastily sought out Gogeta, determined to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation before Kakarot. Envisioning the moment Kakarot lay defeated at his feet. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 4 and New Missions. Goku and Vegeta found Gogeta in the restaurant, where he was enjoying his meal. Upon seeing Goku and Vegeta rush in, he greeted them. "Oh, you're back so soon." "Nothing much, just came back," Goku replied. "I heard from Piccolo that you can transform into a form called Super Saiyan 4? Goku pulled a chair next to Gogeta and posed his question. "Piccolo mentioned that your appearance changes significantly, with red fur covering your body and your hair becoming longer, though it remains black. And your eye sockets turn red, all of which sounds incredibly powerful." Goku's excitement mounted as he spoke. Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta wiped his mouth with a napkin, leaned back in his chair, and addressed Goku and Vegeta. "Indeed, I can transform into Super Saiyan 4, and its power is exceptionally formidable." Vegeta, eager to be the first to transform before Kakarot, pressed, "So how does one achieve this transformation?" Gogeta replied, "Haven't you noticed our differences throughout our long acquaintance?" Goku and Vegeta paused to ponder. "Differences? We're both Saiyans." Despite knowing Gogeta for a long time, they had never witnessed him transform. His base power far surpassed theirs, and his movements were perplexing. Even when it felt as though they could strike him, he would evade effortlessly, unlike anyone else they had encountered. "Wait a moment, Saiyan," Vegeta suddenly recalled. "Gogeta has a tail." Vegeta's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "It's the tail. Gogeta has a tail." Typically, Gogeta kept his tail wrapped around his waist, rendering it inconspicuous, and neither Goku nor Vegeta had given it much thought. However, spurred by Gogeta's hint, Vegeta remembered that the tail was a unique trait of Saiyans, allowing them to transform into a great ape under a full moon. With this realization, Vegeta formulated a plan regarding Super Saiyan 4, convinced that he would outpace Kakarot this time. "Oh, so it's the tail." Goku scratched his head, struggling to recall the significance of the tail. Gogeta, noticing Vegeta's triumphant grin, inferred that he might have figured out the transformation method of Super Saiyan 4. "Indeed, it is the tail. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by transforming into a golden great ape while in the Super Saiyan state, regaining rationality and evolution that combines intellect and primal instinct, possessing the might of a great ape along with the speed it lacks. One could argue that Super Saiyan 4 is the most perfect form, encompassing power, speed, intellect, and ferocity. Furthermore, the body of Super Saiyan 4 is exceptionally robust, capable of absorbing energy as long as it does not exceed the body's limitations. Super Saiyan 4, akin to Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan at full power, is the most suitable transformation for battle, unlike Super Saiyan 3, which bears a considerable burden. The difference lies in how immensely powerful Super Saiyan 4 is. It exists on an entirely different plane. "Wow, that's incredible!" Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, eager to transform into Super Saiyan 4 immediately. However, Vegeta extinguished Goku's enthusiasm with a cold reminder. "Don't forget, Kakarot, you are merely a lower-class warrior. Transforming into a great ape would result in losing your sanity. As for me, being a prince, I can transform into a great ape without losing my wits. This distinction is what sets us apart, Kakarot. This time, I shall be the one to lead, ha ha ha." Vegeta laughed triumphantly, as if he had already conquered Kakarot. Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's remarks, was solely focused on becoming stronger. He believed that with enough time, he could indeed transform into Super Saiyan 4 and catch up to Vegeta. "All right, you two, neither of you has a tail yet. What are you both pondering?" Gogeta interrupted their banter. "You should focus on how to grow a tail. That's simple. We just need to ask Shinron to grant us tails," Goku replied nonchalantly. With that, the two set out with the Dragon Ball radar in search of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Broly arrived for a meal, accompanied by Android 18 and their daughter, an unexpected pairing that had blossomed over time. Krillin, however, was left devastated in the restroom. Over the years, 18 had formed a close bond with Bulma and Tights, influenced by their financial prowess. Androids 17 and 16, uncomfortable in such a lively atmosphere, chose to become caretakers in a wildlife sanctuary. As in the original story, 17 was a zoologist, and together they had one biological child and adopted two others. 16, being a pure robot created from scratch, had no thoughts of marriage and continued to accompany 17 in protecting nature. Alas, poachers faced dire consequences when encountering 17 and 16, as they were swiftly dealt with. 18 and Broly also had a daughter named Lily. Ding. Mission activated. Rescue Android 17. Mission details. In the GT timeline, Android 17 struggles to find his sense of purpose and, under the manipulation of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, descends into chaos, ultimately killing Krillin, injuring 18, and choosing to perish at Goku's hands when 17's emotions overwhelm him. Mission reward. Doubling of base power. Another new mission has arisen. Since the last task concluded, Gogeta had not received a new assignment and had begun to suspect that the system had run out of funds. This time, it pertains to GT's Android 17, who is, in his own right, a tragic figure, having spent years unable to find a sense of direction, feeling alienated from everyone, especially as his sister married the short bald man and started a family without considering him. Meanwhile, his older brother 16 had long since perished, and while everyone else had been resurrected, he alone remained lost to the void. With Goku and the others present on Earth, he could not act recklessly, leading to a sense of life's futility. The GT version of Android 17 was akin to a lost youth, unsure of which path to tread. Thus, under Dr. Gero's influence, he willingly succumbed to control and began his rampage once more, his initial mission to eliminate Goku. Seeing the bald man who had taken away his sole emotional anchor, his sister, he struck without hesitation, seeking to persuade her to join their cause. However, she, having spent so long among Earthlings, would not align herself with them. Yet, he could not allow her to thwart their plans, so he wounded her, rendering her incapable of action. After merging, 17 found that the bothersome Saiyan were no longer his match. He unleashed destruction and slaughter, attempting to fill the void within himself with chaos. Yet he felt no joy, much like finally being able to purchase that long-desired item after years of saving, only to find it lacked the thrill he had anticipated, leaving him disinterested almost immediately. Chapter 46. The wish for a tail. The instigator of it all, Sun Wukong, stood before him once again, exuding the same formidable power that could send one hurtling halfway across the globe with a single punch. The tenfold Kamehameha, a technique emblematic of Wukong's might, was unleashed by the doctor, who inexplicably compelled him to withstand its force. Fortunately, through sheer tenacity, he managed to absorb it. Yet Wukong soon proved to be beyond his match. At this juncture, his sister, Android 18, stepped forward, prepared to detonate a bomb in her relentless effort to shield Wukong. The incessantly irksome doctor continued to meddle, but with one decisive strike, he would send him soaring into the heavens. In this moment, I grasped the source of my emptiness. The power of guardianship was indeed enviable, yet it was all too late to amend the past. Little Baldy had already met his demise, and the earth lay in ruins. Ultimately, he sought to conclude this pitiful existence, feigning the absorption of his sister's meager strength to create an opening, leaving Wukong to deliver the final blow, a final act of protection for the only familial bond he had left. Wukong represented both the genesis and the conclusion. Should there be a next life, he yearned to comprehend the allure of earthly existence. This was the denouement of GT17. Many lamented the abrupt characterization of the Super 17 as a villain, citing its incongruity and lack of emotional depth. Had there been a portrayal of 17's psychological evolution from the Z era to GT, along with reminiscences of 16 and shared moments with his sister, it would have achieved perfection. In summary, while the design of GT's antagonist was commendable, the brevity of 64 episodes hindered character development, rendering the narrative disjointed. Other characters received scant attention, primarily serving as mere spectators, with Wukong shouldering the burden alone. It would have been more plausible for others to confront the weaker foes while Wukong and Vegeta faced the stronger adversaries, rather than relegating Wukong to the role of a mere battery in the end. Returning to reality, Gogeta prepared to seek out ties. Surely, she would be keen on a journey. Indeed, in Gogeta's eyes, it was merely an excursion. concerning Wukong and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, with Vegeta present. There was no cause for concern. Once Vegeta transformed, he would be capable of handling the irrational Wukong effortlessly. This time, Gogeta intended for just the two of them to embark on this adventure. Since the arrival of Pan, they had not enjoyed quality time together, and this would serve as a honeymoon of sorts. On the other hand, Wukong and Vegeta spent half a day gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Dragon, can you grant me and Vegeta our tails back? Wukong called out. This wish is feasible. Do you confirm your desire to have it fulfilled? Came the resounding voice of the dragon. Wait, let me check with Gohan to see if he wants a tail as well. Wukong instantaneously teleported to Gohan's side. At that moment, Gohan was recounting past events to Videl, stories of Master Roshi, the Demon King Piccolo, Kirin Tower, the Supreme Kai, and the World Martial Arts Tournament of that era. Upon noticing Wukong's arrival, he inquired, Dad, what brings you here? Given the time, he assumed his father was training with Uncle Vegeta. Wukong explained the situation regarding Super Saiyan 4 and asked Gohan if he desired to regain his tail. After some contemplation, Gohan deemed an additional source of power advantageous and decided he too would sprout a tail. Wukong hurried back, not wishing to keep the dragon waiting. Upon returning to Vegeta, Wukong made his wish known, requesting that he, Vegeta, and Gohan all regain their tails. With a flash, the dragon's eyes glimmered, granting Wukong's request. Tails sprouted from Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan's backs. Meanwhile, Videl, intrigued, asked, Gohan, what kind of family are you from? How do you all have tails? My dad is a Saiyan from another planet. Saiyans are born with tails. I had one when I was little, but it was cut off and never grew back. Gohan explained. Your dad is an alien. Videl exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this meant Gohan was also part alien. Gohan quickly clarified, Saiyans and Earthlings are quite similar. It's just that Saiyans are naturally stronger. My strength comes largely from my Saiyan heritage, but my mom is a full Earthling. So there is no need to worry about marriage. Videl then inquired, what exactly is Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation that grants immense power, like this. Gohan stood up and transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving Videl awestruck. She had never seen Gohan like this before. His golden hair and emerald eyes radiated an air of ferocity. However, Gohan relaxed and reverted to his usual demeanor. This is the Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is an even greater evolution, allowing for increased strength. He gestured to illustrate the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. Gohan as a Super Saiyan was already impressive, and Videl, anticipating Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, urged, Then you must train quickly. I want to see you transform into Super Saiyan 4. With that, Videl departed, piloting her aircraft home. Just then, Wukong and Vegeta teleported before Gohan, announcing, Let us go, Gohan. We're heading to the hyperbolic time chamber in the Supreme Kai's realm to train. So we need not fear the destruction of Earth during the transformation into a giant ape. With a hand on Gohan's shoulder, Wukong teleported them to the Supreme Kai's realm, where Piccolo was meditating. Sensing their arrival, he ceased his training, opened his eyes, and immediately noticed the tails behind the three, understanding their intentions. You wish to train to transform into Super Saiyan 4, am I correct? Indeed. I must thank you, Piccolo, for informing me about Gogeta's training in Super Saiyan 4, Wukong said, patting Piccolo on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Then let us proceed. Piccolo was eager to witness the differences between the three and Gogeta's Super Saiyan 4. The trio swiftly reached the base of the chamber and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Wukong reminisced, I entered this place once as a child. I stayed for merely a month and nearly went mad. Gohan added, I trained here for a considerable time with Uncle Gogeta, my other dimensional father, and Uncle Vegeta. Only Vegeta has not been here. Vegeta stepped outside, turning back to Wukong and Gohan, saying, Allow me to transform first. If you two lose control, I cannot be responsible. Moreover, if the exit is destroyed, that would pose a significant problem. With that, Vegeta flew to a distance and began his transformation into a giant ape, while Wukong and Gohan remained inside, avoiding the side of the artificial moon created by Vegeta. Chapter 47. The transformation of 3. Vegeta conjured an artificial moon and cast it into the sky, then gazed up at its luminous glow. With the rhythm of his heart pounding, his body began to swell rapidly, transforming into a colossal golden ape. Goku and Gohan peered through the glass window, witnessing half of the massive creature's form. At that moment, the giant ape Vegeta stood still, a statue of power. In hushed tones, Goku whispered to Gohan, fearing that the giant ape might overhear, Do you think it was unsuccessful? Gohan replied, I have no idea. I've never witnessed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Uncle Vegetto went straight into the transformation. Suddenly, the giant ape Vegeta stirred. Emanating a golden aura as terrifying lightning crackled around him. His form began to contract, morphing into a smaller version of the ape. With a thunderous roar, the diminutive ape radiated golden light, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the very fabric of space, causing the entire temple to tremble. Vegeta had successfully transformed. Now clad in tight leather pants, a belt, and gloves, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta made his grand entrance. Goku and Gohan were left in awe. Was this truly the transformation process of Super Saiyan 4? It was utterly breathtaking. Vegeta raised his hand to retrieve the artificial moon and taunted Goku. Care to test the strength of Super Saiyan 4, Kakarot? It was clear that Vegeta was itching to deliver a beating to Kakarot. Goku, ever the fighter, agreed without hesitation. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and launched himself at Vegeta, landing a powerful punch to his face. Vegeta stood his ground, unaffected, as if carved from stone. Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, Wolf Fang Fist, each strike raining down upon Vegeta like a relentless storm, culminating in a fierce kick to his chest. Yet, none of these attacks could budge Vegeta. Goku swiftly retreated, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha, channeling all his energy into a full-powered blast aimed at Vegeta. The impact was tremendous, an explosion of smoke enveloping the area. However, when the smoke cleared, Vegeta remained unscathed. My turn to attack, Kakarot, Vegeta smirked, his confidence soaring. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Vegeta unleashed his own Wolf Fang Fist, but this time. The punches fell upon Goku like meteorites, leaving him no chance to evade. With a swift uppercut, Vegeta sent Goku soaring into the sky. He then followed. Fingers intertwined and raised above his head, bringing them down with a mighty strike. Goku plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater as he reverted to his normal state. Vegeta landed gracefully at the edge of the pit, reveling in his triumph. Kakarot had finally fallen before him. Goku, regaining his composure, exclaimed, What incredible power, Vegeta! Gohan produced a Senzu bean from Master Karen and tossed it to Goku. Dad, this is the Senzu bean I got from Master Karen. Goku consumed the bean and felt his strength restored in an instant. Now it's our turn to attempt the transformation, Vegeta, Goku announced. Vegeta raised his hand to create another artificial moon, casting it into the sky. Goku looked up at the moon, while Gohan chose to avert his gaze. Goku successfully transformed into a golden great ape. Yet it was evident that he had lost his rationality. Indeed, Kakarot, that lowly warrior, was unable to maintain control. The great ape Goku unleashed a beam of energy, causing a distant explosion, before turning his gaze toward the only structure, the hyperbolic time chamber. As he prepared to unleash another attack, Vegeta struck him with an uppercut, dissipating the energy in an instant. Kakarot, since you've lost your wits, allow me to bring you back to your senses. Vegeta began his assault, taunting Kakarot with every blow, indifferent to whether the great ape could comprehend his words. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this all you've got? Kakarot, your speed is lacking. Kakarot, is this the extent of your strength? Vegeta vented years of pent-up frustration, feeling perpetually overshadowed by Kakarot. As the battle raged on, the great ape Goku suddenly ceased his movements, a change in demeanor. Here it comes. Vegeta retreated, observing Goku's transformation. The process repeated itself, culminating in the emergence of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Thank you, Vegeta, came Goku's first words upon transformation. However, the proud Vegeta would never admit to aiding Goku, retorting, I merely wish to understand the full extent of the power of Super Saiyan 4. Goku chose not to press the issue, instead calling out to Gohan, Gohan, it's your turn. Gohan commenced his transformation, yet he maintained his rationality, likely due to his elevated state of mind, cultivated through years of knowledge and potential. Gohan successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his aura clearly surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta. Remarkable, Gohan. You've retained your sanity, and your power exceeds both mine and Vegeta's. Goku exclaimed, exhilarated. The trio prepared to continue their training within the hyperbolic time chamber, solidifying their mastery of Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Vegetto had stepped into a time portal, journeying to the GT timeline. In a certain location on Earth within the GT timeline, Vegetto and Ties emerged from the time portal, surveying their surroundings. Where could we be? Upon looking up, a colossal planet loomed near Earth, and Vegetto realized they were still in the era of Baby. Suddenly, a wave of energy shot from planet Zoan, aimed directly at the Earth beneath Vegetto's feet. Baby was using Earth as leverage to threaten Super Saiyan 4 Goku, forcing him to endure his assault. Vegetto raised a hand effortlessly, intercepting the energy wave. The Goku and Baby on planet Zoan were taken aback. There was a formidable warrior on Earth capable of countering Baby's attack. However, Goku's inner fury could no longer be contained. He teleported in front of Baby, shielding Earth, and rapidly gathered energy for a tenfold Kamehameha, launching it fiercely at Baby. As the smoke cleared, Baby emerged unscathed. Impossible! Super Saiyan 4 Goku could hardly believe that his most powerful attack had no effect on Baby. Baby laughed maniacally. I am invincible. With that, he assumed the stance for the galactic cannon, unleashing a full-force attack on Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Caught off guard, Goku was struck directly by the devastating blow, collapsing to the ground. Yet Baby attempted to follow up, only for his body to erupt in a violent explosion. Goku's tenfold Kamehameha had taken its toll, leaving both warriors downed in a clash of titans. Chapter 48. Baby torments Super Saiyan 4 Goku on the side of Gogeta. After fending off Baby's energy wave, Taiz inquired, what just happened? And where did that planet come from? Gogeta succinctly explained, it's merely an enemy of the Saiyan seeking revenge. There's no need to worry too much. Taiz responded with enthusiasm. Shouldn't we go take a look? This could be an intriguing experience. Absolutely, we must hurry. If we delay, we might miss it, Gogeta replied. Taking Taiz's hand and utilizing instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield where Goku was contending with Baby. As they arrived, a light rain began to fall, prompting Gogeta and Taiz to seek refuge in Bulma's high tower. At that moment, Bulma had just fired a strengthening beam at Baby when Gogeta entered with Taiz. Bulma? What are you doing? Taiz asked, noticing Bulma engrossed in conversation with the screen. Upon turning around, Bulma was elated to see her long-lost sister before her. But her excitement was quickly overshadowed by the presence of Gogeta. A Saiyan? They all deserve to die, Bulma exclaimed, mistakenly believing her sister had brought a Saiyan to thwart her. As she attempted to flee, Gogeta would not allow it. With a swift motion, Gogeta unleashed a small energy sphere that seamlessly entered Bulma's body. She then cried out in agony as red smoke enveloped her. Gogeta effortlessly eradicated the parasitic embryo Baby had implanted. Coming to her senses, Bulma looked around in confusion, spotting Taiz and Gogeta. The joy of reuniting with her sister overwhelmed her, as she had thought Taiz perished in the cosmos. Ecstatically, Bulma rushed into Taiz's embrace. Taiz gently patted Bulma's back, fully aware that her own existence had long since ceased, as reflected in Bulma's eyes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Baby had fully revived under the illumination of Bulma's beam. Rising to his feet, he reveled in his newfound strength, laughing maniacally. This is fantastic. Aya! His overwhelming energy dispersed the ominous clouds above, causing Trunks, saved by the Supreme Kai with divine water, to be pushed back by the Force. The Supreme Kai, rushing to assist others, sensed the dire situation. Baby had awakened far too quickly, and he was too slow. Baby cackled. You seem overly confident. Sitting atop a rock, Super Saiyan 4 Goku observed Baby. You took your sweet time. I was growing impatient. Baby, surprised, retorted, you still have the energy to speak? Goku leaped down, replying, during your downtime. I too took a moment to rest. I intend to savor this battle. Otherwise, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would be meaningless. However, his bravado masked the truth. Super Saiyan 4 Goku was nearing his limits, though it was uncertain if Baby recognized this. Is that so? How unfortunate for you. Let's engage in a thrilling battle, Baby declared, cracking his knuckles with a sound like popping fingers. On the other side, in King Kai's realm, Shalu remarked, as expected of Goku. It seems he still has a good chance of defeating Baby. You are mistaken, the Elder Kai responded gravely. Goku is merely posturing. He is nearly out of power after taking a direct hit from Baby and unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha. The Elder Kai's insight cut to the heart of the matter. How could this be? Shalu and his son gasped in shock. Back on the battlefield, Baby hurled a punch at Super Saiyan 4 Goku, who evaded into the air. Baby clenched his fists, stating, I was too childish before, but this time, I will kill you. Goku taunted, given your name is Baby, it's no surprise you throw tantrums. However, I fear I may truly perish at your hands, for I am utterly devoid of energy. My limbs no longer respond. Let us engage in a genuine battle. I shall show you the true strength of Super Saiyan 4. Baby bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent Goku tumbling through the air, rolling several times before regaining his footing. Aren't you going to attack? If you won't come to me, I shall come to you. Baby, sensing Goku's hesitation, threw a punch that struck Goku against a boulder, shattering it and sending him crashing into a distant structure. Could it be this fellow? Baby opened his mouth, releasing a barrage of energy blasts that struck Goku, who screamed in agony as he was hurled away and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Haha, Son Goku. I know you're merely putting on an act. You possess no strength left. Baby exclaimed with glee, raising his massive arm to deliver a fatal blow. Goku managed to roll away just in time, but Baby's attack came down again, and this time, Goku could not evade it, resulting in a pained cry. Baby crouched low, raining down blows upon the fallen Goku, whose cries echoed in the air. Raising his arm for a decisive strike, Baby was suddenly confronted by Xiao Feng, who shielded Goku and began to speak heartfelt words while gathering energy to bombard Baby's face. Yet, this proved ineffective, and Goku desperately urged Xiao Feng to flee. Baby swatted Xiao Feng to the ground and began to approach her menacingly. Goku shouted, Baby, if you come any closer to Xiao Feng, I will unleash a tenfold Kamehameha to obliterate you. He assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Baby laughed mockingly. Haha, you can barely stand. How could you possibly unleash a tenfold Kamehameha to destroy me? As he closed in on Xiao Feng, raising his foot to crush her, Goku, ignoring his own limits, shouted, Tenfold Kamehameha. An energy wave burst forth from behind Goku, striking Baby and sending him crashing to the ground. The one who had arrived was none other than Trunks. Looking up, Baby recognized Trunks and sneered, Trunks, if you had behaved and served me loyally, you could have lived. Why seek death? In a fit of rage, Trunks retorted, I would rather perish than live under your control. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Baby, with Goku unable to intervene. Trunks unleashed a flurry of punches upon Baby's face, finishing with an uppercut that struck Baby's chin. Baby nearly scoffed, You are pathetically weak. Your father's body is weeping. He then slammed his chin down, causing Trunks to collapse instantly, and Baby stepped on him, eliciting cries of agony. Chapter 49. Baby's demise. Baby delivered a powerful kick, sending Trunks flying, only for Gohan to catch him just in time. Gohan mockingly taunted Baby, asserting that he was incapable of succeeding without the aid of others, likening him to a mere child. Meanwhile, Vegetto approached Xiao Feng, extending his hand and urging her to leave, as it was too perilous for her to remain there. The group then gathered around Goku, who gazed at Vegetto with sudden realization, understanding that it was indeed the King Kai who had restored their forms. Dad, leave the rest to us, Gohan declared to Goku. Goten proposed a fusion with Trunks. Let us go. However, Goku intervened, asserting that their current levels were insufficient for victory. Give me all your Super Saiyan energy. With it, I will undoubtedly transform into Super Saiyan 4 with full energy. Once I achieve that, I will not be defeated. Goku clenched his fists in determination. Yet, as they openly discussed their plan in front of Baby, it seemed as if they were inviting trouble. Gogeta, watching from a distance, could only sigh in disbelief. True to form, Baby began to thwart their attempts to transfer energy to Goku, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Gohan shielded Goku as they fled, while Baby targeted the other two, preventing them from getting close. Suddenly, Baby leaped into the air, seemingly in a frenzy, only to be momentarily blinded by Goku's solar flare, causing him to stumble into an unseen trench. Now it's our chance. Goten and Trunks rushed to Goku's side, initiating the energy transfer. The trio began to channel their power into Goku, but Baby quickly regained composure, soaring high once more, preparing to unleash a Gallic gun. In that moment, up inside, Baby seized the opportunity, conjuring a protective barrier within. Baby sensed a tremendous pressure building within him, his stomach swelling alarmingly. Up urged Goku and the others to hasten the energy collection, warning that he could not hold on much longer. I've already turned that creature into chocolate and devoured him. This is my ability. There's no way I would fall victim to my own trick. Ub scoffed. The struggle between Baby and Ub ensued, but it was evident that Ub was outmatched, and soon Baby expelled him with ease. With renewed focus, Baby readied a powerful Gallic gun aimed at the distant Goku and his companions. The ensuing explosion unleashed a colossal wave of energy, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Time is running out. Vegetto fell to his knees, a somber expression on his face. Ahahaha. How delightful. It appears I remain unaffected. Baby reveled in his triumph, declaring that not a single Saiyan remained in this universe. They were all obliterated. Are you truly that pleased? Came Gogeta's voice from afar as he observed the scene. While Tais and Bulma reminisced, Gogeta grew bored and decided to intervene, partly to confront Baby. Isn't the body you're utilizing a Saiyan S? And I am a Saiyan as well. How dare you claim to have eradicated us all? Gogeta stood atop a pillar behind Jebbet God, cradling Xiao Fang in his arms. Both Jebbet God and the old Kai of the King Kai realm were taken aback, exclaiming, Vegetto. They had encountered the fusion of Goku and Vegeta before, and Gogeta's sudden appearance astonished them. In a fit of rage, Baby unleashed an energy attack, but Gogeta effortlessly extinguished it with a mere gesture. You are mistaken. I am not your adversary. As Gogeta turned his gaze skyward, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the grand entrance of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Gogeta descended, handing Xiao Fang over to Mr. Satan. Why are you here? Jebbet God questioned, bewildered by Gogeta's presence amidst the confrontation between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Baby. I'm sorry, but I am not the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. I do not possess the Patera earrings, Gogeta replied, shaking his head to reveal his ears. I merely bear a resemblance to their fused form. I am a pure-blooded Saiyan individual. Goku, Bardock, and Tarbell all share similar appearances. What is the issue with me looking like Vegetto? Jebbet God struggled to comprehend how someone could resemble the legendary Vegetto. Let us discuss this once Goku has dealt with that creature, Gogeta interjected, cutting off Jebbet God. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks emerged from the sand, marveling. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 4? It is astonishing. Goku, brimming with strength, expressed gratitude to Gogeta, acknowledging the assistance of his friends. Thank you for saving Xiao Fang. Even though I have no idea who you are, think nothing of it. Even without my intervention, you would have ensured Xiao Fang's safety. Gogeta waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Fang felt an odd familiarity with Gogeta's face, yet could not place it. As Goku and Baby prepared for their final showdown, Goku ascended slowly, taunting. Your energy seemed substantial earlier, but now it appears rather underwhelming. Enraged, Baby roared, unleashing all his inner strength. Goku matched him with a fierce shout, channeling his full energy. Two opposing spheres of red and gold energy collided violently, each enabled to gain the upper hand. The energy erupted, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Gogeta raised his hand, enveloping everyone in a protective energy barrier to shield them from the blast. Both Goku and Baby extended their hands, launching energy blasts at one another. The resulting explosion unleashed a terrifying force, sending shockwaves through the air. As Baby began to boast, you are indeed formidable, Son Goku. However, I am far superior. Goku retorted. That remains to be seen. Your strength is indeed impressive, but there is no way you could stand against Super Saiyan 4. Let us put that to the test. They drew close, executing a flurry of attacks against each other, resulting in a massive explosion that left them both gasping for breath. Gohan and the others debated whose power was greater, but Gogeta interjected. Their strengths are currently well matched, but the potential of Super Saiyan 4 far exceeds this. Watch closely. Goku will emerge victorious. Goku resumed his taunting, challenging Baby to strike him down. Fueled by anger, Baby concentrated his energy, unleashing a super electric cannon. This attack missed Goku, who continued to mock. Is that truly your best shot? How disappointing. Baby, furious, unleashed a barrage of super electric cannons, creating deep craters filled with molten rock. Seizing the opportunity, Baby concealed himself within the smoke, preparing a revenge death ball, a massive attack aimed straight at Goku. With no time to evade, Goku braced himself for the onslaught, being hurled against a large boulder, engulfed in the energy sphere, writhing in agony. Xiao Fang attempted to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Gogeta, who urged her to remain calm, asserting that Baby would soon be the one to falter. Goku clenched his fists, unleashing a furious roar as he rapidly absorbed Baby's revenge death ball. In a matter of moments, he completely consumed the attack. Witnessing his strongest move being absorbed, Baby was visibly shaken. With a determined stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha, Goku proclaimed, Baby, your chances of victory have dwindled. I shall personally ensure your demise. He unleashed a tenfold Kamehameha, sending Baby hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Goku then launched another energy blast, severing the tail of the great ape, causing Vegetto's form to weaken. Unable to remain within Vegetto's body any longer, Baby emerged, poised to flee. Witnessing Goku's hesitation to strike, Vegetto raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, bringing an end to Baby's nefarious existence. Chapter 50, Goku transforms back into an adult. Vegeta achieves Super Saiyan 4 after defeating Baby. Jebbet Shin purifies the remaining people on Earth and planet Zuval with the super divine water, restoring their sanity. Bulma learns about the origins of the two from Tai-C, while Gogeta introduces his identity to everyone. The group teleports back to the temple on Earth through Goku's instant transmission, where they share laughter and joy. Gogeta, I can sense your immense strength. remarks the now childlike Goku. Xiaofang has a question for Gogeta as well. Just before Grandpa took on Baby S Revenge Death Ball, you said he would win. How did you know? Gohan, Goten, and Trunks also seek an answer. Well, I inherently possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4, so I understand its capabilities. Super Saiyan 4 inherently has the ability to absorb energy, enhancing itself unless the power disparity is too vast for the body to withstand. However, Super Saiyan 4 is remarkably robust. When Baby unleashed the Revenge Death Ball, he had already lost. Besides the considerable energy consumption of techniques like the Ki Blast, Super Saiyan 4 lacks other significant drawbacks, Gogeta reveals, leaving everyone stunned. The fact that Super Saiyan 4 Goku endured such punishment from Baby without reverting to his normal state indicates that the energy required to maintain Super Saiyan 4 is minimal, if not non-existent. Moreover, the Super Saiyan 4 body can withstand high-voltage currents and temperatures of up to 6,000 degrees without suffering damage. How incredible! The crowd is astounded by Gogeta's description of Super Saiyan 4. Goku himself had not anticipated such remarkable capabilities within that form. Yet he feels delighted at the prospect of facing a formidable opponent like Gogeta, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, the entire Earth trembles, with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions occurring worldwide. The Black Star Dragon Balls have vanished, exclaims Din, emerging from the temple with a terrified expression. What? Goku, Trunks, and Xiaofang are taken aback. They had meticulously gathered the Black Star Dragon Balls from the cosmos and handed them to Din. How could they have disappeared? Din suddenly kneels, remorsefully stating, while under Baby's control, we handed the Black Star Dragon Balls to him. Planet Zovil was created using the Black Star Dragon Balls. Xiaofang counts the days on her fingers, realizing only 2 weeks remain. What do we do? We have barely enough time to gather the Dragon Balls again, she exclaims, filled with fear and urgency. No worries. We can simply borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek. Purunga is undoubtedly more powerful than those Black Star Dragon Balls. Plus, we can revert Goku back to adulthood and restore Vegetto's tail for transformation convenience, Gogeta calmly suggests, observing the group's anxiety. Indeed, Purunga's power is immensely formidable. He can surely nullify the power of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Din exclaims with excitement, knowing no one understands the Namekian Dragon Balls better than he does. Time is of the essence. We must leave immediately, Goku declares, taking Din with him to Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls. As Gogeta predicted, Purunga effortlessly nullifies the power of the Black Star Dragon Balls, saving the Earth. The remaining wishes restore Goku to adulthood and regrow Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, eager to attempt the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, feels he can finally catch up to Kakarot, or even surpass him. Goku attempts to dissuade Vegeta from transforming in the temple. But Vegeta retorts angrily, Kakarot, do you think I will lose my sanity like you when I transform into a great ape? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Goku recalls the first time Vegeta came to Earth and transformed into a great ape, retaining his sanity and inflicting significant damage on him. Vegeta successfully transforms into Super Saiyan 4 without losing control, and peace returns to Earth. The World Martial Arts Tournament is once again held. Mr. Satan, who previously had Bu by his side, had always been the champion. However, with Bu now deceased, Mr. Satan decides to step down. He intends for Xiaofang to inherit his title, but upon envisioning herself adorned in Mr. Satan's attire, she exclaims, no way, that's too ugly, and promptly withdraws from the competition. Coincidentally, Ub disguises himself, participating under the alias of Pineapple Man to earn some prize money, reaching the finals against Mr. Satan, but ultimately being knocked off the stage by Mr. Satan, influenced by Bu. Meanwhile, Gogeta observes the event, as the system has issued a new task to assist Mr. Satan in locating Bu. The reward for this task is Bu's magic. Thus, Gogeta attends the tournament, awaiting Ub's appearance. After the tournament concludes, Gogeta approaches Mr. Satan and Ub, expressing his desire to separate Ub from Bu. However, he wishes to consult both parties first. If they disagree, he would forfeit the task reward, as it holds little value. Gogeta simply aims to assist Mr. Satan and Bu, whose bond is so profound it evokes even his envy. Ub agrees, and Mr. Satan cannot possibly object. Gogeta utilizes the force separation technique to detach Bu from Ub. Although Ub is the reincarnation of evil Bu, he is no longer Bu. He merely inherits the potential of evil Bu. Ub possesses none of Bu's abilities, such as the capacity to shatter and regenerate, which illustrates that Ub is now a complete individual. The fusion with Bu merely amplified Ub's strength. Previously, Ub had no other options but to merge with Bu in dire straits. But now, with the separation, Ub feels elated. Mr. Satan embraces Bu, tears streaming down his face, while their pet dog joyfully leaps around, equally joyous. "Thank you so much, Gogeta," Mr. Satan exclaims, gripping Gogeta's hand tightly and repeatedly expressing his gratitude, making Gogeta feel somewhat embarrassed. Gogeta swiftly uses instant transmission to depart, arriving at the Kaioshin realm, where he wishes to consult the old Kaioshin. Gogeta seeks to ascertain whether there exists a god of destruction in this world, but since this timeline does not fall under the jurisdiction of the entire universe, it stands to reason that there should not be one, as it exceeds universal limits. Chapter 51. The Hellish Plague on Earth Currently. The universe comprises a total of 7 dimensions, as previously mentioned. Goku, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai, where the god of destruction was preparing a meal, while the old Supreme Kai was engrossed in a fitness program on television, laughing in a rather lecherous manner. "Ah, old Supreme Kai, you seem to be in a particularly leisurely mood." Goku's voice startled the old Supreme Kai, who turned around to find Goku standing there. And he let out a sigh of relief. "What brings you here?" "I merely wish to inquire, old Supreme Kai. Are you aware that there are even higher deities than the Supreme Kai? Or is the Supreme Kai the pinnacle of divinity?" "To my knowledge, the Supreme Kai is indeed the highest deity, Goku." The old Supreme Kai was puzzled by Goku's question but still provided an answer. Goku nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for enlightening me, old Supreme Kai." He then used instant transmission to return to Earth. Before Goku's departure, the plot of Dragon Ball Super had progressed to the conclusion of the Granola arc, leaving numerous enigmas unresolved. What exactly is the nature of the dragon god, Salam? What malevolent entity killed Master Jiren, one that even the angels cannot resurrect, indicating its power surpasses that of the angels? Why do the Super Dragon Balls only reside in the 6th and 7th universes, rather than being distributed among all 12 universes? Is there something particularly special about these 2 universes? And what of the Grand Zeno, whose childlike demeanor seems incongruous for a being of such immense strength unless, of course, these questions were beyond Goku's current grasp to explore. On Earth, Goku and Vegeta were once again engaged in combat, these 2 relentless warriors never seemingly taking a break. Ever since Vegeta attained the form of Super Saiyan 4, he regained his confidence and saw hope in defeating Kakarot. Thus, he challenged Goku daily, who was equally invigorated by the prospect of a worthy opponent to hone his skills. Initially, Goku wished to spar with Gogeta, but after multiple refusals from Gogeta, he ceased his attempts to engage him. Gogeta expressed that rather than sparring, it was far more enjoyable to save her life, especially in the company of his wife. Only a fool would abandon his spouse for training. Thus, a period of tranquility enveloped the Earth. After some time, Goku and the others gathered at Bunsha Mountain for a feast. Most of the attendees had arrived, save for Trunks. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and Xiao Fang happily rushed to answer it, revealing a bloody Trunks, who fainted upon seeing her, collapsing into her arms. "Trunks, what happened?" Xiao Fang quickly helped him up, and the others, hearing her exclamation, rushed over. Gogeta, already aware that Android 17 had been compromised, chose not to intervene, believing that until one truly awakens to reality, words are futile. Without stepping into society, one remains oblivious to its perils. No amount of cautionary advice can substitute for first-hand experience. Before long, Trunks regained consciousness and recounted the events. "It was 17. He attacked me." At that moment, Gohan entered, exclaiming, "Everyone, come quickly." On the television, countless strange figures appeared across the Earth, foes previously vanquished by Goku and his allies, now resurrected. Even the infected King Kai remained concerned for Earth's safety, abruptly sitting up in bed and declaring to Goku, "This is bad, Goku. The portal between Hell and Earth has been opened by an unknown force. If we do not act swiftly, Hell and the mortal realm will merge, plunging the world into chaos. We must find a way to prevent this," Trunks added. 17 said that to stop this, Uncle Goku must venture alone to the vortex in the sky. After careful consideration, Goku resolved to accept this solitary challenge. With Vegeta present on Earth, a warrior of equal caliber, he felt confident that Vegeta could protect Earth should anything happen to him. Moreover, there was always Gogeta. Though they had never clashed directly, Goku knew of Gogeta's formidable strength. If a great calamity indeed befell Earth, he trusted Gogeta would not stand idly by. Thus, Goku set off to the rendezvous, making his way to Hell. No sooner had he arrived than Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, accompanied by Hell's android 17, fled. leaving Goku trapped in the infernal realm. You scoundrels! How dare you imprison me here? At that moment, Cell and Frieza appeared, grinning malevolently at Goku. At last, we have the chance for revenge. Goku, equally excited, recognized that these two adversaries still lingered. As Cell and Frieza unleashed their fury, Goku's power surged, and the three warriors' energies clashed violently. However, Goku was no longer the same fighter. He had grown immensely stronger since their last encounter, sending Cell and Frieza sprawling with a single blow. Cell immediately adopted the stance for the Kamehameha wave, while Frieza gathered energy for his death slice. Launching their attacks at Goku, Goku effortlessly leaped aside, evading their onslaught, and swiftly closed the distance to Cell, delivering a barrage of Wolf Fang fist strikes that sent Cell flying. He then pivoted and kicked Frieza away, before unleashing a simultaneous energy wave, obliterating both foes in an instant. In this scenario, Goku was not the child he once was. He had no intention of toying with them. They were simply too weak. He had anticipated they would have grown stronger, but upon witnessing their feeble attempts, he decisively eliminated them, ensuring they would not have the opportunity for resurrection, their souls extinguished by Goku's might. Alas, the two could not even execute their combined technique. Back on Earth, all warriors were engaged in vanquishing the resurrected adversaries. OOB effortlessly dispatched one after another, relishing the thrill of battle, each foe akin to a mere vegetable, akin to defeating a god with ease. General Rildo was pursuing Xiao Fang, but Gohan blocked his path. Unfortunately, Gohan, unaware of Rildo's abilities, found one of his arms metallicized. Just then, Gogeta happened to pass by and swiftly eliminated Rildo with a single blow. Goten, concerned for his girlfriend, hurried to find her, and Trunks joined him, prompting a jest about whether Trunks was merely seeking to indulge in romantic escapades. The pair also dispatched several lesser foes along the way. Vegeta confronted his teammate, Nappa, who tragically met his end at Vegeta's hands once again. Vegeta then encountered Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew, and Hell's Android 17, engaging in fierce combat with the latter. The current Vegeta was not the same as the one depicted in earlier anime. He had achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, resulting in a significant enhancement in his base form. A mere Android 17 from Hell was no match for him. To summarize, in the original story, Vegeta and his companions were easily overpowered by Super 17. However, upon Goku's return, he managed to hold his own against Super 17 in his Super Saiyan form. This discrepancy seems implausible, considering that according to GT's premise, the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Goku should be equal, suggesting their base forms should also be comparable. Therefore, it stands to reason that their base power would also elevate upon transformation to Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 52, Goku's plan after swiftly eliminating Lielder. Goku raced towards Krillin's location, determined to save him. A sudden thought struck Goku. What if Android 17 were to kill Krillin in front of Goku? How would Goku react? Would his fury unleash the transformation into Super Saiyan 5? The very notion thrilled Goku, as Super Saiyan 5 was a form he had yet to master. However, it remained a mere possibility, with slim odds. Upon arriving at the city where Krillin was, Goku found him driving with Android 18 and his daughter Marin, seeking refuge at Master Roshi's home. They unexpectedly encountered the controlled Android 17, who was mercilessly slaughtering fleeing civilians. Haha, you insignificant insects. Die. Krillin and Android 18 immediately recognized 17. It's 17. Before they could react, 17 launched an attack. They hastily shielded their daughter, but their vehicle and belongings were obliterated. Long time no see, 18, 17 taunted, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. What has happened to you? Android 18 questioned. I have come to take you with me, 18. We are twins, after all. 17's eyes glowed crimson as he attempted to manipulate 18, who gradually began to succumb, her own eyes turning red. Come with me, 18. Witnessing this, Krillin felt a surge of dread. No, don't go, 18. You're my wife. At the sound of Krillin's plea, 18 regained her senses. Enough. You and I are both creations of Dr. Gero. 17 retorted. What? You called him master? I thought you despised Dr. Gero. Krillin's words momentarily jolted 17 back to reality, but Hell 17 quickly resumed his manipulation, plunging 17 back into his previous state of rage. Frustrated, 17 unleashed a ki blast that pierced Krillin's body. Shut up. Krillin collapsed, and 18 rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she cradled him, while Marin repeatedly called out for her father. In a fit of rage, 18 retaliated against 17, landing powerful blows that sent him crashing into a distant building. I had hoped to let you live, but if you wish for death, so be it. 17's voice echoed from the rubble as he gathered red energy in his hands. Urgently, 18 urged her daughter to flee and prepared her own ki blast to counter 17's, but she was no match for him and was blasted back to Krillin's side. Fool. 17 sneered as he departed. As 17 flew past, Goku discreetly launched an energy sphere at him, unnoticed, which would ultimately allow him to eradicate Hell 17 and regain control of his body. Goku then approached Krillin and 18, casting 2 healing spells, having previously infused Krillin with energy to ensure his survival. As they opened their eyes, 18 embraced Krillin, tears flowing anew. Enough of this sentimentality, you both are grown adults, Goku remarked, albeit with a hint of admiration for Krillin's fortunate marriage. Krillin and 18 exchanged puzzled glances at their savior, unsure of his identity. Sensing their confusion, Goku explained, I need your assistance with a matter. He elaborated on his plan to save 17, revealing that his verbal entreaties had fallen on deaf ears, and it would ultimately require a personal awakening from 17. Moreover, Goku aspired to provoke Goku into a transformation, intending for 18 and Krillin to play pivotal roles in awakening 17's consciousness within Super 17. While 17 would not harm 18, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Krillin, the one who had taken his sister away from him. Goku envisioned himself defeating Super 17, saving Krillin, and potentially pushing Goku to transcend to the next level, a flawless scheme. He mentally applauded his brilliance. But how can you be certain that Goku and Vegeta can't defeat Super 17? Krillin questioned. Unless they unleash their ultimate moves from the start, they stand no chance, as Super 17 can absorb ki blasts, not just with his palms, but with his entire body. Goku explained, highlighting the nearly invincible ability of Super 17. Krillin nodded in understanding, recognizing that Goku and Vegeta would likely not go all out initially. However, he remained perplexed. Why must I be killed by 17 again? Goku, sensing Krillin's confusion, posed a question. Do you remember when Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan? During the battle on Namek against Frieza, Goku's transformation was spurred by your death. Krillin, inherently aware of this, pondered how Goku had achieved that transformation. Goku pressed further. How did he transform? Krillin faltered, realizing he had been deceased at that moment, and upon resurrection, had only heard of Goku's transformation. Wait, I died? Indeed. It was your death that solidified your place in Goku's heart. Your demise birthed the Super Saiyan who struck fear into Frieza. Given another chance, Frieza would surely refrain from killing you, considering that everyone who had harmed you has met their end. Goku's revelation left Krillin astounded. To think he held such significance in Goku's heart. No wonder Goku rarely exhibited anger. He had not witnessed it since Krillin's death. Krillin, uncertain of how the transformation worked, had assumed it was merely a matter of training to a certain level. Reflecting on the past, Krillin recalled Goku's calm demeanor while witnessing Gohan being assaulted by Cell, believing Goku had faith in Gohan. Yet, if it had been Krillin being attacked or killed, what then? The implications were unfathomable. Krillin realized he had never been beaten in front of Goku, with the sole exception being Frieza's despicable act. Fear not, for I shall leave a means of survival within you, though it will be painful, akin to what you just experienced. You must lie low for a time, and 18 must remain unaware. I will act once Goku unleashes his full power. Goku respected Krillin's autonomy. It was ultimately his life at stake. Ultimately, Krillin acquiesced, eager to witness just how significant he was in Goku's life. Chapter 53. Vegeta vs. Super 17. In a fierce struggle, Hell 17 found itself at the mercy of Vegeta, desperately calling for 17 to hurry and merge. The latter soon arrived on the battlefield. With arms crossed, Vegeta calmly remarked that even 2 of them would be futile. Meanwhile, others had dealt with the enemies on Earth and rushed to the scene. Upon seeing 17 finally arrive, Dr. Mew announced that the final phase of their plan could now commence, the most thrilling part. When Hell 17 and Earth 17 merged, they would unleash the full potential of 17, becoming the most formidable android in existence. Dr. Gero began to elucidate the situation. The 2 17s radiated golden light as they drew closer, ultimately merging and exploding with a blinding brilliance that left everyone momentarily blinded. The ultimate android, 17, had made its entrance. Vegeta, slightly taken aback by their fusion, still dismissed it, believing that their previous weakness would not change. However, he underestimated the strength of Super 17. The others attempted to intervene, but Vegeta halted them, asserting that he would handle it alone. Without further ado, he charged at Super 17, engaging in combat. In his normal form, Vegeta was no match for Super 17, quickly being sent flying after just a few exchanges. He flipped in midair and landed gracefully, acknowledging that Super 17 had indeed grown stronger after the fusion, albeit just a little. Super 17, brushing back his hair, remained inscrutable. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, challenging Super 17 to reveal his true power. Both warriors launched at each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force, igniting a brutal exchange. Seizing an opening, Super 17 struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta retaliated with a fierce kick to Super 17's chest, sending him crashing into a distant building. As the smoke cleared, Super 17 pointed all 10 fingers at Vegeta, initiating the advanced Prince technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Vegeta, evading while charging at Super 17, appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Super 17 caught Vegeta's fist and retaliated with relentless blows to Vegeta's torso. After enduring several strikes, Vegeta grasped Super 17's fist, and a contest of strength ensued. The ground beneath them fractured, creating a vast crater. Vegeta's knee was perilously close to Super 17, who pressed down with both hands. Vegeta attempted a left hook, but Super 17 dodged, countering with a kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the air. Super 17 then teleported above, gathering energy for a ki blast that struck Vegeta, crashing him down with a violent explosion that left a gaping hole in the ground. Emerging from the rubble, Vegeta rose once more, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He flashed behind Super 17, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Then clasped his hands together, hammering Super 17 into the very hole he had created. Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, bombarding Super 17 with a relentless assault. Much to the delight of the two doctors, who rejoiced at Vegeta's use of ki blasts. If Super 17's secret remained undiscovered, he would surely remain invincible. However, after a cloud of smoke dissipated, Super 17 emerged unscathed, shocking Vegeta. "What?" he exclaimed, noticing the mocking smile on Super 17's face, igniting his fury. "Then taste my move." Vegeta spread his hands, slowly bringing them together, invoking the ultimate flash. A terrifying surge of energy surged towards Super 17, who was propelled back into the hole, which expanded further due to the force of Vegeta's attack. Super 17's muscles bulged momentarily before returning to their normal state, unnoticed amidst the smoke. Rising once more, he wore that infuriating grin. "Now it's my turn to strike." Super 17 instantly appeared before Vegeta, landing a punch that distorted Vegeta's face. Following up, he kicked Vegeta in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through multiple buildings before crashing into a pile of rubble. Super 17's laughter echoed triumphantly, joined by the ecstatic chuckles of Doctors Gero and Mew, celebrating the success of their plan. Super 17's power was overwhelming, even rendering Vegeta powerless. "You celebrate too soon, you fool." Vegeta's voice rang out from afar as a golden light flared, shattering the stones around him to reveal a resplendent Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. "I am the Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta." His confident smile and familiar stance signaled that he was ready for battle. Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Dr. Gero, dispatching the annoying old man with a single strike. He then aimed at Dr. Mew, preparing to unleash a ki blast meant to obliterate him. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's speed was astonishing. While he eliminated Dr. Gero, Super 17 had no time to react. As Vegeta targeted Dr. Mew, Super 17 quickly interposed himself, absorbing the ki blast aimed at Mew. Vegeta, astutely observant, noticed an unnatural bulge in Super 17's body where he had absorbed the energy. Could it be? A realization dawned on Vegeta, yet he maintained his composure, deciding to probe further. He lunged forward, seizing Super 17's arm and flinging him away, then vanished only to reappear above, delivering a kick that sent Super 17 flying. Next, he unleashed a ki blast that struck Super 17's chest, only to witness it slowly merge with Super 17's body. Indeed, Vegeta's suspicions were confirmed. Super 17 could absorb energy from ki blasts, which explained why his attacks had been ineffective, as they were all being absorbed. Clenching his fists, Vegeta prepared to deliver a decisive blow. But in that moment, he felt nothing but air. Super 17 had evaded, launching a punch that connected with Vegeta's face. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta reappeared above Super 17, ready to deliver a fierce kick to his face. However, Super 17 raised his arms in defense, yet the impact sent him crashing through layers of stone, carving a long trench through the distant forest. Chapter 54. The Torment of Vegeta. Vegeta soared above the forest, taunting the formidable Super 17 below him. "What's wrong? Can you not withstand such a meager attack?" You are truly a disappointment. At that moment, Super 17 suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, launching a colossal energy blast that struck him squarely in the back, sending him hurtling away. Haha. Super 17 reveled in his triumph, delighted by Vegeta's plight. You seem rather pleased with yourself? Vegeta emerged from the smoke, appearing unscathed. Gradually ascending into the sky, he addressed Super 17, if I am not mistaken. You possess the ability to absorb energy waves, correct? How do you know? Just now, when you shielded that old man, your body expanded momentarily, not by much. But I noticed it. I tested my theory, and indeed, I was right. However, it was not in Vegeta's nature to refrain from combat, especially during his first battle after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Now, I wish to see if you can absorb this attack, Vegeta proclaimed, striking a pose for his ultimate move. Ha! A golden aura erupted around Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead as terrifying energy converged wildly. Transform into cosmic scrap, he declared. Unleashing his ultimate flash, a horrifying surge of golden energy surged towards Super 17. With arms outstretched, Super 17 prepared to absorb the formidable strike. The ultimate flash collided with Super 17, creating a vast luminous ring. Super 17's eyes widened in disbelief as his muscles swelled under the strain. His body on the verge of collapse. He screamed in agony. Gradually, the energy of the ultimate flash diminished, the radiant circle shrinking until it vanished completely. Panting heavily, Super 17 was drenched in sweat, his muscles deflating back to their normal state. What? Vegeta could scarcely believe that his mightiest attack had been absorbed. Was there truly no limit to Super 17's power? This overwhelming force was something he himself might struggle to withstand. How could Super 17 manage it? Doctor. Mew's eyes flickered with data, realizing that absorbing such tremendous energy was an arduous task. Yet Super 17's indomitable will had seen him through. The tide of battle had turned. While Vegeta was still in shock, Super 17 materialized before him, delivering a fierce punch to his chest, followed by a brutal kick to his face, sending Vegeta crashing backward. Regaining his senses, Vegeta felt a significant surge in Super 17's strength. Yet he could not bring himself to acknowledge that Super 17 was superior. Fueled by rage, Vegeta steadied himself and charged at Super 17. Since energy waves were no longer an option, he resolved to reduce him to scrap metal. Vegeta launched a powerful punch, only for Super 17 to catch it effortlessly with one hand. He lifted Vegeta before delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen, causing Vegeta's eyes to widen in shock as blood spilled from his mouth. In a flash, Vegeta retaliated with a kick, but Super 17 blocked it effortlessly, seizing Vegeta's leg and tossing him into the air. In an instant, Super 17 followed, delivering a devastating kick to Vegeta's lower back. Vegeta cried out in pain as he coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Without pausing, Super 17 gathered energy, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards the earth. Witnessing Vegeta's struggle from a distance, the onlookers rushed forward to assist. Super 17, noticing their approach, halted his assault and glared at them. What is this? Do you wish to meet your demise as well? Gohan and the others remained silent, launching themselves into battle. However, they were no match for Super 17, quickly succumbing to the onslaught. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Vegeta seethed with anger. Damn it! He charged at Super 17 once more, but he was severely injured, his strength and speed diminished. His attacks were effortlessly dodged, and Super 17 retaliated with a swift punch, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground. Super 17 grasped Vegeta by the hair, mocking him. Is that all you've got? Where has that earlier bravado gone? He then directed an energy wave at Vegeta's face, sending him crashing into a rock, reverting him to his normal state, unconscious. Meanwhile, Gogeta observed Super 17 absorbing Vegeta's ultimate flash and deemed it the right moment to bring Goku back to Earth. Goku could have returned via King Enma or instant transmission, but a formidable force on Earth born from the fractured Dragon Balls prevented him from doing so. The two 17s had opened the gates of hell through telepathy, while Piccolo and Dandy had done the same. But since Piccolo was not deceased, Gogeta had to act alone, employing absolute power to shatter the barriers between realms. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta broke through the confines of the negative energy and instantly transported himself beside Goku in hell. At that moment, Goku was engrossed in watching the battle between Vegeta and Super 17, his urgency mounting as he witnessed Vegeta's torment, longing to return and confront Super 17. Gogeta, Noticing that Goku was unaware of his presence, patted him on the shoulder. Goku turned around in surprise. What are you doing here? I've come to bring you back to Earth. You wish to face him, don't you? Gogeta gestured towards Super 17 on the screen. If I intervene, you 1T have the chance. Then let us hurry. Goku exclaimed, eager to escape the dismal place, where the food was far from palatable. Gogeta transported Goku to the battlefield, where Goku rolled his shoulders, eager for action. Gogeta cast a healing spell on everyone, reviving them all, before he instantaneously appeared beside Krillin. How remarkable! Just like Dandy's healing. Gohan remarked, astonished at his restored body. Yet Vegeta pondered, even I can recover instantly, and Gogeta appears unaffected. He must be incredibly powerful, surpassing both me and Kakarot. But why doesn't he engage? Vegeta was unable to comprehend. There was no time for further contemplation. Defeating Super 17 was the priority. Goku and Vegeta both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, focusing intently on Super 17 in the sky. On Gogeta's side, he instructed Krillin and Android 18, I brought Goku back. Wait for the right moment to join the fray. Is that acceptable? Of course. Krillin and Android 18 replied in unison. Gogeta infused Krillin with energy as a precaution, also providing Android 18 with a means of survival. Chapter 55, The Fusion Technique of Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, allow me to test this fellow's strength. Goku implored, hoping that Vegeta would refrain from intervening. Suit yourself, Kakarot. If you find yourself overwhelmed, I shall take over. I am determined to reduce that scoundrel to mere scrap. Vegeta clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare at Super 17 before reverting to his normal state and flying aside. Goku expressed his gratitude to Vegeta and descended slowly, addressing Super 17, Now, I shall be your opponent. Son Goku, kill him. Dr. Mew, filled with resentment towards Goku, immediately commanded Super 17 to eliminate him. Super 17 sprang into action, appearing before Goku in an instant, delivering a rapid punch. Goku raised his arm to block the strike, smiling at Super 17. Heh. He retaliated with a punch, which Super 17 also intercepted, initiating a fierce melee where each blow exchanged was laden with tremendous speed and power, generating gusts with each clash. After a moment of separation, Super 17 began to unleash energy waves. Goku realized that Super 17 could absorb energy and was struck by one of his ki blasts. What a fool, Vegeta muttered under his breath. Super 17 executed a relentless barrage of ki blasts, causing explosive sounds to erupt around them. As the smoke cleared, Goku crossed his arms to shield himself from the majority of the assault, though he still bore injuries, appearing somewhat disheveled. Goku extended 2 fingers to his forehead, preparing for instant transmission. He materialized at Super 17's left side, but Super 17's fist collided with Goku's face, sending him hurtling back against a rock. I have already deciphered your movements, Super 17 proclaimed triumphantly. Damn it. Goku rose, attempting instant transmission once more, but Super 17 had anticipated this, pressing a ki blast directly against Goku's chest. Goku was propelled again, crashing into the stones. Super 17 then teleported beside Goku, delivering a punch to his abdomen that pushed him deep into a massive pile of rubble. Ha ha ha. Dr. Mew laughed heartily at Goku's plight. Super 17 withdrew to the air. But Goku, undeterred, attempted instant transmission again, only to be flung back yet again, collapsing to the ground. Super 17 wore a faint smile, declaring, ineffective. After you use instant transmission, the air vibrates subtly. I merely need to focus on my surroundings. How infuriating. How can he be so formidable? After absorbing Vegetto's energy, he has indeed grown stronger. Goku thought to himself, pondering how to combat Super 17, unable to engage in close combat or use ki blasts. Super 17, finish him off, Dr. Mew urged. Super 17 spread his arms wide, beginning to gather energy, a black energy sphere crackling with red lightning, exuding immense power. Electric Hell Blast. At the moment of the explosion, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear behind Super 17, unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha that struck Super 17 from behind, overwhelming him with terrifying energy. While observing the battle between Vegeta and Super 17 in Hell, Goku had noted that Super 17 needed to keep his hands spread apart to absorb energy. Seizing this opportunity, Goku unleashed the tenfold Kamehameha, ensuring Super 17 could not absorb the energy. The crimson energy expanded rapidly, devastating the entire city and creating a massive crater, with seawater pouring in. Splendid! Gohan and the others cheered joyfully, and Goku and Vegeta shared a subtle smile. However, a towering beam of light emerged, and Super 17 slowly ascended from within, exclaiming, "You nearly succeeded in annihilating me." Thankfully, I activated my protective shield at the crucial moment. With gritted teeth, Super 17 glared at Goku. In the next instant, he teleported, delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku flying. Vegeta rushed forward, catching Goku and exclaiming, "This is dire, Kakarot. We must unite our strength." His power has increased. Although Goku's tenfold Kamehameha had struck Super 17, it was deflected by the shield, and some energy was absorbed by Super 17. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, standing alongside Goku. "Another one is futile. A wild monkey is merely a wild monkey." Super 17 taunted them. Goku and Vegeta charged at Super 17, attacking from opposite sides, but Super 17 effortlessly countered one of their strikes with a single hand, seizing the opportunity to smash their heads together. Super 17 unleashed a flurry of ki blasts, prompting Goku to dodge swiftly while Vegeta was inadvertently struck, sending him hurtling away. "Vegeta!" Goku shouted in alarm, inadvertently giving Super 17 the chance to close in on him. Super 17 flew towards Goku, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the freshly risen Vegeta. The two rolled on the ground before rising again. Goku turned to Vegeta, asking, "Do you remember Vegetto's ultimate technique? The ultimate Kamehameha?" "Indeed, let us see if we can execute that move." Goku replied with conviction. "It should be able to shatter that fiend." "Then let us proceed." Goku positioned himself close to Vegeta, mirroring their previous attack against Majin Buu. They began to gather energy, a golden aura radiating from them, as an overwhelming force coalesced in their hands. The earth trembled, and debris was lifted into the air amidst their roars. Tenfold Ultimate Kamehameha. Yaha! A colossal red beam intertwined with the golden light struck Super 17 with tremendous force. Super 17, witnessing the overwhelming attack that rattled his very essence, found himself in disbelief. "How is this possible? I refuse to accept it." Super 17 attempted to absorb the attack with outstretched arms, but it was futile. He was swiftly engulfed by the terrifying energy, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated everything in proximity. Gohan and the others soared into the sky, while Goku and Vegeta were also unable to withstand the force, being propelled away. After an indeterminate time, Goku and Vegeta struggled to rise, gazing at the enormous crater that dwarfed even Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. They remained silent. "Fantastic! We have vanquished that villain," Goku exclaimed with excitement, turning to Vegeta. "Indeed, this technique is truly formidable," Vegeta replied, wiping the remnants of Goku from his face with a glove. "However, could you refrain from being so close, Kakarot? Don't dwell on trifles, Vegeta," Goku responded nonchalantly. "Damn it, Kakarot." Just as they were bickering, a noise emanated from the depths of the crater. Could it be? Chapter 56. The Utmost Fury, the Emergence of Super Saiyan 5. Goku and Vegeta, upon hearing the commotion from the center of the pit, wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? This fellow, after enduring that terrifying attack, he is still alive? The figure of Super 17 materialized before them, his upper garments long gone, his pants tattered, and his body marred with wounds. Despite his injuries, Super 17 laughed heartily. "Haha, how did you survive that?" Goku shouted at him. "That attack was incredibly powerful. I thought I was done for. However, I managed to create a protective shield, absorbing a fraction of the energy, which strengthened me slightly. The shield deflected part of the assault, allowing my body to withstand the remaining energy, and thus I survived." The smile on Super 17's face grew even more pronounced. Despair washed over Goku and Vegeta. Their adversary was too formidable. Even with all their might, they could not defeat him. Where had Gogeta vanished to? What to do? What to do? Goku's mind raced frantically. Super 17, dragging his injured body, slowly ascended into the air, once again gathering energy for his Hell-S lightning sphere. "This time, you shall perish." Goku and Vegeta closed their eyes in resignation, quietly awaiting their demise. Suddenly, a ki blast struck Super 17, and the rescuer was none other than Krillin. Indeed, it was Krillin, sent by Gogeta. Krillin turned to Android 18, exclaiming, "I made it just in time." They had both been blown away by the earlier devastating shockwave, but had managed to regroup. Upon seeing 18, a glimmer of clarity returned to 17's eyes. Krillin and 18 placed themselves protectively in front of Goku and Vegeta. "You dare harm me and Krillin?" 18 challenged. "Are you afraid of the bomb inside me, thus reluctant to strike? If you wish to kill Son Goku, you must first eliminate me. If you aren't afraid of the bomb, come at me." Goku was momentarily bewildered. A bomb? Wasn't that removed by Krillin's wish long ago? Only 18 was aware of this. It was her ruse to deceive Super 17. Super 17's expression grew complex. He found himself unable to act against 18. At that moment, Dr. Mew returned, urging Super 17, "What bomb? Such a thing cannot harm you. I have no fear of it. So why do you hesitate? You useless fool, only making excuses." Dr. Mew's words ignited Super 17's fury. He launched a Hell's lightning sphere towards Dr. Mew, sending him to meet Dr. Gero, forcing him to apologize. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin charged at Super 17. But Goku shouted, "Krillin, don't go." Even wounded, Super 17 was not an opponent Krillin could handle. Sure enough, before Krillin could reach him, Super 17 sent him flying with a single punch, then finished the assault with a beam that pierced through Krillin's chest. Foolish one. Goku observed the lifeless gaze in Krillin's eyes, memories flooding his mind, moments of camaraderie, training under Master Roshi, and more. When Krillin died for the first time, he bore a similar expression. The second time, he was slain by Frieza, leaving no trace of his body. Goku could hear Krillin calling his name, over and over, "Goku, Goku." A profound sense of loss struck Goku, and anger surged within him. "Krillin!" An unparalleled aura erupted from Goku, radiating terrifying white lightning. Vegetto's eyes widened as he was blown away by Goku's energy. "I shall never forgive you, 17. Goku's pupils vanished, his hair lengthened, transforming into a striking white hue. His body enveloped in a tempest of lightning. With a ferocious roar, Super Saiyan 5 Goku made his entrance. In his resplendent Super Saiyan 5 form, Goku emanated a fearsome aura that left even Vegeta in awe. In the distance, Gohan and the others awakened to this overwhelming presence. "What is that, father?" Gohan gazed uncertainly at Goku's silhouette, then at 18 in the air and Krillin on the ground, and comprehension dawned upon him. Goku's figure, in his eyes, began to meld with the essence of Goku from Namek, culminating in a perfect fusion. In the face of despair, amidst the hellish scene, and with the image of Uncle Krillin's demise, the invincible figure was indelibly etched in Gohan's mind. Super 17 sensed an unmistakable dread. His fierce demeanor slowly morphed into terror as he began to retreat, as though this action could afford him a modicum of safety. Goku vanished in an instant, and Super 17 was struck, his body flung through the air, unable to catch sight of Goku. He was ultimately slammed down to the ground. Goku appeared in the heavens, gathering the Kamehameha to end Super 17's life. Gogeta had delayed long enough. It was time for him to join the fray. Gogeta materialized beside Goku. "Are you here to stop me?" Goku's voice bore no inflection, devoid of emotion. It was in such moments that one's fury reaches its zenith. No. Look over there." Gogeta shook his head, gesturing towards Krillin. Goku turned to see Krillin standing unharmed. Upon noticing Goku's gaze, Krillin scratched his head and chuckled. "Hey, Goku." Upon witnessing Krillin alive, Goku's tension dissipated, reverting from Super Saiyan 5 to his regular state, breathing heavily. The burden of Super Saiyan 5 was immense, and Goku could not sustain it for long. Krillin rushed over and embraced Goku. "I'm sorry, Goku, I deceived you." "Huh? What?" Goku was momentarily puzzled as Krillin revealed Gogeta's plan, awaiting judgment. However, Goku replied, "It's all right, Krillin. You're alive, and I have transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Isn't that a good thing?" Goku remained true to himself, forever accommodating towards his friends. "You rascal, Goku." Krillin struggled to maintain his composure, tears welling in his eyes. Having known each other for so many years, they understood one another's temperaments well. Yet Krillin couldn't help but be moved. Goku had never changed. He was always a source of reassurance. Gogeta approached Super 17, snapping his fingers. White energy enveloped Super 17, who widened his eyes as evil and benevolence flickered within. Ultimately, the malevolent persona of Hell 17 was eradicated, and 17 regained complete control of his body. Chapter 57, The Malevolent Dragon. I apologize, number 18. Upon regaining consciousness, number 17 immediately expressed his remorse to number 18. Although he had acted under the influence of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, he could not shake off the profound guilt he felt for succumbing to such manipulation. He pondered how he had arrived at this state. Perhaps it was the death of number 16. Or the accumulation of negative emotions over the years due to a lack of purpose and belief, which Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had skillfully exploited to control him without resistance. However, as number 18 stood protectively in front of Son Goku, number 17 experienced an epiphany. Initially, he had contemplated meeting his end at Goku's hands, but now, having been saved by Vegetto, He yearned to integrate himself into this group and endeavor to safeguard what he cherished. I am deeply sorry, everyone, for the turmoil my momentary lapse has caused. Number 17 sincerely apologized to all present. His inherently reclusive nature, which shunned the limelight, made this admission of wrongdoing all the more significant. Vegetto's mission was thus accomplished. His powers doubled. Goku, with a cheerful demeanor, reassured him, "It's all right. Those who have perished can simply ask Shinran to bring them back. And the Earth can be restored as well. Besides, with your newfound strength, you will be better equipped to protect the Earth." Hearing that the deceased could be revived eased Number 17's tension. There was still a chance for redemption. "Kakarot, what was that transformation you just underwent?" Vegeta inquired eagerly. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. Upon witnessing Krillin's demise at the hands of Number 17, an overwhelming fury surged through my mind. And that triggered the transformation. But this state imposes a tremendous burden on both my mind and body. I felt immense pain in my head and fatigue in my body after only a brief period. This form is only suitable for rapidly concluding battles. Goku articulated his experience post-transformation. Vegetto contemplated Goku's words. An all-consuming fury? Such an intensity would necessitate formidable mental fortitude or extreme emotional upheaval. The physical toll was akin to Super Saiyan 3, consuming vast amounts of energy. Nevertheless, the strength of this form was astonishing, vastly surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4. Goku's excitement was palpable, his voice quivering with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, followed by the eruption of a distant volcano. Presently, Earth was besieged by floods. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, chaos reigned. This is bad, Goku. The brief connection between hell and the mortal realm has disrupted natural order. Endangering the ecological balance of Earth, it could lead to its annihilation. North Kai, observing from planet Kai, swiftly informed Goku of the dire situation. Upon hearing North Kai's words, the group sensed the gravity of the matter and immediately set about gathering the Dragon Balls. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Goku, Xiaofang, and Trunks, the Dragon Balls were collected in less than half a day. However, they soon discovered that each Dragon Ball bore cracks, an unusual and alarming sight. They pondered this anomaly. But with Earth in peril, they could not afford to dwell on it for long. Thus, they resolved to summon Shinran. "Come forth, Shinran," they called. But the sky remained unresponsive. Having never witnessed the summoning of Shinran, Number 17 asked, "Where is Shinran? Could it be that these Dragon Balls are mere fakes?" Goku, believing his initial call lacked sufficient volume, shouted, "Come forth, Shinran." This time, there was a reaction, yet it was unlike any they had ever seen. The sky transformed from its usual hue to a foreboding crimson. Number 17 observed the emergence of the dragon with a sense of unease, sensing something was amiss. He turned to Gohan for clarification but found that everyone else appeared equally bewildered. "Have none of you seen Shinran before?" he mused, perplexed. Despite their unfamiliarity with this dragon, the group proceeded to make wishes, dismissing the dragon's color, believing any dragon capable of granting wishes must be benevolent. However, this dragon paid no heed to their pleas, instead producing a cigar from seemingly nowhere and began to smoke, adopting an air of arrogance. "I shall no longer heed the commands of you humans," it declared with a sinister laugh. At that moment, the old Kai shouted to Goku and the others, "What you see before you is not Shinran at all." The dragon exhaled a plume of smoke towards them and consumed the Dragon Balls in one breath, its red eyes radiating an even more malevolent light as it transformed into a cyclone, unleashing a terrifying storm that blinded the gathered onlookers. From within this tempest, 7 blue-black dragons emerged, each clutching a Dragon Ball as they dispersed across the globe. The Dragon Balls we painstakingly collected," Xiaofang cried out, watching helplessly as they vanished. "What is happening?" The group was engulfed in confusion. "Look over there." Xiaofang pointed to a breathtaking phenomenon in the sky resembling the aurora borealis. "How beautiful! That must be the so-called aurora. It's my first time witnessing such splendor. How romantic!" The women present exclaimed, unaware that beauty often masks danger. Goku, sweating profusely, warned, "A powerful force is enveloping the Earth. It emanates a formidable evil." Just then, North Kai called out to Goku, "Hey Goku." Before he could continue, the old Kai interrupted, "You fool." The sudden volume startled Goku, causing him to sit down, while the others covered their ears. "Who shouted so loudly?" "You. Didn't I warn you that the Dragon Balls are not to be used frivolously? Have you forgotten? Such actions disrupt the natural order." The old Kai's voice dripped with exasperation. Seated on the ground, Goku replied, "Old Kai, we can all hear you. Could you lower your voice?" On the Kai realm, The old Kai was beyond furious, unable to remain calm. How can I remain calm when things have escalated to this point? Listen, Goku, if you continue to allow this, it won't just be Earth that faces destruction. The entire universe will be at risk. Are you referring to the monstrous dragon that emerged from the Dragon Balls? Goku recalled the blue-black dragon. Indeed, it is precisely because of your reckless misuse of the Dragon Balls that such a creature has manifested from them. Bulma interjected with some complaints, only to be sharply rebuked by the old Kai. This entire mess originates with you, Bulma. If you hadn't invented that dragon radar and sought out the Dragon Balls, none of this would have transpired. Bulma, visibly agitated, retorted, if you're so knowledgeable, why don't you just show yourself? Trunks hurriedly attempted to console her. Mom, this is merely telepathy. Besides, what if you anger the old Kai further? If I could, I would have educated all of you long ago. But now, Earth is completely isolated from the outside world. I cannot intervene. Jebbit, in an effort to calm the old Kai, advised, Ancestor, we have little time left. Let us focus on the essentials. Then, through the crystal ball, he addressed Wukong and the others, saying, listen closely, my friends. The Dragon Balls possess a peculiar characteristic. With each use, the positive energy diminishes slightly, while conversely, the negative energy gradually accumulates. This inherent trait has existed since their creation. To purify the negative energy, it is optimal to refrain from usage for a century after each invocation. However, in your possession, the Dragon Balls have been used countless times within a mere 30 years. Once the negative energy exceeds its threshold, it will erupt, resulting in manifestations akin to what we witnessed earlier. The Dark Blue Dragon, the Malevolent Dragon. Chapter 58. Embarking on a quest to confront the evil dragon, Bobo had also heard tales of the infamous evil dragon. The group turned to find Dandy and Bobo had arrived unbeknownst to them. Legends spoke of an evil dragon that had once ravaged other planets, leaving complete devastation in its wake, annihilating not only the planet but the surrounding galaxies as well. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls, originally capable of granting only a singular wish, had been forcefully augmented to 3 wishes by your actions, making the current predicament foreseeable. The god Jebbit added, though I am still unclear about the intricacies of this matter, it appears to be my responsibility. If I eliminate the creature known as the evil dragon and reclaim the Dragon Balls, that should suffice. Goku willingly accepted this burden, recognizing that even with Bulma's invention of the Dragon Radar, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would have been impossible without his involvement. Ultimately, Goku bore a portion of the responsibility, and now he took it upon himself, instilling a sense of security in everyone. Indeed, if we vanquish the evil dragon, Earth will be safeguarded, Jebbit affirmed. Suddenly, Gogeta, who had been observing, interjected, there are 7 Dragon Balls, hence there should be 7 evil dragons. Goku, you cannot shoulder this alone. The rest of you must also contribute. Particularly you, number 17. Gogeta was determined that Goku should not bear the entire weight of this battle. Gohan and the others needed to play their part. They could not perpetually grow under the wings of Goku and Vegeta, should the day arise when Goku and Vegeta were absent. It would be their responsibility to uphold the banner. This battle is not meant for Goku alone, nor are you merely his power banks. The strongest foe shall be dealt with by Goku, Vegeta, and number 17, while the rest of you, along with OOB, will tackle the remaining threats. You cannot always rely on Goku and Vegeta. This time, no one will come to your aid if you falter. Gogeta's words rendered them solemn. We understand. The trio of Gohan, Goten, and Trunks nodded in agreement. Goku, Vegeta, number 17, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and OOB 7 in total were prepared to confront the 7 evil dragons. Xiao Fang, cradling Jilu, declared, I want to go too. Otherwise, Jilu cannot lend his assistance. Unable to refuse Xiao Fang, the group acquiesced and took her along. Gogeta discreetly followed behind. Though he insisted he did not care for their fate, he would inevitably intervene when the moment demanded it. However, he was accompanied by another Tais. Upon noticing Gogeta's stealthy pursuit, Tais rushed over and embraced him, insisting on joining as well. Reluctantly, Gogeta complied. Guided by the Dragon Radar, Goku and the others swiftly located the first of the evil dragons. They arrived at a village where the inhabitants had fled in terror. After inquiring about the situation, they confirmed the presence of an evil dragon. Upon reaching a lake, they beheld a frog-like creature, the 2-star dragon. The 2-star dragon was birthed from negative energy generated when little Goku resurrected the native Bora beneath Korin Tower. Goten stepped forward, declaring, Dad, allow me to handle this one. You all continue your search for the other evil dragons. Are you sure, Goten? Goku asked, somewhat apprehensive. Yet Goten replied, Mr. Gogeta is right. We cannot always rely on you, Dad. We need to grow stronger ourselves. If one day you are not here, it will be up to us to protect Earth. Observing Goten's resolute gaze, Goku entrusted the two-star dragon to him and continued onward. The two-star dragon, feeling slighted by the presence of only one challenger, prepared to attack. But Goten interjected, You shall face me. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes, followed by a powerful kick that sent the two-star dragon crashing to the ground. Employing Vegetto's famed technique, Goten bombarded the two-star dragon with a series of relentless blows. As the smoke cleared, the two-star dragon appeared battered yet still wore a defiant grin, taunting Goten, Your efforts are futile. I am the mightiest of the evil dragons. And your attacks are mere tickles to me. He. Had the creature not been in such a pitiful state, Goten might have been swayed by its bravado. If you are the strongest among the evil dragons, then I alone could vanquish all of you. Goten retorted confidently, pointing at the grotesque dragon. Ha! Just wait and see. You will meet a most gruesome end. The two-star dragon boasted. Then let us put that to the test. Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan and resumed his assault on the two-star dragon. Following Jilu's guidance, Goku and his companions arrived at a desolate town devoid of life. At that moment, an elderly couple, having moved slowly, had yet to evacuate. Goku approached them, and the couple pointed to the sticky substance on the lamppost, explaining, This substance has absorbed all the electricity in town, forcing everyone to seek refuge elsewhere. You should leave as well. After the couple departed, the true menace appeared, a dinosaur-like figure. The five-star dragon. The five-star dragon was born from the negative energy produced when Goku was resurrected during the Saiyan invasion. Allow me to handle this evil creature, Trunks volunteered. Stepping forward. Very well, this repugnant being is yours to defeat. Vegeta, eager to leave, expressed his disdain for the sticky substance and rose to depart. The five-star dragon was not pleased, interpreting Vegetto's actions as disdain. It launched a counterattack, electric slime. Attack. Clumps of slime hurtled toward Vegeta, who swiftly dodged, urging Trunks. Hurry and take care of him. Trunks positioned himself before the five-star dragon, asserting, Your opponent is me. Then I shall leave it to you, Trunks. Be cautious. Goku and the others imparted a few parting words before departing. Trunks nodded and directed a serious gaze at the five-star dragon. Despite its small stature, he could not underestimate it. It might possess formidable abilities. How dare you underestimate me? Electric slime, attack. The five-star dragon unleashed its assault. Streams of slime surged toward Trunks, who twisted and turned to evade, yet the sheer volume overwhelmed him, and he soon found himself ensnared. The electric slime surged with energy, sending Trunks into a frenetic dance before he collapsed to the ground. Pathetic. The five-star dragon mocked, but Trunks quickly rose, appearing unscathed. Is that all you've got? Such feeble strength. Trunks smirked, taunting the five-star dragon. I am the mightiest among the evil dragons. Prepare to witness my true power. Electric slime merge. The five-star dragon proclaimed, summoning countless streams of slime that enveloped its body, causing it to swell and form a protective shell. Chapter 59, Super Saiyan 3. The defeat of the two-star dragon as Goku and his companions resumed their journey. Upon encountering two wicked dragons, Goku felt a sense of disappointment. These malevolent creatures seemed far from formidable, failing to ignite his enthusiasm. He trudged along, lacking vigor. Dad, isn't it a good thing that the evil dragons aren't that powerful? Goten, unable to grasp Goku and Vegetto's thrill at facing formidable foes, attempted to reason with him. I know, but the thought of there being no strong opponents at all makes me utterly disinterested. It feels so dull, Goku replied wearily. Goten was at a loss for words, and the group fell into a silence, save for the incessant chatter of little Pan, who was buzzing with excitement. Dragon Balls detected. Dragon Balls nearby, she exclaimed. Hearing this, the group began to search, but the surroundings were barren. No trace of the evil dragons was to be found. The Dragon Balls are moving quickly. Jiro pointed in a particular direction. The companions noticed a trail on the ground, rapidly shifting. Following it, they eventually saw a figure emerge from the earth. Meanwhile, Goten was locked in a fierce battle with the two-star dragon, delivering relentless blows. Weren't you supposed to make my demise a spectacle? Why do you look like this? With another kick, Goten sent the two-star dragon flying, taunting him further. The two-star dragon, rising from the ground, retorted, Now you'll see, with a dismissive gesture. He beckoned Goten forth. Angered, Goten charged, throwing a punch. only to be caught off guard as the two-star dragon effortlessly seized his fist and retaliated with a blow to Goten's abdomen, reverting him to his normal state. How is that possible? Goten gasped in disbelief. The very dragon he had been pummeling was able to reverse his transformation. Contemplating the situation, Goten realized the issue lay not in the dragon's strength but in his own diminishing power, deducing that the surrounding environment must be affecting him. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Once you absorb enough of the toxic gas, you'll be rendered powerless, and I shall defeat you. The two-star dragon declared, dragging Goten to the lakeside. The water here is laced with deadly poison. No creature can survive, leaving only a heap of bones behind. Let you experience the countdown to your demise. With that, he hurled Goten into the toxic lake. Returning to Goku's side, the evil dragon that emerged from the ground was a massive groundhog-like creature, the seven-star dragon. This dragon was born from negative energy created by a wish to resurrect those slain by the corrupted Vegeta during the martial arts tournament. Now it was Gohan's turn to take action. The others had faith in him and ventured off to find the next evil dragon. Gohan turned to face the seven-star dragon, adopting a fighting stance, but to his surprise, the dragon ignored him and burrowed back underground, continuing its excavation. Don't even think about escaping, Gohan cried, pursuing the dragon and unleashing energy blasts at the ground, but to no effect. The seven-star dragon seemed to revel in the vibrations. Suddenly, Gohan spotted a city ahead and realized the danger. Not good. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he positioned his fingers at his forehead, channeling his father's signature technique, the special beam cannon. Come forth. The beam penetrated the ground, striking the seven-star dragon, which widened its eyes in shock. How dare you? The dragon seethed, clutching its wound with fury. You shall pay for this. The seven-star dragon retaliated, slamming a hand onto the ground, causing energy blasts to erupt beneath Gohan. He swiftly dodged, weaving through the columns of light before positioning himself above the dragon. Another energy wave struck the seven-star dragon, leaving it barely conscious as it collapsed, vanishing and releasing the Dragon Ball. Just as Gohan reached out to grab it, he recalled Ub's warning. Fool, how could I be harmed by my own attack? He narrowly avoided the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Trunks was desperately evading the five-star dragon's lightning strikes, retreating further as he struggled to avoid the onslaught. You pest. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his father's ultimate technique, the Final Flash. The tremendous energy struck the five-star dragon, who caught it effortlessly with his belly. Here you go. The five-star dragon rebounded the blast, sending it hurtling back towards Trunks, who barely dodged as the explosion erupted behind him. Ha ha ha. How do you like that? The five-star dragon mocked, reveling in his own prowess. Trunks emerged from the debris, his expression dark, as he pondered strategies to overcome this foe. Shifting back to Goten and the two-star dragon's battlefield, Goten, after being thrown into the lake, gazed upon the pile of bones before him, his anger swelling. How could such a despicable creature wreak havoc unchecked? With visions of his friends and family as bones flashing in his mind, Goten's fury ignited. I will not allow this to happen, he roared, erupting with terrifying energy from the lake. The two-star dragon turned just in time to see Goten, now in his Super Saiyan 3 form, rising ominously from the water. Goten's piercing gaze and fearsome demeanor, coupled with the overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 3, terrified the two-star dragon, who scrambled to escape. Gathering Kamehameha energy in his hands, Goten addressed the two-star dragon. You vile and despicable wretch, vanish. With that, the abominable two-star dragon was vanquished. At this moment, Goku and his companions spotted another evil dragon. They arrived at a coastal area where suddenly, an abundance of seafood rained from the sky. After a brief inquiry, they learned of a dragon god princess in the vicinity who generously bestowed seafood upon the local residents. However, a child from the village noticed that nearby seabirds had seemingly been attacked, plummeting from the skies, too frightened to return. Following the clues, Goku and his companions reached the seaside, just in time to witness the delivery from the six-star dragon. All right, now it's my turn, Ub declared as he faced the six-star dragon, born from a wish for a girl's undergarments. Chapter 60. The individual battles, then it's up to you. Goku expressed his confidence in Ub's abilities, noting that the six-star dragon appeared to be a rather inconsequential adversary. As Goku and his companions departed, the six-star dragon mocked. Your allies do not care if you live or die. Do not forget, I am the strongest among the evil dragons. With that proclamation, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades towards Ub. However, Ub merely raised his hand and effortlessly dispersed them. Is that all you've got? Ub scoffed, challenging the six-star dragon. That was merely a test. The real show is yet to come. He cracked his knuckles and declared, "Now, let me see what you can truly do. And you, child over there, keep your distance." The six-star dragon commenced his assault, shouting, "Air split energy bomb." A series of air bullets hurtled towards Ub, who deftly dodged them and charged at the six-star dragon, landing a punch to his forehead. Yet, an unseen force blocked the blow, sending Ub careening backward. What? Ub steadied himself, puzzled by the earlier attack. Was that a protective barrier? He retaliated with a ki blast to gauge his opponent. The six-star dragon did not evade, and the ki wave was directly reflected back. Observing the dragon's movements closely, Ub exclaimed, "I see. You were spinning at high speed. Ha ha ha. You have some perception." The six-star dragon boasted, "I can create a protective barrier through rapid rotation." With that, he transformed from a beautiful maiden into a grotesque monster. "How hideous you are." Ub teased. "Anyone who gazes upon my true form cannot survive, so prepare to perish." The six-star dragon began to spin rapidly, executing a whirlwind slash. In an instant, Ub was slammed against the wall behind him, immobilized. Meanwhile, Trunks found himself at a loss before the massive figure looming before him. Unable to approach for an attack and with ki blasts proving ineffective, he frantically pondered his options. "Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate power," the five-star dragon declared, burrowing into the ground and siphoning the world's electricity through the underground lines. The five-star dragon's form swelled, soon towering above the city. A massive tentacle emerged, lunging at Trunks, who desperately attempted to evade but was ultimately ensnared. As Trunks was captured, the five-star dragon unleashed a surge of electricity, causing him to scream in agony. "Curse it! Is this where I must end?" Trunks thought, recalling his previous encounter with Majin Buu, feeling that same helplessness wash over him. "Must I always rely on my father and Uncle Goku? No, this time, I will rely on my own strength." Clenching his fists, Trunks unleashed his full power. "Yeah." The golden aura enveloping him shimmered as his features transformed. His hair lengthened and his aura intensified, shattering the tentacle that bound him. Super Saiyan 3 Trunks has arrived. Raising his hand, he manifested a ki blade, casting it forth with force. The ki blade split into 4, realizing that ki blasts were ineffective against the five-star dragon. He aimed to cleave through the dragon's body and strike at its core. The power of the ki blade was formidable, a true divine technique. As the 4 ki blades sliced through the five-star dragon's massive form, they created a square opening, severing the connection between the dragon and its colossal body. The five-star dragon began to disintegrate, and seizing the opportunity, Trunks unleashed his ultimate technique, Final Flash. In the five-star dragon's terrified gaze, Trunks' attack obliterated it. He caught the second Dragon Ball, a victorious gleam in his eyes. Nearby, Tais watched on, remarking to Goten, "Well done, Trunks." Just as impressive as Goten. Goten nodded in agreement, a proud smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, Gohan found himself in a critical moment, allowing a Dragon Ball to slip from his grasp and land on the ground. Turning to look, he confirmed that the Dragon Ball remained blue, its cracks evident. The seven-star dragon, realizing Gohan had not fallen for its trick, reverted to its original form, a small pig. Now, the seven-star dragon felt fear. Lacking the power to defeat Gohan, and with no nearby host to attach to, Gohan observed the remains of a mole rat in the ruins and understood that this creature required a host to gain strength. Recalling the malevolent baby and the harm he had inflicted, anger surged within him. "You vile creature, baby." Gohan transformed into his mysterious form, once more gathering the energy for his Masenko. The terrifying power coalesced in his hands, and in the seven-star dragon's horrified gaze, he obliterated it, ensuring it could not rise again. The third Dragon Ball was secured. On another front, Goten, having vanquished the two-star dragon, clutched the Dragon Ball and hastened toward Trunks. Upon arrival, he found Trunks had also concluded his battle, successfully acquiring the Dragon Ball. The two reunited and set off together toward Gohan. Back with Ub, he struggled against the relentless storm unleashed by the six-star dragon, unable to break free from the overwhelming force. At that moment, a flock of seagulls, emboldened, soared toward the six-star dragon, pecking fiercely at the Dragon Ball atop its head. The six-star dragon, besieged by the birds, flailed his arms wildly, sending them scattering. "Do not interfere with my plans," he bellowed, preparing to retaliate against the seagulls. In a critical moment, a young boy named Buu stepped forward, shielding the birds. As Buu seemed on the verge of being crushed, Ub erupted with fury. "Stop. Can you not hear me? Cease this madness." The latent power of Majin Buu within Ub began to awaken, enveloping him in a pink aura crackling with dark lightning, his eyes turning pitch black, emanating an aura of terror. Ub raised his gaze to the six-star dragon, who recoiled at the frightful intensity of Ub's stare, yet still attempted to feign bravado. Even in this fearsome form, I am not afraid. Ub ignored the dragon's bravado and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, causing the six-star dragon to emit a shriek before vanishing within the energy blast. The intensity of Ub's aura dissipated as he gasped for breath. For him, mastering the wicked power of the diminutive Bu was still a formidable challenge. The potential and talents of Bu were extraordinary, particularly given his ability to learn instant transmission with but a glance and the strength that even Goku praised. The fourth Dragon Ball was now in his possession. Chapter 61. The 4-star dragon and the 3-star dragon Wukong and his companions continued their quest to locate the malevolent dragon, guided by Jilu to a desolate desert city. Though they had arrived at the coordinates where the radar had ceased to function, the sinister creature was nowhere to be seen, leaving them perplexed. Why can't we find the evil dragon? Wukong mused, seated atop a dilapidated vehicle, wiping the sweat from his brow. Is it just me, or is it getting hotter? Suddenly, the sun seemed to swell in size, and a sphere resembling the sun itself hurtled downwards, targeting Wukong. With a powerful leap, Wukong evaded the strike. But the abandoned car was instantly melted into a pool of molten metal. The assailant was none other than the 4-star dragon, born from the negative energy produced by the evil King Piccolo's wish to regain his youth, whether due to its solar attributes or the essence of the 4-star ball. The 4-star dragon was brimming with fiery temperament, eager to confront Wukong in a battle of supremacy. Son Goku, engage me in combat. This duel will determine our fates. The 4-star dragon declared decisively. Wukong accepted the challenge with enthusiasm, recognizing that this foe was significantly more formidable than the evil dragons he had previously encountered. Moreover, the 4-star ball held particular significance for him, and he was reluctant to entrust it to anyone else. He entrusted the remaining 2 evil dragons to Vegeta and number 17, preparing to face the 4-star dragon himself. As Wukong clashed with the 4-star dragon, he struck first, delivering a punch that landed squarely on his opponent. Yet, the 4-star dragon appeared unfazed. Do not lay a hand on me, it retorted, as its body rapidly heated up, Wukong's fist feeling like flesh against a searing iron plate, causing him to recoil in pain. Ah, that hurts, Wukong exclaimed, desperately blowing on his hand to cool it down. The 4-star dragon, however, showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that forced Wukong to dodge for his life, taking refuge behind a building. He listened as the 4-star dragon explained its capabilities. I can elevate my temperature to that of the sun's surface, around 6,000 degrees Celsius. Peeking out to catch a glimpse of the 4-star dragon, Wukong was startled to find it had vanished. The creature had ascended into the sky, transforming into a blazing sun, and unleashed a devastating attack upon Wukong. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to shield himself with his arms against the onslaught. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Super Saiyan Wukong crossed his arms, appearing to have sustained minimal damage. Impressive. You are quite the adversary, Wukong exclaimed, invigorated by the challenge. The battle escalated as he employed his own techniques, engaging in a spectacular exchange of energy blasts that turned the city into a wasteland. Following a series of explosions, Wukong and the 4-star dragon rushed towards each other, exchanging blows. Despite his relentless attacks, Wukong found it impossible to land a hit, as the 4-star dragon's scorching aura kept him at bay. Pulling back, Wukong gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave, aiming to test the 4-star dragon's limits. The attack was launched, yet the 4-star dragon evaded it with remarkable speed. What agility! Wukong marveled. The 4-star dragon then conjured a circular mirror-like construct, amplifying its energy through the reflection. A beam shot towards Wukong, who leaped into the air to dodge. But the 4-star dragon adjusted the mirror, and the beam struck his arm. Wukong cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. Curse it! I didn't expect that beam to hurt so much. The 4-star dragon prepared to continue its assault, but Wukong seized the moment, jumping high into the air to unleash the solar fist. Temporarily blinded, the 4-star dragon was caught off guard, allowing Wukong to fire an energy wave that pierced through the mirror and struck the dragon, sending it crashing to the ground, leaving a deep scar. Show me your true power, 4-star dragon, Wukong challenged. Ah, you've caught on, haven't you? No wonder your son Goku. The 4-star dragon bellowed, rising to its feet, revealing cracks across its body as its protective shell shattered to unveil a golden visage. So this is your true form. Then I shall transform into Super Saiyan 4. Wukong proclaimed, instantly ascending to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, even 6,000 degrees cannot harm me. Wukong's excitement radiated. As the second round commenced, Vegeta and his group found themselves back in the desert, with Jilu's radar indicating 2 Dragon Balls converging nearby. What a surprise! Kakarot is facing 2 evil dragons. Vegeta hastened towards the desert city. Upon arrival, he observed that while the city had once been scorching, parts of it were now encased in ice, a clear sign of another evil dragon's involvement. Spotting the other dragon, which bore a striking resemblance to the 4-star dragon but with a different hue, Vegeta mused, another dragon akin to Kakarot's. If I defeat this one, it would prove my superiority over him. Unable to contain his excitement, Vegeta charged towards the 3-star dragon. As he approached, the 3-star dragon unleashed a beam of ice, freezing a distant tower solid. That was close. I must not underestimate the evil dragon, Vegeta thought, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to confront the 3-star dragon directly. The dragon had intended to ambush Wukong, but was intercepted by Vegeta. You were planning to sneak up on Kakarot, weren't you? Vegeta questioned the 3-star dragon. Indeed. In battle, the method is irrelevant, only the outcome matters, the 3-star dragon replied, infuriating Vegeta, whose pride as a Saiyan forbade him from collaborating with others, especially in a sneak attack. Reflecting on past encounters, Vegeta recalled how he had ultimately chosen to aid Wukong against Majin Buu, highlighting his steadfast values. If that is the case, then perish here, Vegeta declared, ready to engage in battle. Chapter 62, 1-star dragon Vegeta unleashed the formidable power of Super Saiyan 4, prompting the 3-star dragon to recognize the threat and similarly summon all its strength. In an instant, half of the city transformed into ice sculptures, while the other half remained untouched by Vegeta's might. The commotion drew the attention of Goku and the 4-star dragon, who were engaged in battle. Goku and the 4-star dragon simultaneously paused, glancing towards the source of the power. What is this power? Vegeta, 3-star dragon. They exchanged bewildered expressions. Goku explained, Vegeta is someone who came with me. The 4-star dragon added, the 3-star dragon is my brother. What? Brother? I never imagined that you evil dragons could have such kinship. Goku exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Suddenly, a beam of energy pierced through the back of the 4-star dragon, who collapsed instantly. 4-star dragon, Goku shouted, turning to see the 1-star dragon standing atop the ruins. I can't wait any longer. You can't even handle a wild monkey. You're truly useless. With that, the 1-star dragon raised its hand and unleashed another beam, this time aimed at Goku. The 4-star dragon bravely shielded Goku with his own body, coughing up blood as they both fell. With his last ounce of strength, the 4-star dragon managed to utter a few words. Son, Goku, I truly wish to settle this, once and for all. And then his body vanished, leaving only the 4-star Dragon Ball in Goku's grasp. 4-star dragon, you bastard. Goku clenched his fists tightly. Weren't you comrades? Why did you kill him so easily? I will never forgive you. Never forgive me. The 1-star dragon slowly approached Goku, speaking with contempt. Who was it that brought me into existence? That would be you, son Goku. It is your excessive use of the Dragon Balls that caused my creation. The abnormalities on Earth are all you're doing. How many times have you used the Dragon Balls to resurrect someone? Do you dare to speak so brazenly? The 1-star dragon stood before Goku, enunciating each word. That has nothing to do with this. Goku retorted defiantly. I will personally eradicate you. Then let me witness your power. The 1-star dragon erupted with a formidable aura, and Goku unleashed all his energy as a Super Saiyan 4. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, launched an assault on the 3-star dragon. Although the 3-star dragon was the brother of the 4-star dragon, he was significantly weaker in both strength and speed, becoming a target for Vegeta's relentless onslaught. After being struck and sent flying, the 3-star dragon fell to the ground, with Vegeta's palm aimed at his face, ready to take his life. Please, spare me. I can give you the Dragon Balls, just let me live. The 3-star dragon desperately pleaded, his demeanor utterly subservient, akin to a traitor in modern terms. Seeing the 3-star dragon's pitiful state, Vegeta raised his hand to seize the Dragon Ball. However, the 3-star dragon, with a slight smirk, had already prepared to attack. Waiting for the moment Vegeta took the Dragon Ball, Vegeta's expression twisted into a maniacal grin as he unleashed a wave of energy, ending the 3-star dragon's life in an instant, exclaiming, "Foolish creature, begging for mercy from an enemy? You thought to ambush me? You dare belittle me, Vegeta." Vegeta had long anticipated the three-star dragon's treachery, and such cowardice was something he loathed above all. Thus, he swiftly concluded the villain's wretched existence. Meanwhile, Goku and the one-star dragon continued their fierce clash, the intensity of their energies colliding violently. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, grabbing the fallen three-star Dragon Ball from the ground and calling out to 17 and Xiao Fong to hurry over. 17 and Xiao Fong followed closely behind. Goku was struggling against the one-star dragon, barely holding his ground as the creature's power exceeded his own. Damn it! How is this guy so strong? I thought the four-star dragon was the most powerful of the evil dragons, but there is someone even stronger. Goku felt a sense of foreboding. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the one-star dragon seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal kick to Goku's face, sending him crashing backward. Blood spewing from his mouth as he smashed through several buildings, finally slamming against a wall. The one-star dragon charged forward, not allowing Goku a moment's respite. Gathering energy in its hands and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Goku. As the smoke cleared, Goku's figurehead vanished. "Right here, you fool," came 17's voice from above as he rescued Goku just in time. "Thank you, 17." Goku expressed his gratitude, realizing that had he taken the attack directly, the consequences would have been dire. "Leave this guy to me," 17 declared, pointing at the one-star dragon. "Absolutely," Goku responded. Having fought the one-star dragon, he understood that unless he transformed into Super Saiyan 5, he stood no chance against it. Yet he felt an elusive missing element that he could not quite grasp. "Are you all right, Grandpa?" Xiao Fong asked with concern, rushing to Goku's side. "I'm fine, Xiao Fong," Goku reassured her, patting her head. Vegeta approached as well, and Goku nodded at him, both watching the battle between 17 and the one-star dragon unfold. "Switching fighters?" "As expected, wild monkeys are incapable. It hasn't even been long, and you're already struggling?" The one-star dragon mocked. "I will silence that annoying mouth of yours." 17 shot back defiantly. "Then let me see if you possess the ability." The one-star dragon, provoked by the challenge, charged at 17. 17 met the one-star dragon head-on, and as their fists collided, a powerful storm erupted, obliterating the city below and leaving a massive crater in its wake. Xiao Fong clung tightly to Goku's leg, narrowly avoiding being swept away. Goku and Vegeta shielded themselves from the debris flying toward them, both astonished at the magnitude of 17's strength. Indeed, 17's power is remarkable. Even though I've witnessed it before, I can't help but be amazed. That one-star dragon is not to be underestimated. He can hold his own against 17. Vegeta acknowledged the one-star dragon's strength. However, he remained unaware of 17's hidden capabilities. Before Goku could elaborate, Vegeta covered his mouth, admonishing, "Fool, don't let that guy hear you." Goku nodded in understanding, and Vegeta finally released him. "Dad, we brought the Dragon Balls." Gohan and Goten arrived, bringing everyone together. Chapter 63. The Super One-Star Dragon Remarkable. "You have all vanquished the malevolent dragon," Goku exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing the safe return of the four. "You have all grown stronger." Vegeta nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with their performance. The joy on the faces of the four was evident. Who would relish the praise of their elders? They placed the Dragon Balls into Xiao Fang's backpack, with only the one-star Dragon Ball remaining. That one-star dragon was able to hold its own against number 17. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. After absorbing the energy contributed by Goku and Vegeta, number 17 had grown even more formidable than Super Saiyan 4, and the sight of the one-star dragon appearing equally matched left the newcomers utterly astonished. "Never mind. Number 17 is..." Goku began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp strike to his head from Vegeta. "You fool. I told you not to reveal that." Goku clutched his head, wincing in pain. "That serves you right." "Humph." Vegeta ignored Goku and focused on the battle. "You've got some skills," number 17 praised, yet accelerated his attacks. Before the one-star dragon could react, it was struck in the chin with a powerful kick. Number 17 then seized the one-star dragon by its horn and hurled it away. The one-star dragon steadied itself, looking up just in time to see a ki blast hurtling towards it. It quickly dropped to the ground, the ki blast whizzing past its face. Raising its head once more, this time there was no ki blast, but it caught sight of number 17's shoe. The force of number 17's kick sent the one-star dragon crashing through several towering buildings, finally embedding it into a wall. Enraged, the one-star dragon could not fathom being toyed with in such a manner, especially as the leader of the evil dragons. With a surge of power, The one-star dragon obliterated the wall behind it and charged at number 17, eager to reclaim its dignity. The two clashed again. The one-star dragon dodged a fierce kick from number 17 and retaliated with a punch. Number 17 evaded, countering with a punch of his own, which the one-star dragon blocked with its elbow while gathering energy in its other hand to send number 17 flying. Then, with both hands, it unleashed a frenzied assault, employing Vegetta's signature technique, the prince's combat style, against number 17. The onlookers nearly burst into laughter but restrained themselves to avoid alerting the one-star dragon. After a barrage of attacks, the one-star dragon was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from expending so much energy. It should be severely injured now, the one-star dragon boasted, having witnessed all its attacks land squarely on number 17. I apologize for disappointing you. A voice emerged from the smoke, sounding far from injured. Number 17's expanded muscles rapidly diminished. He had absorbed all the one-star dragon's attacks. Once fully replenished, number 17 stood up and vanished in an instant. To the one-star dragon's perspective, a figure suddenly flashed through the smoke, leaving it no time to react and only able to endure the assault. Having absorbed the one-star dragon's energy, number 17's strength and speed surged past that of his opponent, leaving the one-star dragon without the ability to retaliate. Receiving a relentless beating from number 17, the one-star dragon was struck again mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. Electric Hellbomb. Number 17 unleashed his ultimate move directly at the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon gazed at the dark energy sphere, mouth agape and eyes wide, realizing the impending doom. It's over. The one-star dragon screamed as its body was consumed by number 17's attack. Fabulous. Number 17. Astounding. As number 17 gently descended to the ground, everyone gathered around him, showering him with praise, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. You executed that flawlessly, number 17. The one-star dragon never anticipated that number 17 could absorb ki blasts to grow stronger. Indeed, a chorus of laughter and chatter filled the air, everyone reveling in the moment. By the way, where's the one-star ball? Xiao Fang searched high and low but found nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Fang's backpack ripped open, and the dragon balls soared in a particular direction. Goku, quick as a flash, caught the 4-star ball. Nearby, the one-star dragon's arm emerged from the rubble, clutching a dragon ball, now standing amidst the debris. The one-star dragon? Did my previous attack not slay you? The onlookers expressed their confusion at the one-star dragon's return. So close. I nearly perished from that onslaught. The one-star dragon roared. I underestimated you all. I never anticipated you could absorb energy. Pointing at number 17, it declared, this time, I shall pulverize you into fine particles. With that, the one-star dragon consumed the dragon ball in its hand, followed by the others. What? It consumed the dragon balls? Xiao Fang exclaimed in horror. This is my true form at the pinnacle of all evil dragons. A powerful aura erupted from the one-star dragon as it clenched its fists and puffed out its chest. 6 dragon balls materializing at its core. The one-star dragon's energy skyrocketed, multiplying exponentially. What do you think of my newfound power? The one-star dragon spread its arms wide, boasting to the onlookers. All the strength of the other evil dragons now resides within me. Haha. In that case, I should also try consuming a dragon ball. Perhaps my power will increase as well? Goku lifted the 4-star ball and swallowed it whole. Halfway down, it lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless as he desperately pounded his chest. Spit it out. Grandpa. Kakarot. You absolute fool. Dad. Uncle Goku. The others grew anxious, fearing that if Goku choked, the situation would turn dire. Ultimately, Goku mustered the strength to swallow the Dragon Ball. I'm saved. Goku patted his throat, feeling a twinge of fear. Kakarot. Get a grip. Stop acting recklessly. Vegeta bellowed at Goku. Well, Vegeta, I'm fine. Aren't I? Goku weakly replied, shielding himself from Vegeta's spittle. All right. Uncle Vegeta and Dad, let us cease the bickering. Our primary focus must be defeating the one-star dragon. Gohan urged. The one-star dragon could no longer tolerate the scene. With a swift motion, a terrifying aura erupted, sending Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Xiaofang, and Ub flying, leaving only Goku, Vegeta, and number 17 to withstand the force. However, all three bore grim expressions. The one-star dragon had become immensely powerful after absorbing the other Dragon Balls. Since the one-star dragon had abandoned all sense of honor by absorbing the powers of the other evil dragons, Goku and Vegeta had no choice but to join forces, along with number 17 in hopes of triumph. The four vanished in an instant, reappearing in midair, Goku, Vegeta. And number 17 launching a frenzied assault on the Super One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon evaded their attacks with remarkable agility, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta with a single punch. Goku and number 17 continued their onslaught against the Super One-Star Dragon, but their efforts yielded little effect. Goku and number 17 executed powerful kicks, but the One-Star Dragon blocked them with ease. Goku and number 17 created distance, while Vegeta had been lying in wait, unleashing a final flash towards the Super One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon did not evade. Instead, it absorbed the blow without sustaining any visible damage. In a flash, the One-Star Dragon vanished, reappearing before Goku, delivering a brutal kick that sent him flying, then reappearing in front of Vegeta, landing a heavy punch to his abdomen. Vegeta doubled over in agony, and the One-Star Dragon unleashed a ki blast, causing Vegeta to collapse. On the 17th, upon witnessing the situation, he took the initiative to attack. However, he was seized by a starry dragon, which grasped his fist and lifted him up, forcefully slamming him onto the ground. Ultimately, all three fell down. Chapter 64, The Return of Super 5. The end of One-Star Dragon. Goku pushed aside the stones that encased him and rose to his feet. This adversary, having absorbed the powers of 5 malevolent dragons, had significantly enhanced both strength and speed. Infuriating, Vegeta struggled to stand, cursing aloud. The fact that Android 17 could absorb energy was now known to Super One-Star Dragon, who had opted for close combat. Yet, even with mere punches, he could easily dispatch the three of them. Kakarot, can't you transform into that form? Vegeta inquired of Goku, realizing they could only rely on that transformation now. I still feel like something is missing, but I just can't recall what. Goku frantically scratched his head and struck the ground in frustration. What could it be? Must that bald-headed brat die before you can transform? Kakarot, Vegeta shouted, gripping Goku's shoulders in desperation. Krillin, dying before me? Goku recalled Krillin's unblinking expression in death, and veins bulged on his forehead. That visage of Krillin was etched into Goku's mind, and he clenched his teeth tightly, his fists trembling with blood. A myriad of white lightning crackled around him, exuding a terrifying aura that sent Vegeta flying. Kakarot, Vegeta, witnessing Goku begin to transform, felt a surge of excitement. Android 17, observing Goku's state, silently wished for Super One-Star Dragon not to meet a humiliating end, having once experienced that terrifying power, which was on an entirely different level from the current Super One-Star Dragon's might. Against Super One-Star Dragon, 17 felt he could still resist, but against Super 5 Goku, he was utterly powerless, left only to await his doom. Goku roared, a dreadfully powerful aura erupting without warning. Vegeta was directly impacted and rolled helplessly across the ground, while 17 crossed his arms, barely managing to shield himself from the onslaught. In the distance, Super One-Star Dragon's expression shifted from arrogance, relishing control over the trio, to fear as the overwhelming force approached. Even after consuming the 4-star ball, he realized he was no match for Goku. Unconsciously, he began to retreat, praying that Goku had not noticed him. Yet, he was overthinking. Goku's gaze never left Super One-Star Dragon, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, delivering a simple yet devastating punch to the dragon's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Super One-Star Dragon turned to face Goku, who advanced with a terrifying and piercing gaze, causing him to stumble backwards. Goku slowly extended his palm towards Super One-Star Dragon, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that detonated in an explosion before the dragon's horrified eyes. Retreating into the sky, Super One-Star Dragon beheld the catastrophic blast below, but his fear remained. Determined, he resolved to obliterate the entire Earth along with Goku. Raising his hand, a crimson energy sphere materialized, swelling larger and more potent as it coalesced the negative energy of all 6 evil dragons. Super One-Star Dragon was prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. Goku observed the spectacle in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta, noticing Goku's inaction, grew anxious. What is this fool doing? How can he remain unperturbed in the face of such an assault? Vegeta genuinely wished to pry open Goku's head to see what was inside. Mistaking Goku's calm for fear, Super One-Star Dragon laughed maniacally. Are you afraid? It's too late for regrets. You will vanish alongside the Earth into the cosmos. He hurled the energy sphere towards Goku. Dad, Uncle Goku, Kakarot. The red energy sphere enveloped Goku in an instant, blinding light rendering the others unable to see. Far away in the Kaioshin realm, The old Kaioshin and North Kai cursed Goku for his foolishness. Haha. Super One-Star Dragon guffawed. The very thought of Goku absorbing his most potent attack was sheer folly. Suddenly, his laughter ceased as he witnessed Goku within the energy sphere, not being obliterated, but absorbing it. Terror gripped Super One-Star Dragon as he pondered what manner of creature Goku was. The energy sphere gradually shrank until it was entirely absorbed into Goku's being. You have no chance of victory left. One-Star Dragon, go to hell and repent to Four-Star Dragon. Goku proclaimed, gathering a Kamehameha wave in his hands, addressing One-Star Dragon. Who are you? One-Star Dragon shouted in terror. I am Son Goku, but you may also call me Kakarot. With that, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave, which struck Super One-Star Dragon, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that eradicated him completely. The 6 Dragon Balls fell from the sky. Hooray! Little Fong exclaimed joyously. Rushing to collect the Dragon Balls, Goku descended gently, and the others gathered around him. Incredible! Dad, this power is simply unmatched. Indeed, they all chimed in excitement. Goku reverted to his normal form, panting heavily. The transformation had taken a significant toll on him. He looked up to see the astonished expressions of those around him. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Goku queried, touching his face, finding nothing amiss. Grandpa, your forehead. It's the 4-star ball, Little Fong pointed out. Goku touched his forehead and, indeed, felt it. Hiss, how did the 4-star ball end up on my head? Goku was equally baffled by its presence. At that moment, Gogeta descended gracefully with ties, addressing the others. Well done, everyone. I observed your battles from the shadows, and you all performed admirably. You did not bring shame to Goku and Vegeta. Just as I anticipated, you have all grown stronger. My efforts in following you have not been in vain. Gohan and the others felt a swell of gratitude upon realizing Gogeta had been protecting them all along. Thank you, Mr. Gogeta, Gohan said earnestly. No need for thanks. These are challenges you would eventually face. This merely gives you a head start in preparing mentally. Should there come a day when Goku and Vegeta are absent, you will not flounder. Goku also expressed his thanks, while Vegeta merely scoffed. Mind your own business. Nevertheless, his expression betrayed satisfaction. Can it be revealed now? 4-star Dragon. Suddenly, Gogeta uttered a perplexing statement. Abruptly, the 4-star ball floated from Goku's forehead, transforming into the shape of 4-star Dragon. You actually discovered me. 4-star Dragon materialized in midair. Everyone else stood on high alert, but Gogeta remained unfazed. Having absorbed part of the energy from the sphere and then being purified by Goku's power, 4-star Dragon had indeed reformed for the better, posing no threat. Even so, I still desire to duel with Son Goku. 4-star Dragon's intentions remained unchanged. Haha. Wonderful. 4-star Dragon, you have returned. Goku joyfully patted the shoulder of the 4-star Dragon. As for the words that followed, the prospect of engaging in a friendly spar with a formidable opponent thrilled Goku immensely. However, what about the Dragon Balls? Xiaofeng, cradling the 6 Dragon Balls in her backpack, inquired. It's all right. Taking out the Dragon Balls won't cause the 4-star Dragon any harm, Vegeta remarked. When the 3-star Dragon begged for mercy, he mentioned surrendering the Dragon Balls to save his life, indicating that the malevolent dragons do not perish without them. Is that truly the case? That is splendid news, Goku exclaimed, his excitement heightened. With this revelation, Earth could be restored, and the 4-star Dragon could remain. A perfect resolution for all. Chapter 65. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 5 after the 4-star Dragon Ball was surrendered. Goku and his companions summoned the Eternal Dragon, reviving those who had perished at the hands of Super 17 and the evil dragons, restoring Earth's environment. At last, the planet was saved. The old Kaioshin repeatedly cautioned Goku and the others against the reckless use of the Dragon Balls, warning them of the dire consequences should such a situation arise again. Yet, Goku remained indifferent, asserting that his strength was formidable enough to vanquish any evil dragon should they reappear. Furthermore, he reasoned that since the 4-star Dragon was inherently an evil entity, absorbing its negative energy through the Dragon Balls would only enhance its power. Upon hearing Goku's words, the old Kaioshin was infuriated, yet powerless to intervene. The sheer strength of these warriors left him helpless. The 4-star Dragon took residence at the Paozhu Mountain, diligently training and challenging Goku to combat, seemingly determined to remain until it could best him. Days later, Gogeta and Vegeta arrived at Paozhu Mountain, intrigued by the prospect of transforming into Super Saiyan 5 and eager to inquire about the process from Goku. Upon their arrival, They witnessed Goku engaged in battle with the four-star dragon, with Goku clearly dominating. His power had evidently increased yet again. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, muttering about Kakarot's relentless growth in strength. As Vegeta and Gogeta approached, Goku ceased his sparring, addressing the four-star dragon. Let us continue our battle another time. It appears we lack the time today. Aware of the arrival of Vegeta and Gogeta, the four-star dragon departed without a backward glance. Gogeta chuckled. It seems this fellow is even more eager to defeat Goku than you are, Vegeta. Wouldn't you agree? Humph. Kakarot must be defeated by me. Vegeta dismissed the four-star dragon's aspirations, convinced that he himself was the rightful contender to conquer Kakarot. Vegeta, Gogeta, what brings you here? Goku inquired as he settled beside them on the ground to rest. Both Gogeta and Vegeta expressed their desire to learn about the transformation into that particular form, hoping Goku would impart his knowledge. No problem. Goku eagerly began to elaborate on his experiences and methods for achieving Super Saiyan 5, distilling his insights into two key points: the release of emotions and the unleashing of physical power. As Goku explained, Gogeta perceived similarities between this transformation and the emotional mastery form, which also emphasized emotional control and heightened strength. In contrast, the standard forms of Super Saiyan and the advanced transformations like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and silver-haired forms mainly focused on speed, necessitating a tranquil mind to maintain precision and avoid vulnerabilities. Gogeta pondered deeply, while Vegeta appeared utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the connection between emotions and power in the context of transformation. However, Gogeta was struck by inspiration and decided to experiment, eager to validate his thoughts. In an instant, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, exuding an overwhelming aura that left both Goku and Vegeta astonished. The sheer intensity of his energy felt as if they were facing the king of hell itself. Beads of sweat forming on their brows as they braced against the oppressive force. Kakarot. That power just now. It's countless times stronger than my Super Saiyan 5. Utterly beyond comparison, Gogeta remarked, observing the alarmed expressions on their faces. To heighten the tension, Gogeta declared, my base form might even surpass your Super Saiyan 5. Once I transform, my strength will only increase further. Realization dawned on Vegeta. So that's it. If my base form possesses the strength of Super Saiyan, or even Super Saiyan 2, then transforming into Super Saiyan could allow me to subdue Kakarot. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination, resolved to train diligently and surpass Kakarot. Gogeta focused intently, attempting to transform by channeling energy and controlling his emotions. Observers could only witness the immense energy radiating from him, with no visible change to his physique. Goku and Vegeta struggled to withstand Gogeta's power. Fortunately, he was only exerting a fraction of his potential, or they would have been overwhelmed. That's not it, Gogeta. You need to fill your mind with energy as well. Goku scrutinized Gogeta's attempt, identifying the flaw. Fill my mind with energy? Won't that cause my head to explode? Gogeta queried, perplexed. Think of it like fusion, where two beings become one. Goku clarified. Oh, I see. Gogeta understood, realizing the need to merge mental and physical energies, which would amplify his power dramatically, explaining the immense strain on both body and mind. Once more, Gogeta attempted the transformation, closing his eyes and carefully merging his spiritual and physical energies. As the two forces collided, a chemical reaction ensued, causing his power to surge exponentially. Upon opening his eyes, Gogeta's veins bulged, fists clenched tightly, as white lightning coursed through his body. Yes, that's it, Goku exclaimed, but his tone quickly shifted to alarm. Wait, Gogeta. With a swift motion, Gogeta unleashed a torrent of energy, engulfing the vicinity and transforming himself into a colossal sphere. The ground buckled under the immense weight, and in an instant, the sphere collapsed, merging back into Gogeta, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that obliterated everything in its path. Curse Gogeta. Goku and Vegeta emerged from the ruins, looking disheveled and muttering expletives. Fortunately, their location was far from Paoju Mountain, sparing it from the destructive force. Gogeta landed gently before them, a hint of remorse in his voice. I apologize. I had no idea this transformation would be so powerful. I couldn't quite control it. He cast a couple of healing spells their way, restoring their garments, a testament to Buu's formidable magic. To express my contrition, would you like me to teach you a transformation as well? Gogeta offered. Since you have entrusted me with this transformation, I shall reciprocate in kind. It is only fair. Goku responded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of learning more transformations. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with interest as well. Chapter 66, Teaching Super Saiyan Red and Blue before proceeding. Vegeta was educated on the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Goku and Vegeta, under the dual guidance of Gogeta, quickly grasped the essentials and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta, feeling the immense power coursing through him, was initially filled with pride. However, he soon reverted to his normal state, collapsing to the ground, pale and exhausted, resembling a drained figure. Goku could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, Vegeta, you're not up to it. Why are you so weak? You barely lasted." Having only recently transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and not having absorbed energy from Gohan and the others to reach full power, Vegeta found himself utterly depleted after the brief transformation into Super Saiyan 5. If he weren't so fatigued, he would have surely silenced Kakarot's incessant chatter and retaliated with a few punches. After a brief rest, during which he regained some strength, Gogeta began explaining the transformation into Super Saiyan God. "Goku, Vegeta, do you know the differences between our worlds? In my realm, aside from the Kaioshin, there exist destroyers, angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King. The power of the destroyer is formidable, capable of annihilating entire universes with ease. Yet here, there is no divine hierarchy. The highest you have is the Kaioshin, who possesses divine power, albeit weak and ineffective in battle. I am uncertain as to why your world is like this." Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by this revelation, with Goku eagerly inquiring, "And the angels? Are they stronger than the destroyers?" Indeed, the destroyers are trained by the angels. However, such matters are far removed from your current experience. In due time, you shall comprehend. Gogeta then demonstrated the transformations of the Saiyans on the path to divinity. First, he enveloped himself in divine energy while in his base form. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Red, his aura vanished entirely. One cannot perceive Gogeta's aura anymore. "How astonishing," he remarked. "Divine energy is imperceptible to mortals, but if you master it, you too shall sense it." Next, he showcased the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Built upon the mastery of divine energy in base form, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and continued, "Now, observe the combination of Super Saiyan 4 and divine energy, Super Saiyan 4 limit break." In an instant, Gogeta's form expanded, donning the Super Saiyan 4 appearance. Enveloped in a radiant layer of red divine energy, appearing both majestic and holy, with flames now a deep crimson rather than golden. However, this power is exceedingly difficult to control, as it brushes against the divine realm and requires extensive practice. Transforming back into Super Saiyan Red, Gogeta projected 2 orbs of divine energy toward Goku and Vegeta, instructing, "Feel this energy." The divine aura enveloped them as they closed their eyes to concentrate. After a considerable duration, once the divine energy dissipated, they opened their eyes in awe. "Incredible! This power surpasses anything we have cultivated," Goku exclaimed, while Vegeta, unable to conceal his excitement, clenched his fists tightly. Of course, this is divine power. Although it is merely the most basic form, it is incomparable to anything else. Gogeta tossed them 2 more orbs of divine energy for further contemplation. However, it would take time for them to master the transformations into Super Saiyan Red and Blue. Without Whis' guidance, their progress would be slow. After completing their training for the day, Gogeta left them to their own devices and returned to West City with Ties to explore the Earth and observe its differences. After several days of exploration, Ties expressed a desire to visit outer space. Inspired by stories from Xiaofang about her adventures collecting Dragon Balls in the universe, Ties was eager to experience it herself. Thus, Gogeta took her into the cosmos, providing her with a wondrous perspective. Each day, he randomly sought out energy signatures and utilized instant transmission, akin to unboxing surprises. Thrilling. They encountered a variety of races, though none possessed significant power, with combat abilities merely in the hundreds or thousands. A month later, Gogeta and Ties returned to Earth. Having wrapped up their affairs, eager to reunite with their daughter, they felt a strong longing after being away for over a month. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had barely begun to feel the divine energy after a month of training, but transforming would require additional effort. Upon hearing that Gogeta was returning, they made a point to bid him farewell. At Bulma's house, everyone gathered to say goodbye to Gogeta. "Farewell, Gogeta," they chorused. "Take care and continue your training. Do not become complacent." As Gogeta waved goodbye, Gohan exclaimed, "Farewell, Gogeta. The next time we meet, I will have mastered divine energy, and we shall battle. Goku extended his fist toward Gogeta, who reciprocated with a fist bump. I look forward to it. Vegeta, leaning against the wall, offered a subtle gesture of farewell, to which Gogeta nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, farewell everyone. Taking Ties by the hand, Gogeta faced the crowd and soared into the time-space vortex. Upon returning home, Ties dashed back to her writing room, fervently diving into her novel. Meanwhile, Gogeta sought out his daughter for playtime. Ace had not seen her father in quite some time. Her grandmother had told her that her parents were away for a long while, which left her feeling quite upset. How could they go out to have fun without me? She thought, resolving to ignore them for 3 days. However, upon seeing Gogeta return, Ace immediately leaped into his arms, quickly forgetting her vow of silence. Daddy, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore. She wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gogeta rushed to comfort her. How could I ever not want you? Ace, you are the most adorable. You must promise to take me with you next time. Ace insisted, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Of course. I promise to take you along in the future, Gogeta replied gently, wiping her tears away. Let us make a pinky promise. Ace extended her tiny hand, and Gogeta mirrored her gesture. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Yay. If you lie, you'll turn into a puppy. Ace declared, making a victory sign, appearing overjoyed. With that, Gogeta embraced Ace and headed to find Ties, who had neglected their daughter to write her novel. Sighing, Gogeta could only carry Ace along to see her mother. Chapter 67. The dawn of dimensional chaos. Gogeta returned to his leisurely days, indulging in meals, sleep, and the occasional sparring match, basking in the comfort of tranquility. During his spare time, he would practice the Ultra Instinct technique, and sometimes Gohan would come to seek his guidance. Through these exchanges, Gogeta inadvertently assisted Gohan in mastering Ultra Instinct. Given Gohan's innate talent, he might learn the technique even faster than Goku, or so Gogeta believed. Gohan's temperament was more suited to mastering Ultra Instinct than Goku's. Although both were naturally oblivious, Gohan had the advantage of education. His demeanor and composure were qualities that Goku lacked. It was precisely because Goku could not calm his mind that he developed the alternative form of Ultra Instinct known as Emotional Instinct, which even Vegeta ridiculed, questioning whether that could truly be called Ultra Instinct. Gohan possessed all the attributes Goku had, along with a serene mind that Goku did not, leading Gogeta to conclude that Gohan was indeed more fitting for the mastery of Ultra Instinct. Goku and Vegeta, having mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, engaged in daily battles, which often led to Broly bearing the brunt of their antics. If not for Broly's good-natured disposition, he would likely retaliate against their provocations. One day, should Goku and Vegeta push him too far, Broly might unleash his Super Saiyan form or even his legendary Super Saiyan form, overpowering them and leaving them to regret their actions. However, the relentless sparring with Goku and Vegeta only honed Broly's control over his power. Once his mindset aligned with his strength, he would be capable of unleashing his full potential, at which point it would be Goku and the others who faced the consequences. In the cosmos, an unusual spacecraft appeared, resembling a colossal ship formed by the fusion of 3 smaller vessels. Inside, a group of avian humanoids engaged in discussion. Their scans confirmed that all individuals were congregated at a single location. Earth? Once again, it was Earth. This place harbored a temple. Were the Namekians joining them for space travel? At the temple on Earth, the avian ship landed, and Bobo was taken aback. For vessels not recognized by the gods would be repelled by the temple. Namekians were always welcome there, yet the ship before him did not resemble theirs. Shortly thereafter, 3 Namekians and 1 avian emerged under the vigilant gaze of the trio. We are Namekians from another universe. And we arrived in your universe thanks to the technology of the Veruga people, the avian proclaimed with pride. He proceeded to explain the concept of the multiverse, detailing how the Veruga had fortuitously discovered technology enabling travel between different universes. The Veruga people wished to host a grand tournament, inviting warriors from all universes to participate, with the champion earning 3 wishes from the Namekian dragon. One Namekian remarked that other Namekians from different universes would use the Dragon Balls to revive those who fell in battle. The avian added that beyond the rewards, warriors sought new challenges. Another Namekian turned to Piccolo, stating, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with no risks. The question is, do you wish to participate in this tournament?" Piccolo remained skeptical, but he was certain that Goku would eagerly join. He quickly informed Goku, who was thrilled at the prospect of battling warriors from other universes. Using instant transmission, Goku summoned everyone, and aside from Bulma and two uninterested Bu, the rest were keen to attend. Soon, everyone gathered at the temple: Goku's family, Biddy, Gogeta's family, Vegeta and Trunks, Piccolo, Broly, and Android 18. Please board the spacecraft. You are Team 21 and will represent your universe, they were instructed. The three little ones eagerly boarded the shuttle, followed by the others. Goku, concerned about the journey's length, inquired of the avian, will this journey take long? The avian replied, it will be quite brief. We will enter the tournament universe through a spatial distortion. It is a realm devoid of life, allowing you to fight freely. Goku felt reassured at this news, anticipating the chance to unleash his full strength without fear of harming Earth, though he wondered about the prowess of their opponents. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where the avian introduced the team information to the event staff and informed everyone, you may explore the area, but please refrain from engaging in conflicts. You are likely to encounter familiar faces from other universes. Do not be overly surprised. Upon entering the venue, Gogeta contemplated the possibility that this was indeed the plot of a dimensional chaos, particularly concerning an individual of interest, Vegetto. In his memory, Vegetto was the epitome of a perfect warrior, possessing all the strengths and attributes of Goku and Vegeta, unmatched in power, personality, and potential. A significant portion of Gogeta's own unparalleled strength stemmed from the potential of Vegetto granted by the system. However, the Vegetto in this dimensional chaos seemed irritable, lacking in strength, and possessing a less-than-ideal temperament, akin to a subpar product, as if the Patera fusion had diminished Vegetto's essence. Upon entering the venue, Gohan remarked to Piccolo, this place is enormous. We are seated in Universe 21 section and must wait for all participants to arrive before the tournament begins. Over there is Universe 20. Gohan turned to observe, an ice block. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face trapped within. Is that? Piccolo immediately identified the figure, that's Broly. Why is he encased in ice? Goku also noticed Broly, curiously touching the ice. It's quite solid. A crowd gathered around to examine the frozen Broly when suddenly a voice called out, hey, don't mess around. The group turned to see Piccolo from Universe 18. That guy is a certified monster who delights in destruction. It's Piccolo. I didn't expect to see you in another universe. Goku greeted him casually. Universe 21 was the last to arrive, while the other universes had nearly assembled. The configuration of Universe 18 mirrored theirs, save for the addition of Gogeta's family. Looks like there are other universes similar to ours, aside from Universe 16, Gohan noted. The members of Universe 21 turned their gaze toward Universe 16. Gogeta? Chapter 68. The beginning of the conference. Who is Gogeta? Gohan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Isn't that Gogeta over there? Goku pointed towards Vegeta. No, they are different. Piccolo examined closely and concluded that individual's hair exhibits a slight dark red hue. And he adorns earrings, unlike Gogeta, whose hair is entirely black and lacks such accessories. Piccolo, based on their distinct appearances, deduced they were not the same person, yet did not entirely dismiss the possibility that they could be Gogeta. Gohan and Piccolo remained bewildered. What are you talking about? Is there another Vegeta here? That shouldn't be the case. Gohan glanced at Goku and then at Vegeta, confirming their presence. Upon observing Gohan's reaction, Piccolo entertained a bold thought. Could it be? Just then, a voice emerged from behind the door. No, there is no Vegeta. Only me, Gogeta? Gogeta stepped forward slowly. Gohan and Piccolo gaped in astonishment, internally exclaiming, how is this possible? Do not be overly surprised. I was born this way. I am a pure Saiyan individual, not the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Gogeta waved his hand, signaling them to close their mouths. Individuals from Universe 16 and Universe 18 took note of this situation, gathering around to learn more about Universe 21. Vegeta was the first to inquire, how did you defeat Majin Buu? Did you, like them, use a spirit bomb to vanquish Kid Buu? He gestured towards Universe 18. You mean that Buu fellow? Goku scratched his head. Buu came back with Ace. I am unsure of the circumstances. Aha, Gohan interjected. Uncle Gogeta brought back a Buu from another timeline as a playmate for his daughter, Ace. Our universe's Buu was also brought back by Ace. What? Is it similar to Mr. Satan? Sort of. Fat Buu's personality is quite suitable as a companion for children, Gogeta explained casually. Indeed. Buu is quite adorable. I like him very much, Tais chimed in. Are you familiar with Cell? Piccolo pointed to a colorful figure in the stands of Universe 17. The members of Universe 21 looked over and, upon realizing they had never seen him before, shook their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity. Okay, they can ascertain that the development of this universe differs from theirs. Thus, the individuals from the three universes began exchanging information in animated conversation. It became evident that Gogeta's presence had led to a deviation in their development. While they chatted, Gogeta meticulously observed Vegeta. Concluding that the Patera earrings they used for fusion were flawed, most of the power maintained the duration of their fusion, with only a small fraction contributing to the enhancement post-fusion, resulting in Vegeta appearing as a mere imitation. However, this was reasonable. If they could fuse permanently and achieve perfect amalgamation, it would indeed be extraordinary. At that moment, individuals from stands 22 and 23 arrived. Stand 22 housed two Trunks and Broly, representing the world Gogeta had previously visited. Stand 23 featured the characters from the GT universe. They scanned the venue and, upon spotting Gogeta, their eyes brightened, and they approached to greet him. I knew I would see you here, Gogeta. GT Goku smiled as he approached. This time, I must have a match with you. That will depend on your luck. If you do not draw me or lose to someone else, there will be no opportunity. Gogeta replied. That won't happen. I shall not lose to anyone else. GT Goku asserted confidently. GT Pan immediately ran to ties, and the two engaged in a lively conversation. The two Trunks approached as well. Mr. Gogeta, it's been a while. Gogeta nodded, noting that they had become quite formidable, evidently having trained diligently under Whis. He acknowledged Broly with a nod. I did not expect you to have so many acquaintances. I truly wish to engage in a thrilling battle with them. Goku from Universe 21 began to stretch, preparing for the upcoming matches. Before long, the voice of the announcer echoed throughout the arena, signaling that all participants had arrived. The competition was about to commence. We have randomly determined the matchups. Warriors, please prepare yourselves. The first battle features Universe 13's Naba against Universe 10's Namekian, Kirigat. The bird-like referee announced the first combatants. The arena resembled a small planet at the center of the venue. The two combatants stood upon it as the referee declared the battle to commence. Naba took the initiative, launching an attack while boasting about annihilating the Namekians in his universe. Gohan from Universe 18 remarked that Naba had grown stronger than before, while Goku pointed out that the Namekian was quite aged, albeit powerful. As expected, after several exchanges, the battle concluded swiftly. Naba laughed heartily. That was child's play. Next, Universe 8's Frieza faced off against Universe 8's JIS. The bird-like referee announced the next match. How can two from the same universe face each other? The bird-like referee responded, because the matchups were randomly drawn from all participants. JIS, intimidated by Frieza, promptly forfeited. Following that, Universe 18's Son Goku was set to battle the Primal Saiyan, Masiso, from Universe 10. The referee's voice resonated. It is your turn. Goku from Universe 18 took to the arena, with his companions cheering him on. This does not even count as a warm-up, Vegeta remarked, turning away, uninterested in the match. Upon stepping onto the stage, Goku noticed Masiso's tail and inquired, Are you also a Saiyan? Masiso retorted, I do not converse with traitors who lack tails, displaying a strong aversion towards Goku's tailless form. The match began. Goku aimed to test the waters first, lightly throwing a punch, only to find that the sheer force of his punch easily resolved the situation. The audience below erupted in confusion, chattering among themselves. All Namekians from Universe 10 forfeited upon witnessing this, while nearby Saiyan scoffed, Humph. A bunch of cowards. Taking advantage of the moment, Universe 13's Vegeta attempted to strike up a conversation with Universe 18's Goku, asserting that despite their odd attire, they were the closest group to them. Vegeta from Universe 13 and the Rogue Roto could both transform into Super Saiyans, believing the victor would originate from their universe. Roto had exterminated everyone on Earth, only to be taken away by his companions after 20 years, eventually mastering the Super Saiyan transformation during the battle against Frieza on Namek. At this point, Vegeta from Universe 18 scoffed, I personally eliminated Naba back on Earth. Naba from Universe 13 shuddered in fear. Vegeta from Universe 18 expressed a desire to eliminate Frieza once more, as Frieza had previously slain him, along with Krillin and Piccolo. However, Gohan remarked that their current father, Piccolo, could easily dispose of Frieza now. Gohan and Goten exchanged knowing smiles and asked, Kakarot, are you surprised? They pointed at Kakarot. You are our father. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 69. The ongoing contest Universe 10 boasts the most participants, yet all but one Namekian have forfeited. Quite a significant number indeed. A bird-like announcer in the control room remarked. Beside him, a Namekian responded, "We must continue. More forfeits are inevitable, especially if a truly formidable battle unfolds." The next round features Universe 14's number 17 against Universe 17's Exiled. The voice of the bird announcer echoed. In the stands, a pregnant woman exclaimed, "Is it already time? But Exiled isn't even born yet. Please, give me a few more hours." However, rules are rules. And Universe 14's number 17 claimed victory without a fight. Next, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 faced off against Batar from Universe 8. As the competitors took to the stage, Batar struck a classic pose reminiscent of Vegetto, a gesture of arrogance. Only Vegetto can master such a stance. For others, striking it often leads to inevitable defeat, more certain than a smoke cloud with no harm or sitting on the sidelines to lose. "I am the fastest in this universe," he boasted, but it seemed he was destined for a beating. "Oh, is that so?" The Supreme Kai of the South instantly appeared before him, landing a punch to Batar's abdomen. Batar gasped, choking out sounds of distress, feeling an exhilarating rush. As the Supreme Kai released him, Batar collapsed, unable to rise. Following this, Majin Buu from Universe 11 faced off against Bukin from Universe 6. The match commenced. In a flash, Buu delivered a punch that misaligned Bukin's head. Embarrassed and enraged, Bukin unleashed his fantasy powers, transporting them into an alternate space filled with clocks. Using magic in front of Buu was akin to brandishing a sword before the legendary Guan Yu. In response, Buu transformed the clocks into desserts. Seizing the moment of Bukin's bewilderment, he struck again, landing a blow to Bukin's face. Bukin attempted his ultimate move, a delicate energy binding technique that sliced Buu into pieces. Yet before Bukin could celebrate, Buu reformed effortlessly. With a swift punch, he concluded the battle and returned to his seat. Universe 12's Dieter crossed paths with Universe 18's Gohan, who called out, "Are you the future Trunks who visited our timeline?" After confirming their identities, they exchanged pleasantries. Dieter introduced a character named Number 16, whom he had found amidst the ruins of Dr. Gero's lab, repaired by Bulma, and who had been instrumental during the world's reconstruction. Gohan was thrilled to see Number 16 and inquired, "Are you here to compete as well?" Given Number 16's character, participation in such a trivial contest seemed unlikely. "There are several Son Gokus here. I wish to capture one and eliminate him," Number 16 uttered coldly. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, then returned to his seat, only to mistakenly approach Number 16's wife, Videl, who was scolding him fiercely. Gohan coughed to get her attention. "Oh dear, I've gone to the wrong place." Videl blushed fiercely, unable to meet the gazes of the two Gohans. Gohan hastily retreated to his designated area. Next, Universe 18's Obu faced Universe 19's title. The bird announcer's voice rang out once more. A Saint Seiya-like individual from Universe 19 cautioned Title, noting his detector indicated anomalies among the competitors. Title, armed with a rocket launcher, soared toward the stage, and Obu was ready. The match began. Title launched several rockets, but Obu effortlessly evaded them. He approached Title and struck him, exclaiming, "His armor is so heavy." Title, taken aback, was surprised at Obu's agility. Meanwhile, the rockets Title launched returned, seemingly locked onto Obu. With a swift gesture, Obu obliterated the missiles with energy blasts. Seizing the opportunity, Title extended a blade from his arm and shouted, "Divine Blade." Instantly, the stage was cleaved in two, but Obu remained unfazed until, in the next moment, his left arm fell off. Serious now, Obu unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Title. Then it, enduring the pain, picked up his severed arm and returned to the stands, asking if anyone could reattach it. Vabidi from Universe 11 smirked, offering to assist for a price. Unhesitatingly, Obu declined. Suddenly, miraculously, Obu's arm was reattached, not by Super Buu, but by Vegetto at the last moment. Vegetto quipped, as the reincarnation of Majin Buu. "You can't even reattach your own arm? How amusing." Vegetto positioned himself beside Obu, resting a hand on Super Buu's shoulder. Super Buu, drenched in cold sweat, wondered when this man had appeared beside him without his notice. "I warn you, no funny business. You can't escape my sight." Super Buu nodded, and Vegetto, satisfied, withdrew his hand. Super Buu hastily distanced himself from Vegetto, as if he were a fearsome monster. "That fellow is Buu," Goku remarked. "I can sense he is extraordinary." "Indeed. He has absorbed countless beings. Anyone with even a modicum of strength has fallen victim to him," Vegetto retorted. "He has absorbed so many yet shows no change? Can his body truly accommodate them all? Have I been absorbed too? In his universe?" Goku pondered aloud. "Certainly. You and Vegeta fused within him, and subsequently, Vegeta was absorbed. You two could not escape. Vegetto responded. Elsewhere, the bird announcer was busy repairing the torn stage and fixing the craters left by the Kamehameha wave. The next match featured Naru from Universe 10 against Rikum from Universe 8. Upon entering, Rikum performed a classic dance of the Ginyu Force, eliciting admiration from Gohan and Goten. As the dance concluded, Rikum launched the first attack with a straight punch. Naru deftly sidestepped, countering with a kick that Rikum narrowly avoided. Rikum retaliated, sending Naru flying. In an instant, Naru rose, unleashing a powerful counterattack. He landed a punch to Rikum's abdomen, followed by a Kamehameha wave, engulfing the arena in smoke. According to the principle of smoke equals no harm, Rikum emerged with merely a torn outfit, suffering no damage. Rikum then unleashed a verbal assault, boasting of eliminating all Namekians, challenging Naru to resist. Unbeknownst to him, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Naru's eyes emitted lasers, piercing Rikum's chest, and with a surge of remaining strength, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, reducing Rikum to mere rubble. Chapter 70. The ongoing competition witnessing the arrogance of that individual who, despite having the advantage, refrained from delivering the finishing blow. Goku could only sigh in resignation. Throughout these matches, he had encountered various displays of hubris, empty bravado, and the unfortunate truth that villains often perish due to their incessant chatter. It seemed he was merely waiting for a showdown with Buu. The next battle commenced with Trunks from Universe 12 facing off against Cooler from Universe 8. Trunks wasted no time in taunting Cooler, exclaiming that his entire family had fallen to his blade, save for him. Truly, fate possesses a sense of humor. Trunks unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Cooler battered and bruised. Cooler pleaded for a moment's respite, requesting that Trunks refrain from using his sword. Goku internally mused, "Here we go again, yet another predictable turn of events." After Trunks sheathed his sword, Cooler transformed into his final form, only to be swiftly repelled by Trunks' effortless defense. In a moment of desperation, Cooler seized Trunks' sword, attempting to ambush him. However, Trunks activated his reflexes, effortlessly catching the blade with empty hands, quipping, "Such is the legacy of my family." With a single, powerful strike, Cooler fell to the ground, concluding the bout. Next, Universe 18's Vegeta faced off against Universe 10's King Vegeta. The two Vegetas clashed, and in a moment, King Vegeta found himself beneath the foot of his counterpart. Goku reflected humorously that had King Vegeta not arrived on Earth, he might have ended up in a similar predicament. King Vegeta, in a desperate bid, conjured an artificial moon and transformed into a giant ape. Yet, all his efforts proved futile as Universe 18's Vegeta dispatched him with a single energy wave, sending him crashing back to the stands. "Boring," Vegeta remarked dismissively, returning to his seat. The subsequent match saw Universe 10's Bardock go up against Universe 18's Abu. In the arena, Abu boldly declared, "You are my great-grandfather." Yet, despite his words, he showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of attacks using early Dragon Ball techniques, ultimately forcing Bardock to concede. Observing this, King Vegeta from Universe 10 deemed it necessary to withdraw. After all, who could withstand such humiliation? The Namekians from Universe 10 also decided to return to their universe, knowing that despite Nello's victory, he stood no chance in the next round. In an unexpected turn, all competitors from Universe 10 chose to forfeit and left the arena. With a significant number of participants gone, Goku from Universe 21 remarked on the newfound opportunity to encounter formidable opponents. The other Gokus shared similar sentiments. The next duel featured Kakarot from Universe 13 against Katie from Universe 6. Katie attempted to employ her charms to secure victory, but Kakarot, undeterred by such a lure, swiftly delivered a resounding slap that left Katie questioning her life choices. As Kakarot prepared to continue his assault, he was reprimanded by Vegeta from Universe 13, warning him that he could not risk eliminating all of them. Clearly intimidated, Kakarot complied and returned to the stands alongside Vegeta. The other Vegetas observed this exchange with satisfaction, pleased to see Kakarot being trained so effectively, contrasting their own struggles against him. Meanwhile, the stage was set for a significant confrontation between Universe 17's Cell and Universe 11's Dubra. The spectators leaned in, eager for this clash of titans. Dubra struck first, delivering a powerful elbow that sent Cell sprawling. Ascending into the air, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, decimating half the arena and enveloping it in smoke. According to the smoke but no injury principle, Cell emerged unscathed, standing defiantly amidst the haze. Intrigued by Dubra's power, Cell soared into the air, delivering a knee strike to Dubra's abdomen, causing him to spew blood. Dubra attempted to counterattack with a series of strikes from behind, but Cell remained unharmed, merely dissipating the smoke. "You may be the strongest opponent I have encountered," Cell remarked. Likewise, Dubra replied, acknowledging the formidable challenge. As the battle progressed, it became evident that Cell's power had not diminished since his previous encounters. Goku noted Cell's acting prowess, suggesting that he was far from stagnant. With the cells of so many warriors within him, it was implausible for him to remain at a standstill. Indeed, it would be impossible for him not to progress over the past 27 years. Vegeta concurred with Goku's assessment. Goku and Gohan were taken aback by this revelation, scrutinizing Cell closely and ultimately uncovering the truth. "Indeed, Cell has been holding back," Goku exclaimed. Dubra, frustrated, spat at Cell, only for his attack to be thwarted by Cell's protective barrier. Dubra retaliated with a double-fisted strike, but Cell swiftly teleported behind him, launching a series of smaller energy blasts that Dubra narrowly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Cell executed a solar flare, yet Dubra managed to evade the blinding light, positioning himself above Cell for a decisive strike. However, Cell was ready, catching Dubra's weapon with ease. "Is that all you can do? Attack from behind?" Cell taunted, effortlessly shattering the weapon in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, Cell regenerated his lost limb, and the wound on his torso healed before Dubra's astonished gaze. Channeling Piccolo's signature move, Cell unleashed the special beam cannon, piercing through Dubra and causing him to bleed profusely, even as Dubra spat back at Cell defiantly. As Cell began to petrify, he calmly removed his own head, shocking onlookers. Goku marveled at Cell's brutal self-discipline, noting the pain that accompanied such a feat. As Cell reattached his head, Dubra succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground, and Cell emerged victorious with ease. Unbeknownst to him, his concealed strength had been revealed. He relished in the anticipation of shocking his opponents in the forthcoming clashes. The next match featured Abu from Universe 16 facing off against Bojack from Universe 6. Just as Abu was about to enter the arena, Gohan called out to him, cautioning, "Bojack is a treacherous foe, far stronger than you. Father did not advise you to forfeit for nothing. Proceed with caution." Goku reflected on Abu's upcoming match with a sense of nostalgia, noting how the Saiyan offspring seemed reluctant to engage in battle, in stark contrast to the fiercely combative nature of the next generation, particularly Abu and his companion, who exhibited the same tenacity as purebred Saiyans. Goku resolved to intervene, unwilling to witness the demise of this girl, who reminded him so much of his own daughter, despite knowing she would eventually be revived. Chapter 71. The Warning of Gogeta. The match commenced. Bojack made the first move, launching a powerful punch. Abu soared into the air, evading the blow, but the arena was not so fortunate, as it was torn apart. Abu realized that he must exert every ounce of his strength. Fueled by rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Abu from Universe 18 was astonished. She had yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet the Abu from Universe 16 had achieved it. Abu initiated his assault, charging forward with a heavy punch, which Bojack blocked with his arm. The two exchanged blows, each strike landing with palpable force, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Seizing an opportunity, Abu delivered a left hook that struck Bojack squarely in the face. However, Bojack merely had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The damage was minimal. Bojack retaliated, and Abu deftly leaped, landing behind him to unleash the Kamehameha. Abu's full-force Kamehameha struck Bojack's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Below, the spectators from Universe 16, including Dilly, rejoiced, believing Abu was on the verge of victory. However, Gohan from Universe 16 sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. The battle had only just begun. Bojack slowly rose to his feet, roaring in fury, his shirt shredding from the force of his power, causing the arena to tremble. Before Abu could react, Bojack appeared before him, grasping his neck, poised to snap it. "No." Dilly gasped, her hands covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Abu, break free." Gohan's expression was one of intense anger, veins bulging on his forehead as if ready to intervene, while Vegeta remained silent. Just as it seemed Abu's life was at an end, Gogeta intervened. With no warning, Gogeta materialized on the arena, seizing Bojack's hand with one hand while lifting Abu with the other. Bojack's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this man. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was as if Gogeta were an immovable force. In the control room, chaos erupted. How could this man disrupt the match? They demanded his removal, but their efforts were futile. They had tried numerous times before. The machinery appeared to be malfunctioning. Gogeta effortlessly flung Bojack into the 6th spectator stand. "I leave Bojack to you. I can't even be bothered to deal with such filth," he remarked to Gohan. Gogeta gently descended to the 6th stand, handing Abu over to Dilly. Overjoyed, she bowed deeply to Gogeta, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his timely assistance. Gohan, regaining his composure, clenched his fists tightly, indicating his unwillingness to relent. "Is this really permissible, Mr. Gogeta?" he inquired, clearly troubled by Gogeta's actions, which had violated the match's rules and could lead to disqualification. "Worry not. It is of no consequence," Gogeta replied. "Gohan, you must understand that rules exist to bind the weak. Only the strong can dictate the rules." His words resonated powerfully, leaving Gohan momentarily speechless, while Vegeta remained silent. Behind Gogeta, 5 Kaioshins and several officials approached menacingly, demanding an explanation. Gogeta felt a chuckle rising within him. They sought to challenge him? Ascending into the air, he declared, "If you seek an explanation, I shall provide one." A terrifying aura emanated from Gogeta, shattering the arena instantly. The protective shield for the audience faltered and shattered, sending spectators fleeing in panic. In the stands, the overwhelming force of Gogeta's power left all present in awe. Those capable shielded their companions, while others lay helplessly on the ground. Only a scant few managed to remain standing. Geskako and Super Buu held their ground, while Vegeta protected those from Universe 16. Cell struggled to maintain his stance, and the warriors from Universe 18 joined forces to resist. Gogeta's universe was under the protection of Cabe, while Trunks and Broly stood firm beside him, unfazed. "Is this explanation sufficient?" Gogeta inquired, observing the disarray among the Kaioshins and officials below. "By what right do you demand answers from those stronger than you? Such behavior is tantamount to seeking death. I am uncertain of your intentions in organizing this tournament. However, should you wish to impose upon me, summon forth someone capable of speaking on your behalf. If they are stronger than I shall comply. If not, then I shall act as I please." Gogeta's declaration rendered the Kaioshins speechless, and they departed, uncertain whether to seek reinforcements or concede defeat. Gogeta remained skeptical that this tournament was orchestrated solely by these Kaioshins in conjunction with the warriors of Universe 16 and Namekians. For the power to traverse time and space is not something to be wielded lightly, especially not in this trivial arena. Due to Gogeta's outburst, the match was suspended, as many spectators were injured or even perished, prompting the organizers to pause for recovery. In the dining hall, participants were gathered, with Goku and Vegeta discussing Gogeta's strength. Gogeta's power was astounding. "It surpassed even my Super Saiyan 3. Goku exclaimed, savoring his meal. "Indeed, it was terrifying. He exists in an entirely different realm." Gohan concurred. Vegeta, observing Gogeta being reprimanded by Tais, wondered how he had cultivated such prowess. "I was mistaken, Tais. I should not have recklessly unleashed my power, especially with you present. I promise it will not happen again," Gogeta pleaded, realizing he had boasted in front of everyone while neglecting the fact that his wife was witnessing. Hearing Gogeta's promise, Tais nodded in satisfaction and released her grip on his ear. Gogeta rubbed his sore ear, muttering, "How can someone so powerful still feel pain from an ear tuck?" Meanwhile, in Universe 16, Piccolo inquired of Vegeta, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Vegeta set down his bowl, his expression grave. "Had I been unchallenged, I would have confidently declared victory. However, at present, I cannot guarantee a win against Gogeta. His displayed power is overwhelming, and he has yet to transform. Once he does, he will be even more formidable. And if we exclude Gogeta, who do you perceive as your greatest threat?" Piccolo pressed. "Well, Super Buu and Geskako, along with that frozen Broly, pose significant challenges. Super Buu remains the most dangerous opponent I have encountered thus far, yet I believe I can prevail. Broly's combat abilities have undoubtedly escalated over the years to an astonishing level. Geskako is also quite formidable," Vegeta continued. "The two Trunks from Universe 22 give off a distinctly unusual vibe that I cannot quite articulate. Moreover, Gogeta's universe and Universe 23 both possess tails, which is peculiar. They can observe that artificial moon yet do not transform into giant apes. I cannot comprehend the reason behind this. And then there are two Brolys, both immensely powerful, shrouded in mystery." Vegeta scrutinized the competitors from other universes with great attention, noting even the smallest details. Chapter 72, Vegeta vs. Broly. As everyone finished their meals and the arena was restored, the competition resumed. The next match featured Tapion from Universe 3 against an opponent from Universe 10, who forfeited, resulting in Tapion's victory. Following this, Krillin from Universe 9 faced off against Shaviza from Universe 8. As anticipated, Shaviza was swiftly defeated by Krillin's energy sphere, leaving him lifeless. Now, the stage was set for the clash between Vegeta from Universe 16 and an unknown competitor from Universe 20, specifically the older version of Broly. The audience grew solemn at the prospect of this confrontation, their eyes fixed on Vegeta. Should Broly continue to escalate in power as observed previously, Vegeta might find himself at a disadvantage. Goku from Universe 18 expressed concern, believing Broly could triumph over Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Kakarot mocked Vegeta's appearance, deeming him unattractive and overly confident in his abilities. At that moment, a bird-like healer began to thaw Broly from his icy prison, gleefully announcing that he could still detect a pulse, indicating Broly was alive. In an instant, a powerful hand shattered the ice, seizing the healer's body. Broly had revived. With a thunderous crash, he smashed the healer to the ground, resulting in an instant demise. Nearby, a Namekian fled, indifferent to his companion's fate. Broly's laughter echoed through the arena, exuding a terrifying aura that reverberated throughout the venue. This was the legendary power of a Super Saiyan. His fists radiated with blinding energy as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in all directions, encompassing everyone within his attack range. Is he truly this volatile? Gohan gritted his teeth in anger. All present showcased their prowess to counter Broly's onslaught. Is he this reckless? Goku from Universe 21, unfamiliar with the older Broly's temperament, questioned. Piccolo clarified, Broly is a ferocious killer, reveling in destruction. When faced with Goku, he loses control, incessantly shouting Kakarot. Is that so? He resembles the Broly we know, Goku remarked, noting that the older Broly, once unleashed, could become uncontrollable. However, he was not merely a ruthless murderer. Meanwhile, the bird-like controller, witnessing the chaos Broly was causing, pressed the dispatch button to send Broly back. Yet, there was no response. Like Vegetto, Broly remained unfazed, but this time it was not Vegetto's doing. It was Super Bu's intention to witness the battle between Vegeta and Broly. Broly turned his gaze towards Goku from Universe 18, calling out Kakarot, and charged at him. Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3, indicating his seriousness towards Broly. Vegeta intercepted Broly, asserting that he was his opponent and would not yield. Adjusting his hair into a crab-like style, Vegeta declared, Broly, I am Kakarot. Broly abandoned Goku and leaped towards Vegeta. As Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, Broly delivered a powerful punch, but Vegeta evaded, causing Broly's blow to obliterate half of the arena. Broly retaliated with another punch. Yet Vegeta crouched and countered with a kick to Broly's face, followed by a punch and an elbow strike. Vegeta continued to attack, but Broly effortlessly caught his fists. Seizing Vegeta's arms, Broly drove his knee into Vegeta, who spat out saliva. Broly then slammed his fists down upon Vegeta, propelling him into the arena floor, which shattered into fragments. Yet, Vegeta maintained a comical expression, shielding his head, appearing unfazed. Broly pressed his advantage, launching a furious assault on Vegeta, who dodged sideways and retaliated with a punch to Broly's cheek. However, this attack barely fazed Broly. With a swift motion, Broly landed a punch. But Vegeta seized Broly's arm and tossed him into the air. Then, utilizing instant transmission, Vegeta appeared behind Broly, unleashing a massive explosion attack. Broly absorbed the blow head-on. Goten and Trunks from Universe 16 cheered, but Piccolo doused their enthusiasm, stating that while the exchanges were impressive, such attacks were ineffective against Broly. Super Bu pondered Vegeta's strategy, realizing that this approach would not secure victory. Goku from Universes 21 and 23 lamented the display of power, wishing to engage and battle themselves. According to the principle of no harm with smoke, Broly emerged unscathed, amplifying his energy and dispersing the smoke, proclaiming, I am the legendary Super Warrior. Broly's energy surged multiple times, and he charged forward, delivering a powerful uppercut to Vegeta, followed by a left hook that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground. The sheer force astounded Vegeta from Universe 13, as well as Raditz and Nappa. This was indeed the legendary power of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta burst through the ground, soaring back into the air with a smile. At last, for the first time in my life, I shall unleash my full power. Vegeta roared, surrounded by crackling electricity as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In the second round, Broly charged at Vegeta, delivering a heavy punch that Vegeta dodged with ease. A swift kick sent Broly flying, followed by a flurry of punches directed at him. Broly endured Vegeta's onslaught, responding with a headbutt that he sought to follow up with another. Vegeta pushed off with his legs, striking Broly's chin to break free and create distance. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, trading punches and kicks in a display of raw power. The clash of their fists released a terrifying energy that resonated throughout the arena. Having experienced Vegetto's might, the audience had grown accustomed to such displays, and the protective barrier remained intact. After the exchange, both fighters distanced themselves and prepared for energy blasts. Broly gathered a green energy sphere while Vegeta unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The crowd sensed impending doom and readied their defenses against the explosive impact. A colossal sphere of light engulfed the arena, causing weaker fighters to collapse. Super Buu appeared slightly alarmed. The energy disparity from Broly and Vegetto's clash threatened to breach the protective barrier, but thanks to the bird-like healer's enhancements, the barrier held firm. Vegeta and Kakarot transformed into Super Saiyans to withstand the shockwave, while Nappa and Raditz were sent crashing into walls. On the stands, even Little Cell found himself pinned against the wall. Gasper looked unaffected, lost in thought. Universe 18 remained unscathed, while Universes 21, 22, and 23 were stable, maintaining their composure. As the shockwave propelled Broly and Vegeta far apart, Broly landed on a meteor, smoldering yet quickly rising to charge at Vegeta once more. Vegeta stood resolutely at the center of the arena, his attire torn asunder, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression grave as he gazed intently in Broly's direction. If Super Saiyan 2 proved ineffective, then he would have no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 73, The Grand Showdown between 22nd Universe's Trunks and 21st Universe's Vegeta. It is time to put an end to this. I can no longer allow you to grow stronger. Vegeta expresses profound gratitude to Broly for engaging him in a fierce battle. With arms outstretched, Vegeta unleashes a thunderous roar. His power surges anew as he transforms into Super Saiyan 3. A terrifying energy envelopes the arena. Vegeta conjures two colossal orbs of light in his hands, then brings them together in a prayer-like gesture to unleash his ultimate technique, Final Dragon Flash. A massive shockwave races towards Broly, within which a dragon materializes, colliding forcefully with the advancing Broly. The dragon devours Broly, who cries out in despair, Kakarot. The devastating Final Dragon Flash sends Broly hurtling away, a staggering distance of 100,000 miles. Returning to his normal state, Vegeta wipes the sweat from his brow. Phew, it's over. He descends to his viewing platform, where the Namekian healer inquires if he requires treatment. No, thank you. The Namekian healing techniques are insufficient now. It's all right, we brought some Senzu beans. Vegeta notices that Super Buu has vanished, having not consumed any Senzu beans, and with the use of instant transmission, he has disappeared. In a desolate area, Buu appears, murmuring to himself, in this direction, I am almost there. Super Buu stealthily approaches to absorb Broly. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta arrives on the scene and blocks Super Buu's path. Gogeta warned you, no underhanded tricks. Aren't you afraid Gogeta will obliterate you for your mischief? Huh, Gogeta is fast asleep. How would he know what I'm up to? Once I absorb Broly, I might just defeat him. Buu laughs heartily, relishing the thought of Gogeta dozing off after a sumptuous meal, enjoying a delightful nap. Vegeta's eyes narrow as he detects Super Buu attempting to secretly detach a small portion of his body to reach Broly. He swiftly eliminates it. Unfazed, Super Buu splits into countless copies of himself. Can you still eliminate them all? He boasts. In the control room, the Birdman is working fervently to repair the machinery, assuring that within 5 minutes, Broly will be sent back. The next match sees Universe 10 concede, granting Universe 5's XXI a victory without battle. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan and directs an energy wave at Buu's copies, but having just fought and without Senzu beans to restore his energy, Vegeta falters and misses a few of the copies. Fortunately, Bra arrives via instant transmission. Super Buu attacks Bra and Gohan, while Vegeta holds off the copies, allowing Gohan and Bra to confront the original Buu. Meanwhile, small Buu struggle to reach Broly, and just as they prepare to absorb him, Gohan intervenes with a powerful energy blast, scattering them. Bra, on the other hand, is on the verge of being overwhelmed by Super Buu and decides to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Her hair stands upright, surrounded by crackling lightning, signifying her transformation. With a mere gesture, Bra obliterates a significant portion of Super Buu's body, and with a swift motion, countless Buu copies are reduced to ashes. In her Super Saiyan 2 state, Bra appears to lose her rationality, inadvertently striking both Gohan and Vegeta in her frenzy. Realizing her mistake, she regains her composure and returns to her normal form. Vegeta, overwhelmed, rolls his eyes back and Gohan is not faring much better either. Then Broly belongs to me. Bra exclaims. Huh, he has gone. Although Broly has already been returned, Boo's plans have been thwarted. Bra brings Gohan and Vegeta back to the arena, where Gohan consumes a Senzu bean, Bra consumes two, and Vegeta grabs a handful. Vegeta requests Piccolo to remake his outfit. In the arena, Super Buu dare not cause trouble, refraining from confronting Vegeta. On the stage, Universe 9's Yamcha faces off against Universe 14's Android 18, both being androids, yet Yamcha appears to possess more prowess. Observers realize that as long as they maintain a safe distance, they can freely engage in battle. As the match progresses, it seems Yamcha is on the verge of victory when he suddenly concedes, leaving Android 18 astonished. This Yamcha has taken a fancy to 18. Someone remarks, "How Navi?" Krillin grumbles, Yamcha has clearly lost his focus. Next up is a brawl against Maris, a match that promises to be quite dull, so we shall not elaborate further. Following that, Universe 16's Gotenks battles Universe 18's Gotenks. Both Gotenks exhibit identical techniques and strategies, and in the end, 18's Gotenks wins by a rock-paper-scissors match against 16's Gotenks, claiming the victory. Next, we witness Universe 22's Trunks pitted against Universe 21's Vegeta. In Universe 2, only Trunks and Broly are competing, as the original Trunks has opted out, believing Trunks is sufficient. Trunks, having trained under Whis for many years, has fully mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, raising concerns that Vegeta may lose to him. As Trunks and Vegeta step onto the stage, Vegeta says, "Let me see your strength, Trunks." "I won't disappoint you, Dad," Trunks replies. They assume their battle stances, and the fight is imminent. Vegeta keenly observes the stage, pondering, finally, I can gauge the caliber of these two universes. The last three universes are shrouded in mystery. Neither transforms as Trunks strikes first, his speed astonishing Vegeta, who hurriedly blocks Trunks' punches. Heh. Trunks smirks, offering a smile to Vegeta, who retaliates instantly. Both engaged in a fierce exchange, evenly matched. After another clash, they create distance, synchronously transforming into Super Saiyan, and resume their fierce combat. This Trunks is remarkably strong, remarks 18 Goku, with Gohan nodding in agreement. Indeed, it appears this Trunks has been diligently training and has made significant progress. On the platform, Trunks delivers a punch that sends Vegeta flying, teleporting into the air and targeting Vegeta with the Prince's technique. However, Vegeta has already vanished from the stage, reappearing behind Trunks and delivering a powerful knife hand strike. Trunks leans back to evade, but the stage is not so fortunate, as it is cleaved in two by Vegeta. Trunks unleashes an energy blast, which Vegeta deflects, charging towards Trunks, who reciprocates with equal fervor, their fists colliding with tremendous force, shaking the very foundations of the stage. Incredible! These two are nearly matching the power of Vegeta and Broly. Piccolo is drenched in cold sweat, astonished by their strength. If they transform further, they might attain Vegeta's Super Saiyan power. Adds 18 Piccolo. How have they trained so hard? 18 Vegeta is visibly rattled, realizing that another version of himself from a different universe is so formidable. Vegeta, being the fusion of himself and Kakarot, is one thing. But what could account for such outrageous power in their base forms? Chapter 74. Super Blue and Super Saiyan 4. Is it not my turn yet? Gogeta awoke and made his way to the stands, inquiring of those present. Not yet. It's currently Trunks battling Vegeta. Piccolo replied to Gogeta's question. Oh. Gogeta turned his gaze towards the arena where the two Super Saiyans were engaged in a fierce melee, the sounds of their powerful clashes resonating throughout the space. He settled beside his wife, wrapping his arms around her as he rested his head on her shoulder, curious about what she was writing. Feeling Gogeta's embrace, Tai set down her pen, cupped his face, and planted a kiss upon him, a customary gesture shared between the two whenever one awoke. On the arena, Goku was sent flying by a kick from Vegeta, who sought to capitalize on his advantage. Lunging to seize Goku's foot and attempting to spin him toward the crumbling stage. Goku, flaring with rage, resisted Vegeta's force and retaliated with a fierce kick to Vegeta's face, sending him hurtling away. Goku swiftly followed suit, joining his hands together for a powerful strike that propelled Vegeta towards the already shattered arena, where Vegeta's body crashed through the debris and into the ground below. Vegeta erupted from the earth, appearing instantly before Goku, delivering a punishing blow, while simultaneously unleashing a ki blast, which Goku countered with his own. The two energy waves collided, creating a massive sphere of light. As Vegeta and Goku continued to channel their energy, the sphere expanded until it culminated in a tremendous explosion. The terrifying energy melted the debris of the arena, leaving only the silhouettes of Vegeta and Goku in the sky. Let us end the warm-up here. Show your true power. Trunks, Vegeta declared to Goku. What? That was merely a warm-up? 16 and 18 gasped, their faces paling at the thought that such a fierce battle was but a prelude. Could those two be even more formidable than Gogeta? How thrilling. 18, Goku exclaimed, eager to join the fray against them. Vegeta, sporting a tail, had presumably mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, while Trunks, lacking a tail, might possess a new transformation. Perhaps Trunks is aware of Gogeta, 23, Goku speculated. While Vegeta interjected, it could be the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Ah, that makes sense. We can finally see whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God prevails. 23, Goku expressed, excitement bubbling within him. This will undoubtedly astonish my father. Goku replied to Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, erupting with energy. Ah! Lightning crackled around him as his hair lengthened and his brows vanished, his body enveloped in a myriad of sparks. But that is not all. Huh! Vegeta roared, unleashing even more terrifying power. The controllers in the control room were taken aback. This power exceeded their expectations. Increased the energy of the protective shield. We can barely maintain it. The Birdmen scrambled to stabilize the shield just in time. Phew. They managed to hold it together during this critical moment. The sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power left everyone in awe. It had surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Unbelievable. Vegeta is truly formidable. 18, Vegeta's fists bled from the intensity of his grip, his gaze fixed on the airborne Vegeta, filled with resentment. Gogeta was equally astonished. Saiyans possessed such transformations? Vegeta, with his crimson hair, radiated an aura of ambition and strength, standing majestically in midair. Super Saiyan 4. Goku articulated, I have witnessed Mr. Gogeta's transformation. It is indeed impressive. However, I am not to be underestimated. Goku shut his eyes, a blue aura enveloping him. His energy has vanished. Indeed, it was the aura of a god. 23, Goku and Vegeta recognized it. It was the transformation of Super Saiyan God, a power they had yet to master. Goku opened his eyes suddenly, his pupils turning blue, his hair shimmering in a brilliant azure light that illuminated the entire arena. What a blinding radiance. What is that? Vegeta pondered, equally bewildered, as Gogeta had not disclosed the existence of Super Saiyan God to them. This is Super Saiyan God, Super Blue. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 stems from bloodline, while Super Saiyan God embodies divine essence. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Gogeta offered an explanation. The aura of a god is imperceptible to mortals. Then allow me to witness the power of a god, Vegeta proclaimed, launching himself toward Trunks, who raised his fist to meet Vegeta's. Bang! The force of their collision was so immense that the smaller competitors could barely withstand it. Gogeta raised his hand, enveloping the entire arena and stands in an energy barrier. You may unleash your full powers. I will be watching. With that, Vegeta and Goku ceased to hold back, engaging each other with all their might. The clashing of fists and the energy radiating from their strikes instilled fear in the hearts of all present, due to the imperceptible aura of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, enduring several blows, though he gradually adapted to the unfamiliar combat style. The battle unfolded with both sides exchanging powerful strikes, Goku gaining the upper hand. After another fierce exchange, the two distanced themselves, simultaneously crafting the gesture for their ultimate attack. Final flash. Final flash. The two energy blasts collided, each combatant pouring their essence into the clash, neither willing to concede defeat. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, each unable to overcome the other. Goku hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash his full power as Super Blue. He understood Vegeta's character, confident, proud, and unwilling to yield. Vegeta caught sight of Goku's hesitation and shouted, Trunks, do not hold back on my account. Unleash your full strength. I despise it when someone pulls punches in a duel. 18, Vegeta glanced at Kakarot, recalling how he had held back during their own encounter as Super Saiyan 3. With those words, Goku cast aside his reservations. Summoning the full might of Super Blue, his blue aura converging within him as he unleashed his utmost power. The instant the ultimate flash surged from Goku's hands, it shattered Vegeta's final flash, striking him directly. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta and the ultimate flash descended to the ground, the arena floor vanishing in an instant, creating a deep crater where Vegeta lay, appearing gravely wounded. Goku. Victory. As the Birdmen worked to restore the arena, Goku assisted Vegeta back to the stands. Despite his severe injuries, a smile crept across Vegetto's face. Filled with pride at his son's remarkable strength, stronger than himself, it brought him great solace. Chapter 75. Vegetto's surrender. It appears that Super Saiyan Blue has become even more formidable. Concluded 23, but was immediately countered by 23 Goku, who remarked that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 had not yet reached its zenith, while Trunks seemed to have fully mastered Super Saiyan Blue. If Vegeta were to perfect Super Saiyan 4, the outcome would be uncertain. Date supported Vegeta as they walked towards the 21st arena. Vegetto cast a healing spell on Vegeta and then scrutinized Date, exclaiming, "Not bad. Trunks, it seems you've trained diligently with Whis. You've grown remarkably strong. After all we've been through, I now understand the significance of power. It is only through strength that one can resolve issues. My own past shortcomings in power led to those unfortunate events." Date finally comprehended this truth, and Vegetto nodded in approval. "Indeed, it's not too late to realize this now." "What are you two talking about?" Goku interjected, puzzled by their conversation. "Nothing. It's all in the past." Vegetto waved dismissively, offering no further explanation. Before long, the arena was repaired by the Birdman, and the match continued. Next up was the battle between Broly from Universe 21 and Broly from Universe 22. The two Brolys clashed fiercely. The 21st Broly handed his daughter to Android 18 and soared towards the stage. While both were Brolys, the 22nd was the more powerful, being older and a candidate for a destroyer god, a level beyond that of the 21st Broly. The 22nd Broly dominated the fight, leaving spectators in awe at the sheer magnitude of their powers. As the 21st Broly was knocked to the ground, his daughter Lily cheered him on. "Daddy, you can do it. Defeat the other daddy." Inspired by his daughter's encouragement, Broly rose to his feet and began to transform. The arena trembled under the strain, shattering into fragments as Broly finally mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. The 22nd Broly smiled at the sight of his counterpart's transformation and followed suit, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well, though his hair was a striking green while the 21st Broly's was golden. Seeing the 22nd Broly's appearance, Vegetto was reminded of that demon. It was uncanny, just like the Broly who was sent away. The same green hue, the same ferocity, the same invincibility. In this transformed state, everyone felt an aura of death emanating from Broly, except for Vegetto. It was terrifying. Realizing the overwhelming disparity, the 21st Broly promptly forfeited. It was a matter of pride to concede to oneself. As Broly reverted to his normal state, the onlookers sighed in relief, fearful of a potential rampage that could result in their demise. Having trained with Whis for so many years, Broly had long since mastered this power, even harnessing destructive energy. In other universes, he could easily be a destroyer god. 23 Goku approached Vegetto, inquiring about the nature of that Broly. "What was that power? It made my body tremble." His voice quivered with excitement. "This martial arts tournament is truly a paradise for me." Broly was a mutant Saiyan, inherently possessing remarkable strength and the ability to grow stronger with age. His potential was unparalleled. Perhaps only Gohan could be his equal. Vegetto reclined in his chair leisurely, stating, "Next up, we have Goku from Universe 21 facing Ub from Universe 23. It's finally my turn," exclaimed 21 Goku, rising and shaking off his excitement. Ub also ascended, flying towards the arena. "Please take care of me, Mr. Goku." "Here I come." Ub charged forward, his fist easily caught by Goku. "Hiki." Goku chuckled joyfully, launching a swift counterattack. Ub dodged the punch, retaliating with a kick that forced Goku back several steps. Remarkably strong, Goku assessed Ub's power, thanks to Master Goku's teachings. "So you are the student of our Goku?" Goku expressed surprise. "Indeed, I am the disciple of the Goku from my universe." Ub replied, "No wonder your moves feel familiar. You can read my techniques. But how about this?" Goku transformed into Super Saiyan. Ub tapped into the power of Evil Bu, a sinister pink aura enveloping him. "Evil Bu's power? I can't believe I've managed to harness it." Ub marveled. The battle raged on, fierce and dynamic. After Ub pushed Goku back with a punch, he struck a Kamehameha pose. Goku mirrored him, and their energies collided, resulting in yet another fracture of the arena. With a resounding explosion, Ub gasped for breath while Goku remained unfazed. Acknowledging his defeat, Ub conceded gracefully. Next up was Vegetto from Universe 21 against Gohan from Universe 21. The Birdman referee hesitated, intimidated by Vegetto, who had previously shattered barriers with mere intent. "Let us do our best, Uncle Vegetto," Gohan declared. "Show me all your strength." Vegetto beckoned Gohan to attack. Without hesitation, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his strongest form. He moved like lightning, reaching Vegetto in an instant, and launched a powerful punch that missed as Vegetto merely tilted his head to evade. Despite Gohan's relentless assaults, Vegetto effortlessly dodged. With a light punch, Vegetto sent Gohan staggering backward, barely managing to regain his footing. After absorbing the force of Vegetto's punch, Gohan looked up but found Vegetto missing. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, instinctively shifting his body to evade Vegetto's attack. Vegetto was astonished. What was this move? Ultra Instinct. How long had he been training Gohan? It had only been a few months since returning from the GT timeline, and yet Gohan exhibited signs of Ultra Instinct. Such a terrifying talent. Part of this was due to Gohan studying the insights of Earth's martial artists, making him an exceptional practitioner of martial arts. However, Gohan was still young. His path was smooth sailing. Goku and Vegeta were no match for him. It seemed he needed some pressure. Vegetto pondered, and then decisively declared, "I forfeit." Such a contest held little meaning for him, but for Gohan, it was different. This authentic and exhilarating duel was what he needed for his transformation. If only there were battles of life and death, those were what Gohan truly lacked. Chapter 76. Goku vs. Vegeta. Uncle Gogeta. Why did you concede? Gohan queried, perplexed by Gogeta's decision to surrender. How could Gogeta possibly lose to him? This match holds no significance for me. If you don't undergo rigorous training, you might never truly grasp Ultra Instinct, Gogeta declared emphatically. Listen well, Gohan. You must give your all in the upcoming battle. Your opponent may be even stronger than you. Yet, I still hope for your victory. Gogeta's words resonated powerfully, and Gohan nodded resolutely. I will win, Uncle Gogeta. With determination in his eyes, Gohan gazed at Gogeta, who returned the nod as they made their way back to the stands. Next up was the battle between Universe 23's Son Goku and Universe 23's Vegeta. The crowd stood in rapt attention, eager for this thrilling contest. Kakarot, this time I will defeat you, Vegeta declared fiercely. Haha, Vegeta, don't forget how weak you are. How dare you think you can beat me? Goku scoffed, mocking Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 5, likening him to a mere amateur. Be quiet, Kakarot. Vegeta seethed with indignation. How dare that scoundrel Kakarot speak to him in such a manner? Infuriated, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Goku, caught off guard by Vegeta's aggressive approach. Goku hastily transformed to defend himself. Vegeta unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. Goku, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, could only adopt a defensive stance, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Before long, Goku seized his chance, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Now it was Goku's turn to strike. Goku swiftly pursued Vegeta, throwing a punch, but Vegeta was prepared, grasping Goku's fist and retaliating with a devastating blow to Goku's abdomen. Goku spat out a mouthful of saliva, gritting his teeth in response, and retaliated with a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest. The two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neglecting defense entirely, trading strikes as their bodies bore more and more wounds. With a resounding ha, ha, their fists collided against each other's faces before they momentarily separated. Vegeta seized Goku's tail, hurling him forcefully to the ground, then unleashed his royal technique, bombarding the earth. Goku utilized instant transmission to appear behind Vegeta, and as Vegeta turned, Goku delivered a left hook, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. Vegeta braced himself against Goku's fist, grabbing Goku's shoulders and thrusting his knee upward with ferocity. Wah! Goku coughed up blood but quickly reacted, elbowing Vegeta fiercely in the chest. Then, with hands clasped, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Vegeta, sending him crashing to the ground. Goku assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, tenfold Kamehameha. A crimson energy wave surged towards Vegeta, who had already gathered his ultimate technique, the Final Flash, to counter the tenfold Kamehameha. Both warriors unleashed their might. The confined arena could scarcely contain their tremendous power. Had it not been for Gogeta's protective barrier, the arena would have been obliterated by their immense energy. With a thunderous explosion, a brilliant pillar of light shot skyward before gradually dissipating. Both Goku and Vegeta were left panting, visibly fatigued. Vegeta, let us settle this once and for all, Goku proposed, recognizing their mutual exhaustion and suggesting a decisive final move. Vegeta, sharing the same sentiment, readily agreed. Once more, they summoned their strength. Yeah. Could they possibly transform again? It seemed implausible. The spectators buzzed with excitement. Super Saiyan 5. Universe 23's Gohan explained to the others. This is a power my father recently mastered. It is utterly terrifying. Even now, Gohan remained in awe of the overwhelming pressure. Merely approaching it would render one incapacitated truly fearsome. Super Saiyan 5? Vegeta seethed with frustration. After mastering Super Saiyan 4, he had not anticipated that there could be an even greater transformation. Why was it that Vegeta, was limited to Super Saiyan 3? It was infuriating, yet there was nothing he could do about it. In the cosmos, Goku and Vegeta radiated fury. Enveloped in a terrifying aura of white lightning, their hair and fur transforming to a brilliant white. With a synchronized roar, they completed their transformation. Super Saiyan 5 had arrived. Their radiant forms illuminated the surrounding universe, akin to two colossal light bulbs. Simultaneously, they gathered their energy, preparing to unleash their most powerful techniques. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. In the cosmos, two colossal pillars of energy surged toward one another, and upon collision, the terrifying force shattered nearby asteroids and debris, causing the entire arena to tremble. At the epicenter of the clash, space itself fractured, radiating outward like a rain of cracks. Both warriors poured every ounce of their might into overpowering one another, but neither succeeded. They remained evenly matched. However, Vegeta began to falter, opting to detonate his energy. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, obliterating the surrounding space until it reverted to its original state only after the energy dissipated. Following the explosion, they charged at each other, delivering one final blow. Goku, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, evaded Vegetto's punch and landed a strike squarely on Vegetto's face. Vegeta reverted to his normal state, slowly collapsing onto the arena floor. Goku, too, reverted back to his original form, descending gently to the ground. In this fierce contest, Goku emerged victorious by a narrow margin. Phew, I nearly lost to you, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, seated on the ground while Vegeta lay there, struggling to speak. Next time, I won't lose to you, Kakarot. Gogeta leaped from the stands to join them, casting a healing spell while whispering confidentially, Goku, I have a favor to ask of you. Huh? What is it? Goku responded, somewhat bewildered that Gogeta would request anything from him. It concerns our Gohan. Gogeta elaborated, detailing Gohan's predicament. Oh, so that's why you conceded? I was hoping for a serious match against you, but I didn't expect your Gohan to be so formidable. Rest assured, I will give it my all. I want Gohan to experience true combat. That child, Gohan, doesn't embody the spirit of a Saiyan. He resembles a true Earthling. Goku articulated, ultimately acquiescing to Gogeta's request. Then I leave Gohan in your capable hands. Gogeta returned to his place in the stands, harboring the belief that although Gohan may not yet be a match for Universe 23's Goku, he sensed that this battle would catalyze an extraordinary transformation within Gohan. Chapter 77, The Future Seen by Bardock. The upcoming battle lacked excitement. Universe 10 conceded, granting victory to the Cat Demon. Next, Universe 19 Shinron faced Universe 4's Super Buu. Did you not all forfeit? OOB inappropriately remarked, offending everyone from Universe 19. Realizing the implications of his words, OOB quickly apologized. Yet he still believed they should concede despite their impressive armor. It simply wasn't enough. However, the warriors from Universe 19 were confident, donning brand new armor. Even against the old Broly, they believed they could vanquish him with a single strike. Back in the arena, Shinron traced a zigzag in the air with his finger, slicing Super Buu. Yet, Buu instantly restored himself. The damage was negligible. Shinron launched a sphere of light at Super Buu, which detonated violently upon Buu's gentle touch. Still, it proved futile, as Buu's form began to coalesce in the air, slowly regaining his humanoid shape. At that moment, Buu encountered a power even greater than his own. Disinterested in the armor, he effortlessly dispatched Shinron with a mere gesture. Next was Universe 9's Tien Shinhan against Universe 2's Goku, the Monkey King. It seemed this Goku was somewhat lackluster, unable to best even Tien Shinhan. Following this was Universe 16's Sun Bra against Universe SIX's Zangya. Since Abu was saved by Vegetto, Bra refrained from unleashing her full power but still took out her frustrations on Zangya, nearly beating her to death. Next, Universe 19's Irem faced Universe 12's Android 16. After an intense battle, Irem acknowledged 16, who reciprocated her compassion and sense of responsibility, ultimately conceding. Following was Universe 8's King Cold against Universe 9's Videl. Videl, wielding the Kaishin sword, left both Gohans astounded. Meanwhile, Videl was seething with jealousy. Unsurprisingly, the Kaishin sword shattered, freeing the old Kaishin, but Videl still lost, as the old Kaishin required considerable time to unlock his potential, and King Cold would not grant them the opportunity. Next was Universe 3's Bardock against Universe 13's Raditz, a father-son showdown. Raditz looked down upon Bardock, deeming him unworthy of fatherhood. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, admitting his past failings as a father, yet declaring that since gaining the ability to foresee the future, he had changed significantly. Raditz transformed into a great ape to retaliate. And the battle ensued. Bardock blocked Raditz's punches and countered swiftly, leaving Raditz struggling against his onslaught, on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, Bardock clutched his head, seized by a piercing headache as his foresight activated at an inopportune moment. Bardock's eyes widened, pupils dilating as he glimpsed a horrific vision. The fabric of space fractured. Darkness enveloped, and all were engaged in combat against a horde of sinister monsters. At the center of the chaos, a terrifying energy erupted. Who was it? Bardock desperately sought clarity, but everything remained obscured. Raditz began to pummel Bardock, who, overwhelmed, could not defend himself against Raditz's relentless assault. Despite exerting all his strength, Bardock still failed to discern the figure. Abruptly, the vision faded, and the foresight temporarily ceased. Bardock launched a counterattack, employing the princess tactics. Raditz's massive form could not evade. In an instant, Raditz collapsed to the ground. Bardock emerged victorious. Vegetto noted Bardock's fleeting expression and pondered whether he had witnessed something terrifying. With caution, Vegetto resolved to investigate further. The subsequent matches were largely one-sided, lacking intrigue, save for a somewhat entertaining transformation of Vegeta. Thus concluded the first round of the tournament, followed by a 12-hour respite. In the dining hall, participants from Universes 12, 16, and 18 feasted ravenously, as did those from Universes 21, 22, and 23. Meanwhile, Frieza and his family from Universe 8 schemed to steal the Dragon Balls. As night fell, several Piccolos meditated outside their quarters. Frieza and his family initiated their plan, infiltrating the control tower of the Wargans, but were caught red-handed by Vegetto. Super Bu sought to stir trouble as well, but was swiftly subdued by Vegetto, trapped within a room using energy restraints. By the time the second round commenced, the energy Vegetto had left would nearly dissipate. Throughout the night, Super Bu struggled to break free from his confinement, yet to no avail. Once Super Bu was dealt with, Vegetto sought out Bardock from Universe 3. Upon entering the rest area, Vegetto greeted those inside. "Vegetto, what brings you here?" Bardock exclaimed. "I'm looking for Bardock." "I have some questions for him," Vegetto replied, pointing to Bardock before stepping outside with him. Vegetto and Bardock arrived at a secluded area, where Vegetto began his inquiry. "I am aware of your ability to foresee the future. Could you share what you witnessed today in the arena? Your expression was one of sheer terror." Bardock, taken aback that his secret had been uncovered, contemplated Vegetto's formidable power and eventually divulged his vision. "I saw a realm of darkness, evil. The very fabric of space shattered. The entire venue transformed into a battlefield. Everyone was fighting against a horde of monsters. However, I could not discern the face of the individual at the center of the chaos. The aura emanating from him was unfathomably terrifying, more so than yours. I cannot ascertain if that person is you." Bardock recounted everything he had witnessed. Vegetto stroked his chin, deep in thought, while Bardock departed, oblivious. It seemed that a brutal conflict loomed ahead. Space itself was fracturing. Even he would need to unleash greater power. Darkness, evil, monsters. Such concepts were foreign to Vegetto. They were absent from his memories of the past. Thus, it appeared this was a previously unencountered entity. Clearly, the Dragon Ball universe revealed only a glimpse of its depths. His understanding of this realm was woefully insufficient. Yet, Vegetto had no immediate means of addressing this. The enemy's information was scant, forcing him to adapt on the fly. Returning to his quarters, Tais approached and embraced Vegetto. "What troubles you? It's rare to see you so preoccupied." Vegetto, unable to conceal his unease from Tais's perceptive gaze, replied, "It's nothing serious. It will be resolved in a few days." He reciprocated her embrace and planted a kiss on her lips. "It's getting late. Let us rest." As night enveloped the venue, an eerie silence prevailed, with a chilling wind sweeping through, creating a foreboding atmosphere. In a darkened room, two ominous eyes glimmered amidst the shadows, exuding terror. Time slowly passed. Chapter 78. The second round of matches on the following day, the audience gathered at their respective stands. The arena and the stage had undergone significant transformations, no longer resembling their former selves. The stage had morphed from a spherical celestial body into a flat surface, now shielded by a protective barrier that encompassed the arena rather than the spectators. The weaker individuals rejoiced, relieved that they would no longer be blown against the walls, a cause for celebration indeed. As the competition drew near, The organizers decided to commence with a musical interlude to set the atmosphere. The personnel, dressed in somber black attire, appeared as if they were attending a funeral. Super Bu perceived this as an affront and took it upon himself to intervene, providing them with a new wardrobe and directing their performance. Following these interludes, the competition officially commenced. The first match featured Naba from Universe 13 pitted against Frisia from Universe 8. Prior to the bout, Naba approached Frisia, unleashing a torrent of mockery. Hurling insults such as short gourd, dumpling head, and baldy, Frisia retorted, vowing to eliminate Naba instantaneously. He was resolute in his quest for victory, hoping to utilize the accursed Dragon Balls to gain at least 5 centimeters in height. Naba continued his relentless taunts, declaring that everyone present surpassed Frisia in stature and predicting that he would not land a single blow in this martial arts tournament. As the bird-like referee announced the combatants, Naba's derision intensified, infuriating the king to the point of fury. The king, ready to strike Naba down, was met with the latter's sudden concession of defeat, further aggravating the king, whose eyes reddened with rage. Though his anger reached a boiling point, he ultimately refrained from attacking. Naba and Raditz exchanged celebratory high-fives, while the king's subordinates, lacking discernment, approached recklessly, only to have their heads effortlessly dispatched by the king. Another bird-like creature attempted to speak but was silenced by the king's ire regarding matters of his universe. Next up was Goku from Universe 18 against Android 17 from Universe 14. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan in an instant, swiftly incapacitating Android 17. Following this, the Supreme Kai of the South from Universe 1 squared off against Fat Bu from Universe 11. The Supreme Kai unleashed his full power, unwilling to hold back against Bu. The night before, Gohan from Universe 16 had imparted all the intelligence he possessed to the Supreme Kai of Universe 1. It was revealed that should Bu perceive his opponent as insurmountable, he would activate a defensive mechanism that allowed him to absorb his adversary. The Supreme Kai aimed to exploit this mechanism, seeking to enter Bu's body in search of the Grand Supreme Kai and another version of himself. The Supreme Kai coalesced an overwhelming energy in his palm, manifesting a sphere of light the size of a hand. Bu, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat. Goku from Universe 18 observed that this technique bore resemblance to Piccolo's special beam cannon, characterized by its highly concentrated energy. Super Bu lamented the unwelcome memories this move evoked. The Supreme Kai hoped to invoke fear within Bu, thus triggering the absorption mechanism. Indeed, as the Supreme Kai executed his technique, Bu fragmented into countless shards, enveloping the Supreme Kai, who activated his protective shield and successfully entered Bu's interior. Upon restoring his form, Bu exhibited no alterations, and the audience soon grasped the Supreme Kai's intentions. He searched within Bu but failed to locate the meatball Gohan had mentioned. However, he could distinctly feel the presence of the Kai, now integrated with Bu. Due to the Supreme Kai's prolonged absence, Bu emerged victorious. Just as Bu returned to the stands, the Supreme Kai re-emerged from a hole atop Bu's head, returning to his own section. Next, Up from Universe 18 faced off against Neru from Universe 10. But the latter's team forfeited, granting Ub an unchallenged victory. The subsequent match saw the Great T from Universe 12 clash with Vegeta from Universe 18. Once again, it was a father-son showdown. They both soared toward the stage, with Vegeta speculating that Great T had not been training diligently, as he had been preoccupied with building a home, although he had made progress. Upon reaching the stage, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, inquiring if Great T could achieve such a form. Regrettably, Great T could only transform into Super Saiyan 1, which left Vegeta somewhat disappointed. Vegeta lunged forward, aiming to deliver a punch to Great T, only to be seized by him, whose muscular form was in full display. This boy was still relying on such a form riddled with vulnerabilities. However, in the next moment, Great T reverted to his normal state and swung a blade at Vegeta, his muscles only bulging during the attack. Vegeta evaded, and Great T followed up with a ki blast, which Vegeta blocked with crossed arms. Great T circled around to Vegeta's rear, striking again, but Vegeta ducked and countered with a powerful kick from the ground, though Great T dodged it. Great T's arms transformed into muscular forms, delivering a punishing blow to Vegeta's midsection. True to his reputation as the least frivolous Saiyan, Great T targeted Vegeta's weaknesses, delivering a crushing blow to his father. He then kicked Vegeta away and teleported behind him, raising his sword, poised to slice Vegeta in two. However, Vegeta vanished, reappearing at the side of the stage. Impressive. He had flawlessly harnessed the strengths and weaknesses of this form, Vegeta acknowledged. Both combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques, generating two ki blasts that collided, creating a massive sphere that subsequently exploded, propelling both fighters away. As Vegeta regained his footing, Great T charged at him. Nevertheless, Super Saiyan ultimately proved no match for Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta delivered a kick to Great T's chest, who absorbed the blow in his muscular form, but ultimately faltered, collapsing. Vegeta supported Great T with one hand, carrying him back to the stands. The next match featured Kakarot from Universe 13 against Abu from Universe 18. Abu, unable to transform into Super Saiyan, hesitated to take the stage. Vegeta, employing a provoking strategy, spurred Abu into action, who ultimately resolved to face her opponent. After an exchange of blows, Abu's Kamehameha struck Kakarot, sending him into a frenzied state where he unleashed a torrent of grievances upon Abu. Abu quickly recalled memories and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan, yet she ultimately conceded, acknowledging her current inability to defeat Kakarot. However, she vowed that with time, she would surpass him, pledging to protect Earth. Abu declared her aspirations proudly before retreating to the stands, where she joyfully embraced Gohan, who looked on with approval. Next, Cell from Universe 17 faced Bojack from Universe 6. As expected, Cell effortlessly dispatched Bojack, avenging Abu from Universe 16. Following this, Tapio from Universe 3 battled Krillin from Universe 9. Tapio summoned Hildegarn to assault Krillin, who managed to restrain Hildegarn with a Ki Sphere Slash before retaliating against Tapio. However, Hildegarn still manifested part of his body to strike Krillin, ultimately knocking him down and securing victory for Tapio. The subsequent match featured Vegetto against Kashi. Upon entering the arena, Kashi employed magic, ensnaring Vegetto within a dark alternate dimension. Vegetto transformed into Super Saiyan, breaking free from the dimensional confines and returning to the stage. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous impact struck, sending Vegetto flying and crashing against the protective barrier. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Vegetto exclaimed, clutching his head in pain, turning to discover. Chapter 79. The Ultra Fourfold Kaioken time rewinds to the match involving Vegeta. After Kasai employed his magic, Vegeta vanished. 30 seconds later, with no sign of Vegeta's return, Kasai was declared the victor. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had Vegeta truly lost? Given the circumstances, it seemed impossible for Vegeta to be defeated unless he faced the formidable warriors from Universes 21, 22, or 23. Even if he did encounter them, he possessed the strength to put up a fight. The unexpected ease of his defeat was shocking. 16 Bra shouted at Kasai, demanding to know where her father was and urging him to bring him back. Kasai remained silent, but Gogeta answered her question, explaining that Vegeta was merely trapped in a space where time flowed differently. He would return in a few hours, so there was no cause for concern. Trusting Gogeta's words, 16 Bra and the others relaxed. During the intermission of the tournament, everyone gathered in the dining hall. The absence of Vegeta hardly dampened the atmosphere. Laughter and chatter filled the room as they feasted, completely unconcerned for Vegeta's well-being. Vegeta, meanwhile, lamented, "This is truly frustrating." After a hearty meal and a brief respite, the tournament resumed. The first match post-break was Aral facing off against Universe 14's Android 18. This match was rather uneventful, with Android 18 winning by sheer luck. Next up was Gotenks battling Universe 22's Das. Gotenks immediately unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, while Das shifted to his Super Saiyan 2 form, which rivaled Super Saiyan 3 without exhausting energy as severely. After just a few exchanges, Gotenks disintegrated, and Das claimed an easy victory. 18 Trunks watched Daz's retreating figure, commenting, "How did he train to become so formidable at Super Saiyan 2? Imagine if he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue." Goten encouraged Trunks to seek Daz's guidance, but Trunks, lacking the desire to grow stronger, declined the suggestion. The subsequent match featured Goku from Universe 21 against Broly from Universe 22. Unable to contain his excitement, Goku soared to the arena, eager for the challenge of facing an opponent stronger than himself. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Broly, who, seemingly unimpressed, did not even transform and effortlessly countered Goku's attack with his base form. However, Goku refused to concede. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Traditionally, Super Saiyans could not stack the Kaioken with their transformations, yet the strength of Super Saiyan 4 allowed Goku to maintain his form even after sustaining heavy damage. This revelation was remarkable. As Goku roared, a spider web of cracks spread across the arena floor beneath him, and golden flames of Super Saiyan 4 ignited, mingling with red energy. In an instant, Goku vanished, reappearing before Broly, who was momentarily taken aback by Goku's sudden surge in power. With a mighty punch, Goku struck Broly squarely in the face, sending him flying. Goku quickly followed up with a heavy kick, but Broly vanished before the blow could land. Goku's foot crashed onto the arena, shattering it into pieces. Broly, now with his fists raised, charged from behind, but Goku swiftly evaded, and Broly's fist slammed into the arena floor as he pursued Goku once more. The two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Incredible! Why didn't I think of the Kaioken? Goku from Universe 23 praised, astonished that Super Saiyan 4 could utilize the Kaioken. Others were equally astounded. The Kaioken placed immense strain on the body and was not meant to be combined with Super Saiyan forms, elevating their respect for Super Saiyan 4 even further. The battle between Goku and Broly intensified, with both appearing evenly matched. Yet, Goku sought to witness Broly's Super Saiyan transformation. He kicked Broly back, boosting his own power. Tenfold Kaioken. A torrential red aura enveloped Goku, and in the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen, launching him away before following up with a tenfold Kamehameha. The arena shattered under the force of the attack, smoke billowing as Broly's figure was revealed. Broly had been forced out of his Super Saiyan form, and it was now Goku's turn to endure a beating. Broly's fists were colossal, delivering punishing blows that left Goku in agony, nearly unable to stand. "Could you show me that green form?" Goku asked Broly, hoping to witness his full power. Broly graciously obliged, and suddenly the arena was suffused with a vibrant green hue as Broly's Super Saiyan full power form manifested. With the last of his strength, Goku unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken. Broly countered with a single-handed energy blast, launching a massive energy sphere toward Goku. Goku braced himself, desperately holding it at bay. However, it was futile. He was engulfed, and the resulting explosion nearly shattered the protective barrier surrounding the arena. Lying in the debris, Goku felt as though he might perish. Though Broly had not used his full strength, the attack was beyond Goku's capacity to withstand. Thankfully, Vegetto awoke just in time to witness Gohan's match and cast a healing spell on Goku. Panting, Goku revived. What a fool I was to absorb that attack. Vegeta scoffed from the sidelines. Ignoring Vegeta, Goku approached Broly, asking, "Can you also transform into that form?" Broly, occupied with his family, shook his head in response. Goku, disappointed, walked away. Vegeta, infuriated by Goku's disregard, shouted, "Damn you, Kakarot. Don't let it bother you, Vegeta." Goku's nonchalance only served to further ignite Vegeta's fury, leaving him to stew in his frustration. Next up was the anticipated battle between Universe 21's Gohan and Universe 23's Goku. Another father-son clash awaited, and it was bound to be thrilling. As Goku and Gohan took to the arena, Goku declared, "Gohan, I will not hold back. I will unleash my full power. I wouldn't want it any other way, Dad. I want to lose to you." The two instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the battle was about to commence. They charged at each other with incredible speed, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A cataclysmic energy erupted, enveloping them in lightning, as a circular pit formed around them in the arena. Just then, Vegeta broke through dimensions and returned to the arena, only to be sent sprawling by the shockwave, crashing against the protective barrier. As Vegeta appeared, both combatants paused, and the announcer opened the barrier to allow Vegeta in. Confused, Vegeta blinked and murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired?" Chapter 80. Gohan vs. Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta was dragged back to the stands by his universe's Gohan, his expression one of disbelief. How could he possibly lose? His face was contorted with rage, as if he were on the verge of an explosion. Gohan admonished Vegeta, saying, "Enough. Dad, if you were trapped by the enemy for several hours, the Earth could have been destroyed multiple times. A loss is a loss. Stop throwing a tantrum here." Vegeta was aware that his outburst was unwarranted, yet the pent-up anger within him demanded release. Thus, he used instant transmission to retreat to the distant reaches of space, where he could unleash his fury without restraint. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, obliterating the surrounding asteroids into mere dust. Back in the arena, after Vegeta's interruption, Goku and Gohan resumed their fierce contest. Goku launched a full-force punch, which Gohan blocked with crossed arms. Lifting his gaze, a faint smile graced Gohan's lips as he seized Goku's arm and slammed him into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Goku spat out a mouthful of discomfort and retaliated with a kick to Gohan's chest. Goku sprang back to his feet, unleashing a powerful ki blast. But Gohan effortlessly cleaved it aside. In the blink of an eye, Goku was upon Gohan, who remained unfazed, tightening his fists and countering with a forceful strike. They struck each other's faces simultaneously, both sent reeling backward. They executed flips in midair and charged at one another again, engaging in a fierce melee. The crowd was captivated by the flurry of punches and energy waves exchanged between them. However, Gohan lacked experience, and Goku seized an opening, landing a devastating blow to Gohan's abdomen. Blood spilled from Gohan's mouth as he swiftly retaliated, launching a fierce kick. Goku, in a graceful maneuver, flipped backward, bracing himself on the ground, then delivered a powerful kick to Gohan's face. Goku propelled himself into the air, employing the prince's combat technique to bombard Gohan with a relentless assault. With astonishing speed, Gohan deflected the energy blasts, then surged toward Goku, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure. Gohan closed the distance, but Goku raised his arm to strike, only to find Gohan's afterimage. Gohan approached from another angle, delivering a flying kick aimed at Goku. In the next moment, Gohan passed right through Goku and landed a kick on the arena floor, scanning for Goku's whereabouts. Goku appeared behind Gohan just as he turned, landing a punch that drew blood from Gohan's mouth. Undeterred, Gohan retaliated, his fist aimed at Goku. Goku grasped Gohan's fist with one hand while striking with the other, and they began to exert their strength. Yeah, a golden aura enveloped them, causing the ground to tremble, and the arena was reduced to rubble. Stones began to levitate into the air. Goku forcefully pulled Gohan, raising his knee to strike. Gohan, using the momentum, flipped over and hurled Goku away. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy erupted from Gohan's hands, and Goku, caught off guard, could only extend his arms to block Gohan's Kamehameha. Gohan intensified his output, while Goku, summoning all his strength, kicked the Kamehameha into the sky. He then employed instant transmission, catching Gohan off guard, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Gohan flying, carving a deep gash in the arena floor. Dad, use your full power. Gohan slowly rose to his feet, addressing Goku. I know Uncle Vegeta asked you to train me. However, these attacks devoid of intent to kill won't help me grow. Please, Dad, unleash your strongest attack with the intent to defeat me. Gohan's resolve was unwavering. Goku, noticing the determination in Gohan's eyes, ultimately acquiesced. All right, just don't die on me, Gohan. Goku clenched his fists, bending low to gather energy as he began his transformation into Super Saiyan 5. White lightning crackled around him, and golden flames flared to life. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, Super Saiyan 5 Goku had arrived. Upon transforming, Goku wasted no words and immediately began to gather energy for a Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. The explosive energy surged forth from the center of the arena, shattering the protective barrier. Vegeta, quick to act, conjured a new barrier to shield the two combatants, averting catastrophic casualties in the arena. Gohan, resolute, extended his hands to absorb the incoming attack. The arena floor could scarcely withstand the pressure, fracturing instantaneously. Goku continued his relentless assault, and Gohan struggled to withstand such overwhelming force, his body pinned to the ground, immobile. Goku's expression wavered, yet he pressed on with full power. The ground shattered once more, and Gohan appeared on the brink of defeat. At that moment, Gohan's consciousness blurred, yet he fought valiantly, determined not to disappoint Uncle Vegeta and everyone else's expectations. Memories flooded Gohan's mind, the one-armed Gohan from his childhood, the Turtle Hermit's teachings, Vegeta's guidance, and Chi-Chi's hopes, all vividly replaying in his mind. How can I fall here? Gohan's eyes widened with fury, his pupils shifting from gold to crimson. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from within him, the dormant beast within awakened. Goku's tenfold Kamehameha detonated with catastrophic force, obliterating the entire arena. The spectators watched in trepidation, fearing for Gohan's safety. Under such an attack, he could not possibly endure. Is Gohan all right? Goku was merciless even towards his own son. As the smoke began to dissipate, the colossal crater engulfed the entire arena. In the center, Gohan's silhouette emerged, still standing. However, as the crimson light in his eyes faded, Gohan lost his strength and collapsed. Goku appeared in a flash, catching Gohan. Well done, Gohan. Goku praised him, carrying Gohan back to the stands, where Vegeta expressed satisfaction with Gohan's performance, providing him with healing. Gohan's eyes fluttered open, and upon awakening, he was greeted by the smiles of those around him. You fought splendidly, Gohan. Indeed. You performed remarkably well. We couldn't even defeat Raditz at your age. Goku reflected, acknowledging the truth in his words. Gohan, at merely a decade old, had already surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. Would Goku and Vegeta ever catch up to Gohan? Next up was Tien from Universe 9, facing off against Super Bu from Universe 4. If we gave Tien a bag of Senza beans, could he possibly keep you occupied for an entire day? Vegeta pondered aloud. View, brimming with confidence, offered Tien 5 minutes to make his move, during which he would not retaliate. Tien produced a small balloon, tossing it lightly, and with a dramatic flourish, he shouted, Magic Seal Wave. Super Bu was ensnared within the balloon, which swelled into a dragon-shaped form. However, Tien had only sealed a fraction of Super Bu. He had long since left countless pieces of himself scattered across the arena. Bu's hand rested upon Tien's shoulder. This technique is quite adept. Tien gasped in shock as Super Bu continued, I have no intention of ruining your glorious moment. My duplicates are all around, unless you can seal them all. You're in for a challenge. Tien leaped into the air, sprouting additional arms behind him, and formed 2 triangles with his 4 hands, unleashing a double ki blast. Instantly, the arena was marked by a deep square pit. Chapter 81. The conclusion of the second round. The formidable technique of Tien Shinhan, the double spirit bomb, obliterated Super Bu. However, the pieces of Super Bu's form gradually reassembled, restoring him to his humanoid state. Acknowledging his defeat, Tien Shinhan voluntarily forfeited. Thus, Super Bu emerged victorious. The next match featured Sun Bra from Universe 16 pitted against Irem from Universe 19. Irem stood no chance against Bra, lacking any means of defense. In a decisive move, Irem unleashed a carbon bomb, which adhered to Bra's gloves, prompting Bra to discard them immediately. This is our ultimate weapon, the carbon bomb, exclaimed Irem. The discarded gloves rapidly spread the carbon bomb across the arena, swiftly covering a vast area. Irem continued to elaborate. Anything that comes into contact with the carbon bomb will be engulfed and ultimately transformed into its sustenance. This process is inescapable. It must be destroyed before it consumes. With that, Irem unleashed an attack, creating a massive crater in the arena. Pointing at Bra, he declared that if she dodged, everyone in the venue would be annihilated. Panic ensued among the spectators from Universe 19, questioning Irem's right to wield the carbon bomb in such a manner. It was revealed that Irem's homeland had inadvertently succumbed to the carbon bomb, rendering the entire planet a vessel of destruction. Any minor asteroid impact would unleash the carbon bomb throughout the cosmos, compelling Irem to secure victory. Only the champion could beseech the dragon to avert this calamity. Bra interjected. If this is your wish, we shall grant it. Wishing is a commonplace affair for US. Yet, Irem remained skeptical of Bra's words. In a desperate act, Bra utilized instant transmission to transport Irem far beyond the universe, returning to the arena where, after 30 seconds, Bra claimed victory. Once more, she vanished, bringing Irem back. In despair, Irem realized his defeat and watched helplessly as his universe faced obliteration. Should we triumph, the first wish shall be yours, exclaimed a figure, 23 Goku, who had inexplicably appeared in the stands of Universe 18, resting a hand on Ub's shoulder while promising the spectators from Universe 19. Isn't that right, other me? 23 Goku patted the shoulder of 18 Goku, with Goten cheering alongside, extolling Goku's glorious feats. Upon hearing this, Irem glimpsed a flicker of hope and extended his hand in gratitude to both Gokus. Bra returned to the stands and requested a training outfit from Piccolo, for she needed to prepare to save an entire universe. The next match featured Bardock from Universe 3 against King Cold from Universe 8. This time, Bardock's foresight did not activate, and he was overwhelmed by King Cold. Following that was the bout between Vegeta from Universe 13 and Raiki from Universe 3. Raiki summoned Frieza and his father, yet Vegeta remained unfazed, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and swiftly dispatching King Cold with a single blow. As Frieza and Cooler transformed into their next stages, Frieza expressed his astonishment. I can transform too? The Spectre Warriors, commanded by Raiki, proved even more formidable than their original forms, exhibiting superior control and cooperative combat. Frieza and Cooler launched a combined attack, but Vegeta effortlessly deflected it, retaliating with a Gallic gun that reduced Frieza and Cooler to mere ashes. Raiki then summoned an array of Saiyan warriors, including King Vegeta, Vegeta's cousin, and the entirety of his lineage, even including Tarbell, Raditz, and Kakarot. Observers noted the presence of Broly, raising doubts about Raiki's ability to control Broly's power. Vegeta, wreaking havoc in the arena, ignited excitement among Raditz and Kakarot from Universe 13. Seizing Kakarot's head, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of blows, exclaiming, "You lunatic! Useless fool! Harbinger of disaster!" In this moment, Vegeta reveled in his madness, blood splattered across his face, revealing his long-held resentment towards Kakarot. This Vegeta harbored disdain for his companion. Fortunately, Vegeta had undergone a transformation. 18 Goku commented on something, but 18 Vegeta heard nothing, longing to exchange places with the Vegeta on stage. With a massive explosion, Vegeta annihilated all the Spectre warriors, except for Broly. In that instant, the spectral Broly transformed into a standard Super Saiyan, yet Vegeta denied him the opportunity to unleash his power. Swiftly defeating Broly in one blow, Raiki summoned another wave of minions. However, Vegeta grew complacent, sustaining a wound from Raiki's Spectre warrior, Title's Godblade. A price paid with the total annihilation of all Spectre warriors. Clutching his injured chest, Vegeta gazed upon the diminutive Cell, who had previously been vanquished by Gisgako in the first round. This young Cell possessed a power akin to that of the Lightning Cell, and upon his arrival, immediately launched an assault on Vegeta, deliberately targeting his injury. Wounded, Vegeta was mercilessly battered by the young Cell. How could the proud prince allow such indignity? Fueled by rage, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, finally breaking his limits. He struck a defiant pose, proclaiming, "At last, I have become Super Vegeta." The outcome was dire. Vegeta met a tragic fate, obliterated by the specter of himself summoned by Raiki. The final match of the second round saw Gisgako from Universe 7 face off against the Demon King Piccolo from Universe 3. Without a hint of suspense, Gisgako decisively triumphed. Thus, the second round concluded splendidly. The crowd dispersed to feast and rest for the night. As darkness enveloped the venue, within a certain chamber, a vast eye opened slowly. "Are you prepared?" "We are ready, Master." "Excellent." The great eye gradually closed, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Gogeta sensed an unusual aura, fleeting yet ominous. Before he could investigate further, it vanished without a trace. This malevolent presence seemed reminiscent of the creature Bardock had foreseen. Could it be that someone in the venue was impersonating another? Or perhaps, someone was masquerading as that very monster? Gogeta pondered the behavior of each individual present in the arena, yet found nothing amiss. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After breakfast, the crowd gathered in the stands, eagerly awaiting the next bout. Gogeta stood among them, meticulously scrutinizing everyone in search of last night's aura, but found nothing unusual. All appeared normal with no peculiar actions. Gogeta approached the event organizer, the Birdman, requesting that they prepare the Dragon Balls, for they might soon be needed. Chapter 82. The third round of matches. The day has arrived for the first match. It is Frieza from Universe 8 facing off against Son Goku from Universe 18. The announcer's voice resounds powerfully as both the King and Goku ascend the stage. Goku, indifferent to Frieza, swiftly transforms into a Super Saiyan and delivers a single punch that knocks the King out cold. The King lies on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time, ultimately being escorted away by one of the weaker fighters from their universe. Next up is Ub from Universe 18 against Majin Buu from Universe 11. This was expected to be a closely matched battle, yet Ub, without regard for martial ethics, exploits Buu's lack of wit, cunningly deceiving him into playing hide-and-seek, thus securing an easy victory. Having spent considerable time with Goku, Ub has also adopted a more devious demeanor. Babidi, that old schemer, begins to cast spells to control those with malevolent thoughts. However, Vegeta sees through Babidi's machinations, but chooses to disregard him, deeming him merely a fool. What matters now is discovering the source of a particular aura. Vegeta senses something amiss, unable to pinpoint its origin, pondering whether this foe is simply adept at hiding their abilities or if there is something more sinister at play. The next match features Vegeta from Universe 18 battling Kakarot from Universe 13. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 2 while Kakarot remains in his Super Saiyan 1 form, making him no match for Vegeta, who pierces through Kakarot's chest, leaving him defeated on the ground. Vegeta claims victory. Raditz from Universe 13 carries Kakarot back to the stands. But when an Namekian healer attempts to treat him, Vegeta coldly refuses, suggesting Kakarot remain as he is. It seems Vegeta harbors a significant disdain for Kakarot. Kakarot expresses his gratitude, albeit sarcastically, towards Vegeta. The subsequent match pits Tapion from Universe 3 against Cell from Universe 18. Cell easily restrains Hildegarn while quickly eliminating his host, Tapion. Hildegarn meets the same fate, and Cell secures a straightforward victory. Kakarot slowly regains consciousness, rising with great difficulty, angrily chastising Vegeta for leaving him incapacitated, while demanding treatment from the Namekian healer. As Kakarot gets back on his feet, he rushes to confront Raditz, unaware that he, along with Raditz and Nappa, has fallen under Babidi's control without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, Cell returns to the stands, and, upon entering the lounge, Babidi attempts to exert his control over him. But Cell resists fiercely. The next battle features Kashi from Universe 5 against Android 18 from Universe 14. Kashi wields a mysterious remote control, and with a mere press, he renders Android 18 defenseless, easily winning the match. As time progresses, Babbidi's influence grows, controlling more individuals. At this moment, Vegeta diligently searches the arena but finds nothing. Redirecting his focus towards the universe, he employs instant transmission, appearing amidst the cosmos, closing his eyes to meticulously scan the area for any trace of energy, leaving no aura unchecked. In the arena, Gotenks is engaged in a fierce battle against Super Bu. Originally, it was a match between Gotenks and Dabura. But Dabura fortuitously drew a bye and advanced to the next round, allowing Super Bu to take his place. Super Bu appears to be at ease, while Gotenks is visibly exhausted, indicating a clear disparity in their abilities. With a single hand, Super Bu unleashes an energy blast that overwhelms Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, incapacitating both him and his counterpart, claiming victory with ease. The next match features Son Goku from Universe 23 against Broly from Universe 22. The two titans, showcasing their unparalleled strength, finally confront each other, and the atmosphere is electric with anticipation. Both fighters take to the stage as the announcer escalates protective measures. Feeling a sense of unease without Vegeta's customary barriers, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4 while Broly adopts his Super Saiyan form, and the battle commences. Goku launches the first strike, aiming a punch at Broly's face. Broly blocks it and retaliates with a powerful kick, sending Goku flying. The sheer force of Broly's strength sends a thrill through Goku, who finds exhilaration in the challenge. Broly teleports behind Goku, seizing him by the head and slamming him against the barrier, shattering it. Goku gasps in pain as Broly then drives his head into the ground, followed by a fierce punch aimed at Goku. In response, Goku forms a defensive stance, igniting a crimson aura around him, Kaioken. The ground beneath Goku disintegrates as he retaliates with a kick that propels Broly away. Following this, Goku harnesses the Kaioken tenfold, launching himself at Broly at incredible speed, landing a powerful blow to Broly's midsection. Broly swiftly counters with a devastating punch, but Goku evades, only to be caught by Broly's energy sphere, which he presses against Goku's chest, unleashing a massive energy ball that Goku can scarcely avoid. With no room to evade, Goku braces himself for impact. The energy sphere bears down upon him, but with a surge of determination, he activates the 20-fold Kaioken, lifting the colossal energy ball and propelling it back towards Broly. Broly effortlessly shatters it, scattering its remnants like stardust. Breathing heavily, Goku shows signs of fatigue after employing such immense power. Seizing the moment, Babidi ensnares even more individuals under his control, his sinister laughter echoing throughout the lounge, proclaiming his intent to dominate all universes soon. On the stage, Goku begins to transform into Super Saiyan 5. A swirling white cyclone envelopes him, crackling with white lightning, as stones from the arena levitate into the air. A tempest engulfs the stage, further shattering the protective barriers. As Goku achieves Super Saiyan 5, a green light illuminates the arena, while Broly enters his full power form, his muscles expanding and his gaze instilling terror in all who behold. Though not the first time witnessing this, the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere still sends chills down their spines. The faces of several onlookers, including Piccolo, turn pale as sweat beads on their brows. Both Vegetas clench their fists tightly, their eyes fixed on the two combatants. With Vegeta fully aware that he stands no chance against either of them, even against Super Saiyan 4. The clash between Super Saiyan 5 Goku and Broly in his full power form is on the brink of eruption. Chapter 83, Goku vs. Broly in the Vast Cosmos. Gogeta has made a disconcerting discovery. He is uncertain whether it is related to the ominous aura he senses. As he traverses the desolate regions, he observes that every planet he passes bears no signs of life, devastated as if locusts had swept through, leaving nothing in their wake. This scenario exceeds the bounds of Gogeta's understanding, and an unsettling feeling grows within him. Why has the martial arts tournament been convened in such a desolate locale? What ulterior motives lie behind the avian figure? Are the participants merely bait, or do they harbor some unspeakable secrets? Meanwhile, at the arena, Goku and Broly engage in a fierce confrontation, their every punch and kick reverberating with staggering might. Goku's voice echoes throughout the venue, as he and Broly move with the swiftness of lightning, colliding multiple times in an instant, transforming the stage into a chaotic battlefield, with protective barriers shattered in several layers. With a resounding kick to Broly's chest, Goku sends him reeling. In a moment of instinct, Broly seizes Goku's leg, hoisting him overhead and slamming him down onto the arena floor. Gasping, Goku retaliates with a fierce kick to Broly's face. Broly withstands the blow, raising his massive fist to strike back at Goku, who narrowly evades, causing Broly to crash his fist into the ground, creating a vast crater. With determination, Goku propels Broly away, following up with a surge of energy and a powerful strike to Broly's midsection. Broly spins, crossing his arms to block. But Goku's assault forces him back as he unleashes a barrage of energy blasts. Despite Broly's imposing size, his speed is remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he is before Goku once more. Panic sets in as Goku's eyes widen. Broly's fist descends with tremendous force, launching Goku like a stone skipping across water, ultimately crashing against the protective barrier, which shatters upon impact. Goku spits blood, acknowledging the potency of Broly's strike. Rising to his feet, he wipes the blood from his lips and once again summons his ki. "Ha!" Goku exclaims, arms outstretched, his energy surging dramatically. "What?" Vegeta, astonished, exclaims. "Kakarot is employing his technique?" Several Namekians share his astonishment. "Is this not the stance of the Ultimate Flash?" "Ultimate," Goku declares, pressing his palms together before positioning them at his waist. Kamehameha. A terrifying wave of energy ascends skyward, shattering the protective barriers. The audience, caught in the tempest, scrambles. Those lacking power are thrown against the walls, a scene all too familiar. What? Vegeta swiftly transforms into Super Saiyan 4, shielding the audience from the oncoming storm. Others in the stands follow suit. Broly gathers green energy in his hands, the energy orbs swelling before he hurls them at Goku. The clash of Goku's ultimate Kamehameha and Broly's energy orbs results in a cataclysmic explosion. Whoa! Goku roars, his voice hoarse, while Broly's expression is equally strained, indicating the intensity of their struggle. The spectators below are caught in the chaos. Most are thrown against the walls, with only a few strong enough to remain standing, albeit with great difficulty. Super Bu, witnessing the two figures on the stage, is drenched in cold sweat. Should they choose to eliminate him, escape would be impossible. Vegeta too watches intently, realizing his invincible myth has been shattered since arriving here. Goku's muscles tense, veins bulging as he grits his teeth, desperately holding on as the ground beneath him begins to crumble under the strain. Broly, with unwavering resolve, pushes the energy orb inch by inch toward Goku. Aware that he cannot match Broly's strength, Goku understands that the situation is beyond his control. Should this energy explode here, it would spell doom for all, most certainly for the majority. Frustration wells within him. Why is Gogeta absent at this critical moment? Goku laments, but in the next instant, the overwhelming energy is consumed by a purple vortex, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Goku, regaining his normal state, kneels, gasping for breath. "I concede. May I know what that was?" he asks Broly, who is now gently descending. "Destruction," Broly replies curtly before turning away. Broly wins. Goku returns to the stands, where Piccolo inquires about the earlier technique. "That was a fusion technique I developed with Vegeta during our battle against Android 17. I experimented extensively before finally mastering it alone. However, using it solo is still quite taxing," Goku states, raising his trembling hands toward Vegeta. "It's best to use it together with you." Vegeta, upon hearing this, retorts angrily. "You wish, Kakarot. I will never use that technique with you again. Come on, Vegeta." Goku pleads, but Vegeta coldly turns away, refusing to gaze upon the detestable Kakarot. Next, Universe 16's Bra faces off against Universe 8's King Cold. As the match begins, King Cold transforms into his final form, growing immensely as additional arms sprout from his body, surpassing even Cooler's second transformation. Despite King Cold's formidable strength, which rivals that of Perfect Cell, it proves insufficient against Bra. Transforming into Super Saiyan, Bra gathers energy into a blade and strikes fiercely at King Cold's massive form, severing one of his arms. Severely injured, King Cold collapses, and after 30 seconds, Bra emerges victorious. At that moment, King Cold shouts, "Swap." It turns out he had been switched with Jinyu, who had been lurking in wait. However, in her Super Saiyan state, Bra senses the impending switch and evades it, mocking, "Such a trivial trick could never catch me off guard." With Jinyu unable to secure a body, he re-enters King Cold's form. Frieza, denying King Cold medical treatment from the Namekian healer, takes him back to his recovery chamber. Babidi seizes this opportunity to control Frieza, Cooler, and Jinyu. Next, Universe 3's Leak battles Universe 7's Gas. Leak summons a horde of weaklings, which Gas dispatches effortlessly. In a flash, Gas teleports in front of Leak, smashing through his protective barrier, though he is soon kicked away by the recently eliminated Vegeta. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and Gas exchange blows, evenly matched. Suddenly, Gas finds himself confronted by Broly, who has now entered a transformed state. Grinning devilishly as he unleashes a relentless assault on Gas. Overwhelmed by the combined onslaught, Gas finds himself unable to withstand their might, his attacks failing to phase Broly, who dominates the confrontation. Vegeta employs a key sphere slash, cleaving Gas into multiple segments, while Broly, now in a frenzy, wreaks havoc upon the protective barrier. Vegeta unleashes energy to obliterate the remnants of Gas. However, Gas's form reappears behind Leak, shattering his shield and destroying his Hachiyak device. In an instant, both Vegeta and Broly vanish, as does Leak, revealing that he too is a spirit born of hatred. Chapter 84. The discovery of Gogeta. The malice within the Hachiyak device began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a humanoid monstrosity, Hachiyak. Upon its emergence, Hachiyak let out a thunderous roar, a sound so jarring that everyone instinctively shielded their heads. Subsequently, Hachiyak crossed its arms and unleashed a devastating revenge cannon, severely injuring Geskako. After executing its powerful attack, Hachiyak continued to roar incessantly. Geskako discerned a weakness. Hachiyak would roar for 15 seconds before firing the revenge cannon. Seizing this opportunity, Geskako concentrated his energy and, after Hachiyak's 15-second roar, appeared instantaneously before its face, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated Hachiyak. Geskako emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Babbidi's scheme commenced. Utilizing his magic, Babbidi transported all participants to a distant Dead Star. Depura brandished a large blade against the neck of the Supreme Kai, holding him hostage, while Frieza from Universe 8 destroyed the machine of the Birdman, preventing their return. Cell and his counterpart, Little Cell, ensnared Gohan from Universes 16, 18, and 23. These three Gohans had not participated in the tournament. Babbidi deemed the first two weak and only transported Gohan from Universe 21. Norbu from Universe 19 controlled the remaining technological warriors. The Supreme Kai kicked Depura away, rescuing the Supreme Kai, but was immediately struck in the face by Depura's punch. Gohan from Universes 18 and 23 seized the moment to eliminate Little Cell. Goten from Universe 18, having just returned from the restroom, witnessed the scene and hid away. Gohan from Universe 18 assisted Gohan from Universe 16 in breaking free from Cell's control before seeking out Babbidi. Gohan from Universe 16 rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Cell. "Everyone, come over here," shouted Gohan from Universe 23 to those not under control in the venue. The crowd rushed towards him, with only Gohan from Universe 23 possessing the ability to protect them. On the distant Dead Star, the transported individuals found themselves in a state of confusion. Pondering the events that had transpired, they soon realized that all the powerful individuals had been taken, and all the villains were missing. Hearing this, the South Kai hurriedly inquired, "Where is Vegetto?" Vegetto, clearly displeased, retorted, "I'm right here." "What insinuations are you making?" "Who? I can't sense any presence from the venue." Goku from Universe 23 meticulously searched but found no trace of energy from the arena. The warriors from Universe 19 suspected Super Bu was behind the chaos and confronted him. But Super Bu feigned innocence, appearing as a victim. He left a clone in the venue, undoubtedly aware of its location but chose not to disclose it. The group discovered a metallic plate left by Babbidi, realizing he was the orchestrator of these events. Trunks pointed at Vegeta from Universe 13, exclaiming, "How did he end up here? He is supposed to be a notorious villain." Vegeta from Universe 13 felt awkward and turned away. Goten from Universe 18, having been in the restroom, remained in the arena, as did Trunks from Universe 23. The individuals from Universe 9 were all in their room, having not been transported, indicating that the room provided some protection. Goku from Universe 18 was eager to return and confront Babbidi, but Vegetto interjected, "Bulla is in the room too." Along with three Gohans, Babbidi won't be able to stir up much trouble. The group was at a loss. Inside the venue, two Piccolos battled Frieza and his father, effortlessly overpowering them. Before long, they dispatched the trio. Hiding, Goten observed Depura controlling the Supreme Kai and stealthily approached, transforming into Super Saiyan to ambush Depura. The Supreme Kai joined forces against Depura, resulting in an intense standoff. Gohan from Universe 23 and Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning for any potential ambushes. The warriors from Universe 13 Kakarot, Nappa, and Raditz attempted to sneak attack those Gohan was protecting but were easily thwarted. The technological warriors from Universe 19, in a painful sacrifice, eliminated their controlled comrades and split into three groups. One to assist the Supreme Kai, another for Gohan from Universe 16, and the last for Gohan from Universe 18. Gohan from Universe 16 found himself in a fierce struggle against the magically enhanced Cell, making it difficult to secure victory. Taking advantage of the chaos, Naquid from Universe 19 launched a surprise attack on Cell, delivering a powerful super shockwave that severely injured him. Gohan and Naquid combined their efforts to eradicate Cell's physical form. The technological female warrior from Universe 19 supported the Supreme Kai with a surprise energy beam that struck Depura, while Goten and the West Supreme Kai united to eliminate him. Gohan from Universe 18 searched for Babidi, but found no trace. Passing by the resting quarters of Universe 16, he suddenly remembered Bulla. He rushed inside, discovering that Bulla had already fallen under Babidi's control, who had manipulated her to take him to a safe location, well away from the venue. Bulla transformed into her Super Saiyan 2 form, and Gohan struggled to counter her, being flung outside. This commotion drew everyone's attention. At that moment, Android 17, springing from an unknown location, unleashed an energy wave aimed at those behind Gohan from Universe 23. Gohan and Piccolo, momentarily distracted by the earlier noise, were unable to react in time. Suddenly, an energy wave intercepted Android 17's attack, redirecting it back and simultaneously eliminating 17, the savior being Trunks from Universe 23. Trunks had been keenly observing the Venu's activity but remained hidden, ensuring the safety of the others. The two Piccolos had already dealt with the minions brought by Frieza from Universe 8. Only Bulla and Fat Bu remained as adversaries. How could it be you, Bulla? Gohan from Universe 16 exclaimed upon witnessing Gohan from Universe 18 being blasted away, still unwilling to believe that his sister had fallen under Babidi's control. To everyone's astonishment, Cell, who should have been vanquished by Gohan from Universe 16, reappeared, yet he was not under Babidi's influence. He merely sought to test Gohan's strength. Piccolo urgently instructed Gohan from Universe 23 to lead everyone away, fully aware of Bulla's terrifying potential. Her power rivaled that of Vegetto, and no one present could hope to defeat her. At that moment, Tais had a sudden insight and rummaged through her notebook, exclaiming, "I found it. Gogeta left a protective energy within me. As long as the power does not exceed a threshold, it can endure for quite some time. How do I use it?" Tais flipped through her notes again, declaring, "Got it." She felt around her body, producing a glowing orb and casting it to the ground, which manifested a circular protective barrier surrounding everyone. Marvelous. Several Gohans exclaimed, their spirits lifted, knowing they could now fight with abandon. Gogeta sensed Tais utilizing the protective energy he had bestowed upon her, though it had not yet been triggered from her daughter's body. Indicating it was a voluntary action, Babidi must have initiated the chaos. However, Gogeta remained untroubled, confident that no one could shatter his protective barrier. The immediate concern was to investigate the ominous energy. As Gogeta delved deeper, the visage of the universe gradually unfolded in his mind. Some planets bore signs of resistance, yet no useful information remained. Moreover, the afterlife of this universe had vanished. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. Suddenly, Gogeta spotted a blurred inscription amidst the debris, despite its indistinctness. He recognized it at once. It read, Demon. Chapter 85. Bra against the world, 3 Gohans, 3 Piccolos, Cell, for Supreme Kais, 3 Tech Warriors, Goten, and Trunks confront Bra and Majin Buu. Gohan attempts to persuade Bra to rediscover herself, but she is thoroughly under Babidi's control, claiming that she is now free and that her past was filled with pain. It seems that Vegetto's teachings may not have been as effective as hoped. The darkness within Bra has taken precedence. The battle erupts instantaneously. Trunks transforms into Super Saiyan 3 and intercepts Fat Bu, while the others engage Bra. East Supreme Kai prepares to cast an energy binding technique on Bra, but her power is overwhelming. He lacks the capability and is swiftly struck down by Bra from behind. The remaining 2 Supreme Kais glare at Bra with intense hatred. The 3 Gohans surge forward to attack. Bra evades one Gohan's punch, but the second Gohan appears at her right side, delivering a kick. Bra blocks with her right hand and counters with an elbow, sending the second Gohan flying. The third Gohan readies a Kamehameha, aiming directly at Bra. As the smoke clears, Bra crosses her arms and merely smudges her gloves. How is this possible? The third Gohan is astonished that his Kamehameha had no effect whatsoever. In an instant, Bra appears before him, delivering a powerful kick that sends Gohan crashing to the ground. The first Gohan unleashes a series of energy blasts at Bra, who deftly dodges and in the blink of an eye is upon him, delivering a fierce punch which he narrowly avoids. At this moment, Cell enters the fray, kicking Bra away. The scenario shifts into a 4-on-1 battle. Bra targets Cell first, moving with lightning speed to position herself behind him. As Cell turns to strike, Bra catches his hand and retaliates with a powerful kick. After knocking him down, Bra gathers energy in both hands, intent on finishing Cell in one blow. Let us see if you can regenerate from this. The three Gohans rush towards Bra, determined to thwart her assault. However, as they reach her, Bra vanishes, using instant transmission to appear before Cell, unleashing a devastating energy blast. Cell had anticipated her instant transmission, yet still finds half of his body obliterated. Her speed is astonishing. After incapacitating Cell, Bra again employs instant transmission, appearing before the second Gohan and delivering a punch. The Gohan attempts to block, but in that instant, Bra transports both of them into space before returning. Bra materializes behind the first Gohan, delivering a kick that sends him crashing into the arena. The third Gohan seizes the opportunity and strikes Bra, but she merely tilts her head and counters with an elbow, sending him crashing down as well. Meanwhile, Cell has regained his strength, having absorbed energy from the Saiyans, and charges at Bra, while two Piccolos take the chance to feed the Gohan Senzu beans. In outer space, the second Gohan finds a mini-cell hovering above him, a preparation made in advance. With 3 such mini-cells distributed among the Gohans, the Gohans gather their energy, and the mini-cell uses instant transmission, allowing the second Gohan to appear before Bra. In Bra's astonished gaze, the second Gohan unleashes a full-powered Kamehameha, striking her squarely in the face. The terrifying energy propels Bra into space. Piccolo seizes the moment to provide the second Gohan with a Senzu bean. At this point, Cell suggests, you should focus the battle on Gohan. If Bra utilizes instant transmission to attack you, you won't be able to withstand it. The 3 Piccolos agree, distributing their remaining Senzu beans to each Gohan. The first Gohan tosses a Senzu bean to Cell, acknowledging his formidable strength. Bra, having returned to the arena via instant transmission, is fully restored thanks to the Senzu beans hidden in her gloves. The 3 Gohans and Cell sense that Bra still possesses more Senzu beans, complicating their situation. Meanwhile, those transported away by Babidi are desperately searching for the arena's location, each choosing a direction and closing their eyes to sense energy. Suddenly, Vegetto appears before them. Vegetto, the group, initially distressed, now beams with joy upon seeing him. Vegetto, having discovered the Majin mark, continues his search and finds them. Can you take us back to the arena? Vegetto remains silent, instead glancing at Super Buu, who immediately panics and exclaims, I don't know where the arena is. Seeing Super Buu's feeble attempts to evade, Vegetto points at him, causing Buu to panic even further. I know. I'll take you back. That's unnecessary. Vegetto grips Super Buu forcefully, instantly shattering him, followed by a ki blast that obliterates the remnants. Impressive. With a wave, Vegetto beckons the group to follow him. He decides against further searching, opting to return and ensure that his companions are safe, as the situation has exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, on the arena, the 3 Gohans and Cell lie heavily injured. The 3 tech warriors from Universe 19 have already fallen to Bra, and the West Supreme Kai is barely conscious. The Piccolos support the Gohans, vigilantly watching Bra, while Goten and Trunks stand before Cell, with Buu also present, indicating that Buu has been swayed. Under Bra's feet lies the Grand Supreme Kai, pierced through by Bra. Are you satisfied with yourself? The Grand Supreme Kai struggles to prop himself up, while Bra appears puzzled. Of course, I single-handedly defeated the 3 Gohans and Cell. The rest of you are hardly a threat. The Grand Supreme Kai, however, sighs, blood spilling from his mouth. I thought you had grander ambitions. I expected you to aspire to be a flawless warrior, like Broly from Universe 22. Now, you are merely a slave to your own fears. The Grand Supreme Kai's words pierce Bra's heart. The fear instilled by Vegeta and a life filled with oppression have made Bra increasingly volatile, while her power continues to grow. Vegeta once said, "The day your strength surpasses mine, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Those words are etched deeply in Bra's mind, casting an indelible shadow. Silence, you worthless god. Bra raises her hand, preparing to strike the Grand Supreme Kai. In the next moment, she is seized by none other than Vegeta. Vegetto returns with the group to the arena and witnesses Bra poised to deliver a fatal blow to the Grand Supreme Kai. Vegeta's expression is terrifying, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Bra, what are you doing? Vegeta's cold words resonate in Bra's mind, instilling fear as memories of his earlier threats resurface. Bra attempts to flee, but how can she escape Vegeta's grasp? Upon seeing the M mark on her forehead, Vegeta realizes everything. Fueled by rage, he unleashes his full power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and delivering a devastating kick that sends Bra flying. Chapter 86. The inner world of Bra. The force of Vegetto's kick was tremendous, causing Bra to spit blood as she lay on the ground. Vegetto was poised to continue his assault, raising his fist, a punch that could very well claim Bra's life. In that pivotal moment, Gogeta intervened. He appeared before Bra, gripping Vegetto's fist with a single hand. "Stand down. This is my family matter." Gogeta's voice resonated with authority. Vegetto's words dripped with fury. "Bra's condition is largely a consequence of your actions." Gogeta retorted, but Vegeta dismissed his claim. "How could that possibly be my fault?" Gogeta pressed on. "What kind of father are you, to threaten your own daughter with death? Is that the hallmark of a caring parent?" Vegeta countered. "I was merely educating Bra. She must understand the consequences of losing control." "I refuse to believe that. When Bra spirals out of control, why can't you rein her in?" "What is your role in this?" Gogeta challenged. "I am the one who has to step in to stop her." "Is striking her truly your idea of intervention? I cannot fathom that you lack the capability to manage her without inflicting harm. Moreover, if she loses control, why can't you earnestly teach her how to harness her power? Even if you cannot, there is Master Roshi. His wisdom far surpasses yours. He has the potential to guide Bra onto the right path. You must surely recognize this." Gogeta's words left Vegeta speechless. With a powerful punch, Gogeta sent Vegetto flying, continuing, "You are a failure as a father. If you cannot guide Bra properly, then I shall take on that responsibility. I believe Bra would find greater happiness by my side than yours." After dispatching Vegeta, Gogeta turned and gently caressed Bra's head. "You must have endured so much over the years. Bra, it's all right. If you desire a different father, allow me to be that for you." Gogeta's smile, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta's yet radiating a warmth Vegeta had never shown, left Bra in a state of astonishment. Throughout her life, no one had cared for her in such a manner. Though she appeared to thrive outwardly, her inner turmoil was profound. She longed for Vegeta's affection, yet feared him. This dichotomy within her birthed both virtuous and malevolent traits. Finally, Bra could no longer contain her emotions. She grasped Gogeta's clothing and collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, her cries echoing as if to release all her pent-up grievances. Everyone present could hear her distress clearly. The M symbol on Bra's forehead gradually faded, returning her to her normal state. Gogeta gently patted her back while employing a healing technique, whispering, "Sleep now. A good rest will remedy everything." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left at a loss for words. Bra cried for an extended period, and eventually, exhaustion took over as she fell asleep in Gogeta's arms. Gogeta carried Bra to her bed in the resting room, intending to leave, but he found Bra's hand tightly clutching his clothing even in her slumber. It was evident that this child was in desperate need of security, driving her ambition to surpass Vegetto's strength as a means to find safety. Gogeta tenderly stroked Bra's head, assuring her, "Bra, do not worry. I am here." As if she had heard him, Bra's grip on Gogeta's garment gradually loosened. He covered her with a blanket, softly closed the door, and stepped outside. Just as he exited, Bra opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Amidst her tears, Bra suddenly smiled, her joy radiating brightly. Gogeta returned to the gathering, where the others had learned of Bra's ordeal from Universe 16. The consensus was one of disapproval towards Vegetto's actions, and in a rare moment, Vegeta did not contest their sentiments, indicating the profound impact of Gogeta's words on him. As Gogeta emerged, inquiries flooded in regarding Bra's condition. "She is fine. A good sleep will suffice. Let us not disturb her for now." In an instant, Gogeta vanished, setting out to confront the true instigator of chaos in the universe, Babidi. With Babiti's demise, those under his control were liberated, and the organizers utilized the pre-prepared Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased, Babidi included. The Birdman promptly sent the three from Universe 4 back. Dabira, having freed himself from Babiti's influence, returned to his universe and swiftly eliminated Babidi, persuading the Rotund Bu to join him in the Demon Realm. Thus, this farce concluded. Jinyu sincerely apologized to the Supreme Kai, earning his forgiveness. Frieza and Cooler also expressed a degree of acceptance towards Jinyu, allowing him to retain his position. Though political matters required renegotiation, and territories would need to be reallocated. From Universe 19, Norb took the initiative to face a military tribunal and accept his punishment. Vegeta from Universe 13 mocked Kakarot, asking how many times he had died. Kakarot raised a single finger, replying, "Just once," after being knocked down by Trunks. "I never got back up. It seems Trunks hit rather hard." In Universe 3, Bardock and King Piccolo began to feel a sense of compassion, and it felt rather pleasant. The three mini-Cell creatures were sent back to Cell by Gohan, who still harbored a poor opinion of him, despite Cell now standing on the side of righteousness. Super Bu hid in a corner, having only lost part of his body to Gogeta. He was still present at the venue, fearing Gogeta might seek him out, thus striving to diminish his presence. Cell, however, felt provoked and taunted Gohan and the 18, claiming he was now stronger than Gohan. No sooner had he spoken than he was beset by the duo of Gohan and Gohan 16. The two Gohans merely toyed with Cell before departing with their respective partners. Gogeta sought out Tais, instructing her to take the children home. If his suspicions were correct, their enemies were formidable. Tais, understanding the situation, recognized her presence could hinder Gogeta's effectiveness, and she left with the children, assuring him she would await his explanation once the matter was resolved. In the dining hall, everyone gathered for a meal. Gogeta approached Bra's room, calling her to join them for dinner. He knocked on the door. "Bra, it's Gogeta. Are you awake?" Moments later, Bra opened the door and stepped out. "Let us go eat." Gogeta turned to head toward the dining area, but Bra's voice called out from behind, "Thank you, Uncle Gogeta." Upon hearing her, Gogeta gently ruffled her hair, his smile radiant. "Come on, we mustn't keep them waiting. Uncle Gogeta, could I have one more hug?" Bra asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet Gogeta heard her clearly. "Of course, that is no trouble at all." Gogeta opened his arms wide, and Bra leaped into his embrace, gripping his collar tightly. The warmth of his presence was something Bra deeply cherished. In Gogeta's arms, she felt a paternal love she had never experienced before. Gogeta stroked Bra's head, remaining silent. After a moment, Bra reluctantly released her hold on Gogeta, following him to the dining hall. Chapter 87. Wookie's speculation. Wookiee led Bra into the dining hall, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Vegeta stood up and approached Bra, uttering words that left everyone in shock. "I am sorry, Bra. Because of me, you have become this way over the years. My arrogance, coupled with my invincible strength, has gradually transformed me, leading me to believe that everything I did was right, without considering your feelings. I have become increasingly irritable, dismissive of others' words. It is only now that I realize my errors. Arrogance, irritability, stubbornness, prejudice, these traits drove me to commit such foolish acts against you. Can you still forgive your father, Bra?" After being admonished by Wookiee, Vegeta earnestly reflected on his flaws, discovering the many shortcomings he had long ignored. Bra, upon hearing Vegeta's apology, was taken aback. Was this truly her proud father, humbling himself before her and acknowledging his faults in front of so many? Bra clenched her fists and struck Vegeta's chest repeatedly, her blows growing faster as tears streamed down her face. "Do you know how I've lived all these years? Every day in fear, terrified that you might kill me. Sometimes I have nightmares where you ruthlessly end my life. Your cold expression is etched deeply in my mind. Look at other fathers who treat their daughters so well. While you threatened to kill me, I could only train desperately, wishing to become stronger than you, so you wouldn't be able to kill me. Why are you so heartless? What kind of father are you? I long for your affection, yet I am terrified of you, terrified that you will take my life." Bra vented her pent-up anger, and Vegeta listened, his heart aching. How had he become this way? A complete fool. Vegeta embraced Bra tightly, exclaiming, "I am sorry, Bra. I promise I will never be like this again. You can hit me, vent your frustrations on me, but please, don't abandon your father." Vegeta was afraid that his daughter would choose Wookiee over him. This despicable father. Bra broke free from Vegeta's grasp, realizing that Vegeta feared her rejection. She understood that he still loved her deep down, and ultimately forgave him. However, compared to Vegeta, Bra favored Wookiee more, clinging to him and stating that there would be plenty of opportunities for father and daughter to bond after the tournament, while Wookiee had limited time left. It seemed that, in Bra's heart, Wookie's standing temporarily eclipsed that of Vegeta. Seeing Bra follow Wookiee closely, Vegeta felt helpless. The atmosphere returned to its previous cheerfulness as everyone happily ate and chatted. Time flew by, and before long, evening arrived. Wookiee intended to share what he knew with everyone. He gathered individuals from universes 16, 18, 21, 22, and 23 in a secure location to speak. "I called you here because I have something important to discuss. Last night, I sensed an unusual aura at the venue, one that was profoundly evil and dark, instilling in me a sense of foreboding. The aura was fleeting, vanishing before I could pursue it." Upon hearing Wookie's words, the others wore grave expressions. If Wookiee couldn't capture it, it was certainly no trivial matter. "Today, I meticulously investigated the entire venue but found nothing amiss. I then expanded my search across the universe. Can you guess what I discovered? Goku from Universe 18 recalled what the Birdman had said, a universe devoid of life. Indeed, Wookiees confirmed. This universe shows no signs of life whatsoever. However, many planets bear faint traces of having resisted something, and although the signs are subtle, they are evident to me. This implies that the life in this universe was annihilated, not by natural causes. Vegeta stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Correct, it was eradicated by some force. Wookiees continued. In the ruins, I found a single character, Demon. Demon? Could it be the demon race? Or the demon realm? At the mention of demon, several of the Namekians reacted. No, it shouldn't be. Vegeta quickly countered. What is the demon race? What power do they possess to obliterate a universe? The demon realm is also implausible. With the likes of Dabura as their ruler, they could hardly be responsible for the destruction of an entire universe. Indeed, Vegeta makes a valid point. Goku from Universe 18 concurred. What Wookiees says is indeed noteworthy. Wookiees continued. Besides the realm of the living, the realm of the dead has also vanished. The entire fabric of this universe has been torn asunder. This universe is no longer a cohesive entity. All its life essence has dissipated. The ultimate fate of this universe is extinction. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. Could it be Zamasu? Universe 22's Des thought of Zamasu but quickly dismissed it. Zamasu lacked the power to traverse the entire universe and come here. The time ring only allows travel within the universe, not beyond into other timelines. Des, having trained alongside Whis for so long, understood some aspects of time and space, knowing there were many timelines beyond the universe. However, when they arrived here, both Whis and Beerus were aware of it, yet Beerus did not intervene. It seemed the angels and destroyers must know something. Wookiees shared his speculation. I have heard of a phenomenon known as demonic beasts. Demonic beasts? The others were bewildered. Indeed, demonic beasts. It is said that those slain by demonic beasts cannot be resurrected. Not even by angels. What are angels? Aside from Universe 22, the others were unfamiliar with the concept of angels, prompting Wookiees to offer a brief explanation. So the angels are that formidable? The Gokus from various universes expressed their astonishment upon learning that Broly from Universe 22 was trained by an angel. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that even angels cannot resurrect those killed by demonic beasts. This indicates that the souls of the deceased may also be obliterated or taken away. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the current state of this universe. This is the closest hypothesis we have at present. Now, let us address another question. Why did the Veruga people host this martial arts tournament and choose such a location? Could it be? Several Namekians quickly deduced, they are using us as bait. That is a possibility. However, I believe the tournament was organized to select warriors to combat the demonic beasts. And the location was chosen to lure either the demonic beasts or even more formidable beings to appear. The Veruga people are certainly not the masterminds behind this. The technology allowing travel across different timelines must have been provided by the true orchestrators, whose aim is to seek out powerful warriors from various universes. I suspect that the aura I detected was that of the demonic beasts. They have likely already recognized us and noticed the abundance of powerful beings lying in wait at the venue, anticipating the arrival of even stronger demonic beasts, ready to annihilate us all in one fell swoop. Chapter 88. The fourth round of matches, but what is their purpose in doing this? Going to such great lengths to annihilate all life in the universe? This question eludes me. The information is insufficient for me to draw any conclusions. However, one thing is certain. Their objective is destruction, to eradicate all forms of life. With the enemy's intentions now known, the group began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room within the venue, two lantern-sized eyes glimmered with malevolence. Suddenly, a massive claw emerged from the shadows, clutching a round stone. Soon. It will be ready soon. The following day, after breakfast, everyone returned to their respective stands, poised for the day's contests. Many participants from the universe who had been eliminated had already departed, yet some remained. Today, there were only 5 matches, 18 Goku versus 18 Ub, 18 Vegeta versus 17 Cell, 5 Gishi versus 4 Super Bu, 22 Trunks versus 22 Broly, and 16 Bra versus 7 Gescarko. Goku and Ub approached the arena, a battle between master and disciple, fulfilling Goku's promise to defeat Kid Bu. As the match commenced, with the announcer's voice ringing out, both combatants launched into action, their fists colliding with a resounding impact, each wearing a confident smile. In his normal state, Goku proved no match for Ub, who sent him flying dozens of meters with a single punch. Goku, fueled by rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Let the warm-up end here. However, Ub was not inclined to take his time. Please, I don't want to wait for you to level up. With the full force of the Kaioken unleashed, Ub immediately employed his most potent attack. Observing Ub's full power, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to counter. This battle would not last long. Ub's body could not endure the strain for an extended period. From the sidelines, 18 Piccolo remarked, while Vegeta added, Super Saiyan 3 is the same. At the very least, it won't damage his body. Piccolo believed that Super Saiyan 3 Goku could endure a bit longer. Ub charged at Goku with blinding speed, shattering the ground beneath him. Goku raised his hands to block, and as their fists and arms collided, an overwhelming energy erupted, fracturing the arena. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows that sparked with electricity. The audience, accustomed to such displays, remained unfazed, having witnessed even more intense battles before. Seizing an opportunity, Ub delivered a knee strike to Goku's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Ub followed up with a fierce kick, and Goku coughed up more blood. Yet the burden of the Kaioken was too great. Ub began to falter, half kneeling on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Goku advanced. But Ub pointed a finger and shouted, "Turn to candy." Startled, Goku swiftly dodged. Actually, I can't perform that magic yet. Ub merely teased Goku to buy himself some time. The battle raged on, with Goku landing a punch on Ub, only to discover it was an energy clone. Ub appeared behind Goku for a surprise attack. Goku feigned using instant transmission. Believing Goku had teleported behind him, Ub turned, only to be met with a powerful kick from Goku, sending him reeling and coughing up blood. This kick forced Ub to relinquish the Kaioken. Goku, hands on his hips, assumed victory. However, Ub rose, supporting himself with one hand. Kaioken. Limit break. Ub's muscles bulged, his upper clothing shredded. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as Ub instantly appeared beside him, forcefully pushing Goku's face, sending him staggering back several meters. Ub then reappeared behind Goku, delivering a kick that launched Goku into the air. At this point, blood streamed from Ub's mouth and nose. Struggling to maintain his composure, he gathered energy to strike Goku. Goku sidestepped, but Ub closed the distance, and Goku unleashed an energy wave. Ub vanished, reappearing behind Goku, seizing the evaded attack and striking Goku's back with tremendous force. Boom. A terrifying explosion severely injured Goku, and Ub, unable to withstand the exertion, collapsed as well. Both fighters fell heavily to the ground, motionless for a time. The announcer, baffled on how to declare a winner, finally decided that whoever stood up first would be victorious. Every part of me aches. I feel utterly broken. You win. Master. Ub, it should be you who wins. I can't even lift a finger. Both combatants believed they had lost. In the next moment, they summoned their remaining strength to rise. Surrender is not my style. Gritting their teeth against the pain, they slowly stood, but Ub faltered once more, unable to continue due to the aftereffects of the Kaioken. Goku. Victory. After a period of recuperation. Without the use of Senzu beans, such a strategic resource was not to be squandered. Goku praised Ub's performance, acknowledging that Ub's injury stemmed from the Kaioken, rather than Goku's attacks, while Goku had suffered significant damage from Ub's blows. Next, it was 18 Vegeta versus 17 Cell. Before Vegeta took the stage, Gohan warned him, "The Cell is incredibly powerful. He may even surpass me." Vegeta, unfazed, radiated confidence. Cell taunted Vegeta, "You are rather reckless. I could take your life the moment you transform into a Super Saiyan. Then give it a try." Vegeta remained unwavering in his confidence. The match began. In an instant, Cell appeared before Vegeta, striking with a sweeping blow. Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2, ducking to evade. Cell appeared somewhat surprised, while Vegeta donned a confident grin. With a gentle leap backward, Vegeta unleashed 3 energy discs, slicing Cell into segments. Yet, Cell quickly regenerated, extending his arms. A colossal energy sphere formed, threatening to burst the protective barrier of the arena, forcing Vegeta to seek refuge in a small corner. Boom. The massive energy sphere exploded, creating a crater in the arena, and Vegeta was nowhere to be seen. Had he been struck by such an attack, he might have perished. Just as everyone searched for him, Vegeta materialized behind 18 Goku and Piccolo. Goku was bewildered by how Vegeta had arrived there. Pointing to his forehead, Vegeta remarked, "Did you really think I couldn't master your instant transmission after all these years?" With that, Vegeta instantly transported himself before Cell. "I hope that last attack didn't exhaust you too much, because I still have plenty of energy left." As he spoke, Vegeta began to build up energy. Cell mocked him, "You are still too weak," and began to gather energy as well. The two forces collided in the air, creating a tempest of lightning that enveloped the void, neither able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 89. The Evil Clan. The silhouettes of Vegeta and Cell vanished simultaneously, engaging in a fierce battle that dazzled the onlookers with their relentless exchanges of blows. Yet, Cell's prowess surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, and after several exchanges, he seized the opportunity to land a devastating punch, sending Vegeta crashing heavily into the ground. As Cell landed, he taunted Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan 3, insisting that he should shift to his next form. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, dismissing the transformation as inconsequential, claiming it would not last long before all his energy was depleted. "Oh, do you possess a superior transformation?" Vegeta retorted, producing 2 Senzu beans from his glove and tossing one to Cell. As Cell caught it, he remarked, "It seems Goku has quite an influence on you." Before he could finish his thought, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta pierced through Cell's body, grasping his core. "You have grown complacent, Cell. You are weak now, devoid of power." Vegeta echoed Cell's earlier taunts back at him. "This form may only be useful for a few seconds, but I shall make the most of it." With that, he crushed Cell's core, emerging victorious. Upon returning to the stands, Goku expressed his frustration over Vegeta's reckless fighting, aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Vegeta explained, "I merely brought a few Senzu beans from the kitchen." The next match featured Keisai against Super Buu. Emerging from a corner, Super Buu felt a tinge of fear, recalling how Gogeta had obliterated him in just 2 moves the previous night. However, Gogeta ignored him, allowing Super Buu to breathe a sigh of relief as he turned his gaze towards Keisai. Keisai's magic was formidable. Even Vegetto had fallen victim to it. Super Buu resolved to eliminate him instantly upon entering the arena, determined not to allow Keisai the chance to cast any spells. As Super Buu's foot touched the platform, he unleashed a rapid energy blast, reducing Keisai to ashes. At that moment, a chant echoed through the air, its source unknown to the spectators. Hearing it, Super Buu's face paled in terror. No. His body began to swell rapidly, veins bursting forth, and to the astonishment of all, he was sealed within a sphere. In the midst of this turmoil, a black mist rose from where Keisai had been obliterated, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Gogeta sprang to his feet. "It's this." Realizing the situation, the crowd grew vigilant, while those unaware remained perplexed. "Who are you?" Gogeta demanded, staring at the shadowy figure. "Ha ha ha. I am a member of the illustrious divine race." 4 figures emerged from behind the avian creature, 3 men and 1 woman. Gogeta recognized these unfamiliar faces as the puppeteers behind the avian. "You've all divine beings. Do not assume that we are oblivious to your stealthy infiltration of untainted realms. We shall eradicate you this time." "Wait, can you explain what the evil clan is?" Gogeta shouted at the quartet. One among them answered, "The evil clan consists of demons from beyond realms. Their intent is to annihilate the entire multiverse." How terrifying. Gogeta had not anticipated such a grave origin. Then what are these monsters? Did they cause this universe's plight? He inquired further. Monsters? They are the evil clan, possibly referred to differently in various places. This universe was invaded by the evil clan long ago. There is no hope for salvation. Those wretched evil beings. Gogeta posed one final question. Is it true that those slain by the evil clan cannot be resurrected? Indeed, those killed by the evil clan are consumed in soul, not just humans. But all life forms are devoured by the evil clan, eventually becoming their sustenance. Should they invade too many universes, their power will exponentially increase, leading to the annihilation of the entire multiverse. A great figure intervened, creating a vast world to combat the evil clan. Those who exceed the limits of this world are summoned to that realm to confront the evil clan. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to hold grand martial arts tournaments periodically, gathering powerful and righteous warriors from various universes. The female warrior continued, coincidentally. We discovered the evil clan's secret infiltration, prompting us to lure them into a trap. We apologize for using you as bait. She bowed an apology to the crowd. Although the notion of being used as bait was displeasing, the group recognized the terror posed by the evil clan and did not hold it against her. So, all we need to do is defeat him? 18 exclaimed eagerly. Precisely. After our meticulous investigation, he is the only one who infiltrated here. The others have been found and eliminated by our allies. Ha ha ha. Though I stand alone, I am more than capable of dealing with all of you. The evil clan member appeared exceedingly confident. Just as 18 prepared to engage, the female warrior stopped her, stating, You are not his match. He has reached Divine Realm status. Leave it to Nit. He is the strongest among us and has also attained Divine Realm status. Nit? Divine Realm? Gogeta pondered the implications of the female warrior's words. One individual stepped forward, evidently Nit, who declared, "Haha, I shall be the one to eliminate you." A terrifying energy erupted from Nit. This is the aura of a god. Those from universes 16 and 18 could not sense Nit's aura, instantly recognizing it as divine. Gogeta felt this power, estimating it to be on par with Super Saiyan Blue, realizing that the divine realm they spoke of pertained to the comprehension of divine energy. The evil clan member also exuded considerable power, comparable to Nit. The spectators observed the impending clash with keen interest. This presented an excellent opportunity to understand the evil clan. The black mist enveloping the evil clan member gradually receded, revealing a towering, humanoid black monster. Nit launched the first strike, delivering a powerful blow to the creature. The monster raised its hand to block Nit's attack and retaliated with a punch. Nit sidestepped, delivering a fierce kick to the monster's chest, yet the creature remained unmoved. Extending its claws towards Nit. Realizing his melee attacks were ineffective, Nit distanced himself to initiate ranged assaults. He concentrated energy in his hands and hurled it violently toward the monster. The creature countered by shattering the energy projectile with its claws. Nit gathered energy once more, unleashing a devastating attack, Annihilation Cannon. A formidable wave of energy surged toward the monster, striking it head-on. Boom! Flames erupted, devastating the center of the arena. Chapter 90. Woodgite demonstrates his might. Knight's strike was formidable, inflicting considerable damage upon the creature. Damnable Guardian. The monster roared, its piercing cry reverberating throughout the venue. As a wave of terrifying and malevolent energy surged forth, shrouding the entire arena in darkness. Knight launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of energy waves. Yet the creature merely swiped its claws, effortlessly shattering Knight's attacks with a crescent-shaped energy slash that then surged back towards him. How is this possible? Knight gasped in shock, hastily crossing his arms to defend himself. After a violent explosion, he emerged covered in smoke and wounds. This is bad. It has grown even stronger. Knight cannot contend with it. Witnessing their strongest ally falter, the female warrior visibly panicked, muttering, "What do we do? What do we do? I never expected this creature to be so powerful. The strongest of the infiltrating Dark Clan barely reached the Divine Realm, and we have encountered their mightiest." The creature swung its claws again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Knight. A thicker and larger energy hurtling toward him, only to vanish in an instant. Huh, what just happened? The female warrior exclaimed, bewildered, scanning the surroundings until her gaze fell upon Woodgite, who had extended his hand. Indeed, Woodgite had intervened to block the attack. How could such a being pose a threat to the safety of the entire multiverse? He inquired, lowering his arm. This creature is certainly no match. There exist even more formidable monsters, but those are left for stronger individuals to confront. We are merely mid to low-tier personnel, unacquainted with greater threats. However, according to our elders, stronger foes seldom act recklessly. Only those of the Divine Realm among the Dark Clans will initiate attacks. The quantity of dark beings below the Divine Realm is overwhelming. Hence, we must select warriors from all universes to combat them. Upon hearing the female warrior's response, Woodgite fell deep in thought. It seemed that the high-end combat capabilities of both sides were relatively equal, yet the disparity in mid to low-tier forces was staggering. Then, eliminating this creature should ensure our safety, correct? Woodgite raised his hand toward the monster, asking the female warrior. Indeed, once we dispatch it and conduct a thorough inspection. If no threats remain, we shall be safe. Upon receiving an affirmative response, golden light erupted from Woodgite's hand, a terrifying energy manifesting within. The monster sensed the danger immediately. Massive explosion. Attack. The seemingly unremarkable golden energy orb, imbued with an unmatched momentum, hurtled toward the creature. Boom. The overwhelming energy engulfed the monster, the residual shockwave leveling the entire venue. Incredible! The four warriors gazed in astonishment at Woodgite. Such a master was rare among them, and it appeared their mission had yielded remarkable results in discovering such a powerful ally. Hooray! It's defeated! The female warrior cheered exuberantly, her companions also breaking into smiles. Now, let us converse. Woodgite expressed a desire to learn more, as everyone drew closer. Suddenly, Woodgite turned his gaze toward the site of the attack, his expression grave. What is it, Woodgite? The dark creature is not dead, he declared. That shouldn't be. I am certain my attack was lethal. The group followed his gaze, and as the smoke dissipated, they beheld the monster's pitiful form, bleeding profusely from its body, the dark blood a clear sign of its malevolence. Damn it. I never anticipated you would be this resilient. The creature struggled to speak. I thought I could handle this on my own, but it seems I must resort to this. The monster produced a black orb from seemingly nowhere. What is that? The four warriors exclaimed in horror upon seeing the creature wield the orb. That is an energy sphere formed from the essence of a powerful dark being upon its demise. Using it can significantly enhance the strength of a dark creature. However, the user will perish afterward. Yet, that brief period is sufficient for it to eliminate us. Their voices trembled, clearly haunted by the dreadful implications of the orb. The monster crushed the black sphere, and immediately, a suffocating wave of dark energy enveloped the arena, casting a pall of despair over all. At its center, the creature became shrouded in black mist, its aura intensifying with each passing moment. Hiss. It howled in agony, its eyes turning crimson. Its massive form shrinking into a humanoid figure. Its power surged exponentially, far surpassing even the Super Saiyan Blue. It's over. Everything is over. The four warriors' faces turned ashen. Realizing that calling for reinforcements was futile, they could not endure this surge of power. Perhaps by the time it arrived, the creature would have perished from using the orb. At least we shall perish together, preventing it from crossing into another universe. What an appalling energy. Such a significant increase in power. The overwhelming sense of dread gripped them. This strength must exceed even that displayed by Broly. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. The oppressive aura from this creature was suffocating. More terrifying than that of Broly at full power. Yet, despite the creature's newfound strength, it fell short against Vegetto. Clenching his fists, he began to unleash his own energy. Golden flames enveloping him and dispersing the surrounding darkness. The onlookers gaped, witnessing Vegetto's transformation. What is this power? With a confident smile, Vegetto beckoned the creature. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in a serious battle. My body is almost rusting. The monster could not tolerate such provocation. Did it not care for its pride? It charged at Vegetto, striking out with its razor-sharp claws. Vegetto effortlessly blocked the attack with a single finger. As the creature aimed another claw at his face, Vegetto merely tilted his head to evade it, then delivered a powerful punch to the monster's visage, sending it hurtling like a cannonball through the arena and into the cosmos, where it collided with a massive planet. Vegetto vanished and reappeared on the colossal planet, prompting the others to use instant transmission to join the fray. At that moment, Vegetto unleashed a flurry of blows upon the creature, leaving it with no opportunity to counter. Forced into a position of passive defense, Vegetto's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even the four warriors stood agape, bewildered. How could the dark being, which had just exhibited such monstrous power with the black energy sphere, now be so thoroughly dominated by Vegetto? This is fantastic. We are saved, the four warriors exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The others were equally exhilarated, although they had long known of Vegetto's prowess in his base form. Witnessing his transformation in action was nothing short of astonishing. Mr. Vegetto's power must have surpassed that of Lord Beerus. Chapter 91. Chaos. It has been several years since Vegetto last encountered Broly, during which Vegetto exhibited an astonishing display of power, effortlessly defeating Broly. Now, Trunks speculates that Vegetto's strength has surpassed even that of Beerus. With ease, Vegetto toys with the monstrous foe, delivering solid punches and kicks that inflict excruciating pain. He sends the creature crashing to the ground and begins to gather energy in his hands, feeling disinterested in continuing the fight at this level. The monster, sensing its impending doom, decides to make a final desperate attempt. It roars again, its energy surging as it exhausts the last remnants of its life force for one last gamble. Die. Vegetto unleashes a powerful energy wave at the creature, which does not evade or resist. Vegetto finds this behavior puzzling. The creature had seemed poised to unleash a final attack, yet now it surrenders without a struggle. In an explosive crescendo, Vegetto witnesses the monster's body gradually dissolve, ultimately vanishing from sight. This time, the onlookers refrain from premature celebration, waiting until the smoke clears and confirming the absence of the monster before erupting into cheers. We finally eradicated it. Hooray! Vegetto is incredible. However, Vegetto remains vigilant, unwilling to believe that the monster truly succumbed without resistance. Surely, there must be a conspiracy at play. Suddenly, a shattering noise echoes through the air, interrupting their jubilation. The crowd halts, incredulous. Are the evil beings truly this tenacious? As the cacophony intensifies, an ominous energy begins to manifest. With a cataclysmic rupture, the very fabric of space tears apart, forming a colossal portal through which a horde of sinister beings emerges. Some possess power on par with Super Saiyans, while others are strong enough to rival deities. Among them, the most formidable exudes an aura that surpasses all expectations, reaching the level of a god of destruction. Woodgite realizes that the creature could never have truly given up. It had used its entire power to open a gateway and summon reinforcements. A fierce battle is inevitable. Upon their arrival, the evil beings immediately target Woodgite and his companions. Each individual calmly selects their adversary, while Woodgite stands against the mightiest foe. This creature materializes before Woodgite in an instant, raising its claws for an attack. Though Woodgite dodges, his clothing is torn. Ripping away the remnants of his garment, Woodgite bellows, "Ha!" and transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, the others engage their own battles, with Woodgite occupying the strongest enemy while they confront the remaining evil beings. Be careful. Death is irreversible. Several Piccolos caution, and the group nods in agreement, summoning their full power for the imminent fight. The melee commences. 18 Goku delivers a powerful kick that sends one monster flying. At first glance, he appears to be in his normal state, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes shine a vibrant green, as do those of 18 Vegeta, whose strength rivals that of Super Saiyan 3, indicating they have mastered a new form. 22 Trunks cleaves a nearby monster in two with his sword, then dispatches another with a ki blast. Suddenly, he senses a potent energy approaching from behind, and he swiftly turns to defend himself, only to be struck and sent flying by a powerful punch. Entering Super Saiyan Red, Trunks finds himself in a fierce battle against a creature whose power has reached the divine realm. 22 Tete is immediately targeted by another divine-level monster, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue to counter the assault. The two engage in an intense clash. 21 Goku and 23 Goku work together to battle three divine monsters. The two Super Saiyan 4s appear to be in their element, while the proud Prince Vegeta scoffs at the notion of teaming up, choosing to confront his foes solo. 23 Vegeta faces two divine monsters, struggling to hold his ground. Broly confronts a beast that is nearly on par with a god of destruction, its immense strength providing the perfect challenge. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Woodgite engages in a fierce battle with the deity-level creature. Woodgite strikes first, landing a powerful punch to the monster's face. The creature retaliates instantly, delivering a punch that forces Woodgite back several meters despite his attempt to block it. The creature's cruel laughter echoes behind Woodgite as he turns just in time to deflect a punch aimed at his face with a deft flick of his left hand. Gathering energy in his right, he delivers a crushing blow to the creature's abdomen, causing it to stagger back. The monster retaliates with a kick, but Woodgite blocks it with both hands before seizing its foot and violently slamming it to the ground. The monster crashes down, yet suffers no injury. Futile, human. Your attacks are too weak. The creature jeers, delivering a heavy punch to Woodgite's abdomen, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The creature's foot then kicks Woodgite into a mountain, collapsing it entirely and burying him beneath a cascade of boulders. The monster cackles maniacally, as if it has triumphed over Woodgite. However, the laughter abruptly ceases as Woodgite's fist strikes its chest, enveloped in a radiant red aura. Exuding an aura of divinity, he has achieved Super Saiyan 4. Limit break. What's wrong? Can't laugh anymore? Woodgite throws another punch, sending the creature hurtling backward, crashing through mountains. How infuriating. The monster roars, unleashing a surge of energy to stabilize itself before charging at Woodgite. Woodgite crosses his arms to block the creature's heavy punches, and the two engage in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. With each collision, the energy generated is monumental, tearing apart the surrounding landscape. 22 Trunks, sheathing his sword, launches a series of attacks against a monster but finds himself at a disadvantage after several exchanges. Trunks retreats, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He delivers a powerful kick to an oncoming monster, then teleports in front of it, striking with a double-handed punch that sends the creature crashing into the ground. Boom. The earth shatters beneath them as Trunks raises his hand, performing a dazzling series of gestures before launching a golden energy sphere toward the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke dissipates, the monster crosses its arms, bracing for the impact. Seeing this, Trunks teleports before it and lands a punch to its abdomen. Trunks bellows, twisting his fist with immense force, launching the creature away. Trunks relentlessly follows up with a barrage of ki blasts, then ascends into the air, hurling a massive energy ball that pins the creature to the ground. Ultimate. Shining. Trunks spreads his arms wide, unleashing his ultimate technique, the ultimate shining. A golden beam of energy descends toward the earth. Boom. Chapter 92. Chaos 2 Trunks executed a decisive ultimate flash, obliterating the enemy, and swiftly turned to assist others. Goten and Trunks were valiantly contending with multiple monsters, but their Super Saiyan forms could not endure for long. After Trunks repelled one creature with a powerful punch, he was ambushed by another, receiving a solid blow. "How dare you sneak attack me?" Trunks exclaimed in outrage. He unleashed the ghostly wind fist, summoning several spirits. "Go!" The spirits surged forward, and the creature, bewildered by this phenomenon, swiped at them. Boom! The monster was obliterated into smithereens. "Huh, now you understand my prowess." Trunks laughed triumphantly, only to be caught off guard by yet another creature. "Be careful," Goten shouted urgently. Recovering from the ground, Trunks seethed. This is never-ending. He unleashed his full power with the prince's fighting technique against the multitude of monsters. "You're exhausting your energy," Goten cautioned, realizing the truth in his words. Trunks nevertheless pressed on, intent on vanquishing as many foes as possible while he still had energy. Before long, Trunks had dispatched dozens of monsters, but his energy was depleted, causing the fusion to dissipate. Suddenly, a creature charged at Goten and Trunks with alarming speed. Even Goten had no time to react as the monster bore down on them, poised to strike. Oh no! Goten rushed forward, but it was too late. The monster's claws were already extended toward them. Bang! From a distance, a familiar sound of energy blasts echoed. It was Trunks, who had dispatched his opponent and was now maneuvering through the battlefield. Upon seeing Goten revert to his original form, he swiftly intervened. Boom! The creature was annihilated before their eyes. "Be vigilant," Trunks warned, before rushing to assist Vegeta, who was grappling with two monsters alone and struggling. "I'll help you, Dad," Trunks shouted. Vegeta glanced at him, momentarily surprised. He had initially assumed this Trunks, armed with a sword, was similar to his other son, who had neglected his training and thus lacked strength. To his astonishment, he realized this Trunks could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta felt a swell of pride. His sons were indeed remarkable. With Trunks' aid, Vegeta found himself more at ease. Meanwhile, Goku and Goten worked in perfect synchrony, driving back their three adversaries. After Goten kicked one monster away, he deftly dodged another's assault, while Goku soared in with a kick that sent the creature flying. Goten seized Goku's hand, spinning him around, allowing Goku to land another blow on two approaching monsters. All three monsters crashed against a rock. The twins simultaneously assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. 10 times. Times 2. Kamehameha. Times 2. Two beams of crimson energy struck the three monsters, shattering them to pieces. Standing amidst the aftermath, both warriors sensed the disparity in power. These monsters possessed strength but lacked the requisite mastery, as if their might had materialized from thin air. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Their foremost task was to eliminate the threats. The four warriors exhibited remarkable teamwork, showcasing their extensive experience in battling evil forces. They swiftly dispatched the weaker monsters, most of whom fell to their might. However, this drew the attention of a formidable foe. A monstrous entity lunged at them with terrifying energy, severely injuring the strongest among them, Knight. A claw tore across Knight's chest, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone and internal organs. Fortunately, Goku arrived just in time, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. Goku rushed to Knight, producing one of the few remaining Senzu beans and administering it. "I'll handle this one. You all be careful." Knight, revitalized, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Please take care." The four swiftly departed. Vegeta was locked in a fierce battle with a god-level monster. Noticing that this adversary seemed incapable of unleashing its full power, as if it had been artificially augmented. As the fight progressed, Vegeta grew increasingly adept, his strikes becoming more ferocious. The creature let out a series of roars, its frustration mounting as it failed to land a hit on Vegeta, until finally, Vegeta's fist connected with its cheek. "Enough of your noise." The monster's cry ceased as Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent it soaring, then swiftly appeared behind it, striking its lower back and launching it into the air. Vegeta extended his hand, yelling, "Super explosion! Attack!" The monster plummeted to the ground with blinding speed, creating a colossal crater. The shockwave from the impact annihilated several weaker creatures nearby. Meanwhile, Goku sought out Gohan, who was engaged in a fierce struggle against a formidable monster, clearly struggling to hold his ground. "Gohan, I'm here to help." Goku joined the fray, and together they sent the monster flying. Gohan, eager to push his limits, implored, "Dad, I want to break through my limits. Please don't interfere." Goku, seeing the determination in Gohan's eyes, ultimately relented. "Be careful, Gohan. If you die, you won't come back." Gohan nodded, affirming his readiness. Goku turned away, placing his trust in Gohan's abilities. Gohan bent low, clenching his fists as he summoned his full power, golden energy blazing around him. He was ready to give it his all. The monster attacked again, and Gohan attempted to block, but was still sent reeling. The creature pressed its advantage, continuing its onslaught. Gohan evaded and sought an opening to strike. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan launched a powerful kick to the creature's chest. However, it appeared unfazed, capturing Gohan and slamming him down. Gohan coughed blood, his eyes wide with terror. The monster's strength was overwhelming. The creature lifted Gohan once more, slamming him down repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice. Gohan began to lose consciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 93. The Final Resort of the Evil Clan. In Gohan's mind, memories surged forth, the image of his severed arm, the shattered remnants of a future world, a once beautiful realm, Master Roshi's teachings, his mother's hopes, and Uncle Gokujita's expectations. As these recollections flooded his consciousness, Gohan suddenly opened his eyes wide. How could I possibly collapse here? This universe is in utter silence. It must not be replayed. With a resounding roar, Gohan unleashed a terrifying energy, a column of red and white light shooting skyward. The entire planet trembled. All combatants ceased their struggles and turned to witness the spectacle. Gokujita noticed as well, nodding in approval. Gohan's eyes widened, his Super Saiyan 4 golden pupils gradually transforming into crimson orbs, while the red fur on his body vanished, and his white hair stood upright. A lock of fringe dancing in the wind. Gohan radiated red lightning, enveloped in a red and white aura. The beast Gohan had arrived. The monster still clutched Gohan's foot. Gohan glanced down indifferently at the beast, which attempted to attack but found itself unable to budge him. Gohan delivered a powerful kick to the monster's face, sending it crashing into a boulder. In an instant, Gohan appeared before it, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch that caused the creature immense agony, black blood oozing from its mouth. Withdrawing his fist, Gohan struck again with force, puncturing the monster's chest. Suddenly, a group of monsters sought to ambush Gohan, but with a single wave of his hand, he unleashed a gale that shattered them to pieces. Gohan placed his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. The monster that Gohan had pierced through vanished in the Kamehameha wave, which continued unabated, obliterating all monsters in its path, ultimately dissipating into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Broly was engaged in a fierce battle with the immensely powerful monster. Each punch collided with a resounding impact, thrilling Broly. Raising his robust arm, he struck the creature with ferocity. The beast retaliated, claws raking across Broly, who was sent flying, leaving white scratches on his body. What a rush! Broly reveled in the exhilaration, yet the monster grew despondent, realizing that this terrifying human was more monstrous than itself. The creature swiftly called upon its allies, encircling Broly. With a devilish grin, Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts. Boom! In the aftermath of the violent explosions, only the formidable monster remained standing. Broly darted forward, seizing the creature's head and smashing it into the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath them. He flung the monster away, gathering immense energy into his hands. Die! The colossal green energy blast engulfed the monster, producing a thunderous roar, leaving no trace of it behind. After leaving Gohan's side, Goku glanced around and suddenly spotted Vegeta surrounded by several monsters. Without hesitation, he rushed to assist. Goku fired a ki blast that interrupted one monster's attack, swiftly following up with a kick that sent it flying. Vegeta looked over, and Goku offered a slight smile. Meddling again? Vegeta's retort was as stubborn as ever. But Goku had long since become immune to his words. Together, they launched their assault. In a flash, Vegeta and Goku appeared beside two monsters, delivering a punch and a kick that sent them crashing to the ground, each finishing off their adversaries with a ki blast. They then proceeded to clear the surrounding monsters effortlessly. Phew, that was easy. Just as Goku and Vegeta were about to move on, a monster suddenly leaped out from nowhere, kicking Vegeta away. Vegeta! Goku turned, but before he could react, the monster's fist was already upon him. Goku quickly descended, crashing down onto Vegeta. The two of them pushed the rubble off their bodies and stood up. Vegeta clenched his fists, ready to charge, but Goku halted him. Vegeta, this foe is formidable. Let me handle it. Vegeta shrugged off Goku's grasp and charged forward. He threw a punch at the monster's chest, but it stood unfazed. Adadadada. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, but they had no effect. The monster raised its hand and batted Vegeta away, sending him crashing to the ground. Goku rushed forward to attack, but the creature vanished in an instant, only to reappear, stomping down on Vegeta. Goku shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, and delivered a punch that sent the monster flying. Hey, Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta rose, covered in wounds. He produced a Senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it, instantly healing his injuries. Leave the rest to me, Goku declared, not waiting for Vegeta's response as he sped toward the monster. Vegeta watched Goku depart, feeling reluctant. Yet he understood that this creature was beyond their capability. He turned away, deciding to vent his frustrations on the other monsters. Goku dashed toward the monster, which was just rising from the rubble. Goku's fist landed with tremendous force, driving the creature back into the stones, shattering them. Goku raised his fists above his head and struck down with all his might, driving the monster into the ground. Kamehameha. Goku's Kamehameha obliterated the monster in an instant, and he returned to his normal state, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. However, he felt much better than before when he had nearly collapsed. Daitetsu also swiftly dispatched his opponent, joining Vegeta in clearing the remaining lesser foes. Hiki, it seems your plan has failed, Gokujita remarked to the monster that had just emerged from a massive pit. Hihi, those worthless beings are dead and gone. Just as well. Suddenly, shadows coalesced from all directions, merging into a swirling mass of black mist, accompanied by dark lightning. A terrifying storm swept across the battlefield. More? This is relentless, Gokujita commented, gazing at the swirling shadows before him. Daitetsu turned to the four warriors, asking, what is happening now? The four warriors explained. The evil clan can absorb the powers of their fallen comrades, growing even stronger. However, this is a rare occurrence, as they typically collect the energy of deceased clan members to form energy spheres, which provides only a slight enhancement, preventing death. We possess machines capable of absorbing this energy. But we did not anticipate such a turn of events this time, so we did not bring them. They lamented, having assumed they were merely fishing for small fry, only to discover they were facing a ferocious shark that could consume them entirely. Chapter 94. A relaxed resolution. Gogeta stood aloft, gazing at the swirling black tempest before him, his hair dancing in the wind. The creature's power was gradually escalating. If it had initially been at the nascent stage of a destroyer, Broly could have easily dealt with it, but now it had reached an intermediate level. However, for Gogeta, this distinction held no significance. The black lightning relentlessly struck the ground, shattering the already fragmented earth anew. With a tremendous bolt descending, a terrifying energy erupted, sending everyone reeling except for Gogeta and Broly. Quite impressive. Your growth is substantial, Gogeta remarked as the whirlwind began to dissipate, revealing the monster within, which appeared unchanged. Cackling ominously, the creature raised its claw and unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy towards Gogeta. In response, Gogeta summoned a golden lightsaber, cleaving through the attack with ease. Is this all the strength you possess? Gogeta taunted. Just as the creature attempted to retort, Gogeta instantaneously appeared before its face, delivering a swift kick into its mouth. Silence. Has no one ever told you how grating your voice is? With that, Gogeta withdrew his foot, crossing his arms, before launching another kick. The creature raised its hand in defense, staggering back several meters. Enraged and humiliated, the creature charged at Gogeta, swiping its claws, yet Gogeta effortlessly evaded while mocking it. What's the matter? After absorbing so many of your comrades' powers, this is all you can muster? Pathetic. The creature, frustrated, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. But Gogeta simply kicked them away, resulting in a series of explosive detonations in the distance. Fear gripped the creature as it beheld the formidable figure of Gogeta, who smirked, his expression tinged with mockery. What's wrong? Afraid? Provoked by Gogeta's taunt, the creature lunged forward once more, throwing punches and kicks, yet still failing to land a blow on Gogeta. With a decisive kick, Gogeta sent the creature flying, but it quickly retaliated, reappearing behind him and striking out with its claws. Gogeta's tail lashed out, stunning the creature, and he swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monster crashing into several mountains. Who is this Gogeta? The four warriors exclaimed, astonished. They had never witnessed such extraordinary power before. Others shared their disbelief, recognizing that they had never encountered such strength. Gogeta has always been formidable. When Vegeta and I challenged him, we were defeated in a single move. I have never seen him unleash his full potential. Goku expressed his thoughts, prompting Daz to respond. 10 years ago, I witnessed Gogeta unleash his full power, but he wasn't nearly as strong back then. Yet, he was still mightier than the current Goku. Daz's revelation left everyone in shock. What? He was already this terrifying a decade ago? Indeed, at that time, Gogeta challenged Lord Beerus with all his might but was easily defeated. He had seemingly accessed his current transformation, though it only lasted a fleeting moment. Des recalled the battle, remembering Whis mentioning that Gogeta had invoked Super Saiyan 4 combined with divine energy at the final moment. Remarkable. Goku's familiar tremors began as everyone pondered the implications. If Gogeta had been able to access his current form a decade prior, how extraordinary must he be now? It was almost unfathomable. Gogeta launched an energy blast, obliterating a distant peak. The creature, sensing imminent danger, attempted to flee, but Gogeta vanished and reappeared in its path. Seeing Gogeta, the creature kicked out, but Gogeta deftly sidestepped, watching as the monster flew past him, its fear escalating upon gazing into his golden eyes. The creature's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater, yet in an instant, Gogeta was upon it, delivering a crushing blow to its abdomen that caused it to expel a torrent of black blood. Gogeta quickly evaded, delivering a kick to the creature's head, followed by a flurry of strikes that left the monster spewing blood uncontrollably, prompting Gogeta to retreat, feeling nauseated. As the creature noticed Gogeta distance himself, it internally rejoiced, masking its elation. Suddenly, the creature unleashed a beam not at Gogeta, but at the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Gogeta, puzzled, wondered what the creature was up to. Out of the smoke, a barrage of energy blasts emerged, but Gogeta leapt high, evading them all. Cackling with delight, the creature emitted a harsh, mocking laugh. As the smoke cleared, it revealed an X-shaped black portal, indicating the creature's intent to escape. Fleeing for your life, are we? Gogeta thought, determined not to let it escape. He swiftly positioned himself before the portal, seizing the creature's foot and yanking it back, slamming it into the ground. Ascending into the air, Gogeta placed his hands on his hips. Ultimate Kamehameha. A catastrophic wave of energy obliterated both the creature and the portal, leaving no trace behind. Is it finally over? Gogeta asked, scanning the area to ensure nothing was amiss before descending to join the others. At last, it's finished. How wonderful. Everyone is safe. The tension that had gripped them now dissipated, as they had remained vigilant against the creature's attacks. Where a moment's inattention could lead to death without even a chance of resurrection. Well done, Gohan. You performed admirably. Gogeta praised, observing Gohan's beastly form. This form of yours is truly impressive. Goku raised his fist, gesturing in the air. I wonder how it compares to my Super Saiyan 5? It seems somewhat similar. The others noted Gohan's white hair and red pupils, speculating there might be a shared essence. How about a match between the two of you? Gogeta proposed. Here. You can unleash your full power without worry. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, contemplating the prospect. Gohan, eager to test his newfound strength after losing to Goku before, welcomed the challenge, viewing Goku as a worthy opponent. Suddenly, an untimely rumble echoed. Goku's stomach growled. Haha, I'm a bit hungry, Goku admitted sheepishly. Let's eat first. Then we can compete. Ha ha ha. Chapter 95. Danbara. Just as Wujite and the others were preparing to depart, a surge of black energy suddenly converged from all directions into a singular point. What? The group turned back in disbelief. This shouldn't be happening. Wasn't that individual eliminated by Wujite? In the distance, a portal materialized. A hand extended from the portal, and the surrounding black energy gradually coalesced into a sphere of darkness within its palm. The group gasped in astonishment. There was still an enemy. The figure within the portal withdrew the energy sphere and slowly emerged, revealing his true form. He was human, yet an aura of malevolence radiated from him, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, demanding an answer. The man merely smiled and replied, I am Danbara. Danbara's gaze swept across the surroundings, scrutinizing the situation, and when his eyes fell upon the group, a chill ran down their spines. What a terrifying gaze. Merely meeting his eyes made their bodies tremble. Yet, his gaze flickered past them without lingering, landing on the four warriors. Guardians? He remarked, before turning his attention to Wujite. Wujite felt an immense pressure as Danbara's gaze bore down on him. This sensation, Wujite's heart sank. It was more terrifying than the pressure exerted by Beerus. Beerus was already at the pinnacle of destruction. It seemed this was an entity of angelic caliber. Why does someone of your stature appear here? Wujite couldn't suppress his curiosity. Weren't beings above the divine realm supposed to refrain from acting recklessly? How had he encountered one? Wujite was confident he could handle opponents at the level of a god of destruction, but an angelic being was a different matter altogether. I merely stumbled upon a portal and came to see what was on the other side. However, it appears I have discovered some intriguing individuals. Danbara replied, his eyes glinting with mischief as he regarded Wujite. Wujite cursed him in silence, deeming him intriguing was a farce. He was hardly someone Wujite could defeat. Nevertheless, Wujite maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. Having cultivated the Ultra Instinct to such profound levels, it seemed this encounter would yield unexpected gains. Wujite had perfected the Ultra Instinct, seamlessly integrating it into his being, and was on the verge of touching the threshold of angelic powers. Realizing he was seen through, Wujite felt a wave of despair wash over him. Evidently, Danbara had no intention of letting him go. Indeed, if he encountered a foe of immense potential, he too would eliminate them in their infancy. It appeared a fierce battle awaited. Would he be able to survive? Oh, Danbara remarked, intrigued by Wujite's words. You think you can leave alive after encountering me? Wujite replied, if I'm not mistaken, there will be others watching us, and they will surely find their way here soon. Danbara nodded. Indeed, your analysis is quite astute. However, that gives me ample time to eliminate all of you. Then I shall leave it to fate, Wujite exclaimed. With a fierce roar, he unleashed all his power. Red and white lightning filled the arena as he ascended into Super Saiyan God form, transcending the limits of Super Saiyan. Impressive. You have reached such heights. Danbara applauded, genuinely impressed. Wujite remained silent and charged at Danbara. In the blink of an eye, Wujite's fist aimed for Danbara's forehead. But Danbara effortlessly caught it in one hand. The collision generated a shockwave that sent everyone flying. Releasing Wujite's fist, Danbara opened his palm, unleashing a torrent of black energy. Wujite barely evaded the attack thanks to his Ultra Instinct. The energy shot into the cosmos, exploding in a blinding flash, obliterating the area and creating a vacuum. This was merely a casual move from Danbara. If he were to fight seriously, entire galaxies would vanish with a mere gesture. Wujite, witnessing the terrifying power, gritted his teeth and pressed on with his assault. Wujite unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet none struck Danbara. This is truly the end, murmured the four warriors, clearly surpassed by their adversary and devoid of hope for victory. Even Wujite lacked the means to contend. Despair enveloped them all. Look, even your companions have succumbed to despair. Why do you continue to struggle? You might as well join us. Become part of the great divine race. Danbara attempted to entice Wujite, sensing his immense potential. Are you out of your mind? Wujite retorted, igniting Danbara's ire. You, who offer a path to survival, dare insult me? No longer holding back, Danbara struck Wujite squarely in the chest, halting his momentum and causing him to spew blood. Wujite gritted his teeth and retaliated with a kick aimed at Danbara, but Danbara merely extended his hand and caught Wujite's foot, delivering another punishing blow that sent Wujite reeling, blood spilling forth once more. Wujite swung his fists, but they were easily caught. He struck again, only to be captured once more. Danbara applied pressure, eliciting a pained cry from Wujite. Wujite clenched his teeth and, summoning all his strength, kicked fiercely at Danbara. Danbara leaned back, evading the blow, and Wujite charged forward, headbutting Danbara. What pain, Wujite thought, feeling as if he had collided with solid stone instead of Danbara's head. Danbara's counterattack arrived swiftly. Wujite desperately dodged, yet still found himself struck, as if his Ultra Instinct had faltered. Frantically, Wujite contemplated his strategy. He could not afford to be defeated. Danbara sent Wujite flying with a kick, then extended his hand, channeling black energy that rapidly formed into an ominous energy sphere. Since you refuse to join the divine race, then perish. Wujite scrambled to his feet, gathering energy in his hands. Ultimate Kamehameha. The golden blue energy beam collided with the black sphere, rapidly expanding and becoming colossal. In an instant, it overwhelmed Wujite. Wujite's veins bulged as he fought against the force, but the energy sphere relentlessly pressed down upon his ultimate Kamehameha. King Kai Fist, Wujite shouted. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as the energy sphere was gradually pushed back. Danbara raised an eyebrow, surprised that Wujite still possessed the strength to resist. Yet, he deemed it futile. With a flick of his wrist, Danbara enlarged the energy sphere once more, instantly overpowering Wujite's ultimate Kamehameha, leading to a deafening explosion. Boom. Chapter 96, A Despairing Opponent Alas. Such a pity. Danbara gazed at the gaping abyss before him, shaking his head with a sigh, lamenting the fate of Gogeta. Could it be true? Mr. Gogeta has fallen? The crowd was in disbelief. Gogeta had been defeated so easily? Now it is your turn. Danbara turned his attention to the others. The group readied themselves with all their might, and as Danbara observed the Saiyans transforming, he marveled, quite impressive. So many divine forms. Upon witnessing the destructive power emanating from Broly, Danbara's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A candidate for the god of destruction from the entire universe? An unexpected boon. Danbara had not anticipated that besides the anomaly Gogeta, another potential god of destruction existed. Eliminating this candidate would surely inflict some emotional pain upon those fools. With this thought, Danbaru erupted into a chilling cackle. The oppressive aura accompanying Danbaru's laughter intensified, rendering the crowd nearly immobile. How infuriating. Was Gogeta truly battling such a monster? The mere force of Danbaru's presence left them paralyzed. Even Goku could barely lift his hands, suffering immensely in his Super Saiyan 4 state, let alone the weaker fighters. All prostrated on the ground, Broly launched himself into action, channeling his destructive energy and unleashing a barrage towards Danbaru. A protective shield materialized in front of Danbaru, effortlessly absorbing Broly's energy without causing a ripple. Broly's eyes flared with fury, seemingly unable to accept the ineffectiveness of his assault. With a powerful push, he charged at Danbaru, his colossal fist swinging fiercely, yet Danbaru nonchalantly caught it. The gods of destruction dare not strike me. How does a mere candidate find the courage to attack? Danbaru pivoted, delivering a ferocious kick that sent Broly hurtling away, scattering his destructive energy in the process. Broly coughed up blood midair, reverting to his base form upon crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. With a mere gesture, Danbaru conjured a massive energy sphere and hurled it at Broly. Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 5, combining their ultimate Kamehameha technique, while Gohan concentrated his own Kamehameha to jointly withstand Danbaru's assault. Hold on. The three gritted their teeth, enduring the onslaught. Danbaru smirked disdainfully, channeling more energy into his attack, rendering their combined efforts futile. In a critical moment, Broly transcended the limits of Super Saiyan's energy, entering a new phase, unleashing a wild surge of emerald energy that deflected Danbaru's energy sphere. A tremendous roar echoed from afar. Broly's current state was terrifying. Lightning crackled around him. His green hair stood defiantly, with only a tuft of long hair billowing in the wind. It was Broly's exclusive Super Saiyan 2 form. His eyes were cold, the surrounding lightning crackling ominously. His stature slightly diminished, yet his intimidation amplified. Broly raised his hand, summoning a purple destructive energy that flashed before Danbaru, forcefully pressing down upon him. Danbaru seized Broly's energy, crushing it effortlessly, then unleashed a powerful punch towards Broly. Broly crossed his arms to shield himself, but was sent flying, crashing through several mountains. Even with newfound strength, you remain no match for me. Danbaru shook his head at Broly, who charged once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks in a desperate attack. Danbaru merely extended a hand, blocking all of Broly's strikes with ease. Truly unable to grasp the situation, Danbaru grasped Broly's fist, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Broly cried out in agony as Danbaru lifted him by the jaw, pummeling his abdomen mercilessly. Broly retaliated with a fierce kick, but it inflicted no damage. Each of Danbaru's strikes bore genuine harm, overwhelming Broly, who reverted to his base form once again. The others attempted to assist, but with a mere wave of his hand. Danbaru unleashed a terrifying gust that knocked them all down, then hurled Broly towards them. Then, you shall all perish. Danbaru raised his hand above his head, conjuring an enormous energy sphere. This is the fate of those who oppose the divine. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Danbaru's malevolent laughter, the colossal energy sphere hurtled towards the crowd. Accompanied by crackling black lightning, its unstoppable force instilling a sense of despair. Gazing at the monstrous energy orb, the warriors felt an overwhelming hopelessness. There is no salvation. It is all over. The four warriors murmured in despair. They had no strength left to resist. Just as the energy sphere was about to fall, a towering surge of white energy erupted into the sky. Boom. Danbaru turned in astonishment. How is this possible? He is still alive. Gogeta emerged slowly from the abyss, his attire tattered and his body marked with wounds. Yet, Gogeta's aura had grown even more formidable. Did you truly think I would fall so easily? He raised his head, enveloped in radiant white energy as Gogeta's Ultra Instinct advanced further. Even if your Ultra Instinct has evolved, it still does not reach the level of an angel. To defeat me is nothing more than a fool's errand. Gogeta smiled slightly, stating, no need to defeat you. I merely need to stall for time. Gogeta transformed once again into Super Saiyan 5 with transcendent limits, now able to utilize Ultra Instinct in this state, his power advancing to the pinnacle of divine strength, nearing that of an angel. Humph. Danbaru sensed the dwindling time and decided to unleash his full power. In an instant, he appeared before Gogeta, delivering a devastating punch. Gogeta blocked with both hands but was violently pushed back. He forcefully swung his arms, dissipating Danbaru's energy, and charged towards him for a rapid assault. Gogeta unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, but Danbaru dodged swiftly, retaliating by kicking Gogeta away. Gogeta erupted with energy, stabilizing himself. Danbar's relentless assault resumed, and Gogeta struggled to defend against the barrage of blows raining down upon him, leaving him in a position of passive endurance. A powerful punch from Danbar sent Gogeta soaring, blood spewing forth as he created a massive crater upon hitting the ground. Gogeta gradually rose, but Danbar struck instantaneously, his fist crashing into Gogeta's abdomen, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground on his knees. What is this? Such meager prowess, and you still wish to delay time? Danbaru extended a finger towards Gogeta's head, dark energy coalescing. This move will send you to your end. Danbaru's voice echoed like that of a demon. Chapter 97, The Invincible Fusion Warrior. At the moment of Danbaru's attack, Vegito vanished. What? Danbaru was equally astonished that Vegito possessed the power to escape. It was merely a desperate struggle. Danbaru meticulously searched for Vegito's whereabouts. Found it. Danbaru instantly disappeared. Far from the battlefield, on a distant planet, everyone had gathered. It seemed that Vegito had indeed been prudent. Otherwise, a calamity would have surely ensued. The crowd marveled. Only 4 warriors appeared bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Just moments ago, despair had clouded their faces, and now they seemed utterly relaxed. What was happening? Why do you all look so at ease? One of the warriors, Piccolo, inquired. Last night, Vegito had summoned us, for he had already detected the presence of the fiends and sensed an aura of malevolence at the venue, linking the two phenomena. Thus, Vegito gathered us to devise a strategy. Based on the information at hand, it was evident that the fiends possessed formidable power, capable of killing individuals whom even angels could not resurrect. This indicated the presence of beings at the angelic level, or perhaps even superior. Consequently, we prepared for the worst-case scenario. What if an angel-level fiend appeared? The likelihood seemed minimal, yet we had to remain vigilant. Therefore, we formulated contingency plans. Should an enemy of angelic caliber emerge, Vegito proposed the most effective course of action, fusion. We must find someone capable of fusing with Vegito. This would certainly enable us to combat a foe of angelic stature. However, a new dilemma arose. We were aware of only 2 fusion methods. One was the Metamoran fusion technique, and the other was the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. The fusion technique required individuals with equal power, which was immediately dismissed. Yet, the Patera earrings could not withstand Vegito's immense power, as it was simply too overwhelming. Moreover, we struggled to find a suitable partner for fusion. After much deliberation, we ultimately decided to seek the assistance of the Eternal Dragon. We would request the dragon to create a pair of earrings that Vegito could use. However, this wish might be beyond the dragon's capacity, necessitating the cooperation of several dragons to fulfill it. We could not squander wishes over a threat of such low probability. Therefore, we could only assign one individual to undertake this task. If no angel-level fiend appeared, Vegito could handle the situation alone. Yet, if such a being did manifest, we would need to buy time and make our wish swiftly. Upon hearing this, the 4 warriors could not help but admire Vegito's ability to devise appropriate measures from scan information. Truly remarkable. But who would fuse with Vegito? Piccolo continued, initially considering Broly as the fusion partner due to his immense strength. However, upon reflection, could they not first fuse together and then combine with Vegito? If that failed, the loss would be minimal, but if it succeeded, the resulting power could surpass that of Broly. Among us, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Vegetto, possessed the greatest strength. Thus, we resolved that they would first fuse and then merge with Vegito. As this was discussed, excitement surged among the group. At that moment, Vegetto appeared. Indeed, he was responsible for granting the wish. I apologize. I never anticipated that this wish would be so challenging to fulfill. The 7 sets of Dragon Balls we had prepared were insufficient. Consequently, I and the Namekian elder from another universe used one wish to communicate, borrowing their Dragon Balls and exhausting 100 wishes to barely realize our goal. Thankfully, we made it just in time. This was merely a one-time item. Vegetto spread his hands, revealing 2 earrings resting quietly in his palm. Without further ado, you must fuse at once. Vegetto urged Goku and Vegeta. The 4 warriors were astounded. Is this truly possible? Nevertheless, the others paid them no heed. Goku and Vegeta consumed senzu beans to restore their energy and began the fusion process. Vegetto cast aside any concerns about pride. If he were to perish here, he would never see his beloved Bulma again. Fushown. A dazzling light erupted, heralding the arrival of Gogeta. Splendid. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the successful fusion. Failure would have meant a 30-minute wait, a time in which they could only await their doom. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield, Wujite sensed the successful fusion just as Danbara's attack commenced. Wujite utilized instant transmission to leave the battlefield and appeared beside the group. Quickly, Piccolo handed Wujite the remaining sins of beans, which Wujite swiftly consumed. He donned the earrings on his left ear, while Gogeta had already adorned his. At this moment, Danbara also arrived. Too late. Wujite swallowed the sins of beans, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he mocked. Wujite and Gogeta soared towards one another, colliding in an instant. A blinding radiance illuminated the entire universe. The crowd instinctively closed their eyes, while Danbara raised his hand to shield himself from the brilliance. After an indeterminate time, the radiance dissipated, allowing everyone to open their eyes and gaze at the fusion's location. A figure clad in a vest, with a cascade of white hair, floated with eyes closed and arms crossed in the air. A terrifying pressure descended upon them. Danbara sensed the impending calamity. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure opened his eyes, regarding Danbara with a slight smirk. "Who am I? I am neither Wujite nor Vegetto. I am the one who shall vanquish you." Wujite. Wujite glared at Danbara, sending him hurtling backward. Incredible! This was the mightiest warrior, Wujite. Vegetto's blood surged with excitement. This was the invincible warrior. What did it matter who he was? It worked. Aha! This was truly extraordinary, overwhelmingly strong. The group erupted in jubilant celebration, unable to contain their elation. Danbara steadied himself mid-air but suddenly felt warmth in his nose. A hand to his face revealed blood. How unsightly. Wujite taunted. "You'd best wipe that off." Danbara wiped away the blood, revealing a dent on his forehead, his fury boiling within. Damn it. To resort to such tactics. Danbara began to panic. The assured victory he once held was slipping away. This figure before him possessed power that had surpassed his own. If the Guardians were to arrive, he would not survive this encounter. Struggling against Wujite was already daunting. If additional angel-level foes were to join, his fate would be sealed. Yet, in such a situation, battle was unavoidable. Wujite assumed a battle stance, and Danbara prepared to respond with all his might. The clash was imminent. Chapter 98. The confrontation with Danbara. The clash between Wujite and Danbara was as swift as lightning. In an instant, they collided countless times, leaving the entire planet pockmarked and unable to endure for much longer. What's wrong? Is this all you're capable of? Where's the momentum you had when you struck me earlier? Wujite taunted as Danbara stumbled slightly after another impact. Danbara's expression darkened, and he remained silent, gritting his teeth with a heavy heart. Why? Why has it come to this? Danbara raged inwardly. You damned fool. Unable to contain his fury, Danbara charged at Wujite, who landed a punch squarely on Danbara's face, a smirk playing on his lips. You're starting to panic. Wujite pierced through Danbara's thoughts, further intensifying the anger on Danbara's face. Impossible. How could I possibly be anxious? Danbara's rhythm was completely thrown off. His attacks became erratic, allowing Wujite to easily evade them. With a swift uppercut, Wujite struck Danbara's jaw, leaving him open for Wujite to deliver a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Danbara clutched his stomach, grimacing in agony as blood trickled from his mouth, his eyes burning with rage. Impossible! How could I ever lose to you? Danbara launched another assault, his fists fierce and rapid. Wujite remained calm, seizing Danbara's fist and crushing it in his grip, eliciting a scream from Danbara. Ah! Danbara howled, holding his deformed hand in anguish. You have no chance of winning, Danbara. Wujite leapt and kicked Danbara into the ground, gathering energy above his head. Starburst. Numerous key waves formed a cage-like structure, raining down upon Danbara. The wave struck him with precision, resulting in a violent explosion that drowned out Danbara's cries. Is this the power of fusion? Those observing from a distance were left speechless, though they anticipated the strength that would come from fusion. Witnessing it firsthand was still a shocking experience. This enhancement is terrifying. Danbara stands no chance. Wujite raised his hand, summoning a colorful energy sphere, which he hurled with great force. Soul Judgment. The smoke dissipated instantaneously, followed by an even more terrifying explosion. Ah! Danbara screamed in agony, clearly suffering from Wujite's formidable attack. As the dust settled, Danbara's battered form was revealed, and Wujite spoke with a slow, deliberate tone. This move will send you to hell. Kamehameha. Wujite concentrated energy in both hands, while Danbara, refusing to succumb, raised his own hands, gathering a malevolent energy sphere that gradually grew. Just a desperate struggle. Die. Wujite unleashed his Kamehameha, while Danbara retaliated with his energy sphere. Run. Get out of here. The onlookers scrambled to escape. They could not withstand such a clash of power. Boom. In that instant of collision, the entire planet was obliterated, and the surrounding space shattered. The universe trembled. While Dambara desperately exerted himself, Wujite appeared remarkably at ease. I told you, Dambaro. You have no chance of victory. A fierce aura enveloped Wujite, augmenting his power as the Kamehameha surged to new heights. In Dambara's terrified gaze, the Kamehameha shattered his energy sphere and struck him mercilessly. Ugh! Dambara's body contorted under the force of the Kamehameha, producing a pained wail before he gradually faded from existence in the cosmos. After obliterating Dambaro, the Kamehameha continued its ascent, culminating in a catastrophic explosion at the edge of the universe, illuminating the cosmos in radiant brilliance. Far away, the spectators were still speculating when the battle would conclude when suddenly, the sky became exceedingly bright, followed by a terrifying storm sweeping across the universe. What happened? They exclaimed. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. Before long, Wujite appeared before them. Ah, Wujite! The crowd exclaimed with delight. Although Wujite had decisively defeated Dambaro, there remained a lingering concern that Dambara might make a comeback. However, seeing Wujite reassured them that Dambara had indeed been vanquished. Wujite smiled at the crowd, who reciprocated with joyful expressions, filling the area with laughter and cheer. As they gathered around Wujite, 16 Bra reached out to touch him, grasping one of his hands to verify the authenticity of his fur. How amazing! It's real, she exclaimed, holding a tuft of white fur she had plucked from Wujite. Wujite gently patted Bra's head. Of course it's real. It's a characteristic of the great ape. Great ape? The others, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Super Saiyan transformations, were puzzled. Wujite provided a brief explanation. Super Saiyan 4 is the result of the great ape combined with the power of a Super Saiyan, creating an immensely powerful form. While Super Saiyan 5 is the ultimate form birth from the fusion of physical and spiritual power. Upon hearing Wujite's words, 18, Goku, and Vegetto's eyes sparkled with excitement. And Vegeta appeared eager to try it out. You all can attempt to transform yourselves. Wujite encouraged them, hoping they would grow stronger to combat the evil forces. At that moment, a flash of white light flickered nearby, and a figure appeared, prompting the crowd to become alert. Trunks, Broly, and 22 were familiar with this appearance. It resembled that of Whis. However, it was an angel they had never encountered before. Wujite searched his memories carefully, confirming that this individual was not one of the angels from Universe 12. The four warriors recognized him instantly, shouting excitedly, Lord Navis. Navis nodded upon seeing them and inquired, what transpired here? How did an evil entity of that caliber appear? The four warriors recounted the events with pride. After hearing the tale, Navis appeared puzzled. Dambaro? I have not heard of this individual. Is he perhaps a hidden power of the evil race? The group escorted Navis back to the gathering, where they chatted in the dining area. Wujite, now separated from his fusion, had returned to being Wujite and Goku. Wujite indulged in a feast, surrounded by plates piled high. Ah, that was satisfying, Wujite said contentedly, rubbing his belly. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Wujite had many questions he wished to pose. Chapter 99. Homeward bound Wujite and his companions gleaned a wealth of information from Navis, though certain inquiries were met with silence. As Navis advised them to return once they had grown stronger, some matters were simply too distant for their current understanding. In essence, they grasped the fundamental situation, which was largely consistent with what the four warriors had conveyed. The malevolent race, an incursion from beyond, posed a threat as invaders, while the Guardians stood as protectors. Portions of the multiverse had already succumbed to the ravages of this nefarious race. Consequently, reinforcements were necessary to confront them. The martial arts tournament served as a platform for selecting warriors. The primary duty of the Guardians was the eradication of these invaders, engaging in daily battles against them. The more territories the malevolent race invaded, the greater their numbers became. Conversely, the forces of the Guardians dwindled, risking annihilation by the encroaching evil. Fortunately, the advantage currently lay with the Guardians, who had managed to suppress the invaders, forcing them to resort to stealthy infiltrations, which were invariably thwarted by the vigilant Guardians. This instance was no exception. A minor mishap had occurred, but nothing more. As for the creation of the Guardian realm, Navis refrained from disclosing that information. However, Wujite surmised that it was the work of the dragon god. Salama, this enigmatic figure, had never revealed himself within the Dragon Ball universe. What do you all think? Navis articulated the pros and cons. Joining could yield guidance from formidable allies and numerous benefits, yet the risks were substantial, should one fall in battle. Resurrection would be impossible. Navis extended an invitation for everyone to join the Guardians. All present opted to enlist. The prospect of engaging with powerful beings prompted several to join without hesitation, while others, after a moment's reflection, also chose to participate, reassured by the Guardians' advanced technology, which would allow for a swift return to their own timelines. However, Vegetto and Broly refrained from joining. Vegetto believed that since the Guardians held the upper hand, his participation would neither augment nor diminish their strength. Thus, he resolved to focus on his cultivation in pursuit of ascension to the angel level. Broly, being a candidate for the God of Destruction, could not remain absent for extended periods. Nevertheless, both pledged to offer assistance if needed, as their respective universes had members who had joined the cause and could easily relay messages to them. Navis felt a twinge of regret but did not press the matter further. After a brief stay, he departed, as his presence was required elsewhere, and soon the group followed the four warriors to the Guardian world, while Vegetto and Broly returned to their own realms. Tais had a sleepless night. Despite Vegetto's reassurances, her worry gnawed at her. What if something happened to him? The more she pondered, the more fear enveloped her, creating a relentless cycle of insomnia that left her fatigued, her eyes bloodshot, and her complexion pale. It was not until Vegetto returned home that she found some solace. Upon entering, Vegetto was struck by Tais's condition, and his heart ached for her as he embraced her tightly. "My love, what troubles you?" Feeling the warmth of Vegetto's embrace, Tais clung to his neck, burying her face against his chest. "I'm afraid. I fear for your safety," she confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking Vegetto's shirt. His heart ached for her as he gently reassured her. "It's my fault for not being clearer. Do not fear. I am here, safe and sound." Tais remained silent but held him tighter, and soon, exhaustion claimed her. Her regular breathing filled the air around Vegetto. He carefully carried her to their room, intending to lay her down, but found her grip unyielding. Vegetto smiled tenderly, lifting her back into his arms and lying down beside her, covering them both with a blanket. Observing Tais's weary face, he felt a pang of sympathy as he tenderly caressed her cheek. "She is truly worried for me," he mused, feeling a warmth spread through his heart as he wrapped his arms around her more firmly. Sensing his embrace, Tai snuggled closer, seeking comfort in his presence. Vegetto gently stroked her back, his eyelids growing heavy, and eventually he succumbed to slumber. In a hazy dream state, Vegetto felt an itch in his nose. And upon opening his eyes, he was met with Tais's mischievous grin, her hands still tangled in his hair. "Ah, how dare you tease your husband?" he exclaimed, feigning severity. "Prepare for your punishment." Vegetto playfully reached out, and Tai squealed as she sprang up and dashed away. "You cannot escape," he called after her, laughter ringing in the air. "Yield to me." As Vegetto chased her, Tais evaded him, calling back, "Shout all you want. No one will come to your aid." He chuckled wickedly, when suddenly a small voice piped up, "Mommy and Daddy, what are you doing?" A stood at the door, clutching a teddy bear, her face a mix of confusion and curiosity. Seeing their daughter, both parents felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ahem, your mother and I are merely playing," Vegetto stated with mock seriousness. "Can I join you?" Ace asked without a hint of doubt, instantly eager to participate. Vegetto stammered, flustered, as Tais rolled her eyes and scooped Ace into her arms, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Of course, my little darling. Yay, I haven't played with Mommy and Daddy in ages." Ace cheered, her joy infectious. Suddenly, an untimely gurgle echoed. It was Tais, who had barely eaten all day and now felt hunger pangs. "Let us eat first, then we can play," Vegetto suggested, affectionately ruffling Ace's hair as he led Tais to the dining room for a hearty meal. After their meal, the family ventured to their amusement park, designed specifically for children, a necessity given their large family. "Ha, ha, ha." Ace laughed joyfully as they rode the roller coaster, her excitement palpable. Vegetto remained unfazed, while Tais emerged from the ride looking pale, immediately squatting down, feeling nauseated. Vegetto quickly comforted her, rubbing her head to ease her discomfort. Before long, Tais felt relief, though Vegetto soon found himself on the receiving end of her earlier tribulation. "My apologies." She laughed, unable to contain herself as her laughter rang out. It was no surprise. As an ordinary person, she struggled with the ride's intensity, and her stomach rebelled. After a quick rinse in the nearby water pool and a drying spell courtesy of Vegetto's powers, the family resumed their playful day, enjoying merry-go-rounds, Ferris wheels, and bumper cars, their laughter echoing blissfully through the air. Chapter 100, Casual Conversations. Vegetto spent an entire afternoon frolicking with his wife and daughter, relishing the delightful moments. As evening approached, Wukong and the others returned. "Ah, you're back," Vegetto exclaimed, holding a piece of roasted meat in hand as he greeted the newcomers. He popped the meat into his mouth, while Wukong pulled out a chair and sat down, eagerly addressing Wujite. Wujite, there are indeed many formidable warriors over there. Wukong's tone was filled with excitement. Having encountered so many powerful beings, he could hardly contain himself. After all, it was the combined might against the evil clan. So it was only natural to expect numerous experts. Wujite grabbed another piece of roasted meat, not bothering to turn around as he replied, "You know what? I also met another version of myself over there." Hearing Wukong's words piqued Wujite's interest. "Oh, do elaborate," he encouraged. Wukong chuckled, taking a bite as he recounted. He said he was brought there by the dragon. He had just arrived not long ago. The situation in their universe is somewhat similar to that of Universe 23. Mentioning Baby, Super 17, and that evil dragon fellow. In the end, he used a spirit bomb to defeat the evil dragon, and then the dragon brought him there. Wukong continued to chatter enthusiastically. And he's quite strong. A bit stronger than me. But not as strong as the version of me from Universe 23. He can't transform into Super Saiyan 5. But then again, if he could, he wouldn't have needed the spirit bomb to defeat the evil dragon. It seemed that Wukong had sparred with that version of himself, proving that regardless of the universe, Wukong's combative nature remained unchanged. Wujite mused inwardly. How intriguing. The dragon brought him over. It appears my speculation was correct. That world was indeed created by the dragon god, Salama, Wujite thought to himself. He noticed Wukong wearing a peculiar watch and curiously inquired, "What is that device for?" Wukong swallowed his food and explained, "This is used to travel to that world." The people there mentioned it has. What was it again? Wukong's mind momentarily blanked, unable to recall. It can distort space, allowing direct access to that place. At that moment, Vegeta entered and took over Wukong's explanation. Indeed, that's it. Wukong suddenly clapped his hands, having remembered. Vegeta sat down to eat as the three continued their conversation. This device can also connect with others, Vegeta stated as he pressed a button, causing a light screen to appear with many names displayed, those who had traveled together. Vegeta searched for Bra's name and tapped it. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after, a video call connected, revealing Bra curiously staring at the screen. Is this thing really that magical? Upon seeing the connection, Bra expressed her delight. Daddy Wujite. Before Wujite could respond, Vegeta, unable to contain himself, complained, "Hey, your father is right here. That's not very considerate." Bra playfully made a face at Vegeta. "Humph. I haven't completely forgiven you yet. If you treat me poorly, I can always live in Daddy Wujite's world." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened, feeling somewhat helpless against Bra's words. Not daring to provoke her further, he redirected his frustration onto the food, tearing into the meat as if it were Wujite. Wujite couldn't help but chuckle at the banter between the father and daughter. Bra turned back to Wujite, saying, "Daddy Wujite, we really met so many powerful people there. Although they can't compare to you, there are many who are stronger than Daddy." Bra's words caused Vegeta's face to darken again. While Wujite burst into laughter, "Of course. Someone as powerful as me surely has their own affairs to attend to and won't just appear at will. The primary task in that world is to deal with the weaker evil clans, mainly those below the god level. Warriors at the level of destroyers are indeed rare and not often seen." Bra chattered on about her experiences along the way, while Wujite patiently listened, occasionally chiming in. It seemed that Wujite and Bra shared a genuine father-daughter bond, with Vegeta feeling like an outsider. They conversed for quite a while before Bra reluctantly ended the call, clearly reliant on Wujite. Dinner lasted a long time, and before they knew it, the moon hung high in the sky. After finishing his meal, Wukong returned home, while Vegeta, ever the training enthusiast, dove back into the gravity chamber. Witnessing the formidable strength of Universe 23's Vegeta, it was evident that Vegeta was motivated to train upon his return. Wujite enjoyed a refreshing shower and lay on his bed, reflecting on the events that had transpired, still puzzled by certain matters. Firstly, regarding the angels, according to Whis, they cannot fight with their full strength. However, it seemed that Navis could unleash his full power, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent as support. This presented a contradiction. Whis stated that full power was off limits, yet Navis had arrived. Did his strength far surpass that of Donbaru? It was certainly a possibility, as long as he didn't exert his full strength. Moreover, why do destroyers and angels exist only within the confines of the universe? Outside the universe, there are only Kaioshians, yet no destroyers or angels. Is there something unique about the universe? Additionally, among the 6 erased universes, is Navis one of the angels? What caused the erasure of those 6 universes? A multitude of enigmas swirled in Wujite's mind, so much so that he didn't notice Tai's approach. Tai observed Wujite lost in thought and walked over, noticing that he remained unresponsive. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, finally breaking him from his reverie. "Wife," Wujite exclaimed, pulling Tai into his embrace. "What were you thinking so deeply about?" "Of course, I was pondering about my beautiful and charming wife," Wujite declared with a grin. Upon hearing this, Tai playfully punched his chest. "Stop your flattery. It's the truth. You must believe me, my dear wife." Wujite feigned a heartbroken expression. Clutching his chest as if wounded, Tai burst into laughter, grasping Wujite's large hand. All right, I believe you. So how will you make it up to me?" Wujite tilted his head in mock contemplation, and Tai turned his face back to her, planting a kiss on his lips. "Is this sufficient?" Wujite tightened his hold around Tai's waist. "Then let us rest well." He reached up to turn off the bedside lamp, and the beautiful night was only just beginning. Chapter 101. Cultivation. At the break of dawn on the second day, Taisi found herself nestled against the broad shoulders of Wujite, both still enveloped in slumber when the voice of Wukong pierced through the tranquility. "Wujite, are you still asleep?" "Wujite," with the persistent knocking. Both Wujite and Taisi were roused from their dreams. Glancing at the time, Wujite noted it was already noon. The two took a moment to freshen up before heading to the dining hall. There, Wukong, Wu Fan, Vegetto, and Broly were indulging heartily. Wujite pulled out a chair for Taisi, who sat down as he joined her, eagerly devouring the food, while Taisi savored her meal with deliberate grace. Standing in stark contrast to the others, before long, a towering pile of plates had amassed beside Wujite, as the other four had finished their meals and were now waiting for him. Lifting his gaze, Wujite noticed their unwavering stares and, perplexed, turned to Taisi and asked, "My dear, is there something on my face?" After a careful inspection, Taisi shook her head. Hearing her response, Wujite turned back to the others and inquired, "Then why are you all staring at me?" "Well, Uncle Wujite," Wu Fan began, "after this battle, we've all come to realize our shortcomings and would like to request your guidance in our training." Wujite swallowed the last morsel of food and replied, "Even if you hadn't come to me, I would have sought you out. You are still too weak. At your current level, you can only stand by and watch, even failing to fulfill the role of an audience member." Indeed, during the battle between the fused Wujite and Dan Balu, the others could only watch from a distance. "Moreover, I need to focus on my own training. Your assistance might expedite my progress." With that, Wujite finished his meal, kissed Taisi, and departed with Wukong and the others. The group of chefs, exhausted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought of returning to work that evening weighed heavily on them. Despite the generous pay, the relentless pace was unsustainable. It seemed they would need to recruit more chefs immediately. The head chef resolved to discuss this with the owner later that afternoon. After satisfying his hunger, Wujite commenced the training session with the others. He instructed the four to unleash their full power and attack him, which would serve both as a training opportunity for him and a means to gauge their respective stages of development. Each of them summoned their strongest forms. Wukong and Vegetto transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Broly into Super Saiyan, and Wu Fan into his beast form, surrounding Wujite as they launched their assault. The enhancement brought by Wu Fan's beast form was formidable, rivaling even Super Saiyan 5. Broly, in his base form, could contend with Super Saiyan Blue, and although they were not yet at that pinnacle, their extensive training had prepared them for transformation into Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegetto appeared somewhat diminished, merely achieving Super Saiyan 4, which only matched Super Saiyan Blue at best. As the four attacked fiercely, Wujite, having mastered the art of free movement, effortlessly evaded their every strike. Is this what Uncle Wujite meant by free movement? Wu Fan wondered, noticing that he could not even lay a finger on Wujite. Previously, Wujite had demonstrated this technique to Wu Fan, who had not grasped its true power then, thinking it merely a useful skill. Now, witnessing Wujite's ease in dodging their combined onslaught, he realized just how remarkable free movement truly was. Indeed, this is free movement, Wujite declared, effortlessly sending Wukong and Vegetto flying with a mere flick of his hand. Not only could he automatically evade attacks, but he could also enhance his own strikes. It was a perfect skill that melded offense with defense. Extending his hand towards Wu Fan, he explained, "This is an attack without the use of free movement." He threw a punch at Wu Fan, who blocked it without difficulty. Now, observe an attack amplified by free movement. He unleashed the same punch again, but this time, Wu Fan could not withstand it. Wujite's fist slammed into Wu Fan's abdomen. Wu Fan's eyes widened as he thought, "This punch is so heavy, so fast, so powerful." Wukong and Vegetto marveled, "Can we learn this too?" Wujite cautioned, "This technique is quite challenging. I am uncertain if you can master it. However, Wu Fan has shown promise. During the martial arts tournament, my attacks were evaded by him, suggesting he had already begun to grasp the essence of free movement. I believe he will soon break through. And what about us? Wukong asked eagerly. Vegeta responded, I believe you can also learn it, Wukong. But for Vegeta, it may prove more difficult. Vegeta tends to overthink his attacks, granting his opponent too much time to react, which contradicts the essence of free movement. Wukong, your approach is more conducive to learning. Huh, it seems I am the superior one after all. Wukong teased Vegeta, who merely huffed in response, ignoring him. Yet, Wukong, you possess a significant flaw. You are often too lax. Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Wukong and jabbed him sharply in the side. Ouch! What was that for? Wukong complained, clutching his side. In your usual state, you are far too relaxed, making you vulnerable to ambush. Conversely, Vegeta is overly vigilant. Vegeta noted. At that moment, Wu Fan posed a question. Uncle Vegeta, how long did it take you to master free movement? After a moment of reflection, Wu Vegeta replied, It took me several months to barely grasp it. Wu Fan felt a surge of determination. He set a goal to master free movement within a year. What about Broly? Is he unsuitable for learning free movement? Wukong pointed at Broly. In comparison to free movement, I believe Broly is better suited for self-movement. Self-movement? The others queried, bewildered. This is something I have yet to fully master. It is a power belonging to the gods of destruction. It requires immense physical strength to unleash boundless power. Of course, that is only if you can endure it. Considering Broly's extraordinary physique, the trio found this reasoning compelling. Alright, but these concepts may be a bit advanced for you. Focus on cultivating your divine energy first. If you manage to strengthen your base form to match Broly's, your transformations will become extraordinarily powerful. The strength of your base form is paramount. Do not get entangled in complexities. Vegeta's words ignited their fighting spirit. Yes, as long as their base strength was formidable. They could become powerful even without mastering these advanced techniques. The group resumed their training, this time focusing on their base forms. Vegeta also sought a sparring partner, himself. He divided his energy, creating a doppelganger, and the two Vegetas began their training. Chapter 102. The confused Vegeta as nightfall approached. The group ceased their training and collapsed onto the ground. Gogeta's avatar transformed into shimmering starlight, merging back into Gogeta's form. Indeed, Gogeta's words rang true. Vegeta, you overthink during combat, constantly falling prey to my opportunistic strikes. Hehe. Goku chuckled at Vegeta, who, visibly irritated, chose to ignore him. The quintessential Tsundere prince. Alright, let's head back. We shall continue our training tomorrow. Gogeta administered healing to his companions and stood up first. Let's return for dinner. My stomach feels like it's about to implode. At the mere mention of food, the group instantly perked up, as if the exhaustion of a day's training had evaporated. And they bounced back to West City. The chef at Bulma's home ignited with fervor upon seeing their return. This time, he was determined to conquer them. He could not allow them to be defeated by fatigue once more. The newly arrived chef from the afternoon stood bewildered, questioning how the atmosphere had abruptly turned so fervent. However, they had no time for contemplation, as they were promptly pulled into work by the veteran staff. No time for daydreaming, newcomer. The kitchen buzzed with activity as dish after dish was presented on the dining table, only to be swiftly devoured. The new employees soon realized the ruse. This was a deception. What high-paying, leisurely job. With this pace of dining, it would be no wonder if they were all left utterly exhausted. High pay was one thing, but ease was entirely another. This was nothing short of hellish difficulty. Yet, there was no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. Unsurprisingly, the chefs ultimately faced complete defeat, collapsing from exhaustion. Gogeta and his companions dined joyfully, noting that for some reason, the speed of service surpassed all previous days. They no longer needed to fight over food. What a delight. That evening, Bulma received numerous resignation requests from the chefs, lamenting their fatigue and inability to continue. Reluctantly, Bulma had to increase their wages, bringing in more culinary staff, a prime advantage of having ample funds. As days passed, Gogeta and his companions relished a rare day of relaxation. For training must balance labor with leisure. Reclining on a beach chair, Gogeta observed the children frolicking in the sand, reaching for a grape, savoring the blissful moments. Vegeta sat upon a jagged rock, gazing at the boundless sea, his heart tumultuous. When had his goal shifted to surpassing Kakarot? Was this truly what he sought? Was it back when he first arrived on Earth? At that time, he had been defeated by Kakarot and others, which left an indelible mark of shame he yearned to erase. when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanquished Frieza. It was then that Vegeta began to see Kakarot as the benchmark to surpass. As a proud royal, he could not allow Kakarot to eclipse him, yet, since that moment, he had continually found himself outmatched, until the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. In that instance, he finally surpassed Kakarot and delivered him a significant thrashing. However, Kakarot quickly caught up once more, and even now, he remained one step ahead. Throughout their recent training, Vegeta consistently fell short against Kakarot. Could it be that he was truly inferior? This realization shattered his royal pride. Yet, amidst the tranquility of life on Earth, with a wife and child, Vegeta found this existence rather agreeable. It instigated a subtle transformation within him. The former malevolent prince and the current Earthling Vegeta clashed within him, leading to a profound internal conflict. Feeling lost? Gogeta, having approached unnoticed, settled beside Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent, prompting Gogeta to continue, as the prince of the Saiyan race. Your pride in your lineage surpasses that of both Goku and me. It is a source of great pride. However, your obsession with the Saiyans is too profound. Yet, in the peaceful existence on Earth, the presence of your wife and son has subdued that pride, gradually instigating change within you. This unfamiliar sensation leaves you feeling quite uncomfortable. Albeit pleasantly so, Gogeta's words pierced Vegeta's heart, provoking irritation yet leaving him unable to retort. Following his original trajectory, Vegeta had begun as a mere combat machine, gradually evolving through interactions with Goku and others. From the battle on Namek to the encounters with the androids in Cell. It was during the emergence of Majin Buu that Vegeta transformed from a mere warrior into a being with flesh and emotion. This transformation was significantly influenced by Gohan, Piccolo, future Trunks, Bulma, and others, guiding him through his evolution. In his youth, Gohan had saved Vegeta from the clutches of Riku, leaving Vegeta unfamiliar with kindness, feeling awkward and dismissive. As warriors of valor and wisdom, he and Piccolo gradually acknowledged each other through shared battles. By the time of Majin Buu, Vegeta was able to entrust Trunks to Piccolo without hesitation. Witnessing Goku and future Trunks' transformations into Super Saiyans ignited deep resentment within Vegeta. After 3 years of arduous training, he finally attained the Super Saiyan form, yet reality struck him hard. He was mercilessly beaten by Android 18. Upon learning that Trunks was his son, Vegeta must have felt immense joy. His son had single-handedly vanquished Frieza. The ethnic enmity was entirely dissolved at that moment. Vegeta's sole ambition became to surpass Kakarot. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber with Trunks, he gradually came to accept his son, which led to his furious retaliation against Cell when Trunks was killed, even causing Gohan to suffer an injury. Through these multifaceted influences, Vegeta gradually grew more emotional, expressing apologies to Gohan, stunning him. How could the proud Prince Vegeta deign to apologize? During the Majin Buu saga, upon Goku's death, Vegeta found himself devoid of purpose, yet the news of Goku's return reignited long-buried ambitions, only to be overshadowed by the emergence of Majin Buu. The internal struggle between the malevolent prince and the Earthling persona intensified, ultimately favoring the latter, as Vegeta joined his companions to confront the crisis. However, Gohan, having neglected his training for 7 years, struggled even against Dabura, and as time slipped away, Vegeta's darker self gained the upper hand, leading him to sell his soul to Babidi. In the ensuing battle against Goku, Vegeta's Earthling side reasserted itself. Since Majin Buu was unleashed due to his actions, it was his responsibility to resolve the matter. After the battle, realizing the terror of Majin Buu, Vegeta resolved to sacrifice himself to obliterate the threat once and for all. In that moment, the Earthling within him triumphed, and the malevolent prince was vanquished. Farewell, proud warrior. From this point onward, the evil Prince Vegeta shall no longer exist. Chapter 103. The transformation of Vegeta. This marks the first time Vegeta has sacrificed himself for the sake of another. To his astonishment, Majin Buu remains unvanquished. In this dire moment, King Enma takes the initiative to restore Vegeta to the mortal realm to confront the menace of Majin Buu. However, when Goku requests a fusion, Vegeta resolutely declines. His pride does not permit him to accept Goku's reservations about him. What is the Super Saiyan 3rd grade? Does Kakarot look down upon him? Later, Goku invokes the names of Bulma and Trunks, successfully persuading Vegeta, allowing that invincible warrior to emerge. After an intense battle, they manage to rescue those absorbed by Buu. Yet, a powerful energy blast from Kid Buu leaves them powerless to respond. Initially, Goku and Vegeta intended to save Gohan and the others, but the distance proves too great. leaving Goku only able to rescue Mr. Satan and Dandy. Goku's rationality suppresses his emotions, while Vegeta's sentiments eclipse his reason. In the face of life and death, Vegeta hesitates, glancing at the unconscious victims, then at Kakarot, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Such a demeanor could never have belonged to the once decisive prince. Thus, Vegeta chastises Kakarot for not saving Trunks and the others. He expresses unparalleled excitement when Dandy proposes the Namekian Dragon Ball's plan, and he roars in fury when the scoundrel uses Bulma as a bargaining chip. Witnessing the fierce battle between Kakarot and Kid Buu, Vegeta gains insight for the first time. He confronts the disparity between himself and Kakarot. He understands the essence of their differences. Kakarot possesses an unyielding sense of responsibility that drives him to protect his loved ones. This sense of duty enables Kakarot to survive perilous situations and unleash boundless strength. In contrast, Vegeta has always pursued his own satisfaction through combat, seeking only his own gratification. This fundamental distinction is the reason he cannot surpass Kakarot. Yet, he seems to forget that not long ago, he bore a similar sense of responsibility, sacrificing his life to protect his family. Perhaps it is not a matter of forgetting, but rather an evaluation of the past wicked prince, Vegeta. He has already acquired a sense of responsibility that rivals Kakarot's. Henceforth, Vegeta is reborn. Awaiting him are magnificent landscapes and boundless seas. Unshackled, he can now wholeheartedly acknowledge that Kakarot is indeed number one. Of course, this does not imply that Vegeta has relinquished his pride or willingly settles in a subordinate position. The arrogance that once defined him transforms into a noble spirit that embodies pride, embracing his shortcomings and recognizing the excellence of others, showcasing his vast heart. With lofty aspirations, he dares to traverse mountains and scale peaks that others have yet to reach, epitomizing his indomitable spirit. At this moment, Vegeta is resurrected by the dragon as a person of kindness, serving as the finest testament to his transformation. This is also a point of criticism for Dragon Ball Super, as Dragon Ball Z successfully fleshed out its characters, giving them depth, while the portrayal of Goku's character and emotions in Dragon Ball Super has been less compelling, leading to continuous critique. These events are drawn from the original narrative of Vegeta, yet the Vegeta before Gogeta has not experienced these subsequent developments, leaving him in a state of confusion. The greatest distinction between you and Goku lies in this. Goku is a martial artist, while you, at this moment, can only be deemed a fighter. You have yet to discover a lifelong goal for which to strive. You have merely been trailing in Goku's footsteps. And how can one surpass Goku while following in his shadow? Gogeta's words render Vegeta momentarily paralyzed. Indeed, how could he ever surpass Kakarot while perpetually following him? Gogeta rises, pats Vegeta on the shoulder, and departs, leaving Vegeta in a stupor, his mind in turmoil. Gogeta returns to the beach chair, just as he is about to recline. Ace bursts forth, wielding a water gun, and frantically fires at Gogeta. "I'll take you down." After a few shots, Ace dashes away in haste. Gogeta feigns anger and chases after her, while Ace continues to shoot, repeatedly shouting, "I'll take you down," just as Gogeta is about to catch her. Ace leaps into Tai's arms, exclaiming, "Mom, save me." Gogeta gazes at Ace nestled in Tai's embrace and grins mischievously, "Darling, you don't realize that your mother and I are on the same team, do you?" Tai's pretends to lift Ace towards Gogeta, who swiftly grabs Ace and tickles her, eliciting peals of laughter as she pleads for mercy. "Ha, I was wrong, Daddy." Upon hearing Ace's admission, Gogeta halts, only for Ace to raise her water gun once more, shooting at both Gogeta and Tai's, exclaiming, "Nasty Mom. Standing with Daddy. Just watch my prowess." Ace evidently forgets she is the one in peril, as she becomes the target of Gogeta and Tai's playful assault, her laughter reaching a point of exhaustion before they finally relent. Gogeta cradles Tai's, reclining on the beach chair, relishing the delightful moments. Meanwhile, Vegeta, awakened by Gogeta's words, recognizes the gap between himself and Kakarot, yet he still lacks a definitive goal. He gazes toward the distant horizon of the sea, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolts Vegeta from his reverie. He looks up to see a massive shark wreaking havoc in the shallows, where many vacationers are present. However, Vegeta remains indifferent. The lives of these ordinary people hold no significance to him. The shark targets a young girl, who, clad in a flotation device, slowly attempts to escape the area, her mother bravely shielding her with her frail form, embodying unwavering determination in the face of the massive predator. This scene profoundly impacts Vegeta. The power of a mother's love is formidable. In a critical moment, it can unleash boundless strength. Vegeta is enlightened. This is what he has been missing. In an instant, Vegeta vanishes, reappearing before the shark, delivering a decisive kick that dispatches the beast. The shark's colossal body crashes into the sea, creating a tremendous splash, while the mother tightly embraces her daughter, fearful of the waves sweeping her away. After the tumult subsides, the mother and daughter swim toward Vegeta, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The young girl beams innocently, adding, "Thank you, uncle." Vegeta, wearing a long-lost confident smile, replies, "No need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you for helping me discover my true purpose." With that, Vegeta turns and departs. "Mom, that uncle can fly," the girl excitedly exclaims, her previous danger forgotten. "Indeed, he is a superhero." The mother gently strokes her daughter's head, hurrying her away, vowing never to return to such a perilous place. Chapter 104. Wukong and Vegeta embrace the divine energy after a period of tranquil existence, the friends diligently engaged in their training. "Vegeta, have you been secretly training? You seem different than before," Wukong repeatedly inquired, finally convinced that a transformation had indeed occurred within Vegeta. A subtle smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips. "Kakarot, you finally noticed." Since returning from the seaside, Vegeta had begun to change. Although it would take considerable time to complete this metamorphosis, Wukong's keen perception had already detected it. However, Wukong could not articulate the nature of this change. He merely sensed that Vegeta was not the same as he once was. Wukong speculated that Vegeta had been practicing in secret behind his back. "How cunning, Vegeta! How can you train without me knowing?" Wukong exclaimed, wearing a knowing expression. "How could I possibly do that? I have discovered the true disparity between us," Vegeta declared. "Kakarot, I shall surpass you." At that moment, Vegeta radiated confidence, leaving Wukong bewildered. Yet, Wukong's competitive spirit was ignited. "I want to lose to you, Vegeta," Wukong retorted, his own confidence evident as the two locked eyes, electric tension crackling between them. "Then let us engage in combat," Widget interjected, fanning the flames of competition. "It's the perfect opportunity to test our training." The two locked their gazes, flames of determination igniting within their eyes. Widget picked up a stone and tossed it into the air. It descended slowly in their sight. And the moment it touched the ground, both warriors vanished simultaneously. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as their fists collided fiercely. Both displayed confident smiles. Wukong launched a swift kick, which Vegeta blocked with his arm, immediately countering with a rapid punch. Wukong defended with his elbow while his other hand gathered energy for a powerful strike. Vegeta crossed his arms to shield himself, though he was sent flying. Unfazed, he absorbed the impact and prepared for Wukong's next assault. Wukong vaulted into the air, delivering a swift kick, but Vegeta dodged just in time, turning to land a punch that sent Wukong hurtling back. Following suit, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Wukong steadied himself, retaliating with a powerful punch. Vegeta evaded to the side, responding with his own strike, while Wukong raised his hand to block and followed up with a kick. Vegeta seized Wukong's leg, spinning him around before tossing him away. Wukong stabilized himself mid-air, landing heavily on a stone pillar, which shattered under his weight. With renewed vigor, Wukong charged at Vegeta, launching rapid punches. Vegeta, however, found an opening, landing a blow to Wukong's chest, sending him reeling backward. Wukong quickly regained his composure, and as he charged once more, Vegeta swiftly evaded, with Wukong in hot pursuit. Suddenly, Vegeta pivoted back, delivering a fierce kick that caught Wukong off guard. Although he attempted to block with his hands, he was still sent flying. Vegeta closed in again, grasping Wukong's ankle and slamming him to the ground. Wukong pushed off the ground with his hands and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Vegeta soaring. Both warriors ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce melee, exchanging punches and kicks in a flurry of combat. After another intense exchange, they created distance between them and simultaneously unleashed powerful punches. In that instant, a mysterious aura manifested and then swiftly dissipated. Wukong and Vegeta widened their eyes in astonishment. "Impressive. Your progress is remarkable," Widget applauded. "To grasp the divine energy so quickly. Truly, you are the embodiment of potential." Wukong stared in awe at his own fists. "How extraordinary." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, before both broke into smiles. "This is splendid. With a bit more effort, we should be able to master this power." However, Widget noted that to wield it effectively would indeed require time. Their exhilaration surged at the tangible feeling of growth, a sensation utterly exhilarating. "Heh, I'm thrilled, Kakarot. I can grow stronger again," Wukong exclaimed. "Don't get too cocky, Kakarot. This time, I will definitely surpass you." Vegeta retorted fiercely. This time, you want to get ahead of me, Vegeta? Wukong shot back. Their foreheads clashed, eyes sparking with electricity. You two truly share a bond. Widget teased. What nonsense are you spouting, Widget? Vegeta growled in response, clearly irked by the comment. Just a jest. Widget shielded himself from Vegeta's ire. Suddenly, their watches beeped, signaling a new mission. Apologies, Widget. It seems we have matters to attend to. Wukong exclaimed eagerly, eager to test his newly acquired strength. Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner turmoil evident. Then, let us proceed. Wukong waved goodbye to Widget, who nodded in agreement. During their training period, they occasionally received summons to confront the forces of evil. Widget continued his solitary training. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, the kitchen staff had changed numerous times, and today only Widget returned, much to the chef's delight. Tonight, we want to be overworked. Their spirits lifted. The chefs worked with renewed vigor. However, their joy was short-lived, as Wukong and the others soon returned. The smiles on their faces froze. They had rejoiced too soon. Resigned, they continued their labor. After a hearty meal, Wukong and Vegeta departed together, seemingly heading for further training. Vegeta, when do you think we can reach Widget's level? Wukong inquired, excitement coursing through him after witnessing the full extent of Widget's powers. It's incredible how powerful Saiyans can become. Wukong's pursuit of strength was untainted. Now that he understood the heights of power, he yearned to reach them. Kakarot, the gap between us and Widget is vast. It will likely take considerable time to bridge it. Vegeta, fully aware of the distance, remained undeterred in their shared ambition for strength. Wukong's fervor ignited once more. Then let us train a bit longer, Vegeta. The two resumed their rigorous practice. In another location, Trunks suddenly awoke, a look of confusion adorning his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Just as he pondered, a petite pink-haired girl rushed towards him, raising her fist as if to strike. You big dummy. Trunks, sensing the impending attack, swiftly dodged, causing the girl's punch to land on the ground. You dare to toy with time so recklessly. This unprecedented event has left even me, the god of time, at a loss. Chapter 105, Summoning As. And their companions were engrossed in their training. A sudden sense of summoning washed over. He pondered, perplexed by the notion that someone might be calling him. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate. Returning home, he informed of the situation, assuring her he would return that very day. With her worries alleviated, she permitted him to depart. In a flash, found himself in the time nest, accompanied by sir, exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It had been over a decade since had ventured into their realm. Is that you, the who visited that world? Indeed. It's been far too long. Greeted him, with nodding in acknowledgement. This was the timeline where had previously taken end. What transpired? Why the sudden summoning? The situation is dire. The Supreme Kai had no choice but to summon the strongest allies from my memories for assistance. However, when did not appear immediately, the Supreme Kai feared something had gone awry and summoned, and his father instead, explained succinctly. And how did you arrive here? Inquired, causing to pause. It was due to my temporal disruption that I was apprehended, said, her grip on waist evident as she expressed her dissatisfaction. Scratched his head sheepishly, attempting to evade blame. Enough of that. Our immediate concern is to rectify the situation, Supreme Kai interjected to mediate. Unfurled a scroll, declaring, history has undergone a significant alteration. Is it once again the work of End? Queried, though he sensed it was different from before. Let us investigate the past to uncover the truth, urged. Stepping into the scroll, followed by the others. Emerging from the passage, they were met with a tempestuous environment, thunder crackling and tornadoes raging. This place seems familiar, remarked, recognizing the surroundings. It is Namek. Look over there. Felt a malevolent aura, identifying. The others soon followed suit. I thought I had dealt with him myself, exclaimed, astonished. Fool, this is the world of the past. Chastised, delivering a playful smack to his head. Your task is to restore the timeline. Keenly observed the Dragon Ball embedded in his chest as he choked. The others were obstructed from seeing, but caught a glimpse of the Dragon Ball. Without hesitation, kicked away. Turning to his companions, surely, such minor adversaries do not warrant my aid. Unfamiliar with the unfolding events and unwilling to squander time, he deemed the situation trivial. Confident could handle such lowly foes. As struggled to rise and attacked once more, swiftly dispatched him with a precise strike, cleaving him in two. The Dragon Ball now in his possession, he declared, task completed. Returning to his companions, he prepared to leave when and appeared, intent on seizing the dark Dragon Balls. Regarded them with a hint of recognition, though the details eluded him, given the passage of time. It is indeed your handiwork. Shouted angrily. Retrieve the Dark Dragon Ball. Commanded without hesitation and lunged at. Seeking death, are we? Extended his arm, targeting. He would show no mercy to those who sought their demise. Big Bang attack. Was obliterated in an instant. As pupils dilated in terror. This man exuded an aura of dread, inscrutable and formidable, perhaps even more so than the mighty? No. Is invincible. Suppressing her fear, swiftly opened a portal to escape. Handed the Dark Dragon Ball to, stating, please safeguard this. She accepted the starry orb with a nod. Let us return. The group traversed the portal and departed. Help me, cried from the ground, pleading with. Raised his hand, sending a surge of energy toward. I shall share some of my energy with you. What you do next is your concern. History was once again set on its rightful course. Hastily returned to, who inquired. What transpired? Where is the Dark Dragon Ball? Recounted the events in detail, pausing at the mention of, that fellow is exceedingly powerful. I was no match for him. She dared not admit surpassed, unwilling to accept such a notion. Is that so? Go seek the next Dark Dragon Ball. Instructed, waving her off. What if we encounter that individual again? Should we seize it if possible? If not, retreat and regroup until all the Dark Dragon Balls are collected, commanded. Understood. Responded respectfully. As gestured for her to leave, returned to the time nest and addressed, Supreme Kai, should you encounter an insurmountable foe, summon me then. Let the minor threats be handled by and the others. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Consented, very well. But do ensure you arrive promptly when needed. Certainly. With a portal opened, returned home. The rest is up to you all. Instructed, and no worries. Assured. Thumping his chest. Although uncertain of the Dark Dragon Ball's purpose, he vowed it would not fall into the hands of the Dark Demon Realm. Concealed the Dragon Ball and resumed her quest to locate the altered history. Once home, called out, Wife, I am back. Opened the door, chiding. What is all this shouting upon your return? Yet her actions betrayed her feelings as she enveloped in a warm embrace. Heh. I knew my wife still cares for me, chuckled, while playfully pinched his waist, rendering him momentarily immobile. Enough of your banter. She released her grip, planting a kiss on his lips. But I quite enjoy it, she giggled. Resolved to take a day of rest, cherishing time with. Chapter 106. Action I found it. Exclaimed Kuranoya, holding 2 scrolls aloft with delight. There are 2 anomalies detected. Goku, you will accompany me, while Trunks teams up with Vegeta. Vegeta, brimming with impatience, urged Kuranoya. Hurry and take me to that place. Kuranoya raised a finger and said to Vegeta, before we proceed, there is something of utmost importance. Pay close attention. It is vital to remember. We are the Time Patrol. Kuranoya, Goku, and Trunks formed a Z shape with their hands. Quickly transport me. Vegeta turned away, forcing himself not to watch their performance. Your father has a sharp tongue. Kuranoya quipped to Trunks. Apologies. As Vegeta and Trunks traversed the portal, they were met with an overwhelming explosion, witnessing numerous individuals lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. In the distance stood a lone figure. It was Cell. Trunks held onto this dimension as Vegeta, while the time-traveling Vegeta confronted Cell. Interesting. So this is what altering the past entails? Trunks cautioned, do not engage, Vegeta. Vegeta unleashed his energy, charging forward with clenched fists, delivering a powerful blow to Cell's head. Upon landing, he executed a fierce kick to Cell's jaw, sending him flying. Then, with remarkable speed, Vegeta struck Cell again, forcing him to the ground. Final flash. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate attack, obliterating Cell. Yet, he remains undestroyed. It appears he has indeed grown stronger. However, this ends now. Vegeta lifted his hand, directing energy toward the pit where Cell lay, gathering power. This is where it concludes for you. Suddenly, a figure wielding a massive hammer appeared, swinging it towards Vegeta. Vegeta braced himself with both hands but was still sent hurtling away. Did you witness that, Pudding? My strength, augmented by the power of the demon god, is formidable indeed. Yet, this is no time for games, Gyuribi. Quickly retrieve the Dark Dragon Balls. Rising from the debris, Vegeta spat out blood and glared at the 2. You scoundrels! How dare you ambush me? In a fit of rage, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, charging at Gyuribi with a single punch that sent him flying. I shall crush you. Gyuribi swung his hammer again, but Vegeta caught it with one hand, effortlessly tossing Gyuribi aside, his weapon clattering to the ground. Gyuribi attempted to continue the fight, but Pudding halted him. Our mission is to recover the Dark Dragon Balls. But Gyuribi began, but behind them, Cell began to transform. Pudding had done something to Cell, causing his body to swell to an enormous size. Cell reached out to grasp Vegeta, who soared into the air to evade him. Seizing the opportunity, Gyuribi retrieved his hammer and leapt to Vegeta's side, raising it to strike. But Vegeta, focused on Cell, was caught off guard and struck. Haha, did you see that, Pudding? He was struck and sent flying. I saw it. How impressive. But Gyuribi, you should retreat quickly. Cell's hand had reached behind Gyuribi, slamming him to the ground. With the fusion of the demon god's power and the soul energy collected during battle, alongside the ki fusion, even I find it uncontrollable. Vegeta charged in front of Gyuribi, delivering a fierce kick that sent him soaring. As Cell reached for Vegeta, he unleashed a burst of energy, deflecting Cell's grasp. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Gyuribi charged again with his hammer, but Trunks intervened. Father, handle Cell. I'll deal with this one. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan and confronted Gyuribi head-on. Vegeta nodded, extending his arm towards the colossal Cell. Big Bang attack. The golden energy orb obliterated Cell, leaving no trace. As the Dark Dragon Balls descended, Vegeta reached out to grasp them, but Trunks was knocked over by Gyuribi. Vegeta caught Trunks, but the Dark Dragon Balls were snatched away by Pudding's magic. We must retreat, Pudding urged, swiftly taking Gyuribi away, leaving Vegeta with no chance to strike back. Forgive me, father. Trunks expressed remorse, feeling he had hindered their efforts. We shall reclaim them next time, Vegeta reassured, and the two hastily departed. Meanwhile, Goku was locked in a fierce battle with Kid Buu, holding back his full strength due to the presence of the Dark Demon Realm warriors. The Demon Realm forces surged forth, led by Dabura, who attacked Kid Buu with a sword, cleaving him in two. Dabura then engaged Goku in combat, both fighting fiercely. Suddenly, from behind, Kid Buu absorbed Dabura. He absorbed him. Goku realized the impending danger as Kid Buu's power surged. The Dark Demon Realm warriors, witnessing Dabura's absorption, charged forward. Kid Buu raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that annihilated them all. Who? After dispatching the foes, Kid Buu began to dance in place. How powerful! This situation is dire. Just as Goku contemplated his next move, Kid Buu abruptly ceased dancing and charged at him with a raised fist. Yeah! Kid Buu shrieked, and Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, landing a punch that dented Kid Buu's face. He followed with another strike, sending Kid Buu flying. Kid Buu extended his arm, landing an uppercut on Goku, who evaded and countered with a fierce punch to Kid Buu's abdomen. Ugh! Kid Buu spat out a mouthful of bile, but as he attempted to retaliate, Goku slapped him away and readied the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Huh. Kid Buu sensed the danger, swiftly dodging behind Goku, where a mysterious figure appeared, blocking Goku's attack with a staff. I shall take the Dragon Balls. Kid Buu circled behind this figure, attempting a sneak attack. In a moment, a massive explosion erupted, vanishing both the figure and Kid Buu. Where have they gone? Kuranoya roared furiously. They escaped. At that moment, Trunks and Vegeta arrived. Seeing Kuranoya in distress, Trunks rushed to console her. Please, remain calm, Supreme Kai. Is this a situation that can be calmed? If this continues, history will be thrown into chaos. Chapter 107. The 6 Dark Dragon Balls fall into the hands of the Dark Demon Realm. Goku and his companions were engaged in a strategic discussion when, unexpectedly, that individual reappeared. Would you like me to disclose his whereabouts? That fellow with the staff and the crimson hair has returned. Why should we trust you? What is your ulterior motive? Kuranoya inquired. I harbor no ulterior motives. It merely benefits me to have you around. I never intended for you to believe me. However, it would be prudent to act swiftly. Hell is about to stir. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired figure, the group fell into contemplation. The situation had indeed become convoluted. Are you confident, Goku, Vegeta? If not, summon Vegetto. Kuranoya directed her question toward the two beside her. Not a problem, Lord Kaioshin. Goku replied with a confident smile, exuding assurance that he would not be bested by anyone. Vegeta remained silent, yet his expression conveyed a similar sentiment. Then let us proceed. Meanwhile, in Hell, a figure wielding a scythe severed the Dark Dragon Ball from the chest of the evil thought wave, just as Towa reached out to retrieve it. The Dark Dragon Ball emitted a burst of lightning, prompting Goku and his allies to arrive. The Dark Dragon Ball will not be handed over to you, Towa. It was the red-haired youth who had intervened. Humph. Towa's expression turned furious as he shouted at the red-haired boy. Shamel, why are you here? Goku, standing beside Shamel, remarked. So your name is Shamel. What you call me is of no consequence. Why are you allied with them? Towa questioned, bewildered at how Shamel was collaborating with the Kaioshin of time. To take care of you lot. You truly are traitors. Towa spat through clenched teeth. Shall we simply eliminate them? The scythe-wielding figure asked Tawa. Indeed. You handle the one with the scythe. Shamal instructed Goku and Vegeta. Who are you to give orders? Vegeta scoffed, yet Goku had already charged forward. That fool cockroach. Shamal and Tawa raised their staffs, and the battle commenced. Amidst the fray, the dark Dragon Ball fell to the ground, enveloped by a mass of flesh. It's Kid Buu. I almost forgot about that one. On another front, the evil thought wave was also absorbed by Kid Buu. The situation was growing increasingly entertaining. Diffused Kid Buu emanated a terrifying aura, once again tearing open the fabric of time and space, escaping. Goku knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "My body. I have no strength left." Nothing surprising. Your souls have been absorbed by me, the Reaper. TCH. Is this the power of the soul-reaping abilities of Shulam? Shamal's expression darkened. Then let us pursue that fellow. Tawa opened a portal, preparing to chase after him. Do as you wish, Shulam said casually while carrying his scythe. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Breaking free from Shulam's grasp. You all go ahead. I'll deal with this fellow first. Kuranoya nodded and proceeded to follow Vegeta, Trunks, and Shamal. Let us have a battle. Reaper. Super Saiyan 4 Goku exclaimed, eager for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Kid Buu had made his way to another location, where the colossal Namekian Slug had a dark Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Kid Buu launched a frenzied assault on Slug, and Tawa soon arrived. I never expected to acquire 3 dark Dragon Balls in one go. Shamal and Kuranoya quickly followed suit. What an insistent soul. Tawa swung his staff, declaring, Then let us utilize this power. A cloud of black mist enveloped Slug, causing him to grow larger and more frenzied. Raising his hand, he unleashed a ki blast toward Kuranoya and the others. Tawa seized the opportunity to engage Kid Buu. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to confront Slug, while the rest organized themselves to assist Tawa in collecting the Dark Dragon Balls. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, another figure donned in a hood appeared, delivering a kick that sent Kid Buu flying. Salza, what are you doing here? Salza was visibly enraged. He had just followed Mechikabura to gather the Dark Dragon Balls, only to embarrass himself in front of him. Now, he was filled with pent-up fury with no outlet. Salza raised his blade, activating his skill. Prepare yourself. This is the true power of the demon god. Secret technique. Tornado. A terrifying storm obliterated Kid Buu, engulfing everyone in its wake. 2 Dark Dragon Balls fell as a result. Tawa conjured magic, extending 3 black arms to seize the 2 Dark Dragon Balls and the absorbed Dubra. Shamal attempted to claim a Dragon Ball from Slug, but was too late. Tawa again employed magic to snatch it away. What a pity. Tawa taunted Shamal before departing, returning to the Dark Demon realm. We have failed. Kuranoya lamented, yet thankfully, she still possessed 1 Dark Dragon Ball, leaving room for hope. Shamal led the others back to Goku, who was still locked in combat with Shulam. Both were panting heavily. And upon noticing the others, Shulam quickly opened a portal and fled back to the Dark Demon realm. At that moment in the Dark Demon realm, Mechikabura sat upon his throne, observing a masked individual wreaking havoc, while Tawa bore wounds, accompanied by a Saiyan. It is not merely the power of the Dark Dragon Balls. This latent ability. Who exactly is this individual? Indeed, merely manipulating that power is insufficient, is it not? Mechikabura mused, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. It seemed that this individual was also being controlled by Poutine, yet had gone out of control. Just then, Shulam dashed through the portal, and the masked figure delivered a punch at him. Shulam barely dodged, spotting the Dark Dragon Ball in the figure's chest, and decisively struck out. Shulam, Tawa, and another Saiyan attacked the masked man, with the Saiyan being knocked away, inadvertently opening a portal to another timeline. Tawa was sent flying by a punch from Broly, crashing violently against the wall, dark energy seeping from his body. The masked figure sought to continue the assault when a silhouette appeared before Tawa. It was Mira, who had been slain by Vegetto. Mira's body was enveloped in dark mist, wrapping around Tawa and forming a black egg. The onlookers watched with curiosity. The masked figure did not cease his attack, raising his hand to deliver another punch. The dark mist dissipated in an instant, and Mira and Tawa fused, with Mira effortlessly blocking the masked figure's fist. Tawa, I will protect you, he declared. And they engaged in fierce combat against the masked figure, with Shulam joining the fray, turning the tide to a 2-on-1 scenario. The masked figure quickly found himself overwhelmed. The Dark Dragon Ball from his chest dislodging and his body gradually collapsing. Tawa and Mira separated, with Mira embracing Tawa. The outcome had been determined. Chapter 108. The time Kaioshin captured, Gogeta arrives. Just 1 Dark Dragon Ball remains. Majin Kabra slowly rose from his throne. Let us proceed. It is time to meet the Time Kaishin. Yes. The assembly of demons echoed in unison behind him. In the depths of hell, the discussions continued until, suddenly, a portal appeared in the fabric of space. Majin Kabrao emerged, followed closely by an entourage of demons. Majin Kabra, Kuranoa exclaimed in alarm, prompting everyone to assume battle stances. Shrum intercepted Goku, Giribi engaged Vegeta, and Sarusa confronted Chamel, while Tawa and Poutine directed their aggression towards Kuranoa. Trunks attempted to intervene but was swiftly dispatched by Majin Kabra. Kaishin. Majin Kabra then turned his attention to Kuranoa, swiftly overpowering her before she could unleash her full strength. In a moment of urgency, Kuranoa urged Trunks. I entrust the Time Birds to you. After securing his victory, Majin Kabra beckoned his fellow demons. Let us depart. He led them, along with Kuranoa, away at a rapid pace. A brilliant light enveloped them, and Goku and the others were transported back to the Time Nest. Upon landing, Trunks pounded the ground in frustration, lamenting his failure to protect the Kaishin. What happened, Trunks? Gogeta's voice resounded in his ear. Mr. Gogeta, Trunks exclaimed, raising his head in excitement. And Gohan too. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Chamel knelt before a figure, recounting the events. So, the Time Kaishin has been abducted by Majin Kabra. Indeed, this situation is quite troublesome. However, we must take action. Very well, Chamel. Yes, Lord Demigra. Arise, Dark Shenron. A somewhat sinister Namekian stood beside Majin Kabra, who shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls. A long, horned black dragon addressed Majin Kabra, saying, the one who has gathered the 7 Dark Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant any desire. Restore me to my full power. Majin Kabra replied with a wicked smile. No problem. However, your power is rather formidable and will require some time. The Dark Shenron responded slowly. Time is on my side. Majin Kabra nodded affirmatively. Thus, the Kaishin has been captured by that fellow named Majin Kabra? Correct. It is highly likely they are under his control. Trunks, pale-faced, voiced his concern, revealing the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, a scroll on the table shifted, indicating a change in history. Trunks picked it up to find a depiction of a wasteland, offering no clarity. It appears history is altered once more. Perhaps the Dark Demon Realm is meddling in our affairs. Let us venture into the past. The group entered the portal. Report. The target has taken the bait. Chamel informed Demigra. Well done, Chamel. My investigation suggests the operational plan is sound. You two have performed admirably, Robble. Then let us commence our advance. Yes. They traversed through the portal to a city laden with ruins. There is an immense energy clashing over there. Goku pointed towards the distant wreckage. Gogeta and Super I-Ching Long were locked in combat. Gogeta's elbow struck Super I-Ching Long fiercely, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying. That fellow is Gogeta. Everyone recognized. Nearby, a group of darkened individuals glared discontentedly at them. Goku, Vegeta, and the rest, including Satan and Ub. They all extended their hands, launching energy blasts at the group. Meanwhile, behind Gogeta, Tao appeared, accompanied by a new experimental subject, Fend. Identify the target and engage. Fend charged at Gogeta with fervor, forcing him against the wall. In an instant, Gogeta incapacitated all the darkened individuals, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The group turned their gaze towards Tawa and Dabura in the sky. Tawa recognized Gogeta. He was the terrifying figure who had left a profound impression on her. He has returned. Trunks yelled at Tawa. What have you done to the Kaishin? No need for concern. She is quite spirited. Tawa retorted, the fear in her heart dissipating as she recalled Majin Kabra's formidable power, allowing her a moment of levity. Moreover, Majin Kabra has bestowed upon us new strength, perfect for testing. Dabura brandished his colossal sword, swinging it menacingly towards Gogeta and the others, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped blade of energy. Gogeta raised his hand only to lower it, as another intervened. Demigra appeared, flanked by Chamel and Robble. Chamel raised his staff to counter Dabura's assault as Demigra issued commands. Robble, counterattack. Understood. Robble swung his sword, tracing the path of time, redirecting Dabura's attack. Take cover, Tawa. Dabura and Tawa dodged to either side but still sustained injuries. Those detestable fiends are here too. The Dark Demon Realm's forces rallied. Gogeta discreetly approached Trunks and inquired, who are those individuals? Allies? Chamel has been instrumental in the pursuit of the Dark Dragon Balls. They are evidently Demigra's subordinates. The other individual remains unidentified, yet appears to be another of Demigra's minions. Trunks pondered, confused as to why Demigra aligned with them. He recalled Demigra's words in the Time Nest, to dominate this world. Demigra's true objective must be the throne of the Time Kaishin. If they are allies, that is acceptable. Gogeta reassured Trunks with a pat on the shoulder. Robble, however, wore a troubled expression. An unfamiliar figure had emerged in the Time Patrol squad, deviating from the original plan. Nevertheless, this would not hinder the execution of their scheme. Do not wear that expression of why they would assist us. For us, you are merely a resource to be utilized. At this revelation, Gogeta's interest peaked, so they were not on the same side. A third-party force. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Gogeta observed their performance silently. From this moment forth, I implore you to adhere to my envisioned plan and commence action swiftly. First, Goku and Vegeta. You must fuse. Robble's sword pointed ominously at Goku and Vegeta. No way. Vegeta immediately protested. I refuse. I would sooner perish than merge with Kakarot. Robble found himself perplexed. The plan had yet to commence, and already complications arose. If Demigra allied with those individuals, their current predicament would be dire. Dabura suggested to Tawa, shall we withdraw for now? Just as he spoke, a noise erupted from the wall. As you say, brother, it seems we have acquired the target's power. Such exceptional energy. My darling. Finn. Chapter 109. Arrival at the Dark Demon Realm possessed by Fun. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta crawled out from the ruins. Tawa and Dubra prepared to take this experimental subject back when suddenly, Tawa halted. Wait a moment, brother. It seems he wishes to test the power of the completed Dark Gogeta right here. Dark Gogeta instantaneously vanished, appearing beside Super One-Star Dragon, swiftly slapping him down, followed by a decisive wave of his hand that obliterated the foe. Quite an unexpected turn of events. However, this was fortuitous for Robble, who was troubled by how to convince the two to fuse. With Super One-Star Dragon eliminated, he could now collect the Dragon Balls without hindrance. Let me handle this. Gogeta rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dark Gogeta's face. Dark Gogeta evaded, pivoting to unleash a fierce kick with his left leg towards Gogeta, who responded by raising his right leg to counter. The two legs collided with tremendous force, unleashing a remarkable aura. Robble's gaze sharpened. This opponent was impressively strong. But it's a perfect opportunity to gauge his abilities, he thought, addressing Goku and the others. Aren't you going to assist? Just as Goku was about to speak, he was halted by Vegeta. Goku, ever so carefree, often spoke without restraint, but Vegeta, with his keen intellect, quickly discerned the woman's intentions and prevented Goku from intervening. Sensing that he could extract no further information, Robble fell silent. In the sky, Gogeta and Dark Gogeta continued their fierce battle. Gogeta landed a punch that pushed Dark Gogeta back, then smiled. You've been awake for quite some time? Haven to you? Dark Gogeta removed a piece of his mask, revealing one eye. I merely wished to test this fellow's strength. My apologies. With a surge of power, Gogeta forcefully expelled Fun from his body. I'm still formidable even when occupied, he remarked to Finn, who glared back in fury. In the distance, Tawa, witnessing Finn's ejection, felt a pang of regret. She had initially planned to take Gogeta back with her. As Tawa and Dubra prepared to leave, they were confronted by Demigra and Shamel. After such a long time, how about sparring with us for a bit? The injured Tawa siblings stood no chance against Demigra and Shamel, quickly sustaining injuries within a few exchanges. Lord Demigra has conserved much magical energy for the decisive battle against Mechikabura. Shamel advised, stop this pointless struggle. Indeed, I have no desire to waste my precious magic. Demigra exclaimed, commanding their submission. Just as Demigra was about to seize victory, everyone found themselves immobilized. What is happening? I can't move. Nor can I speak. Time. Supreme Kai. The one responsible for this control was none other than Kuranoya, who had utilized a freezing spell upon them. Behind Kuranoya were Gyuribi and Putin. Gogeta sensed this power and thought, it feels rather ordinary. I could easily break free with a bit of effort. Putin unleashed her ultimate move, Lightning Strike. Divine Judgment. Robble quickly responded, sending forth chains from the tip of his sword that ensnared everyone. Magic binding chains. Though their bodies were immobile, their magical abilities remained intact. We must retreat. Shamel. Shamel and Demigra began their withdrawal. Curious, Gogeta examined the chains binding him. What a fascinating skill. Robble's pupils constricted. This individual was something else. In the next moment, everyone was transported to the headquarters of the Dark Demon Realm. Demigra and Shamel were also present, and Robble placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground. At that moment, a new figure appeared, Xiao Fang, who had been swept into the fray. After learning the situation, she decisively chose to join the battle. This is unacceptable. Gohan immediately objected. However, unless we eliminate that dark army, my history cannot be restored, right? And I refuse to wait idly in such a gloomy place. Xiao Fang pouted. Turning to Robble, pretty sister, please conjure me an outfit like daddy's. How delightful to hear such words. Robble responded joyfully, instantly transforming Xiao Fang's attire into a time patrol uniform. Meanwhile, Demigra began infusing the Dragon Balls with magical energy. Xiao Fang questioned Shamel, what wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Shamel, however, remained silent, gazing towards the 6 grand doors in the distance. The gates to our destination are about to open. Let us hurry. Have we arrived at their headquarters already? Gohan inquired. Of course. Our objective is to eliminate Mechikabura. Goku exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the confrontation. Not so fast. Before we proceed, we must first deal with the barriers surrounding the 6 Hell Gates, specifically the one of the Demon Gate. Robble elucidated. A barrier? This wasn't present before. Trunks pondered, concluding, the enemy must be cautious of our movements. Let us just destroy the door outright. Vegeta suggested. Robble looked at Gogeta with uncertainty. Could this man truly obliterate it? After all, Gogeta had managed to move freely even under Korinoya's freezing spell. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Yet, Gogeta remained silent, causing Robble to feel a mix of disappointment and relief. If Gogeta were a truly terrifying adversary, the situation would be dire. Understanding Robble's thoughts, Gogeta chose to remain quiet. They still needed to rescue Korinoya before making any decisions about these individuals. We shall utilize this. Robble gently tapped her sword against Trunks' back, transforming it into a uniquely shaped weapon, the Key Sword. This blade can dispel the barrier's power. Trunks, you will hold the sword towards the door. It should help suppress the demon's power within, making it easier for everyone to win. Xiao Fang, cheer everyone on. Xiao Fang, however, could not remain behind. She stealthily followed Gohan inside. Vegeta faced Gyuribi, having clashed with him previously. Gohan confronted Shururum, the scythe-wielding Reaper. Upon entering, Gogeta immediately spotted Dark Gogeta, the experimental subject for. Robble faced off against Putin, while Goku battled Salusa. Shamel squared off with Dabra. The battles commenced. Chapter 110, the long-awaited encounter with Mechikabura at long last. The moment has arrived. I had grown so weary that I dispatched all the Reapers under my command. Shulum, still clutching a soldier, finally smiled upon seeing Gohan's arrival. At that moment, Xiao Fang was engaged in conversation with Gohan. Daddy, what happened to the wounds on your face? Gohan gently touched the scar on his cheek, contemplating. These are remnants from many years ago, alongside the loss of an arm, a price paid for growth. Fortunately, I had the assistance of Mr. Vegeta. Xiao Fang interrupted Gohan's reminiscence. What are you talking about, Dad? I can't understand. Gohan affectionately ruffled Xiao Fang's hair. Let us hope you remain blissfully ignorant of such matters for your entire life. Now, let us confront this demon god. I shall share the tale with you later. He shielded Xiao Fang behind him as Shulum, noticing their disregard, swung his scythe toward them. Gohan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, catching the scythe with ease. Wow, Dad has a tail. Xiao Fang exclaimed, delighted to see Gohan's freely swaying tail. In her memory, her father had always appeared scholarly and unassuming. Yet here was another version of him who could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Incredible. Go, Daddy. Xiao Fang cheered for Gohan. Encouraged by her support, Gohan beamed with confidence, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shulum flying, before discarding the scythe and striking a pose for the Kamehameha. A tremendous shockwave obliterated Shulum into ashes. Marvelous. We VE1. Daddy is amazing. Xiao Fang jubilantly hugged Gohan's leg, who responded with a smile. Let us proceed, Xiao Fang. They made their way back to Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta had effortlessly dealt with Gyuribi, while Shamel easily dispatched Dabra. At Robble's location, she was locked in battle with Poutine, who was using soldiers as projectiles against her. Using your subordinates as ammunition, your penchant for malice remains unchanged. It appeared Robble and Poutine were quite familiar with one another. You traitors of Demigra's army, how dare you speak to Lord Poutine in such a manner? Unforgivable. The controlled soldiers remained fiercely loyal, hurling insults at Robble. Traitors? That accusation belongs to you. Robble retorted, vowing to make them regret their betrayal of their master. Both were once subordinates of Demigra. Poutine, however, had merely chosen to defect. Seizing control of the soldiers, Robble cast them aside, leading to a violent explosion that eliminated Poutine. Upon Robble's return, Xiao Fang joyfully ran to her. Sister Robble, you won. Of course. After serving as a demon spy for tens of thousands of years, I know my enemy inside and out. Xiao Fang grasped the significance of her words. Tens of thousands of years? Robble, noticing that Goku had not yet emerged, pondered in confusion. Could I have miscalculated? Just then, Goku appeared, looking relaxed. That fellow was somewhat formidable, but not my match. I knew it. Grandpa is the strongest. Goku chuckled, patting Xiaofang's head without further comment. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just subdued Finn, who possessed the powers of Dark Gogeta. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed behind him. Broly. And it's Super Saiyan for Broly. After Finn fell, Towa fled as Broly unleashed indiscriminate attacks, annihilating the entire area. Vegeta rejoined the group. Ah, everyone's here. I seem to have lagged behind. Before anyone could respond, the controlled Kuranoya appeared, arms outstretched. Lord Kaishin, it is I, Trunks. I have come to save you. Trunks shouted excitedly at the sight of Kuranoya. However, the controlled Kuranoya displayed no emotion, casting a freezing spell upon the group once more. The freezing spell is ineffective? Could it be due to that sword radiating peculiar energy? It seemed he would need to further liberate the dark power. Kuranoya unleashed her dark energy, instantly transforming from a little girl into a mature woman. She extended her hand, conjuring a black arrow, the dark pointer. The arrow struck Trunks' hand, which clasped the key sword, revealing the events that transpired after Kuranoya was abducted. Mechikabura, Towa, and Poutine had brainwashed Kuranoya, who fought valiantly against them, emitting horrified cries. Tears streamed down Trunks' face as he gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "The Dark Empire Army. Unforgivable." In an instant, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 4, wielding the key sword, shouting, "Release the darkness." Key sword. The dark energy used to brainwash Kuranoya was vanquished, restoring her consciousness. Trunks held Kuranoya in one arm as they descended slowly. She opened her eyes, looking at Trunks. "I am truly sorry, Trunks. You need not apologize." He replied with a smile. "At the last moment, I informed Vegeta and Gohan. It appears we have succeeded." Kuranoya's voice remained faint, while the others began to recover from the freezing spell. "My body? I can move." It seemed Lord Kaishin had returned to his original state. Rabal's plan had once again triumphed. Now, they merely awaited Demigra's arrival to confront Mechikabura in the ultimate battle. As if summoned by their thoughts, Mechikabura appeared before them. He raised a hand, unleashing a wave of black energy, intent on annihilating them all in one fell swoop. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, forcefully waving his hand to disperse the darkness. "Is this the one?" he inquired of Kuranoya behind him. "Shall I eliminate him?" Vegeta cracked his neck with a resounding pop, stepping forward before the group. Mechikabura, taken aback, had not anticipated anyone could withstand his assault. Yet, he rationalized that he had not exerted his full strength. So it was understandable. With a wave of his hand, he invoked the demon summoning spell. Several demons materialized, only to be swiftly defeated by the Time Patrol, leaving them in disarray. "Lord Mechikabura, the seal on the gate has been shattered. My sincerest apologies. Loyal subordinates, your efforts have been commendable. Your mission is now complete. Transform into my power of time and live forever in the shadows." Chapter 111. The doom of Mechikabura. In an instant, darkness enveloped the demon god. "G.U.H. You old fool. No. How disgusting." 5 demon gods were drawn into the space within Mechikabura's chest. He patted his chest and declared, "The power of time is here. Once I acquire it, everything will be mine." A wicked smile crept across Mechikabura's face. Wujite could no longer bear to watch. What kind of fiend was this? Disposing of allies once they served their purpose? It infuriated him. In a flash, Wujite appeared before Mechikabura, delivering a powerful punch to his face, followed by a flurry of strikes that left Mechikabura dazed. "Is this all you've got?" Wujite mocked. Veins bulged on Mechikabura's forehead, as if he were on the verge of exploding with rage. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he vanished. He fled? Wujite was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be a boss? How could he run after just a few exchanges? That power of time. Could it be? Kuranoya gasped in horror, realizing Mechikabura's target was the time bird. "We must hurry back. We cannot allow him to succeed." Raising his arm, Kuranoya summoned a burst of light, transporting everyone back to the nest of time. Indeed, Kuranoya immediately spotted Mechikabura hovering in midair. Wujite rushed forward, unleashing a punch, but Mechikabura dodged, allowing the time bird to escape. The time bird swiftly perched upon Kuranoya's shoulder, while everyone stood vigilant before Mechikabura. How infuriating. I was so close. Mechikabura seethed, his fury palpable. Die. He launched a furious assault on Wujite, who effortlessly blocked with a single leg. "What's this? Absorbing your ally's power hasn't made you any stronger." Wujite struck Mechikabura's abdomen with a devastating punch, causing him to double over in pain. Wujite extended his hand towards Mechikabura's head, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent him crashing into the ground. If this is your only ability, then I am utterly disappointed. What Dark King are you? Mere garbage. Wujite's disdain only fueled Mechacapra's rage, as terrifying dark energy erupted from his body, creating a massive gravitational pull that threatened to consume everything. With a determined gaze, Wujite transformed into Super Saiyan 4, enveloping everyone in a protective energy shield before leaping high into the air, delivering a crushing blow to Mechacapra's face. Not bad. My strength has certainly increased, but it's still insufficient. Wujite nearly knocked the remnants of Mechacapra's previous meal out of him, and the demon god looked on in terror at the man before him. Why? Why are you so strong? Enraged, Mechacapra charged at Wujite. But with a mere flick of his hand, Wujite sent him flying. Damn it! Why? Why has it come to this? Mechacapra screamed in a frenzied rage, unleashing an even more terrifying dark energy that enveloped the entire nest of time. Demigra arrived on the battlefield, bewildered by the scene before him. What is happening?